Xiao Ye's soul was ensnared by the infinite paradise, forcing him into this relentless game of endless pursuit, combat, and retreat. Within the infinite paradise, countless replica worlds abound. Huaying, Kai Jia Yongshi, Haizhai, Longzhu, Shengming Jinshu, and many others. These replicas are fraught with peril, yet conceal boundless opportunities. Will one strike gold and become a formidable being within the infinite paradise, or will they perish within the replicas, serving as nourishment for others to grow stronger? The first replica, Huaying, has been completed, while the second replica, Kai Jia Yongshi, is currently underway. Chapter 1. Infinite Paradise. Commander, I am gravely injured, and the enemy is surrounding me. I have spotted the target, Viper. He is among the enemies encircling me. Commander, I have exhausted my ammunition. I refuse to be captured and request artillery support. Please fire upon my coordinates. In the depths of memory, the pain of being torn apart by artillery is but a fleeting moment. Xiao Ye's consciousness fades, only to awaken anew the very next second. As he opens his eyes, his body remains in tatters, fragments of shrapnel suspended before him, as if time and space have been paused. He can even perceive the terror in Viper's eyes as he is obliterated by the artillery fire. It seems that within this frozen realm, only Xiao Ye's consciousness is permitted to flow. The enemy is annihilated, and Xiao Ye's consciousness experiences a fleeting sense of exhilaration. Yet, a question lingers in his mind. Shouldn't I have been obliterated by the artillery as well? What is this situation? This predicament leaves the staunch materialist, Xiao Ye, utterly bewildered. At that moment, a peculiar voice resonates within his mind. Welcome to the infinite paradise. The transmission is underway. 100, transmission complete. Significant damage detected to the reincarnator's body, initiating repairs. The reincarnator's body has been stabilized in a near-death state. Should the reincarnator choose to join the infinite paradise, the body will undergo restoration. Reincarnator, do you wish to join the infinite paradise? Select yes to become a reincarnator in the infinite paradise. Select no to be returned to the original world, resuming unfinished business. A blood-red countdown appears before Xiao Ye in the pale blue void. 1, 0, 0, 0, 59. The urgency of 1 minute is palpable, yet Xiao Ye merely smiles. As the countdown moves a mere 3 seconds, he makes his choice. I choose yes. I wish to join the infinite paradise and become a reincarnator. Welcome to the infinite paradise. Your identification number is 1302587. The reincarnator's body has been partially digitized for fairness. This serves as a standard auxiliary function for measuring the reincarnator's comprehensive capabilities and real-time status during combat and daily activities. Warning: the reincarnator remains susceptible to death, disability, and various negative states upon receiving fatal damage, severe injury, or critically low health. A glimmer ignites in Xiao Ye's pupils. Though he has entered this so-called infinite paradise, the experience of being reborn is undeniably thrilling. In the next moment, as the voice announces his new status as a reincarnator, a beam of white light sweeps over him, as if refreshing him. His torn body miraculously mends, wounds vanishing, and even his attire transforms into a new ensemble. However, a faint symbol-like mark appears on his wrist, etched into his arm. Xiao Ye's figure vanishes from his location, only to reappear in a modest room of roughly 10 square meters. New subtitles materialize before him. As a reincarnator, you will traverse various replica worlds, undertaking random tasks while engaging in actions of search, fight, and retreat to seize resources from each derivative world. Surviving while collecting these resources will allow you to exchange them for paradise coins within the infinite paradise, or keep them for personal use. This is your path to empowerment. Thus, strive to seize more resources. Infinite Paradise harbors limitless possibilities. In 3 minutes, you will be transported to the first derivative world. Please prepare accordingly. 2:59, 2:58. Observing the countdown timer flowing before him, Xiao Ye glances around the cramped, rudimentary room. With nothing in hand, there is little to prepare. With merely 3 minutes at his disposal, Xiao Ye opts for rest, reclining on the bed, closing his eyes until the countdown concludes, and he is once more transported away. When he opens his eyes again, an unexpected pair of crimson eyes greets him, causing his brows to arch. Brother, it's time to take me to school. If you don't get up to escort me to the Ninja Academy, I'll be late. Entering the derivative world replica. Huaying. World difficulty, LV5. Current value of plundered world resources, 0. The total value of all items acquired by the reincarnator during exploration, assessed by the infinite paradise. Note: this valuation is subject to the oversight and fairness of the Star Sea realm. Current influence in this world, 0, calm. Current task completion rating in this world, 0. Reincarnators are encouraged to plunder as many resources as possible within this world to enhance their influence on the world's progression and complete more tasks. These factors will mutually affect one another, ultimately determining the reincarnator's personal score during the reincarnation settlement. The score will influence the reincarnator's final entitlement to fairness and rewards. Exclusive to the reincarnator, the multiverse language synchronization module has been loaded. Exclusive to Infinite Paradise, all reincarnators default to carrying a fairness safety box, 2 slots. World description, ninjas, bonds, hatred. Current time in the derivative replica, the eve of the Uchiha Itachi's Blood Red Night. Current character disguise, an orphan raised by a member of the Uchiha clan, whose adoptive parents perished during a mission you and your brother now rely on each other at. Home, current main quest, survive the Blood Red Night. Current side quest, none. Warning, reincarnators must not disclose any information regarding the Infinite Paradise or reincarnators to the natives during exploration or face execution. Tip, the reincarnator can remain in this world for 7 days. If the reincarnator survives and completes the main quest within 7 days, they will be returned to the Infinite Paradise for world settlement. Those who fail to complete the main quest will be annihilated. Xiao Ye rubs his temples. The influx of information leaves his mind slightly overwhelmed, but Xiao Ye swiftly sat up from the bed, draping himself in clothes, and addressed his younger brother with a hint of affection. All right, I shall escort you to school. You may purchase breakfast from the store and enjoy it along the way. Yay, brother. I want to eat guandongzu. Chapter 2. The kindness of Hai Yi Iruka. Very well, I shall buy it for you. After securing the mark on his wrist with a binding strap, Xiao Ye led his brother Uchiha and out of the Uchiha clan residence, carrying the freshly purchased guandongzu and tempura for his journey to school. As a newcomer in this world, Xiao Ye did not hasten to alter his identity's lifestyle, but rather methodically took his brother to school while observing his surroundings to gather valuable information. This realm is a derivative of the Naruto universe, a narrative he was somewhat familiar with, as he currently resided in Konoha, one of the 5 hidden villages. However, this familiarity came with the realization that every inhabitant of the village was a professional ninja, equipped with formidable abilities. Though Xiao Ye was a special forces soldier, professional ninjas possessed the remarkable powers of chakra and ninjutsu. Moreover, ninjas were categorized into ranks, and Xiao Ye aspired to discern his standing among them. Of course, there loomed the overarching mission that hung around Xiao Ye's neck, to survive the Bloodied Night. The orchestrators of the Uchiha clan's tragic Bloodied Night were Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and the tacit approval and instigation of many high-ranking officials of Konoha. Although Xiao Ye's identity was that of an orphan taken in by the Uchiha clan, lacking the Uchiha bloodline, during the Bloodied Night, Uchiha Itachi's gruesome massacre would leave no sanctuary for the innocent. Furthermore, if the ninjas in this world truly mirrored their counterparts in the Naruto anime, the strength of Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly be terrifying. To evade this calamity, a direct confrontation would be ill-advised. Yet, with the Bloodied Night looming tomorrow, Xiao Ye had little time to spare. This opening was hardly auspicious. After escorting his brother Uchiha into the Ninja Academy for class, Xiao Ye stumbled upon a more troubling issue. Rumors suggested that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could control the tailed beast Kyuubi, and that the previous Kyuubi attack on Konoha had led to the demise of the 4th Hokage. There were whispers that the Uchiha clan sought to overthrow Konoha's dominion. Various legends and suspicions collectively vilified the Uchiha clan, placing them under intense scrutiny. Most ordinary ninjas, blinded by prejudice, regarded the Uchiha clan members with disdain, fear, or even hatred. Though Xiao Ye bore no genuine Uchiha blood, as the current Uchiha Ye, he remained unwelcome, evident from the disdainful glances of the gatekeeper at Konoha Academy and the children who deliberately avoided him and Uchiha. And if this reincarnation were seen as a game, all NPCs would start with a negative affinity toward Xiao Ye. What could he possibly achieve? Patting his brother Uchiha's head, Xiao Ye crouched down to meet his gaze and said, "Go ahead, follow your teacher. This is not your fault." He entrusted Uchiha into the ninja teacher, Hai Yi Iruka, who was known to be one of the most kind-hearted and principled characters in the Naruto series. Xiao Ye observed no disdain in Iruka's eyes. He treated all students, including Uchiha, with equal respect. "Teacher Iruka, I shall leave it in your care." "Thank you." Hai Yi Iruka took Uchiha by his side. Noticing Xiao Ye's peculiar hesitance, his gaze filled with complexity. Xiao Ye, perceptive to Iruka's emotions, proactively inquired, "Teacher Iruka, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Iruka glanced down at Uchiha, then back at Xiao Ye, as if summoning great resolve. He sighed deeply before pulling Xiao Ye into a secluded corner to speak earnestly. Ye, if possible, please refrain from staying in Konoha for the next couple of days. At least avoid returning to the Uchiha residence. After school today, I will provide him with a leave of absence. You can take him out for a camping trip or something similar. Seemingly wary of Xiao Ye's inquiries, Iruka led Uchiha away, cautiously surveying their surroundings to ensure no one was watching. However, before departing, Iruka paused. Ye, if you comprehend, do your utmost to protect yourself and at least, in my eyes, you both are innocent. With a solemn tone, Iruka turned away with Uchiha, leaving Xiao Ye with a new side quest displayed on his reincarnation panel. The kindness of Iruka, Iruka, believes you and your brother Uchiha and are innocent, and hopes you can safeguard him from the calamity of the bloodied night. Quest difficulty? Quest reward. Protection from Iruka. Iruka can provide you with shelter for 13 days. After depositing Uchiha into the classroom, Iruka returned to his office and gazed out the window, silently hoping that Uchiha and Uchiha Ye would escape this impending disaster. Despite his average strength and lack of influence in Konoha, as a guiding teacher at the Ninja Academy, he had become acquainted with nearly all graduates over recent years and had taught a significant portion of them. His connections extended broadly, encompassing Genin, Shunin, and Jonin alike, all of whom owed him a debt of gratitude. Whispers regarding the Uchiha clan had indeed reached Iruka's ears, while Iruka remained unaware of the specific plans of Konoha's higher-ups concerning the bloodied night. The details were tightly guarded. Nevertheless, several powerful Chunin and Jonin, who had maintained good relations with Iruka, mentioned they had received a mission to covertly surveil the Uchiha clan's residence the following night, though the purpose of this assignment remained unknown to them. When Iruka discreetly inquired among his acquaintances within the Uchiha clan, they professed ignorance about the impending operation. It was peculiar that a mission to surveil the Uchiha clan's residence had not involved a single Uchiha ninja. Iruka keenly sensed the unusual nature of this situation. Yet, his inquiries drew the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, who, to prevent the secret of the bloodied night from leaking, sent Umbu to summon Iruka for a tea session, imposing a gag order on him and enlisting his participation in the covert surveillance operation of the Uchiha clan's residence. In fact, during the days immediately following the imposition of the gag order, Iruka found himself under discreet observation to ensure he did not disclose Konoha's recent maneuvers to the Uchiha clan, potentially raising their suspicions. Chapter 3. The Siege of Konoha. The ninjas responsible for surveillance were all students taught by him, fostering a sense of connection. Subsequently, the higher-ups confirmed the stability of Iruka through feedback from their monitoring, leading to the withdrawal of his oversight. However, the increasingly harsh attitude from Konoha's upper echelons, coupled with the rumors following the Nine-Tails invasion and the collective ostracism of the Uchiha clan, made Iruka acutely aware of a looming catastrophe for the Uchiha family. Unsure of how to feel, Iruka believed that regardless of the conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village, the children within the Uchiha family were innocent and oblivious to the world's cruelties. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye was deep in thought. Preserving his own safety during the Crimson Night was already a formidable challenge, let alone protecting Uchiha, who possessed the pure Uchiha bloodline and Sharingan. Such a task was undoubtedly a nightmare. Xiao Ye contemplated whether to take that risk. He was well aware that not only was he not a blood relative of the Uchiha clan, but he also bore no familial ties to Uchiha. His identity as an infinite paradise reincarnator condemned him to be merely a transient figure within this derivative narrative. Was it worth risking everything for a half-brother? Unconsciously, Xiao Ye arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. As he stepped into the vicinity, his keen sense for reconnaissance immediately detected a palpable tension in the atmosphere. The previously lively chatter had abruptly diminished by several decibels, and the number of gazes directed at him had noticeably increased. The atmosphere only eased slightly upon the realization that Xiao Ye was alone. Xiao Ye was not a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, and he did not possess Uchiha blood. It appeared that covert surveillance and restrictions had long been initiated, particularly in the lead-up to the Crimson Night, as Konoha had thoroughly sealed off the movements of Uchiha clan members. Although this did not appear to be a blatant targeting, Xiao Ye instinctively halted his steps towards the outside and seamlessly veered into a nearby weapons shop. How could Xiao Ye be so certain that Uchiha clan members were under surveillance and restrictions? It was not a hasty conclusion drawn solely from a few glances. Rather, he had witnessed a member of the Uchiha clan exiting through the gates of Konoha, unimpeded by the guarding ninjas, who did not even engage in dialogue with him. However, shortly after the Uchiha member's departure, a ninja in civilian attire had swiftly followed suit. That face was all too familiar to Xiao Ye. It was the square-jawed figure of Konoha Yamato, an image seldom seen in the Naruto anime. Furthermore, Konoha Yamato held another identity, a member of the Root organization, secretly controlled by Danzo, the second-in-command of Konoha's leadership. Beside him was Sai, disguised as an artist sketching the scenery at the village entrance. Both of whom were members of the Root organization. Their distinct characteristics made them easily identifiable to Xiao Ye, while others may be unaware of their identities as Root members. They lived normal lives under the sun in Konoha, much like Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, and Kakashi Hitaki, who, despite being members of the Umbu, also resided in the village. At that moment, they were simply donning civilian identities. Xiao Ye speculated that the Uchiha family member being followed by Yamato, stepping out at such a critical time before the Crimson Night, would likely never return. After all, during the Crimson Night, only Uchiha Sasuke survived among the vast number of Uchiha clan members. Yet, the visible perpetrators were merely Itachi Uchiha, with assistance from Obito Uchiha, who attacked the police station. How could there possibly be no escaping victims in such circumstances? It was clear that the higher-ups of Konoha had woven an intricate web of surveillance and control. Itachi Uchiha was merely the blade wielded by the shadowy hand. As for the Uchiha clan members, whether on missions or wandering, they were largely absent from the narrative. With a sigh, Xiao Ye realized that the Uchiha family member had essentially met their demise the moment they exited Konoha. Given the current situation, where Konoha was specifically targeting Uchiha clan members with a blockade, it seemed futile to attempt a normal escape from the village to evade the impending doom of the Crimson Night. At the very least, it was impossible for Uchiha and to leave Konoha. The swiftness with which Yamato pursued those exiting the village was astonishing. His physical prowess, while formidable, was not at the level of agility and grace. This did not even account for the ninjutsu powered by chakra. The disparity in strength between Xiao Ye and these seasoned ninjas was glaring. "Welcome. What kind of ninja tools are you looking for?" The shopkeeper emerged from behind the counter. "Greeting, Xiao Ye. I just received a new batch of excellent quality ninja tools." Due to his lack of Uchiha bloodline, Xiao Ye was not entitled to wear the distinctive fan symbol of the Uchiha clan, so the shopkeeper's demeanor towards him was fairly amicable. "Do you have many explosive tags? What's the price? I'll take some, and also show me your ninja tools." As a reincarnator, although he faced a life-and-death crisis in this initial task, Xiao Ye had not forgotten the core gameplay of Infinite Paradise: search, fight, and retreat. The basic safety box assigned to him by Infinite Paradise was completely empty. The function of this basic notarized safety box was straightforward. According to the rules of Infinite Paradise, when a reincarnator exits a derivative world, they cannot take all acquired resources with them. They need a form of authorization known as notarization. Only by notarizing the items could they completely transform into belongings of the reincarnator. Otherwise, collected resources could only be used within the derivative world to a limited extent. To obtain notarization for items, one must complete tasks within the derivative world, enhance their influence, and gain additional notarization rights upon scoring, or pay out of pocket to request assistance from the paradise for extra notarization. As for the basic notarized safety box, it serves as a benefit for all reincarnators. The 2-slot safety box allows for the unconditional free notarization of 2 items, acting as a safety net to ensure that reincarnators do not leave the instance empty-handed. Chapter 4. Superior Weapons. Xiao Ye directed his gaze toward the ninja tools displayed on the counter, his focus sharpening as the data of each item materialized before his eyes. Standard Kunai, white ordinary. Crafted by ordinary artisans, this standardized weapon is supplied in bulk for use by common lower-ranking ninjas, occasionally containing defects. Equipment attributes: Strength 1, Attack Power 5, Sharpness 5, Durability 8. Equipment requirement: Have hands. Comprehensive equipment rating: 8 points. Using it to stab someone is essentially akin to wielding a fruit knife. Practice Shuriken, Gray Worn. Attack Speed 1, Attack Power 2, Sharpness 3, Toughness 3. Equipment requirements: Just have hands. Comprehensive equipment score: 23. A rudimentary creation crafted from scrap materials by a forging apprentice, slightly better than a child's toy. Standard headband. Medical bandages, hemostatic medicine, military rations. Most of these items are of white and gray quality, failing to capture the attention of Xiao Ye, and they do not suit him well in use. Xiao Ye shook his head. It appeared that high-quality equipment was difficult to procure in such a private ninja tool shop. "Boss, I would like a standard headband, a pair of wrist guards and leg bindings, along with a bundle of medical bandages and hemostatic medicine. Also, Give me 5 military rations. How much for a detonating tag? He glanced at the money he had brought, aside from purchasing the aforementioned items. He intended to use the remaining funds to acquire detonating tags. Xiao Ye pulled out a stack of coins, keeping 2 for himself and handing the rest to the shopkeeper, who had just emerged from the back room with the detonating tags. This was all the money he possessed. Upon entering the world of Hokage, Xiao Ye had taken all the cash inheritance left to him and his brother Uchiha and by their adoptive parents, carrying it with him. After all, he could only remain in this world for 7 days. Spending all his money at once did not trouble him. After exiting the ninja tool shop, Xiao Ye found himself entirely broke, yet he now possessed some rudimentary equipment and a small stack of 6 detonating tags. These gray or white items could provide him with marginally improved attributes or defense. He donned the wrist guards and headband, however minimal their benefit. As for Xiao Ye's current strength, after being partially digitized by Infinite Paradise, it was as follows. Name, Xiao Ye, ID, 130-2587, level, LV0, first stage. This level is closely tied to the personal authority of the reincarnator within Infinite Paradise and the level of each reincarnation world. Health points, 105. This attribute undergoes multiple linear changes and may fluctuate based on the reincarnator's real-time status. Current health points, 160. Due to prolonged restraint, his vitality is robust, and his health cap has slightly increased. Mana points, 85, affected by intelligence and strength attributes, with intelligence having a significant impact and strength contributing marginally. The current mana recovery rate is 6 points per hour, slightly enhanced by the reincarnator's current vitality. Strength, 82, affects base attack power, carrying capacity, etc. Intelligence, 71, affects base spell attack power, mana points, mana recovery speed, mental defense, perception, etc. Stamina, 9, affects health points, mana points, endurance, resistance, recovery speed, etc. Agility, 81, affects attack speed, movement speed, reaction time, etc. Charm, 4, affects negotiation and basic affinity, etc. Note, the values after the plus sign indicate the enhancement provided by equipment. 5 points in attributes represent the average capabilities of a normal adult, and each attribute's actual enhancement is linear rather than a simple multiplication. The reincarnator's current overall physical quality is approximately 275 of a standard adult. Xiao Ye concealed his semi-digitized panel. As an elite in the Special Operations Unit, his physical attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary person, with strength, intelligence, stamina, and agility all surpassing the basic average set by Infinite Paradise, though his charm was somewhat lacking at only 4 points, which left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. At this moment, the equipment provided him with some foundational values, though certain attributes such as resilience and wrist dexterity were not reflected on the panel. He tucked the detonating tags into his pants pocket. They were excellent, being white, ordinary quality, disposable items, with a panel description indicating that the explosion from a detonating tag could deal between 50 to 150 points of damage. These 6 detonating tags constituted a small trump card. Upon exiting the ninja tool shop, Xiao Ye chose not to approach the gates of Konoha village again, but instead altered his path, meandering toward another direction of the village. He needed to find a way to break through his predicament. This area was relatively marginal within Konoha village. The house before him was not shabby, yet it appeared quite old, evidently having not undergone repairs for a long time. The gate was tall, hinting at past grandeur, but the faded structure indicated that its owner had experienced a decline. Given that Danzo's root organization had mobilized, it was certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen Zambu were also busy. At this hour, he should be executing surveillance and lockdown tasks, not at home. Xiao Ye reached out to push the heavy wooden door. Just as he opened a narrow gap, he paused in his actions. Within the less than 1 centimeter wide crack, he could see a thin, transparent thread stretched across the door, swaying as the door was slightly pushed open, revealing a hint of its presence through the refracted sunlight. Xiao Ye observed carefully. This was likely a spider silk that had been deliberately isolated. Had he applied a bit more force while opening the door, the thread would have snapped. A precautionary measure for monitoring? He looked up and inspected the area around the door crack, confirming that the silk was not attached to any detonating tags, and was not a trigger mechanism like a concealed explosive. It appeared to serve merely as a warning. However, Xiao Ye soon noticed other mechanisms. Rubbing his hand along the side of the wooden door, he found a thin layer of white dust clinging to his fingertips. Subtle and as difficult to detect as the silk. Intriguing, clever technique. With a smile, Xiao Ye pushed the gate open. If the silk broke, so be it. He was unperturbed. As he opened the door, he stepped back slightly to avoid the dust at the door's edge. After waiting for a brief moment, he finally stepped inside. Upon entering, he was captivated by a short blade embedded in the ground. The surrounding area was barren, devoid of greenery, clearly trampled frequently, indicating it was a training ground for ninjutsu. The blade stood upright, accompanied by some practice dummies, wooden stakes, and shurikens. Yet, Xiao Ye found his gaze fixated on that short blade. A green, exquisite-grade weapon. Chapter 5. Guidance in Taijutsu from Might Guy, White Fang. Replica, green, exquisite grade. This is a short blade imitation crafted in reference to the renowned weapon, White Fang. Equipment attributes, Strength 2, Attack Power 10, Sharpness 8, Durability 7, Resilience 7. Equipment requirements, none. Comprehensive equipment score, 25. An imitation that only captures the form, yet it can be considered a handy weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ye stepped forward, pulled the White Fang from the ground, and tossed it into his secure storage box. Should he fail to acquire better equipment, this White Fang short blade would occupy a slot in his secure permissions. An exquisite grade weapon, he had not encountered a single one in that ninja tool shop. Of course, Xiao Ye did not come here solely to scavenge for equipment and supplies. The White Fang short blade was merely an unexpected delight. After placing the items he had already prepared in the courtyard, Xiao Ye clapped his hands. I will exchange this news for your short blade. I do not consider it an unfair trade. He pulled from his pocket an art book he had fortuitously found today, placing it on the table as a gift for the other party. Let us settle this with a contest, shall we, Kai? Who are you? At that moment, a figure clad in a full set of vibrant green gymnastics attire, sporting a mushroom haircut, suddenly appeared, shouting loudly. Upon encountering Xiao Ye, his voice abruptly ceased, and in the next instant, he assumed a battle stance. His gaze watchful of Xiao Ye, who was about to depart. Maite Kai, with his strikingly poor choice of green attire, was indeed the only person around at that moment. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow slightly. It was indeed somewhat unfortunate to be cornered by Maite Kai. However, he did not appear anxious. Instead, he raised the beautifully illustrated comic book once more for Maite Kai to see. You must be Maite Kai. There seems to be a misunderstanding. I am here to deliver this to Chimu Kakashi. Unfortunately, he is not home, so I had to intrude a bit. Maite Kai's gaze followed Xiao Ye's movements until it landed on the comic book featuring a voluptuous lady, which immediately eased his vigilance by several degrees. Familiar with Chimu Kakashi, Maite Kai often saw him clutching the same edition of Intimate Paradise, even reluctant to part with it while walking or on missions. With this comic book as proof, Maite Kai believed Xiao Ye to a degree. Furthermore, upon inspecting Chimu Kakashi's residence, he noted that apart from a replica of the White Fang dagger that Xiao Ye had taken, there were no other peculiar actions, and the decor remained unchanged. Having successfully deceived Maite Kai, Xiao Ye chose not to linger and casually engaged him in conversation while heading towards the exit. Kai, are you here to challenge Kakashi? Huh, how do you know? Oh, I heard him mention you while I was trading for that Intimate Paradise. My younger brother is also a student at the Ninja Academy, and I have heard him speak of the genius Kakashi. I praised his prowess and asked if he could assist in guiding my brother and me in our ninjutsu. Both my brother and I greatly admire him. Kakashi then told me that for foundational training, it is best for ninjas to prioritize physical techniques. He mentioned a friend of his, a remarkable martial artist named Maite Kai, whose prowess is unmatched among his peers. He said that if the opportunity arises, he could introduce us. And he described your characteristics to me. Kakashi said you always don a striking green ensemble, symbolizing the Azure Beast. And when combined with the flames of your physical techniques ignited during the 8 gates, even he would have to yield to your youthful vigor. Oh, did Kakashi truly say that? Maite Kai exclaimed, his excitement unabashed, as he clasped Xiao Ye's arm, eagerly awaiting affirmation. As Xiao Ye slowly nodded, Maite Kai erupted into a joyful leap, laughing heartily. Ha! I knew it. Kakashi acknowledges me. This is the depth of our friendship and profound bond. Once Maite Kai had calmed from his exuberance, he grasped Xiao Ye's hand and declared, Friend, what is your name? If you truly wish to hone your physical skills, you may train with me. I will impart all my training methods to you. At this moment, Maite Kai had virtually no doubts about Xiao Ye. The flattery he received not only thrilled him, but also revealed many details about his interactions with Kakashi, information known only to the two of them. It was inconceivable for outsiders to possess such intimate knowledge without Kakashi or Maite Kai narrating it themselves. When Maite Kai uttered those words, Xiao Ye's brow arched slightly, for he had just received a new side quest. Maite Kai's Physical Training Guidance, side quest. Will you follow Maite Kai to undertake specialized physical training and meet the required training objectives? Quest reward, Maite Kai's favor, youthful battle garb, blue excellent. with potential additional rewards based on Kai's satisfaction with your training. Failure penalty. Kai's favor will permanently drop to negative, with a 100 chance of exposure of the lie. Xiao Ye cast a surprised glance at Kai's green attire, finding it hard to fathom that this garment, which Kai had named Youthful Battle Garb, could indeed be classified as a blue excellent grade piece of equipment. It surpassed the replica of the white Fong dagger he had acquired, truly deserving its reputation as an outfit capable of withstanding the explosive force of the 8 gates without falling apart. However, the difficulty of this task was also quite apparent. Given Kai's penchant for upside-down training even while walking, the intensity of his specialized training could be easily imagined. Yet, without any hesitation, Xiao Ye accepted the quest. Kai, I intended to have Kakashi introduce me to you for training, so I am more than willing to accept your specialized guidance. Very well, follow me. Kai led Xiao Ye to his home, where he retrieved a brand new set of youthful battle garb from a cabinet and handed it to Xiao Ye. You cannot train without the proper attire. Wear this training outfit for now, and once you've practiced my methods sufficiently, I will gift you a more fitting combat version. Upon receiving the green training attire from Kai, Xiao Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement. He instinctively examined the attributes of the youthful battle garb. Chapter 6. Black Dragon 18 Palms. Youthful Training Garb, Green Good. A customized training outfit crafted by professional tailors. Made entirely of silk produced by the Spirit Beast by Kinbao. It boasts excellent elasticity and resilience, as well as breathability and moisture-wicking properties. Equipment attributes. Constitution 2. Agility 1. Resilience 16. Defense 8. Special equipment effects. 1. Wearing this garb reduces stamina consumption rate by 15. 2. Wearing this garb increases recovery speed of all attributes by 10 while resting. Equipment requirements. Strength 5. Constitution 5. Overall equipment rating. 37. Although this is merely a training version, its defensive capabilities already rival that of standard light armor, providing comfort, bounce, and unrestricted movement. Xiao Ye donned the youthful training garb without hesitation. Compared to its attributes, its peculiar appearance and deep green color paled in significance. This single garment offered him enhancements that surpassed all the trinkets he had previously collected from the ninja tools shop. Seeing Xiao Ye in the training attire, Kai instructed, warm up first. Once you are ready, we shall engage in an invigorating duel. I want to assess your physical skills to devise an appropriate training plan for you. All right, just a moment. 10 minutes later, after warming up, Xiao Ye and Kai stood in the courtyard of his home, ready to engage. Xiao Ye was eager to determine how his specialized soldier skills would fare in the world of Hokage. Yeah, let us commence this exhilarating duel. Certainly, be cautious. Without further ado, Xiao Ye initiated the confrontation, executing his most adept technique from the Black Dragon 18 Palms, the Azure Dragon's Claw. As he swiftly stepped to the left, his left hand surged forward in a striking motion, followed by a downward slash with his right hand to the outer side of his right knee. As his right foot landed in a left bow stance, his right claw thrust forward once more, executing the Azure Dragon's Claw. Come forth. Kai's gaze brightened significantly. With a few swift movements, he adeptly countered Xiao Ye's initial strike, showcasing his remarkable agility and physical prowess. However, with Kai's discerning eye, he could easily recognize the intricacies of the Qinglong Tanjua technique, a combat skill meticulously refined by numerous esteemed predecessors. This technique, known for its lethality, has even been classified as forbidden due to its excessive harm, making it impermissible to use against one's comrades during training. Such exquisite techniques are not necessarily superior solely due to higher combat rankings. Despite Kai effortlessly blocking the maneuver, Xiao Ye's composure remained unshaken. He quickly countered with the Heilong Shibishu's Long Zhaojing and Guimang Fenchin, employing his body and elbow to strike while attempting to destabilize his opponent for a belly-to-back suplex. Unfortunately for Xiao Ye, Kai's physical techniques rank among the pinnacle of the Naruto world. His attempt to pull Kai off balance was nearly thwarted, leaving him precariously close to being thrown aside. Fortunately, Xiao Ye's reflexes were sharp, allowing him to disengage swiftly. Unable to unsettle Kai through conventional means, Xiao Ye resorted to an unconventional tactic, launching a daring groin strike. This caught Kai off guard, prompting him to instinctively grasp Xiao Ye's arm. As the unexpected maneuver elicited a phantom pain in his rear, this devious tactic bore striking resemblance to Kakashi's infamous Chidori, a technique that had often left Kai on the receiving end of mischief when training alongside him. Following this, Xiao Ye unleashed other techniques from the Heilong Shibishu, Tue, Toho, Air Long Shiju, Yulong Pan Tue, and so forth, executing each move with precision as Kai intentionally allowed them to unfold. Eventually, Mike Kai delivered a decisive push, effectively concluding the sparring session. Xiao Ye, your set of physical techniques is truly remarkable, Mike Kai exclaimed with admiration, addressing Xiao Ye. Your martial prowess appears to be at the level of a genin, surpassing the typical standards of novice ninjas in terms of strength and speed, yet you still fall short of the chunin level. Nevertheless, with such a powerful repertoire of techniques, you certainly stand out among the genin in terms of practical combat ability. Mike Kai expressed considerable approval of Xiao Ye's Heilung Shibishu. However, at this moment, Xiao Ye appeared momentarily dazed, for after fully executing the Heilung Shibishu, an unexpected notification appeared on his personal panel. It stated that the Heilung Shibishu demonstrated by the reincarnator met the standards for inclusion in the paradise. Reincarnator number 1302587. Do you consent to the semi-datification of this technique by the paradise? Following the semi-datification, this skill will exist in a form endowed with effects and attributes adjusted by the paradise. Consequently, upon the skill's formalization, the reincarnator will receive 2,000 paradise coins, 2 infinite badges, and an additional reward of paradise permission level 1 for initial inclusion. Xiao Ye, taken aback by this sudden development, quickly regained his composure. I agree to the formalization. Although he was uncertain about the changes that would occur once he entrusted the Heilung Shibishu to the infinite paradise, Xiao Ye assessed the conditions provided and surmised that it would likely yield favorable outcomes. Seizing opportunities is essential, and the Heilung Shibishu would be utilized in skill form regardless. So he prioritized securing the rewards from the paradise. Particularly, the paradise permission level 1 appeared to be extraordinarily advantageous. Xiao Ye promptly acquiesced to the paradise's request. The skill is currently being formalized, and the other rewards have been distributed. The reincarnator can review them in the paradise panel. Upon opening his panel, Xiao Ye found that new changes had indeed occurred. Previously, his level stood at LV0, indicating both his reincarnation level and basic permissions within the infinite paradise. Now, his paradise level had transformed to LV01, signifying an elevation in his personal permissions. As for the 2,000 paradise coins, they represented currency usable within the infinite paradise, currently manifesting as data on Xiao Ye's reincarnator panel, which could also be withdrawn individually. Yet, Xiao Ye remained unaware of the coin's utility, which would require exploration upon his return to the infinite paradise. The critical aspect lay in the semi-datification of the Heilung Shibishu. This transformation did not consume much time. In but a moment of distraction, the process was swiftly completed. Heilung Shibishu, active skill. This technique comprises a total of 18 distinct moves, along with initiation and conclusion, amounting to 20 actions. Individual effects. Qinglong Tanjua. When utilizing this technique, the reincarnator executes a series of 3 successive Qinglong Tanjua strikes, each inflicting damage values of 150, 170, and 190, with the final strike incorporating an additional 15 points of tearing damage. Long Zhaojing. Activating this technique grants the reincarnator a temporary agility boost of 10. Guimangfenshin. When employed, this move grants the reincarnator an additional 20 points of strength suppression against the opponent. Yi Di Tao Tao. This strike guarantees a critical hit upon connection, with critical damage increased by 150. 2A Suaho, Air Long Shiju, Heilung Shibishu. This martial art is intricately interconnected. Each additional technique executed within the Heilung Shibishu enhances the skill's power by 10. Furthermore, as long as the skill's combos remain uninterrupted, the effects of the individual techniques within the 18 will transition from temporary to cumulative. Skill consumption. Each technique individually expends 10 points of mana. Each additional consecutive move incurs an additional 5 points of mana consumption based on this foundation. The skill can also be utilized without consuming mana. In such instances, the Heilung Shibishu will retain only the base damage derived from the reincarnator's fundamental attributes, devoid of any supplementary effects or enhancements. Current skill level, level 5. The reincarnator's comprehension of this skill has fully translated into skill experience. The Heilung Shibishu has been directly converted into a semi-datification skill. Originally a mere set of techniques, the Heilung Shibishu now possesses additional enhancements for each individual strike. When executed in succession, these bonuses can even accumulate, along with enhanced power due to the number of consecutive strikes. A significant advantage. Xiao Ye, I believe I have a considerable understanding of your capabilities. Now, let us commence today's training together. With that, Mike Kai promptly assumed an inverted position, preparing to run on his hands while issuing training requirements to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, start with 1,000 push-ups and 1,000 sit-ups to warm up. I will take a quick run and return shortly to train alongside you. As he spoke, Mike Kai still balanced on his hands, dashed out of the courtyard to complete his own warm-up. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared on Xiao Ye's task list, marking Might Kai's warm-up requirements as task indicators. If, upon my return, he can complete 70% of the prescribed quantity, I shall dedicate a day to training him and develop a tailored training regimen. After leaving, Might Kai mused to himself. He was well aware of the absurdity of his training expectations. Although he often maintained a lighthearted demeanor, he regarded such rigorous exercise as an integral part of daily life. Yet for a typical ninja, this would already be beyond the limits of what an ordinary person could endure. After engaging in a preliminary spar with Xiao Ye, testing his foundational skills and physical techniques, Might Kai devised a warm-up task for Xiao Ye that was slightly beyond his physical limits. 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups? Xiao Ye wasted no time. He positioned himself on the ground and commenced the push-ups, performing each one with precision. As a soldier in the Special Forces, he had an accurate sense of his physical capabilities. He could endure 1,000 push-ups or sit-ups in succession without reaching his limits. However, executing both exercises consecutively, each for 1,000 repetitions, posed a significant challenge. He estimated that, in the past, he could manage over 70% of that total. Yet now, with his physical attributes enhanced to a semi-data-driven state, the task of 1,000 was not insurmountable. With each repetition, Xiao Ye maintained impeccable form, his hands shoulder-width apart, his body forming a straight line from head to toe, with a tightened core, ensuring his hips did not rise and his back remained straight. The frequency of his movements was also rapid. For soldiers, 40 push-ups in 2 minutes is deemed adequate, while 60 is considered excellent. Special forces often require 100 to 120 within the same time frame. Xiao Ye held himself to high standards, determined to impress Might Kai with his performance. The task rewards indicated that satisfying Might Kai during training could lead to additional benefits. The primary reward, the youth battle attire, was already classified as exceptional blue gear, suggesting that any extra rewards would likely be equally impressive. At a swift pace, he completed over 100 push-ups, feeling a noticeable ease since his physical capabilities had improved. Of course, the youth training suit played a significant role, reducing his stamina consumption by 15 and enhancing his recovery speed considerably. However, after the initial burst of vigor, Xiao Ye began to moderate his pace, incorporating brief pauses to alleviate the strain on his arms and body. Completing 1,000 push-ups in one go was unrealistic. A strategic approach was essential. Just as long-distance runners only sprint at the start and finish, pacing and judiciously distributing energy is a form of wisdom. As he continued, Xiao Ye gradually slowed his pace, shifting from over 100 push-ups every 2 minutes to a steadier 100 every 3 minutes, balancing speed with necessary rest. In the Special Forces, there existed a legendary record of 2,900 consecutive push-ups, while Xiao Ye could not match that. As long as he managed his breathing and recovery efficiently, completing 1,000 push-ups was well within his reach. The true challenge lay in following the 1,000 push-ups with an immediate 1,000 sit-ups. After finishing the push-ups, his youth training suit was already soaked through. Might Kai had provided him with a remarkably breathable and quick-drying suit, though its exceptional qualities were mentioned only briefly in the equipment description. However, 1,000 push-ups were rapidly pushing Xiao Ye to his physiological limits. In the yard of Might Kai's neighbor, he hung upside down from a robust tree branch, performing pull-ups while observing Xiao Ye intently. At that moment, Xiao Ye had just completed his 1,000 push-ups, and as he rose from the ground, the dust beneath him bore the imprint of his sweat. Without pausing, he stood for merely 2 seconds to stretch his muscles before retrieving a stone lock to place on his feet. With his hands clasped behind his head, he began the next 1,000 sit-ups. Although he had switched exercises, the change provided a brief respite, as push-ups primarily engaged the chest and arms, while sit-ups focus on the abdominal muscles, allowing some relief for his arms. Might Kai observed from his perch, satisfied with Xiao Ye's foundational skills. His commendation was not merely about physical prowess, but rather about Xiao Ye's ability to employ strategic pauses for recovery, showcasing both skill and mental fortitude. Such rigorous training, while seemingly a test of physical capabilities, was equally a trial of technique and mental resilience. Skillful training does not diminish the effectiveness of physical conditioning. Rather, it elevates one's potential. Understanding one's body through technique is an essential process, and a strong will can often enable the spirit to surpass the limitations of physical endurance. As Might Kai watched Xiao Ye complete another 500 sit-ups with unwavering determination, he knew that Xiao Ye would undoubtedly finish both the 1,000 push-ups and the 1,000 sit-ups. When Xiao Ye shouted the final count, Might Kai's voice resonated from the gate. He tossed 2 sandbags toward Xiao Ye, instructing him to strap them on and continue running. Rising to his feet, Xiao Ye adjusted his training suit for comfort before securing the sandbags to his legs, following Mai Takai without a word. The second phase of Mai Takai's training regimen had commenced, requiring Xiao Ye to run laps around the circular streets of Konoha while adhering to Mai Takai's subsequent training demands. Running to strengthen his legs was the next step. Mai Takai's guidance was evidently structured, beginning with push-ups for the arms and chest, transitioning to sit-ups for the abdomen, and now progressing to running. As for Xiao Ye's own feelings, he felt utterly exhausted. Despite the varying exercises, the consumption of stamina drew from a singular reservoir. Mai Takai led Xiao Ye on a rigorous 10-lap run through the streets of Konoha, finally halting before a towering water tower. With a springing leap, he ascended to the pinnacle, calling down to Xiao Ye to rest for 10 minutes before climbing up and down the tower 5 times. As long as you persist, you shall succeed. At that moment, Xiao Ye's vision began to blur. Though he had gained some stamina and endurance, and the youth training suit mitigated some exhaustion, Mai Takai would immediately initiate the next round of running upon witnessing Xiao Ye's perseverance. Mai Takai was testing the limits of Xiao Ye's endurance. Although the will can elevate one's spirit, it cannot do so indefinitely. As the darkness began to encroach upon Xiao Ye's vision, Mai Takai, observing other physical indicators, determined that despite Xiao Ye's unwavering resolve, his body could no longer endure. Consequently, he finally permitted Xiao Ye to rest for 10 minutes beneath the water tower. Upon receiving a bottle of water tossed by Mai Takai, Xiao Ye refrained from drinking it immediately. Instead, he leaned against the wall, resting until the final seconds of the 10-minute interval, at which point he gulped down the entire bottle in one go, before promptly commencing his ascent of the water tank. For 3.5 hours, Xiao Ye engaged in a relentless regimen of push-ups, sit-ups, laps around the circular track, climbing the water tower, and then racing back to Mai Takai's home. Apart from that brief 10-minute respite, he did not pause at all. His training within the team had never approached such intensity, as there were always intervals for adjustment and rest. Therefore, Xiao Ye genuinely felt on the verge of exhaustion, while simultaneously gaining a clearer understanding of Mai Takai's prowess. Mai Takai, too, had not been idle during the training, diligently pursuing his own practice, especially upon returning to Mai Takai's residence. As Xiao Ye removed 2 sandbags from his pant legs, Mai Takai detached 4 steel plates from his sleeves. He cast aside the freshly removed steel, gazing at Xiao Ye with a smile, and remarked, "Yeah, your resilience indicates that you possess the potential to become a formidable warrior." With these words from Mai Takai, Xiao Ye finally completed his side quest and earned Mai Takai's acknowledgement. Mai Takai initially believed that if Xiao Ye could complete 70% of the 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups he had requested, it would suffice for an ordinary ninja. Such a training volume was entirely adequate. However, Xiao Ye not only fulfilled this requirement, but also consistently pushed the envelope under Mai Takai's watchful eye, ultimately completing 10 laps around the circular track and 5 round trips up the water tower. As the task concluded, Xiao Ye was rewarded. The quest titled Mai Takai's Taijutsu Guidance side quest was marked as complete, and he gained Mai Takai's goodwill and recognition, enhancing his influence within this world. Simultaneously, as Xiao Ye was changing, Mai Takai presented him with a green jumpsuit, stating, "Try this on. It should fit well." Upon receiving it, Xiao Ye realized it was indeed the youthful battle attire promised as a reward. Youthful battle attire, blue excellent. A custom-made combat suit crafted by an exceptional tailor. Entirely composed of silk produced by the spirit beast Jin-san Bao, featuring superior elasticity and resilience, breathable and sweat-absorbent, with a degree of defensive capability. Equipment attributes: Constitution 4, Agility 2, Resilience 21, Defense 11. Equipment special effects: 1. Wearing this attire decreases stamina consumption by 25. 2. Wearing this attire increases attribute recovery speed by 15 during rest. 3. Due to the unique properties of Jin-san silk, it provides an additional 10 points of special defense against sharp attacks. Equipment skill: Battle Intent. When adorned with this gear, Shouting Burn, Youth, expends 10 mana to boost willpower by 5 and attack power by 10. Equipment requirements: Strength 10, Constitution 10. Overall equipment rating: 77. This item has been notarized in accordance with quest regulations, thus requiring no additional permissions for validation. Chapter 9. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Today's regimen is the training plan I have devised for you. From now on, adhere to this standard in your workouts. When you feel you can bear the intensity of the training, add a little more on top of that. Extreme training should be the fastest route to enhancing your foundational taijutsu. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Ye donned the youthful battle attire handed to him by Mai Takai, then continued to gaze at him. The task panel indicated that if Maite Kai was satisfied with his training results, there would be additional rewards. With Maite Kai's evident approval, Xiao Ye was curious about what further gift he might receive. Yeah, I noticed you have never utilized chakra during training. Maite Kai seemed to be confirming something as he inquired. Xiao Ye felt a stir in his heart and nodded in response. Indeed, I cannot use chakra, so I have to rely solely on physical training to enhance my strength. It appears as I suspected, Maite Kai mused, leading Xiao Ye into the house. Once inside, Maite Kai retrieved a greenish-blue ninjutsu scroll from his storage compartment and held it out to Xiao Ye. Yeah, since you have encountered me and are a ninja who is almost incapable of using chakra by nature, this is fate. Though I possess chakra, I am not adept at wielding it. Thus I have dedicated myself to the study of taijutsu. Your diligence and tenacity have earned my respect. To cultivate your taijutsu to this level without chakra enhancement is no small feat. This is a gift from me to you, or rather, a legacy. However, I need to know, what is your conviction for becoming a ninja and striving to grow stronger? Maite Kai held the 8 gates of Duinjia ninjutsu scroll firmly in his grasp, his gaze piercing as he regarded Xiao Ye. Should Xiao Ye's answer fail to meet his satisfaction, Maite Kai would not bestow this legacy upon him. Gazing at the ninjutsu scroll in Maite Kai's hand, Xiao Ye felt an exhilarating thrill upon recognizing the 4 characters on its cover. Indeed, it was the very thing he had hoped for. What is my conviction? He pondered. Recalling the essence of the Naruto series, he understood the general answer: to protect. Even if one only mastered taijutsu, it could still safeguard what is important. Looking into Maite Kai's eyes, he declared, it is to protect those I hold dear, even if I only possess taijutsu. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's response, which echoed sentiments reminiscent of his father's final words, Maite Kai's resolute gaze flickered. Kai, you all must escape. I shall hold them off. Today, I will demonstrate the true power of the 8 gates of Duinjia. This is the strength of youth. I possess that technique. I shall impose self-restraint. Watch closely. Even with only taijutsu, one can protect what is precious. 8th gate, the death gate, open. Yeah, from this day forth, you shall be known as the second azure beast of Konoha. Maite Kai handed the 8 gates of Duinjia ninjutsu scroll to Xiao Ye, stating, lacking chakra, there are few jutsu available to us. Since we cannot wield chakra's power, we shall strive relentlessly, substituting blood and sweat for strength. As Xiao Ye accepted the 8 gates of Duinjia, he realized this was the additional reward he had earned through Maite Kai's recognition. To his astonishment, the scroll was a golden hue. 8 gates of Duinjia Forbidden Technique Scroll, Golden Legend. This scroll contains the methods for cultivating the forbidden technique of the 8 gates of Duinjia: opening, rest, life, injury, dearth, view, shock, death. Each gate represents a transformation. By unlocking the 8 gates, one can unleash their potential, temporarily gaining immense physical strength. This forbidden technique, having been refined by Maite Kai, also includes various exclusive taijutsu skills: Zhao Konke, Zhou Yi Kai, Biao Lianhua, Li Lianhua, Mai Xianfeng, Mai Daxuanfeng. Side effects: when the 8 gates are opened, the body, having lost its self-protective mechanisms, will suffer significant damage during the release of power. If the 8 gates had no side effects, this physical technique would undoubtedly attain a higher level and rating. The side effects limit its ranking. Yet this skill possesses power that transcends its classification. This item has been officially documented for a mission and is of golden quality. The skill of 8 gates Duinjia remains a mystery to Xiao Ye in terms of its classification. However, the mere existence of this skill scroll, being a golden item, a legendary artifact, has dramatically altered Xiao Ye's perception. Blue equipment is deemed excellent, while golden signifies legendary status. This vast difference leads Xiao Ye to suspect that there may be other grades between blue and gold. Obtaining the 8 gates Duinjia in such a manner surely signifies a tremendous gain for him. Kai, thank you. I shall not tarnish the reputation of this legacy. With the ninjutsu scroll firmly grasped, Xiao Ye's heart surged with excitement. Those familiar with Hua Ing Renja know just how terrifying the power of the 8 gates Duinjia can be when mastered to perfection. In the night, a silver shadow flickered along the street. Kakashi, his silver hair concealed beneath a mask, appeared slightly weary after several days of monitoring the Uchiha clan stronghold, finally relishing a night of rest. The members of the Uchiha clan are formidable ninjas, many of whom possess the Sharingan, making them exceptionally adept at reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. It is exceedingly difficult to surveil the Uchiha clan without detection. Only an elite like Hatake Kakashi from the Yambu would be capable of such a feat nonetheless. Kakashi found the completion of his task to be no easy endeavor, having narrowly escaped detection by Uchiha clan members multiple times. For instance, the clan leader had seemingly looked in his direction on several occasions, exhibiting heightened vigilance, yet he ultimately remained undetected. As Kakashi approached his home, he abruptly halted, sensing that someone had been there. Gently pushing the door, he discovered that the web he had lightly draped over it had been broken, vanishing without a trace. The signs outside were quite evident. It appeared that the intruder had not made much effort to conceal their presence. Such clumsy methods. Could a mere thief have entered his home? Kakashi pondered. He would find it more acceptable if it were simply a case of theft rather than a targeted intrusion. Glancing into the yard, he immediately noticed that the white-toothed short blade he had crafted was missing. In the next moment, his eyes fell upon an object left on the stone table by Xiao Ye. As Kakashi approached and beheld the item, a shiver ran through him. Shinra Tiantang. This adult comic, his favorite, lay in plain sight on the table. Yet, instead of expressing joy, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of alertness as he scanned his surroundings with vigilance. After several minutes of sensing no immediate danger, he slowly picked up the latest issue of Shinra Tiantang, his heart icy with foreboding, realizing that someone had clearly discerned his preferences. Who could it possibly be? Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and he pondered deeply. Who could this person be? Who knows his interests, and whom has he offended? Just as he grasped the comic, a slip of paper fluttered out from between the pages, capturing his attention. Kakashi quickly seized it, and his expression transformed from surprise to intensity as he read the familiar name inscribed on the letter. His exposed eye trembled uncontrollably, filled with disbelief. Kakashi stood frozen in the moonlight, until moments later, he suddenly dashed towards the open gate, uncovering the right eye usually hidden beneath his mask. The dark crimson pupil rotated faintly in the night, the three tomo of his Sharingan rapidly transforming into the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, emanating a subtle red glow in the darkness. This was his hidden trump card. Due to the Uchiha clan's history, Kakashi seldom revealed this eye to others. He scanned the surroundings, and the white dust marks became evident beneath the scrutiny of his keen-eyed Mangekyo Sharingan. The white powder he had smeared on the doorframe was not merely for detecting intruders, but also for reverse tracking. With such an eye, anyone entering his home would leave traces of the powder upon exiting, which would not be perceivable to others, but would be unmistakable to him. Dust falling upon an enemy would scatter during their movement, leaving distinctive trails. Kakashi glanced at the roadside. Even with the aid of his Sharingan, the traces were faint, far less pronounced than expected. Although Xiao Ye had noticed the white powder near the door, he had inadvertently gathered only a light coating due to the wind, significantly paler than Kakashi's intended design. Fortunately, this special powder was crafted from high-grade materials used to forge chakra-infused weapons, possessing properties that allowed for chakra infusion. The white-toothed short blade belonging to his father, as well as Asuma's chakra blade, were both made from such materials. After realizing the powder was hard to observe, Kakashi decided to release a substantial amount of chakra to disturb the area. After a brief moment, although the surroundings appeared unchanged to Kakashi's eyes, the white powder glowed like fireflies in the dim light. Utilizing this method, along with the vision granted by his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi began to trace the path of the white powder. However, the further he followed, the more peculiar the situation became, as he recognized that he was being led towards Might Guy's residence. Upon reaching the intersection before Might Guy's home, Kakashi confirmed that this was indeed Guy's dwelling. Initially, the traces had been abundant, with dozens of glowing chakra dust particles every meter, but as he neared Guy's house, the number dwindled to fewer than 5 per meter, scattered throughout the alley. Did the individual know about his relationship with Guy, intentionally guiding him here? Kakashi contemplated the implications of the chakra markers ceasing at Might Guy's home. The person who left the note had given him a copy of Shinra Tiantang, clearly aware of his preferences and familiar with him, which was not surprising given his rapport with Guy. Nevertheless, Kakashi approached and knocked on Might Guy's door. Coincidentally, Guy was at home performing bench presses, a part of his nightly training regimen. The sound of the door being pushed open caught Guy's attention. "Oh, Kakashi, you've been away for the past few days. It's great to finally see you. Let us have a duel," exclaimed Might Guy, flipping into action with enthusiasm, his fist already flying towards Kakashi. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and slightly turned his body, choosing not to engage but rather to inquire. "Kai, did you come to my house today?" "Yes. I went to find you, but you weren't home," Kai replied. Kakashi deftly evaded another strike from Might Guy, his expression contemplative. "Is that so?" He lifted his gaze and scrutinized Guy's pointed head and eager demeanor, unable to suppress a frown of deep thought. Perhaps Might Guy was indeed a pawn in the scheme of that mysterious figure, luring me while severing the clues at Kai's expense. As for whether the message on that note was crafted by Guy, Kakashi had never doubted Guy's simplicity. If he had knowledge of Obito's information, he would have informed Kakashi without hesitation. Mr. Kakashi, tomorrow night, Uchiha Obito will attack the Uchiha clan's police office. If you wish to see your friend, that will be your only opportunity. By the way, I must warn you, Uchiha Obito is exceptionally powerful, at least stronger than you, burdened as you are by that eye. It would be prudent to bring along reliable allies. Information comes at a price. In the courtyard, I have taken a replica of Mr. Hotake Tsukumo's white fang short sword as compensation for the intelligence I provided to Mr. Kakashi. As for the latest edition of Intimate Paradise, consider it a gift for you. Mr. Kakashi, my apologies for the imposition, and I hope you will forgive me. The words on the note left by Xiao Ye replayed in Kakashi's mind. The name Uchiha Obito repeatedly sent jolts through Kakashi's nerves. He was a long-lost companion, a dear friend, and a name that should never have resurfaced. Kakashi adjusted the mask covering his right eye and cast a glance at Might Guy, firmly convinced that this matter was not orchestrated by him. After sidestepping another punch from Guy, Kakashi suddenly unleashed his full power and swiftly departed, leaving Guy bewildered, scratching his head in confusion, wondering what had come over Kakashi. 10 minutes later, Kakashi appeared in the office of the third Hokage, yet he refrained from mentioning Uchiha Obito. Instead, he proactively requested, "Third Hokage, I would like to take charge of monitoring the police office." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the elite Umbu ninja left to him by the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Kakashi's sudden request indicated he had uncovered something significant. Chapter 11, The Eighth Gate of Liberation. Wisps of smoke ascended, and the Hokage's office felt somewhat tranquil. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the slightly agitated Kakashi and said, "Very well, you shall be responsible for the police office." Hiruzen subtly raised an eyebrow, fully aware that Kakashi's eagerness concealed deeper matters, yet he chose not to probe further. As the Hokage, he had already been contemplating the observation and cultivation of the next generation of Hokage and Konoha's upper echelon. Following Minato's demise, many who succeeded him exhibited various flaws or met untimely ends. Orochimaru defected, Tsunade was a gambler, and Jiraiya was notorious for his lechery, all lacking the steadiness and qualities befitting leadership. The loss of Hotake Tsukumo was particularly lamentable. In the subsequent generation, Uchiha Shursui defected, and Uchiha Itachi would also depart after tomorrow night. Among the remaining, only Kai, Asuma, and Mitarashi Anko could be counted, with Kakashi standing out for his commendable strength and character. Furthermore, with Hotake Tsukumo deceased, the Hotake clan held little sway in Konoha, ensuring no undue influence. And Kakashi's somewhat distant relationship with his clan was advantageous. Kakashi had long been under Hiruzen's watchful gaze. As Kakashi took his leave, Hiruzen refrained from further comment. This was a gesture of trust and a test. As long as Kakashi did not act against Konoha's interests, even if he could not inherit the title of Hokage, he would still have a place among Konoha's elite in the future. Uchiha clan. In the dead of night, Xiao Ye diligently practiced the forbidden technique of the 8 gates of liberation. Establishing a connection with Might Guy was indeed a perilous endeavor fraught with vulnerabilities. He was acutely aware that Kakashi might trace him through Guy, yet Xiao Ye was confident that even if Kakashi discovered he was the author of the note, he would likely prioritize his own survival to glean further intelligence on Uchiha Obito. This could be viewed as a means to advance through the main quest. However, the assurance of safety and freedom beyond the Blood Red Night remained uncertain. After all, Kakashi was not only Obito's closest friend, but also an Umbu operative of Konoha. He would likely be under the scrutiny and control of the Umbu, potentially facing clandestine elimination. Nevertheless, it should not be problematic to endure the Blood Red Night under Kakashi's protection. As the night deepened, Xiao Ye's aura grew increasingly subdued, fully immersing himself in the flow of his own vital energy. The scroll for the 8 gates of liberation had long been activated, the corresponding skill icon flickering on his personal information panel. In the Infinite Paradise, acquiring skills through items was not guaranteed. It offered the reincarnator's semi-digitalized skills, embedding various nuances into Xiao Ye's being. However, utilizing this skill was akin to unlocking a treasure locked within a box. The key to this lock lay in employing the forbidden technique scroll, which would be collected, summarized, and ultimately infused into Xiao Ye's mind as preliminary experiential knowledge by the Infinite Paradise. Semi-digitalized skills could not merely exist as theoretical concepts. The body and mind must unify to achieve completeness. Xiao Ye must combine the two, using the key to unlock the lock for the first time, thereby successfully mastering the 8 gates of liberation. The Infinite Paradise afforded the reincarnator 3 attempts. Failure in all 3 would result in the technique being deemed unlearned. and the semi-digitalized skill icon would be erased from the infinite paradise. The paradise would cease to provide assistance, and should one wish to learn again, it would require arduous effort, akin to how Xiao Ye had painstakingly mastered the Black Dragon 18 Palms until the paradise acknowledged his proficiency. Regarding the 8 Gates of Liberation scroll in Xiao Ye's possession, it had lost the infinite paradise's validation after his attempt to learn, becoming an ordinary item usable only by the characters within the dungeon and devoid of further validation. Fortunately, Xiao Ye possessed a modicum of talent and physical techniques and maintained a solid foundation. With a resolute shout, "Open!" a delicate mist enveloped Xiao Ye's body, a subtle haze emanating from his heat and vital energy. The first gate, the opening gate, was successfully activated. Upon the opening of the first gate, all attributes of Xiao Ye's body would be enhanced by 30, while his mental resistance would increase by 50, despite his intelligence and spiritual attributes remaining unchanged. However, the side effect manifests as a gradual deterioration of various bodily parts, with a continuous decline in blood volume. The extent of this decline fluctuates based on the intensity of the 8 Gates activation, the duration, and the ferocity of combat. Upon successfully activating the 8 Gates skill in a semi-data form, Xiao Ye glanced at the skill panel and noted that, aside from the first gate, he did not meet the requirements to utilize the remaining 7. One limitation stemmed from his insufficient skill proficiency, while another arose from his physical attributes being inadequate to support such abilities. The subsequent 7 gates demand exceptionally high comprehensive qualities and impose even more formidable enhancements to the body. Of course, there exists an option to forcibly activate the 8 gates, and at present, Xiao Ye could compel the opening of the second gate, yet doing so would exponentially increase the consumption of his energy and amplify the adverse effects. Furthermore, the duration of this activation would be exceedingly brief. If the opening of the 8 gates presently signifies a burst of power for Xiao Ye, then the activation of the second gate, the rest gate, equates to a desperate gamble for survival. Regarding the activation of higher gates, projections from the semi-data system of the infinite paradise indicate that if Xiao Ye endeavored to forcibly open the third gate, the success rate would be under 10. And even if successful, he would likely succumb within 3 seconds, as his body would collapse due to the adverse repercussions. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, a sheen of sweat formed on Xiao Ye's forehead. Activating the 8 gates is, in essence, an extreme trial of endurance. After a brief activation of merely 2 to 30 seconds, his muscles began to exhibit the familiar soreness indicative of excessive exertion, while his semi-data blood volume plummeted by 10. In the semi-data state, a reincarnator's body can evade many conventional injuries through blood volume. However, it is crucial to note that when a reincarnator's blood volume falls below 50, their comprehensive attributes will begin to decline, and below 30, they will experience significant deterioration accompanied by various random negative statuses, including dizziness, deceleration, and impaired vision. Chapter 12, Yashire Sakane. Should the blood volume decline further, it could lead to a state of near death, rendering the reincarnator completely immobile. It appeared that I am slightly stronger than Ultraman, who can only fight for 3 minutes, whereas I can manage 3.5. After closing the gates, Xiao Ye stood up and quipped to himself. Given the current lack of recovery options, with his present physical attributes, a 3.5-minute activation of the gates represents the most optimal usage time. Xiao Ye then sat in the main hall for an additional 2 hours, and as the night deepened, he realized that Hatake Kakashi had not come, indicating that Kakashi had not gleaned any information regarding his situation from Might Guy. In this case, my plans can proceed unimpeded. The following day, Xiao Ye continued to escort his younger brother Uchiha into school. After seemingly pondering for quite some time, Uchiha looked up at Xiao Ye and inquired, "Brother, about what teacher Iruka said to you yesterday?" Xiao Ye gently ruffled Uchiha's hair and reassured him. "And, do not worry, I will protect you." Xiao Ye felt considerably lighter in spirit than when he first arrived in this mission, as he had gained considerable confidence in navigating the Crimson Night and ensuring his brother Uchiha's safety. However, the thought of what he must do that evening caused him to lean down, steadying Uchiha's shoulder and earnestly gazing into his eyes. He cautioned, "And, after school today, do not linger outside, return home swiftly. Moreover, regardless of what I do to you tonight, and you must trust your brother, it is a price we cannot avoid." Uchiha nodded, somewhat confused yet sincere, silently resolving, "I will also strive to protect my brother." In An's memory, his brother Uchiha Ye was still that ordinary person without even the strength of a chunin, and it should be he who protects his brother. Uchiha walked alongside Xiao Ye, and as he did so, the Sharingan in his eyes quietly transformed from ordinary black pupils to the double tomo, only to revert to their original state in an instant. Uchiha and had awakened his double Tomo Sharingan at the time of his parents' sacrifice. The pain of losing his parents, coupled with the years of his brother's unwavering care despite their lack of blood relation, had led young Uchiha and vowed to safeguard this last remaining family member at all costs. As for the calamity that Uchiha and had refrained from voicing, he believed he understood it better than his brother Xiao Ye. After all, he was the legitimate member of the Uchiha clan. And even though his young age had barred him from attending family gatherings, elders would still inform him of significant matters afterward. Uchiha and was not entirely oblivious to the undercurrents within the clan. However, he harbored no interest in the clan's plans for rebellion, even feeling aversion. Should the Uchiha clan instigate war, many lives would undoubtedly be lost, and having already lost his parents, Uchiha and did not wish to lose his brother or any remaining family. Furthermore, he held no fondness for Konoha. Over the past 2 years, the overall suppression of the Uchiha clan by Konoha, along with the disdainful gazes of its people, was palpable to Uchiha. Thus, he found himself devoid of any inclination, sharing a goal with Xiao Ye to protect his brother and ensure his own safety. Yet, possessing only these double Tomo Sharingan, the hidden power he wielded might only equate to that of a low Chunin or elite Chunin, leaving Uchiha uncertain if this strength would suffice. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ye, who was preoccupied with numerous tasks for the day, after escorting Uchiha into the ninja academy, he turned to visit another individual. In a corner of Konoha, there lay a beast farm. Here, various ordinary ninja beasts were raised, including the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan and the insect species of the Aburame clan, all cultivated from the initial stages. However, at the very depths of the farm, there existed a location that was perilous and rarely visited, known as the Serpent's Nest. This was a semi-underground, cave-like structure, artificially constructed to resemble rock, shrouded in cold darkness, with the air imbued with a foul, acrid odor reminiscent of serpents' toxins and body scent. Yet, the most alarming aspect was the sheer number of serpents within. It was impossible to ascertain the exact quantity, but the sight of the writhing mass of serpents, intertwined and devouring one another, was repugnant. As Xiao Ye entered this serpent's nest, he felt a twinge of discomfort, not from fear of the serpents, for he had once dined on snake meat during times of scarce supplies while on survival missions, having personally severed numerous snake heads. Yet, the dense congregation of serpents in this pit, entwined and consuming one another, was unsettling. Xiao Ye's gaze settled on a slender, curvaceous woman at the innermost part of the nest, clad in a long yellow trench coat over a form-fitting black mesh ninja outfit, paired with brown shorts that accentuated her lightly tanned, shapely legs. Her unrestrained attire included ninja sandals that revealed her dainty toes, and her signature purple pineapple hairstyle completed her striking appearance. Yashirase Akane. Perhaps accustomed to the company of serpents, Yashirashi Akadafu appeared far more composed in the serpent's lair than Xiao Ye. Upon Xiao Ye's entrance, the movements and hostility of the serpents within the nest intensified dramatically, as they suddenly surged towards him in a frenzied rush. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of serpent heads striking against the protective glass echoed incessantly, while copious amounts of venom splattered across its surface, only to be smeared uniformly by the serpents pressing forward. This chaotic scene drew Yashirashi Akadafu's attention to Xiao Ye's presence. Silence, she exclaimed, releasing her chakra with her command. Xiao Ye clearly observed several robust and particularly aggressive serpents among the throng, likely the Serpent Kings, immediately falling under her control. Their eyes gleamed as they opened their mouths, emitting hissing orders. The command issued by Yashirashi Akadafu was received by these Serpent Kings and relayed further, soon calming the once frenzied serpents that had charged toward Xiao Ye, who gradually retreated. However, Yashirashi Akadafu's demeanor remained far from amicable. With a swift motion, she summoned several long, yellow-brown serpents from her sleeves, their bodies coiling like thick ropes suspended from the ceiling of the nest. Gripping this serpentine tether, she swung it toward Xiao Ye, her gaze laden with suspicion as she inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Chapter 13. The seal. Upon hearing Yashirashi Akadafu's question, Xiao Ye did not rush to respond. Instead, he extended a bowl of red bean paste adorned with a few delightful glutinous rice balls towards her. Instinctively, she accepted the wooden bowl, recognizing both items as her favorites. Raising an eyebrow at Xiao Ye, she momentarily subdued her curiosity, popping a glutinous rice ball into her mouth, followed by a sip of red bean paste, instantly brightening her expression. Delicious. Observing Xiao Ye standing by with a gentle smile, Yashirashi Akadafu shed her initial restraint, indulging heartily in the treat. After a while, feeling content, she patted her smooth abdomen beneath her attire and let out a satisfied burp before turning her attention back to Xiao Ye. Compared to her initial impression upon entering the serpent's lair, her fondness for him had notably increased. She asked, "Who are you? And what is your purpose in my serpent's lair? Guests are a rarity here." Since Orochimaru's betrayal, she, as his disciple, had become a potential threat within Konoha. Some high-ranking officials were aware of her bearing Orochimaru's curse mark, and she had been under scrutiny as a precautionary measure. Over the past 2 years, her tasks, responsibilities, and promotions had all been suppressed and postponed, leading to a period of enforced isolation. Friendships were also kept at bay by the village, leaving her with little else to do but nurture her serpentine companions in the nest, consuming most of her time. Rarely did anyone return to seek her out. What then? Was this man, who immediately offered her a delectable treat, truly after? He was somewhat handsome, and he knew her fondness for red bean paste and glutinous rice balls. Could he be a suitor? Yashirashi Akadafu pondered to herself, her pulse quickening, her cheeks tinged with warmth, yet the serpents hidden within her sleeves lay coiled, ready to strike. If anyone knew Yashirashi Akadafu best, it was her master, Orochimaru. While she speculated on Xiao Ye's intentions, she remained vigilant. Should he indeed be an envoy of Orochimaru, she would show no mercy. Yet what she did not anticipate was that what Xiao Ye would say next would surpass her expectations concerning his possible allegiance to Orochimaru, igniting her excitement and shock. Through the diplomatic channel of delicious food, Xiao Ye discerned that Yashirashi Akadafu's inherent hostility had significantly diminished. He then broached a crucial topic. "I am aware of several methods that could aid you in resolving the curse mark. I wish to propose a trade. Are you interested?" Hiss. The serpents within the lair began to hiss in unison, mirroring Yashirashi Akadafu's heightened emotions, their eerie wails echoing through the space. Suppressing the urge to seize Xiao Ye immediately, she fixed him with a piercing gaze, her eyes brimming with danger as she coldly asked, "How do you know about my curse mark?" The serpents surrounding them began to converge, watching intently. Her curse mark was not a secret among the highest echelons of Konoha. They had spared her life in the hopes of luring Orochimaru back to capture him. However, aside from a select few high-ranking officials, her affliction remained a closely guarded secret. No one else could possibly know. Could this Xiao Ye truly be one of Orochimaru's subordinates? Yet this man claimed to know several solutions to the curse mark, clearly conflicting with Orochimaru's interests. "You need not concern yourself with how I know of the curse mark. You only need to understand that I can provide you with several solutions." "What do you think?" Xiao Ye replied, his gaze steady on Yashirashi Akadafu. If he could convince her, it would serve as an added layer of protection for him during the night of crimson blood. Yashirashi Akadafu gestured for the encroaching serpents to withdraw, fixing her gaze on Xiao Ye as she inquired, "What do you seek in exchange?" "Your serpent techniques. I require you to compile all your serpent techniques and teachable experiences and present them to me," Xiao Ye stated blandly. "Is that all?" Yashirashi Akadafu's expression revealed her astonishment. This seemed trivial to her. These serpent techniques were primarily imparted to her by Orochimaru. Not only were they not a family secret, but they could also be learned through the proper channels in Konoha's ninjutsu archives, albeit few were willing to study such techniques. "Indeed," Xiao Ye responded. "I am genuinely interested in your serpent techniques. If you find this unacceptable, we can negotiate different terms." "No, just this," Yashirashi Akadafu interjected firmly. If she were to entertain alternative conditions, who could say they wouldn't involve a far more arduous task? "I accept your terms. But you must first disclose the methods to lift the curse mark. Share your answer, and if it satisfies me, I will provide you with everything you desire," she asserted, locking her gaze on Xiao Ye. "Agreed. No problem," Xiao Ye replied readily, nodding in agreement without hesitation as he noted the newly triggered side quest on the Paradise panel. With the assurance of infinite paradise, he felt no fear of Yashirashi Akadafu reneging on their agreement. He trusted that within the confines of infinite paradise's scenarios, the rules would invariably supersede those of the characters within. This also served as a test of infinite paradise, gauging whether it possessed absolute authority in such scenarios. Should the designated rewards for tasks be revoked by the characters, Xiao Ye would approach future interactions with more caution. Observing the eager yet somewhat impatient gaze of Yu Shirtai Hongdo, Xiao Ye calmly uttered 2 words, "Sealing." "Sealing?" "Indeed. As long as we conceal Orochimaru, the heavenly curse mark will immediately lose its efficacy due to isolation. Until the curse mark disappears," Xiao Ye elucidated. However, it was evident that Yu Shirtai Hongdo was exceedingly dissatisfied with this answer. With a furious expression, she glared at Xiao Ye and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't what you said tantamount to saying nothing at all? Sealing, do you not know who Orochimaru is? Are you unaware of his strength? He is one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, the most outstanding disciple of the 3rd Hokage. You think merely mentioning sealing is simple. But have you considered how formidable one must be to seal such a powerful entity? Attempting to seal such a strong opponent may be even more challenging than killing him outright. Chapter 14. The Grievance of Yu Shirtai Hondo. Of course, I am aware of all this, but I did not suggest that you tackle it alone. Then can you deal with Orochimaru? Yu Shirtai Hondo skeptically scrutinized Xiao Ye from top to bottom, finding it hard to believe that Xiao Ye could contend with a legendary Sannin. Moreover, he was an unknown entity, and she had never heard of his reputation. Xiao Ye shook his head. Of course, I am not the one to confront him. Yu Shirtai Hondo's expression soured, feeling as though Xiao Ye was mocking her, and she was on the verge of exploding. However, I possess methods to deal with him. Xiao Ye maintained his calm demeanor, proceeding at a measured pace. I have 3 plans, 2 of which you might be able to implement right now, while the third can serve as a backup if the first 2 do not succeed. Let me clarify, I will only provide the methods. And while there is a substantial chance of success, whether or not it comes to fruition ultimately depends on you. If you are unable to accomplish it, it will not be due to any inadequacy in my plans, and the responsibility will not rest with me. Xiao Ye first cautioned Yu Shirtai Hondo, then commenced detailing the 3 sealing plans tailored for her. The first, the Shiki Fuin, Corpse Demon Seal, requires one to pay with their own life to seal Orochimaru. The third Hokage knows this technique. Whether he is willing to assist you in sealing Orochimaru, I cannot say, but you may request him to teach it to you, and then seek others to aid you in sealing Orochimaru. Yu Shirtai Hondo, given your status and abilities, surely finding a few capable individuals in Konohagakure or coercing some puppeteers outside the village should not pose a significant challenge, correct? However, the greatest difficulty with this technique lies in its steep learning curve and short casting range. If one lacks the requisite strength, even if they learn it, they may not be able to seal Orochimaru effectively, or they might only manage to seal a fragment of his soul. Thus, I recommend, if possible, to have the third Hokage take action personally, as the probability of success would be highest. Furthermore, it is best not to delay. The older the third Hokage becomes, the lower the chances of successfully sealing Orochimaru will be. Of course, I have stated that I will provide you with feasible plans that will allow you a certain probability of accomplishing this task. And my chosen target is for the third Hokage to intervene. It remains uncertain whether you are willing to steel your heart for this endeavor. Xiao Ye's gaze fixed intently on Yu Shirtai Hondo, and including the third Hokage in his calculations was indeed somewhat risky. He was essentially wagering that Yu Shirtai Hondo's sense of belonging to Konohagakure was not particularly strong at this moment. After all, she had lost her freedom in Konohagakure, being persecuted due to her connection with Orochimaru, only appearing publicly during the Chunin exams of Team 7. At that point, she was gradually liberated from obscurity. Even after her release, she lacked a significant identity or status. Being a new ninja did not include her. The 12 ninja of Konohagakure and other ordinary ninjas were all learning under other mentors, leaving Yu Shirtai Hondo without the opportunity to cultivate her own direct descendants. Her appointed role was merely as a judge for the Chunin exams, a position she fulfilled once every 2 years, otherwise remaining idle. While it appeared to be a commendable position, in truth, even the gatekeepers of Konohagakure held more real authority. When compared to others of her generation, such as Hatake Kakashi, who was an elite in the Umbu and a trusted aide of the 4th Hokage, and Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the 3rd Hokage, who was sent to serve as a protector of the 12 shinobi, Yu Shirtai Hondo seemed to pale in comparison. Kakashi was seen as a pillar of strength and a candidate for the Hokage, ultimately becoming the 6th Hokage. Asuma returned as a core figure of Konohagakure after enhancing his prowess, participating in emergency meetings hosted by the Hokage during critical threats from Akatsuki. As for her peers, the stature of her fellow instructors, Might Guy and Yuhi Kurenai, was reflected in their disciples. Kurenai's students included Hinata Hyuga, Hiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame, far more influential than Asuma's. Especially since the Hyuga clan held a reputation rivaling that of the Uchiha clan, the names they bore represented Kurenai's standing in Konohagakure. Being able to guide the heirs of the most prominent families in the village conferred immense prestige upon her. Might Guy, on the other hand, was particularly formidable, being the only one who chose his own disciples, earning respect solely through his capabilities, as strength equated to status. Unlike others who were assigned students, Guy's choice of Rock Lee signified his autonomy and the internal respect he commanded within Konohagakure. And Yu Shirtai Hondo? She possessed nothing, compared to her contemporaries. After losing her connection to Orochimaru, even once she was no longer in obscurity, she found herself devoid of a place in Konohagakure, lacking direct descendants, and certainly not belonging to anyone's lineage. Yu Shirtai Hondo was likely harboring resentment, and rightly so. This was evident in her subsequent actions. During key events such as the invasion of the Sound Ninja Village and the Akatsuki's incursions, she never stepped forward to defend Kanehagakure. It was only during the Fourth Great Ninja War that she joined the fray, without establishing any significant achievements. Only after the Fourth War did Yushitai Hondo finally redeem herself, earning the right to serve as a relatively leisurely teacher in the new generation of Hokage. Her eyes flickered with complexity, cold one moment, contemplative the next, exuding murderous intent, only to subsequently exhibit considerable hesitation. This time, Yushitai Hondo pondered extensively. She even contemplated whether capturing the seemingly treacherous Xiao Ye and delivering him to Kanehagakure would restore the village's trust in her and absolve her of her supposed transgressions. However, upon reflecting on her current predicament and the unfounded accusations against her, she ultimately abandoned that notion. Even if she were to hand over Xiao Ye, it would not alter her circumstances in any significant way. As a member of Mai, she still possessed a fundamental sense of belonging, preventing her from plotting against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ultimately, Yuji Ai Hong took a deep breath, her gaze complex as she regarded Xiao Ye, saying, "Let us set this plan aside for now. Did you not mention that you have 3 proposals? Please, do elaborate on the other 2. Chapter 15. The ownership of divine artifacts. The second option involves sealing-type ninja tools. Divine artifacts such as the legendary Tenketsu sword and the red gourd along with the amber mirror. These can seal enemies without requiring the user to be proficient in sealing techniques, and they bear minimal side effects. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, Yuji Ai Hong could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation, responding, "Surely, you do not believe that acquiring such legendary artifacts would be simpler than having the third Hokage sacrifice his life to utilize the Shiki Fuin to seal Orochimaru on my behalf?" Yuji Ai Hong found Xiao Ye's ideas rather fanciful. The Tenketsu sword, the red gourd, and the amber mirror were all divine artifacts. Were it not for Xiao Ye's suggestion that, disregarding the difficulty, these were indeed feasible methods, Yuji Ai Hong would have been inclined to dismiss him outright. Yet Xiao Ye exuded an air of confidence. "Look at you, growing impatient. Since I have mentioned these, I naturally know the whereabouts of these 3 divine artifacts." "Really?" "Of course," Xiao Ye replied earnestly, gesturing to the ground. "Let us first discuss the red gourd and the amber mirror. These 2 sealing artifacts are actually a pair, serving similar functions by sealing enemies through incantations or verbal responses, making them unpredictable. As for their whereabouts, it is quite straightforward. They are in the possession of the deceased brothers, Jinjiao and Injiao. The method to acquire them is also simple. In Mai, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, once created a forbidden technique known as the Edo Tensei. If you can learn this technique and locate relics bearing the aura of Jinjiao and Injiao, you can resurrect them through Edo Tensei. At that time, they will carry these 2 artifacts with them, and not only those, but also the 7-star sword, the banana fan, and the Hoken rope, totaling 5 divine artifacts that would be yours. Moreover, Jinjiao and Injiao are formidable. Together, they are on par with the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages, yet under the control of Edo Tensei, they would become your most obedient immortal puppets. By then, sealing Orochimaru with the red gourd and the amber mirror would be a mere task. It is not beyond possibility to defeat Orochimaru directly with the combined strength of Jinjiao and Injiao, eliminating the threat once and for all. Xiao Ye observed Yuji Ai Hong, who leaned slightly forward, her eyes shimmering, indicating that she was somewhat tempted. However, the Edo Tensei belonged to forbidden techniques, and it was indeed difficult for an ordinary person to access. Xiao Ye shifted his gaze from Yuji Ai Hong, as her reaction confirmed his suspicions. If anyone in the realm of Hokage were to master Edo Tensei, it would undoubtedly be Orochimaru. As Orochimaru's disciple, much of his legacy was sealed and confiscated by Mai after his defection. Yet, Yuji Ai Hong had some prior exposure to Orochimaru's forbidden techniques and research. At the very least, she might know where the Edo Tensei had been hidden after being confiscated by Mai. "Do not rush," Xiao Ye said, stepping back slightly, prompting Yuji Ai Hong to realize her slight loss of composure. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, growing increasingly expectant as she recognized Xiao Ye's competence. With a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, Yuji Ai Hong urged him, "Are there not other methods? Please, continue." Once assured that Yuji Ai Hong had cast aside any doubts or hostility, Xiao Ye relaxed significantly, sitting down on the stone steps and slowly continuing. "The method of sealing that remains is the Tenketsu sword, which I also know the location of. Along with the Yada mirror, it is in the possession of Uchiha Itachi, and compared to the red gourd and the amber mirror, which require specific conditions to seal enemies, the Tenketsu sword is much simpler to use. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi possesses the strength to successfully seal Orochimaru. Upon hearing the name Uchiha Itachi, Yuji Aihong's heart raced as she sat beside Xiao Ye. The name Uchiha Itachi was renowned, even as a peripheral figure in Mai. She frequently heard tales of his prowess. Sitting next to Xiao Ye, she glanced at him, then at the Uchiha clan's fan insignia emblazoned on his attire. And with a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Do you have a way to contact Uchiha Itachi and enlist his help? Do you know him?" Xiao Ye nodded, considering having watched the anime as a form of acquaintance. Yuji Aihong was filled with curiosity. If Xiao Ye indeed knew Uchiha Itachi and had such connections, why had she never heard of this Uchiha Ye, a name so obscure? Yet Xiao Ye's attire undeniably marked him as a member of the Uchiha clan. Yuji Aihong began to harbor doubts again. Xiao Ye was not inclined to allow Yuji Aihong to question him further. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and forcefully etched concentric circles into the stone steps, resembling the cross-section of a Swiss roll. He showed this to Yuji Aihong, stating, "Our primary strategy for dealing with Orochimaru revolves around sealing, particularly utilizing these divine artifacts for that purpose. However, I must share this final option with you, which serves as a safety net should the first two plans fail." Xiao Ye pointed at the swirling patterns and said, "The Uzumaki clan, one of the oldest clans in the ninja world, is renowned for its formidable sealing abilities, exemplified by legendary ninja like Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mido. For instance, Uzumaki Mido sealed the fully realized Nine-Tails beast, mastering sealing techniques unparalleled in the ninja world. However, the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were feared and attacked by numerous nations and clans, leading to the downfall of the land of whirlpools and the destruction of Yuzushiobikure, leaving the clan's remnants scattered across the ninja world. Your third objective is to secure the assistance of the Uzumaki clan members. Fortuitously, you have an opportunity at present. Perhaps you have heard of the name Uzumaki Naruto, the orphan of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. If the previous objectives prove unattainable, you might consider befriending him." Xiao Ye stood up, dusting off his hands. "Well, I have shared all I know about how to seal Orochimaru and assist you with the curse of heaven. Now, it is your turn to fulfill my request and hand over all your snake techniques." Yuji Aihong sat on the steps, contemplating her options. It was not that she was unwilling to part with her jutsu. Rather, she felt Xiao Ye's intentions were not entirely pure and pondered whether she could gain leverage over him. Chapter 16. A Genjutsu Ninja? Yet, just as she rose to act upon her thoughts, the light in Yuji Aihong's eyes momentarily dulled. She turned around with a vacant expression and walked rhythmically to a stone slab deep within the serpent's lair, tapping it gently. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed as a mechanism activated, revealing an intricately carved stone compartment. Xiao Ye peered inside, discovering numerous treasures, ninjutsu scrolls, an abundance of high-quality explosive tags, and various obscure materials and documents. Yashuxi Hongdo sifted through the contents, soon extracting all the ninjutsu scrolls and several handwritten notes, before turning back to maintain her dazed demeanor and handing them to Xiao Ye. It was only after Xiao Ye received these items with a peculiar look that Yashuxi Hongdo suddenly jolted, her body tensing like a lion poised to pounce. The snakes hissed. Yet she gazed at Xiao Ye with fear in her eyes, anxiously asking, "What did you just do to me?" Yashuxi Hongdo retreated step by step. "You used an illusion technique on me, didn't you?" Her face turned wary, the gravity of the situation dawning on her. Illusion ninjas are undeniably the most perilous among all ninja types, their methods intangible and terrifying, rendering one defenseless. Just moments ago, her body had been utterly beyond her control, as if her spirit had been caged. From an observer's perspective, Yashuxi Hongdo watched helplessly as her body, like a marionette, was manipulated to reveal her hidden treasures and deliver them to Xiao Ye. This powerlessness instilled profound terror within her. She had not even recognized how she had fallen victim to such a fate. Confronted with the unknown dread, Yashuxi Hongdo dared not act rashly again. Observing her current state in conjunction with her previous demeanor, Xiao Ye felt reassured. It appeared that Yashuxi Hongdo had indeed contemplated reneging on her promise to deliver the task rewards. However, the task validation by the Infinite Paradise is an absolute authority within the realm governed by the Paradise. The moment Yashuxi Hongdo intended to withdraw, she was compelled by the Paradise to fulfill the reward distribution. Of course, she was unaware of these machinations. Nonetheless, Xiao Ye was pleased to exploit this misunderstanding to his advantage. With a mysterious smile, he said nothing, and as Yashuxi Hongdo's heart raced with apprehension, he produced a note from his pocket, stepping forward to calmly adjust her stiff coat, tucking the pre-prepared note into her lapel. He then delicately brushed aside her shoulders, clothing, and hair, exposing the Tenji curse seal, and remarked, "This is a plan I prepared for you. You should consider whether to follow it. Trust me, if you wish to rid yourself of the Tenji curse seal. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity you will have in recent years, perhaps even longer." Yashuxi Hongdo, too preoccupied to notice her exposed vulnerability, dared not question or resist Xiao Ye's actions. After being reprimanded by Infinite Paradise, she regarded Xiao Ye as an invincible master of illusion. The bolder his actions, the less she felt capable of responding. Fortunately, Xiao Ye seemed to possess only a mild interest in her Tenji curse seal. After a brief observation and a warning, he turned to leave. Once Xiao Ye's figure had fully departed the serpent's lair, Yashuxi Hongdo's eyelashes fluttered, and her taut body finally relaxed. After a long breath, she retrieved her garment that had slipped from her shoulder, covering the Tenji curse seal once more, and immediately pulled out the note Xiao Ye had tucked into her clothing. Examining its contents, a meticulously detailed plan unfolded before her eyes. As she perused the intricately linked strategies, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. Such ruthlessness, such meticulous calculations. Yashuxi Hongdo struggled to assess the plan tailored for her by Xiao Ye, acknowledging its thoroughness and high probability of success. Yet, if she were to follow the instructions on the note, Konoha would undoubtedly descend into chaos, division, decay, hatred, and war. Each negative term manifested vividly in her mind. Should she protect Konoha or act in self-interest? With a flick of her hand, Yashuxi Hongdo tore the note into tiny fragments, casting them into the serpent's lair to be devoured by the serpents, erasing all traces. She was well aware that Xiao Ye had his own motives. But what did that matter to her? Yashuxi Hongdo followed closely behind Xiao Ye as she exited the beast shop, an hour later making a rare appearance at the core of Konoha's administrative building. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. Upon arriving home, he examined the items Yashuxi Hongdo had entrusted to him. This comprised her entire set of skills, along with a meticulously annotated manual. As these items were rewards from a task, they bore the validation of Infinite Paradise, allowing Xiao Ye to utilize them directly. Xiao Ye first picked up the collection pertaining to snake techniques, which included several ninjutsu scrolls, techniques for snake cultivation, shadow snake hands, extinguishing chaotic snakes, ninjutsu for dual snakes in combat, and others like the auspicious snake crossing the river and snake dance of dust. Reviewing their evaluations, he found them to be minor techniques, decent, but lacking in exceptional prowess. Orochimaru had defected too early. Although Yashuxi Hongdo was his apprentice, he merely regarded her as a tool, and she had not mastered his most formidable secrets. Xiao Ye set aside the majority of these scrolls, having no intention of learning them. The 8 gates of Duanjia and the Black Dragon 18 hands combination were not inferior to these snake techniques, and he saw no necessity in acquiring them. Furthermore, he had no interest in raising snakes himself. Had there been Orochimaru's triple gate of resurrection, impure world reincarnation, or the 8-headed serpent technique, he might have considered studying them. After putting away the scrolls he deemed unworthy, Xiao Ye turned his attention to the last 2 remaining ninjutsu scrolls in his possession. These were his true objectives. Chapter 17. Perception Passive, Snake Vision, Snake Scent. Indeed, these were 2 skills that had never appeared in the Naruto anime, but which Xiao Ye surmised, through intuition and reasoning, might be possessed by practitioners of snake techniques like Yashuxi Hongdo and Orochimaru, particularly those who had undergone serpent transformation. Snake Vision, a passive skill developed by Orochimaru through self-research and experimentation. Upon mastering this technique, one can permanently simulate the sensory organs of a snake, enabling the perception of subtle thermal variations in the environment. Even in complete darkness, one can precisely locate warm-blooded creatures, possessing infrared sensory capabilities akin to that of a snake. This passive skill consumes energy continuously, requiring 1 mana point for 30 minutes. The sensory range is 15 meters. Orochimaru struggles to comprehend the essence of infrared perception, mistakenly interpreting it as a form of visual capability. Snake Scent, a passive skill, this unique ninjutsu has been developed through Orochimaru's own research and insights. Upon mastering this ninjutsu, one can permanently utilize their own energy to simulate the sensory organ of serpents, the Jacobson's organ, enabling the detection of faint molecular scents in the environment. This constitutes a form of chemical perception, allowing the analysis of various information present nearby through the perceived scent molecules. This passive skill incurs a continuous cost, consuming 1 mana point over 30 minutes. The skill's detection range extends to 150 meters. Orochimaru has yet to establish a comprehensive chemical knowledge system, leading to the misinterpretation of this ability as merely olfactory. Gazing at the 2 scrolls of passive sensory ninjutsu before him, Xiao Ye felt no hesitation and promptly chose to employ them. With snake scent for distant vigilance and snake sight for close-range thermal observation, complemented by his own vision, he aimed for a multifaceted perception. Although the quality of these two ninjutsu was merely rated as fine within the Infinite Paradise's appraisal, Xiao Ye believed that their combined practicality could undoubtedly rival a superior blue-rated passive skill. After utilizing these two scrolls, the power of the Paradise began to simulate the first round of operation within Xiao Ye's body. A portion of his mana, the energy residing within him, gathered at his cheek, while another part commenced its flow towards the upper palate of his mouth. They began to simulate the formation of sensory organs, the cheek pouch and Jacobson's organ, completely composed of energy at those two locations. This simulation represented the core function of these two sensory passive skills. The Paradise first instructed Xiao Ye, who then attempted to replicate the process several times until he could sustain the existence of these two organs indefinitely, thus mastering the two passive ninjutsu. Furthermore, he retrieved the experience notes from Yushoshi Hondo. Under the appraisal of the Paradise, this document served no other purpose than as a skill experience book, enhancing the proficiency of Yushoshi Hondo's serpent techniques, commonly referred to as skill mastery in the game. Although Xiao Ye had not learned all of Yushoshi Hondo's techniques, which seemed somewhat wasteful, he pressed the experience notes against himself, and a flood of insights began to inundate his mind. He automatically absorbed the knowledge from Yushoshi Hondo's training in these two sensory ninjutsu. Before long, the Paradise presented a prompt before him, indicating that Xiao Ye had progressed to the second stage with these two ninjutsu. The skill level surged directly from LV1 to LV11. The effects of both snake sight and snake scent experienced a notable enhancement. Specifically, the infrared perception range of snake sight expanded from the original 15 meters to a remarkable 30 meters, while the chemical perception range of snake scent doubled from 150 meters to 300 meters. The passive consumption of both skills was halved as well, resulting in a complete enhancement, effectively doubling their overall efficacy. Consequently, the quality tier of both passive skills transformed following their elevation to the second stage, shifting from fine to a blue, excellent rating. It appeared that the tier of a skill evolves in tandem with the growth of its proficiency. The higher the skill level, the more potent its effects, ultimately leading to a superior appraisal quality. At present, Xiao Ye possessed two passive sensory skills, both elevated to a blue, excellent quality. His 8 ninjutsu techniques were gold-tier legendary skills, while the Black Dragon 18 palms represented his self-created appraised skill, currently rated as excellent. With a solid foundation in close combat, perception, and explosive power, Xiao Ye had developed a relatively practical combat system. While not entirely flawless, it was sufficiently exceptional to enhance his capabilities significantly. Once the two skills and the experience notes were expended, the task reward appraisal from the Infinite Paradise dissipated, reverting them to their ordinary state. Xiao Ye stored them away, recognizing their continued utility. Exiting, he glanced at the sky, noting that it was still not yet noon. At the Ninja Academy, Xiao Ye met with Uchiha, who had been waiting for him at the entrance. Earlier that morning, as he accompanied Uchiha into school, Xiao Ye had instructed him to request leave from Heirika in advance. "Let us depart," Xiao Ye said, guiding Uchiha away from the academy while handing him the recently utilized scrolls of snake sight and snake scent, along with Yushoshi Hondo's experience notes. Uchiha, perplexed by Xiao Ye's intentions, looked at the items in his hands, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Brother, what are these?" As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was accustomed to studying various esteemed ninjutsu from his family, such as the Fireball Technique and Great Fireball Technique. Therefore, he could not fathom why Xiao Ye had suddenly thrust several serpent ninjutsu scrolls into his arms. Xiao Ye cast a glance down at him, ruffling his hair but adopting a notably stern tone. "Do not overthink it. Right now, immediately memorize every single detail, etching it into your mind. You will need it in the future." He locked eyes with his brother, emphasizing, "Remember, you only have a little over half a day to accomplish this. Endeavor to do so." Understood. Although Uchiha did not grasp the necessity of memorizing the content of the scrolls when they were already in his possession, he trusted his brother. He unfurled the ninjutsu scrolls beside Xiao Ye, diligently striving to memorize the contents as they walked back together. Watching Uchiha recite earnestly, Xiao Ye felt that he had adequately prepared his contingencies and now awaited the culmination of the Blood Moon Night. Chapter 18. The Sharingan is better left unused. Time flowed steadily, and within the confines of Xiao Ye and Uchiha's home, Xiao Ye was verifying Uchiha's recitation of the snake sight and snake scent scrolls. This marked Uchiha's third consecutive recitation. Upon concluding the final recitation, Xiao Ye gently closed the ninjutsu scrolls and glanced outside, where the night had fully descended, with a full moon hanging high. Uncertain of when Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito would initiate the Blood Moon Night, Xiao Ye recognized the need to finalize his preparations. He reached out to ruffle Uchiha's head, observing him intently. Feeling the weight of his brother's gaze, Uchiha experienced a sense of discomfort, having never seen Xiao Ye so serious before. "Brother, are you? Do you trust me?" Xiao Ye inquired, locking his gaze onto Uchiha's eyes. After contemplating for a moment, he added, "Or rather, if I were compelled to harm you, would you still trust me implicitly?" "Of course, brother." "Brother, is a calamity approaching?" Uchiha, perceptive as he was, sensed the unusual nature of recent events, including Xiao Ye's requests of him today. "Yes." Xiao Ye refrained from elaborating further, instead placing a hand before Uchiha's eyes, instructing him, "Close your eyes and refrain from overthinking." Uchiha obediently shut his eyes, trusting his brother completely. At the moment Uchiha's eyes closed, Xiao Ye's fingers transformed into claws. A piercing scream erupted as Uchiha clutched his bleeding eye sockets in shock. On the other side, with a low, mournful scream, Uchiha Itachi covered the mouth of his opponent, the first member of the Uchiha clan having perished at his hands. Meanwhile, near the Konoha police office, Uchiha Obito stealthily struck, using Kamui to suffocate the first Uchiha ninja. Xiao Ye gazed into Uchiha's hollow eyes, opening his arms as if to let Uchiha survive amidst the chaos of this blood-stained night. The pair of Sharingan in his hands was the unavoidable price to pay, even if it transformed from a double tomo to a triple tomo the moment he extracted it. Uchiha Itachi moved swiftly. As an outsider to the Uchiha clan, Xiao Ye lived on the fringes, residing closer to the outskirts of the clan's domain rather than its core. After Uchiha Itachi had cut down 4 or 5 members of the Uchiha clan in the dark of night, he leaped into Xiao Ye's dwelling. Upon entering, he found Xiao Ye and Uchiha seated solemnly in the center of the main hall. Itachi raised his blade. The family was not asleep, so he would strike them down. He was confident he could silence them during the slaughter. Before the massacre, Itachi had access to all intelligence on the Uchiha clan through cooperation with Konoha and the relatively weak Xiao Ye, raised within the clan, along with Uchiha, who was still in the Jonin Academy, posed no threat. But why was that child's eyes wrapped in bandages? There was no time for curiosity or contemplation. Uchiha Itachi advanced with his knife drawn. Itachi, the very source of all this turmoil stemmed from these eyes. Without them, would there be any justification for the bloodlust and hatred? The night was eerily silent. Xiao Ye's slow-spoken words halted Uchiha Itachi's steps. Yet at that moment, Itachi stood before Xiao Ye and Uchiha, the blood-stained blade poised at Xiao Ye's throat. It was then that he saw Xiao Ye's outstretched hand, cradling 2 blood-soaked eyeballs wrapped in gauze. Uchiha, beside him, timely removed the bandages from his own eyes, revealing the gory hollows within. It was obvious whose eyes they were. Even the typically composed Uchiha Itachi felt a tremor in his hand. For the first time, he lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Ye's. How ruthless! Xiao Ye cast a sidelong glance at his own collarbone. Itachi's blade was incredibly swift, leaving a mark of blood at his shoulder in a mere moment of hesitation. Xiao Ye's heart raced to its peak. To protect Uchiha, he had wagered his very life. Although ninjas are often cold and calculating, having watched Naruto, Xiao Ye dared to gamble on the softness hidden within Uchiha Itachi's heart. Xiao Ye spoke calmly. "You may wonder why I am so heartless, but he is my brother." The word brother struck Itachi's heart like a bolt of lightning. Itachi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing every expression on Xiao Ye's face. So what? Itachi did not lower his blade, and Xiao Ye knew he had succeeded halfway. Yet Xiao Ye continued earnestly. "As an elder brother, I lack the strength to negotiate with those people to spare my brother. Thus, these are the costs that must be paid." Xiao Ye glanced at the Sharingan in his hand. The Uchiha clan's sins lie within this pair of eyes. They are the root cause. Now I hand them over to you. I wish for us to be absolved of guilt. I only wish to keep my brother alive. Uchiha Itachi frowned. "My mission is to eliminate everyone. You may be disappointed." Xiao Ye looked at Itachi unflinchingly. "Well, I hope you will spare us. I will never relinquish the choice between life and death to another. I have my own contingency plan." Looking into Itachi's eyes, Xiao Ye revealed a mysterious and confident smile. "Itachi, I have prepared explosive tags, wires, a continuously dripping bucket of water, and a balance scale to create an automatic detonator. Imagine if I fail to timely refill the bucket. The lighter side of the scale will rise, snapping the wire and triggering a chain reaction of explosions. How many Uchiha will awaken tonight? When that time comes, will you alone be able to halt the cycle of hatred and war?" Itachi's eyes narrowed further. However, He understood that if Xiao Ye truly set such a trap and the actions of Konoha were exposed, war would inevitably erupt. The Uchiha clan was already a powder keg, merely awaiting the spark for internal strife. Uchiha Itachi pointed his blade directly at Xiao Ye's heart, his gaze menacing. "Where is the detonator? Tell me." Xiao Ye smiled slightly, handing Itachi a slip of paper. Just as Itachi reached for it, intending to act, Xiao Ye stayed his hand once more. "Patience, there is more than one device." Chapter 19. Uchiha Obito. Xiao Ye seemed to anticipate Uchiha Itachi's reaction. The detonators total 3. First, go to the location I am revealing now. You should be able to reach it in time to prevent the device from detonating. Then return. I will leave a note on this table before I depart, indicating where the second detonator is located. As for the third, you will easily find it once you arrive at the second's location. Uchiha Itachi thrust his blade forward. Yet Xiao Ye, desperate to survive, appeared unfazed by Itachi's lethal threat. "Itachi, I wish to live, but if I must die, what do wars and hatred matter? I would only resent that those who accompany me to the grave are not enough." Xiao Ye retrieved a pocket watch prepared on the table, glancing at the time, and said to Itachi, "Itachi, if you do not depart soon, it may truly be too late." "Humph." Itachi shot Xiao Ye a deep glare, snatching the Sharingan from his other hand before leaping out of the room. As Uchiha Itachi left, Xiao Ye reached behind, feeling the cold sweat on his back. Engaging in a gamble with Itachi was akin to walking a tightrope. "Brother, what should we do? Should we leave now?" Uchiha's voice broke through, grasping the hem of Xiao Ye's clothing. After Itachi stormed into their home, Uchiha comprehended everything. It was no wonder his brother insisted he memorized those sensory ninjutsu. The enemy was Uchiha Itachi. Ironically, he had previously thought to protect his brother with his own double Tomo Sharingan. Xiao Ye tenderly ruffled Uchiha's hair. "Do not worry. Let us wait a while longer. It is not necessarily safe outside just yet." Outside Xiao Ye's home, Uchiha Itachi stood at the entrance for a moment, confirming that he would not leave, and that Xiao Ye would not abandon him either, before raising his hand to check the pocket watch he had taken from Xiao Ye. Time was of the essence, and Uchiha Itachi was uncertain when the trap mentioned by Xiao Ye would detonate. He could no longer afford to linger. If he were to remain here and eliminate Xiao Ye, the plan to discover the location of the other explosive device would be rendered futile. Resolving not to dwell on it further, Uchiha Itachi turned and departed for the initial location Xiao Ye had provided. Inside the house, Xiao Ye utilized his serpent sensing technique to passively perceive Uchiha Itachi's presence. Only after confirming that he could no longer sense Uchiha Itachi within a 300-meter radius did Xiao Ye grasp his younger brother Uchiha's arm. "How are you? Does your eye still hurt? We must leave now." Uchiha gingerly stood up. "Brother, aren't you going to leave Uchiha Itachi the location of another explosive device?" "What for? There is no explosive device at all." Xiao Ye pulled Uchiha along, hurrying to exit their home under the cover of night. Soon, this place may no longer be safe. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention was their best opportunity. As for the explosive device, it was entirely a fabrication conjured by Xiao Ye to deceive Uchiha Itachi. After all, he was unaware of the precise timing of Uchiha Itachi's massacre during the Crimson Night. Why not inform the Uchiha clan of Uchiha Itachi and Konoha's impending assault during the Crimson Night in search of refuge? This might indeed have been a viable solution. However, Xiao Ye and Uchiha held little sway within the Uchiha clan. Gaining the trust of the Uchiha clan within 2 days and convincing them of this information was far more challenging than Xiao Ye's current endeavors. More importantly, should Xiao Ye involve himself, he would inevitably become entangled with the Uchiha clan, making escape exceedingly difficult. Although the Uchiha clan was formidable, their downfall appeared inevitable in Xiao Ye's eyes. The most powerful Uchiha Itachi was a traitor, and the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku chose not to resist his son. As for the other ninjas within the Uchiha clan, while they were not weak, they would struggle against the multitude of families and elite ninjas from Konoha. Associating with the Uchiha clan offered no future. As Xiao Ye led Uchiha away, he cast a glance toward the Uchiha clan's police office upon leaving their stronghold. Uchiha Itachi had already begun to act, which meant Uchiha Obito would soon follow suit. A sharp explosion echoed, and a brilliant blue-purple lightning streaked across the night sky, visible even from a distance within the Uchiha clan stronghold. This was swiftly followed by a resounding blast. Xiao Ye glanced back at the source of the commotion. Seizing the opportunity as the attention of Konoha's ambushers was drawn to the Uchiha clan's compound, and without a backward glance, he pulled Uchiha away. The more chaos tonight, the greater his chances. In the hands of Hatake Kakashi, the Raikiri flickered as he thrust it toward the mysterious figure behind the mask. only for the figure to merely flinch and subsequently dissolve into nothingness, allowing Kakashi's attack to pass through and crash forcefully into the wall. The tremendous sound surely disturbed countless slumbering souls. However, the response from the Uchiha clan members in the police office was rather sluggish. At the moment Kakashi struck, Uchiha Obito had already slain nearly a third of the Uchiha ninjas. The chaos within the police office was further exacerbated by the significant losses among the clan, resulting in a disarray of mid-level command. The confrontation between Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito remained undisturbed for the time being. Kakashi faced Obito, both gazes laden with complexity. Yet, just like Obito, Kakashi could not fully ascertain his opponent's identity. Suddenly, the ground beneath Uchiha Obito surged upward. Square wooden stakes thrusting up to form a cage designed to ensnare him. Yamato. Kakashi had not forgotten Xiao Ye's warning and invoked the authority granted to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen to summon Yamato. Of course, Yamato was also his ally. Uchiha Obito deftly leaped to evade, swinging the iron chain toward the advancing Kakashi once more. But at that moment, from the shadows of the night, another dark figure lunged forth. Zai. Swaboku Ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation. Kakashi's reinforcement was not solely Yamato. A water-ink bird stealthily attacked Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Zai crouched on a distant rooftop, continuously unleashing drawings with his brush and ink. Uchiha Obito repelled the water-ink bird with his chain, his gaze shifting as he once again became intangible, narrowly avoiding the ambush. However, after evading Zai's attack, Obito's attention zeroed in on Zai in the distance. Besides Zai, another water-ink lion had been completed, and the third water-ink ninjutsu was nearly done. The Sharingan in Obito's eye spun. And compared to the brute force of Kakashi and the challenging Yamato, he found Zai, who could summon more water-ink beasts, to be the greater threat. As the space rippled visibly around Zai, Kakashi shouted, "Zai, get out of the way." Zai leaped to evade, but it was too late. In an instant, one of Zai's arms and his brush and scroll were obliterated and absorbed into Obito's Kimui space. Kakashi had anticipated this, having forewarned both Yamato and Zai about Obito's potential spatial abilities before their engagement. This outcome was still not entirely evaded. Severely wounded, Zai now lacked the means to effectively engage in battle. With two water-ink beasts still active, Zai would struggle to regain his combat capabilities until he crafted a new set of tools. To Obito, Zai was no longer a concern. Witnessing the spatial vortex caused by Kimui, Kakashi finally believed the authenticity of the note left by Xiao Ye. His expression was a mixture of excitement. He lowered his eye patch, revealing his other Sharingan, its dark crimson hue glimmering in the night. This eye bore the same power as Obito's Kimui, and he too could wield that technique. Kakashi felt a surge of emotions, a blend of nostalgia and trepidation at the thought of possibly misidentifying his old friend. "Obito, is that you?" "What?" Kakashi recalled the night years ago when the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, fell, and the intelligence indicated that the one who manipulated the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, donned a similar guise. He was the perpetrator who attacked Konoha, leading to the tragic demise of his most revered mentor and mentor's wife. As Hatake Kakashi reminisced, Uchiha Obito was once his closest friend, comrade, and rival. Much like the current Might Guy, when the identities of enemy and dear friend converged, Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss regarding how to confront Obito. Upon having his name called out, the expression behind Obito's mask remained obscured. Moments later, Uchiha Obito let out a hoarse laugh. "Hee Obito? No, you have mistaken me. The owner of this eye," he said, pointing to one of his eyes, "is dead. Standing before you now is Uchiha Madara, who seeks to reclaim everything he has lost." Uchiha Obito lunged at Kakashi and Yamato, declaring, "To create the world I desire, that is my will." Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was following the location provided by Shoya, only to arrive at a site that yielded nothing. The area was utterly barren. Itachi's long hair danced in the night breeze, the gentle wind calming him. He soon realized he had been deceived. However, his spirits remained largely undeterred. After all, the two who had slipped through the net, Shoya and the now eyeless Uchiha Azuna, posed no threat to Konoha. Whether they could escape the watchful eyes of the Uchiha clan was another matter entirely. Just as Itachi prepared to depart and continue his clan extermination mission, the commotion from the battle between Obito and Kakashi erupted, capturing Itachi's attention. His brow furrowed instantly. It must be the police headquarters. Something has surely happened with Madara. This will undoubtedly alert the entire Uchiha clan. The Blood Red Knight operation may no longer proceed. Lost in thought, Itachi suddenly felt the ground beneath him rise. His gaze sharpened as a violent explosion erupted from below. The sound was louder than the clash between Kakashi and Obito, a cacophony resulting from the simultaneous detonation of hundreds of explosive tags. Amidst the flames of the explosion, a shuriken tethered by a fine thread was hurled, embedding itself in the canopy of a distant tree. Seizing the tension of the thread, Itachi leapt gracefully, using the line as a bridge to swiftly escape the epicenter of the explosion. Ultimately, the force of the blast severed the thread, flames consumed it, and Itachi landed somewhat awkwardly at a safe distance. His once flowing hair was singed and uneven, his clothes tattered from the shockwave, though marked by several abrasions. He fortunately sustained no grievous injuries. Itachi's expression darkened as he began to doubt whether he had overlooked Shoya's explosive traps. If the tumult from the battle with Obito could rouse half of the Uchiha clan, then this explosion would surely awaken all of Konoha. Just as Itachi contemplated retreating and abandoning his mission, the ground beneath him surged once more. His eyes shifted slightly. Suddenly, dozens, if not hundreds, of earth-colored serpents burst forth from the ground, their jaws agape as they lunged toward Itachi. Amidst the swirling dust, a jet of black flames erupted, scorching the serpents to ash, their hisses merging with the inferno. Itachi swiftly evaded another perilous strike from his flank. His icy gaze fell upon a shadowy figure clad in black, revealing Orochimaru, who now stood upright, having shifted from his serpentine form. His expression was a mixture of greedy fervor and apprehension as he regarded Itachi. Many years prior, Orochimaru had developed an interest in Itachi's Sharingan. In Chapter 21, The Chaotic Scene, Tsukimi Azuki informed him from afar through the heavenly curse mark about the events of the Blood Red Night, revealing her plan to lure Uchiha Itachi to this location. The condition for her assistance was that once Orochimaru obtained Itachi's Sharingan, he would lift her heavenly curse mark. After conducting a discreet investigation, Orochimaru discerned the Uchiha family's encirclement outside Konoha, confirming it to be a veritable trap. Given this scenario, he believed Azuki's words to hold considerable truth. The current site, where Orochimaru and Itachi stood, was a battleground preordained by Shoya. While Shoya had not set any explosive devices here, he anticipated Orochimaru's arrival and prepared traps to ensnare Itachi. Furthermore, Orochimaru's presence and ensuing battle would not only awaken the Uchiha clan, but also draw Konoha's forces. After all, Orochimaru was Konoha's foremost rogue ninja. Itachi recognized Orochimaru as his adversary. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he felt chaos ensue. Everything seemed to spiral out of control. With his blade raised, he pointed it at Orochimaru, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes, an immense surge of psychic energy swirling around him. Itachi prepared to unleash the Genjutsu Tsukuyomi, determined to swiftly eliminate this threat. Itachi's illusion was formidable. Orochimaru regarded him as mere prey, oblivious to Itachi's true prowess, and soon found himself ensnared in darkness. Orochimaru's gaze began to dull, and without warning, he found himself in a stinking, dank water prison. On a frigid cross, dozens of sharp blades pierced toward him from all directions. Act! His anguished cries echoed, as Itachi stood at the only illuminated spot at the entrance of the prison, observing Orochimaru being impaled. In Itachi's Tsukuyomi, if an enemy believed they had perished, then they truly had. Yet Orochimaru was no ordinary foe. He was among the most powerful ninjas in existence. Initially, his gaze may have dulled, but as the pain intensified, he realized he was trapped in an illusion. Raising his head on the iron cross, Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with coldness, greed, and a hint of fear as he gazed at Itachi and his crimson eyes. He chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with madness, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Truly terrifying. Time within the Genjutsu stretched infinitely, allowing Itachi to take his time. He regarded Orochimaru and inquired, "Who sent you to ambush me and sabotage our plans?" As he spoke, the image of Shoya, calm and composed, flashed across Itachi's mind. Cough. Itachi, are you confused? With someone like me, I betrayed even Konoha. Who could possibly command me? I simply learned of your presence here, so I came. Your audacity is remarkable. You dare to penetrate the heart of Konoha. The blade in Uchiha Itachi's hand had been raised, synchronously mirrored by Itachi standing outside the illusion, poised before the dazed Orochimaru, executing an identical slashing motion. Since deceiving Orochimaru's death within the illusion was futile, leading to his mental demise, Itachi resolved to sever his head in reality instead. With a swift motion, Uchiha Itachi's blade effortlessly glided across Orochimaru's neck, blood gushing forth. The crimson liquid stained the dungeon floor, and Orochimaru's head thudded to the ground, followed by a trickle of blood cascading downwards. Drip, drip. These were the heavy droplets of moisture condensing from the ceiling above, unable to be restrained by surface tension, cascading down from the stone apex. Simultaneously, it echoed the reversal of time, as if the world had turned upside down. The droplets that had fallen to the ground now appeared to ascend towards the ceiling, and before long, Orochimaru's body was astonishingly restored to its original state. Then, Uchiha Itachi's katana swooped down once more. The prolonged temporal scale within the illusion could not compare to a mere instant in reality. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi had unknowingly slain Orochimaru countless times within the illusionary dungeon, until, outside the illusion, Uchiha Itachi severed Orochimaru's head. Thud. This time, there was no reversal of time. Uchiha Itachi sheathed his blade, preparing to depart, seeking Sarutobi Hiruzen to ascertain whether the mission should continue or if it was time to retreat or persist in the slaughter. However, as Uchiha Itachi turned to leave, Orochimaru's corpse suddenly underwent a violent transformation. 8 colossal tongues, connected to his neck, tore apart Orochimaru's body. The 8-headed serpent, an S-rank forbidden technique, the jutsu of the 8-headed serpent. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo awaited news. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. The room shrouded in smoke, while Shimura Danzo leaned against the wall, his hands resting on his cane. The two spoke little. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen became the 3rd Hokage, they often found themselves at odds over internal matters of Konoha. As political adversaries, these once brotherly figures rarely sat alone together. The gravity of the situation loomed large. As they awaited Uchiha Itachi's report, they had agreed that upon completing the Night of Blood, Uchiha Itachi would signal the successful completion of his mission by releasing a red flare into the sky as he departed Konoha. Shimura Danzo, half-lidded, rested in his seat, confidence in his grasp. As the one wielding the darkest powers of Konoha, he understood the magnitude of Uchiha Itachi's strength, reminiscent of Uchiha Shursui, from whom he had stolen an eye. Itachi's involvement would surely yield no unforeseen complications. Swiftly, the resounding clash of Kakashi's Raikiri and the explosive sound of Orochimaru's ambush on Uchiha Itachi erupted in succession, instantly rousing the two elders from their reverie. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The ominous news was far from singular. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo prepared to mobilize forces to investigate and defend against the uprising within the Uchiha clan, the door to the Hokage office burst open. Yamanaka Inoichi, father of Yamanaka Ino, entered with urgency. As the overseer of intelligence and wartime communications through the Shintenshin no Jutsu, he had little time for formalities. 3rd Hokage, a crisis has arisen. We are under siege from a group of unknown, mysterious ninjas at the outskirts of Konoha, and we have already suffered significant losses. They are nearing the edges of our village. Chapter 22. The Force of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Like Uchiha Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo felt the situation spiraling out of control. The notion of Konoha being attacked was previously inconceivable. Yet tonight, they had mobilized nearly all of Konoha's elite forces to the vicinity of the Uchiha clan stronghold. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Shimura Danzo, lowering his pipe, and commanded Yamanaka Inoichi, order half of the personnel monitoring the Uchiha clan to withdraw and provide support. Swiftly repel the invading enemy. No. Shimura Danzo interjected, halting Sarutobi Hiruzen. We cannot relax our vigilance against the Uchiha clan. That explosion has already alerted them. If we withdraw personnel, and the Uchiha clan erupts from within Konoha, the damage will be far greater. Yamanaka Inoichi looked to Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting the Hokage's decision. It was indeed a dilemma. Should they defend against the external threat or suppress the Uchiha uprising? Clearly, Shimura Danzo's stance leaned towards suffering the burden of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan is a deeply rooted menace. No one knows what kind of formidable adversaries may arise from their vengeful eyes. If we do not eradicate them now, we will only leave a greater peril behind. While we have relocated most of our elite and special jounin, we still have many chunin and formidable ninjas among the populace. Trust in them. They can buy us enough time to deal with the Uchiha clan. Far away from the Hokage office, on a rooftop within a distant building, Uchiha Shoya hid with his brother Uchihan, taking advantage of the chaos created by Kakashi and the commotion from Orochimaru's side. The Uchiha clan had descended into disorder, compelling the Konoha ninjas monitoring the Uchiha to intervene. Utilizing the chaos and their diversion, Shoya, relying on his snake-sensing abilities, successfully identified a vulnerability in Konoha's blockade around the Uchiha clan and escaped the first layer of encirclement. Now, the second challenge loomed: how to successfully flee from Konoha. He gazed at the brightly lit Hokage office in the distance, pondering, Hiruzen, how will you handle this situation? Will you repel the external threat or first address the Uchiha clan? Should Sarutobi Hiruzen choose to quell the internal turmoil of Konoha and forcefully suppress the Uchiha rebellion, it would inevitably leave Konoha's external defenses weakened. At this moment, Konoha was already under attack from Orochimaru's Sound Ninja and other subordinates, further stretching their outer defenses. Conversely, if Sarutobi Hiruzen prioritized protecting Konoha from invasion, he would find it increasingly difficult to stifle the collective uprising and division within the Uchiha clan, potentially leading to civil war. The chaos in Konoha was inevitable tonight. Shoya merely needed to bide his time. This would afford Shoya an opportunity to escape amidst the turmoil. Shoya had already stirred the waters. All that remained was to wait. He fully comprehended that in such a domain far exceeding his capabilities, wisdom and advanced intelligence were his only mobilizable strengths. Within the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen paced back and forth for 2 rounds before finally addressing Yamanaka Inoichi. Yamanaka Inoichi, give the order to withdraw half of the personnel from the Uchiha clan to defend against the external threat. The safety of Konoha's citizens takes precedence. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo stood. A menacing glare directed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, subtly hinting at his intent to forcibly compel him to disobey. Yet, just as Danzo prepared to act, he noticed that the once dimmed, aging eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken on an unexpectedly sharp glint. Yunfei Rujan fixed his intense gaze upon Truchen Tanzong, exclaiming, Tansong, do you intend to cause trouble at such a critical moment? At that instant, despite his lack of movement, a formidable aura erupted from Yunfei Rujan, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. A faint chakra emanated from the body of the 3rd Hokage. Truchen Tanzong's pupils constricted, and he fell into a contemplative silence. As a fellow disciple of the 2nd Hokage Jinchug Feijan, both were esteemed ninjas of their era. While Yunfei Rujan, now the 3rd Hokage, was renowned as a master of ninjutsu, Truchen Tanzong felt he had not fallen far behind. However, at this moment, Yunfei Rujan's sudden outburst of concentrated chakra revealed the disparity between them. Truchen Tanzong remained silent. Yet this only solidified his resolve to eradicate the Gujrabol clan. Power and authority were paramount. As a schemer, he knew that only sufficient strength could sustain his insatiable quest for dominance. Having acquired the Sharingan of Vajrabol Drisui, he had begun to grasp the immense power wielded by the Vajrabol clan. Truchen Tanzong pressed his palm against the bandages concealing his eyes, yearning for more such eyes. This was his shortcut. In Truchen Tanzong's silence, Yunfei Rujan acknowledged that he had subdued his mentor, friend, and political rival. He slowly removed the square hat of the Hokage, donned his samurai helmet, and addressed Truchen Tanzong, stating, we must eliminate external threats and quell internal strife. With a piercing gaze, he continued, the Vajrabol clan possesses formidable warriors. Should they incite a rebellion, even the entirety of Vuyit's forces may struggle to contain them. It would be wiser to withdraw some personnel to defend against external foes. The Vajrabol clan requires strength, Tanzong. Join me in fortifying our position. Turning to Sanjonghe, Yunfei Rujan commanded, Sanjonghe, summons Kivu Munyan to the Hokage's office for strategic oversight and emergency command in my absence. Additionally, inform Tenjin Shaochun to prepare for an influx of battle casualties at the ninja hospital. The logistical support relies on them. As for other detailed command and coordination, I entrust it to the strategic acumen of your Shanzhong and Lang clans, while the Thudog clan's ninjas will solely ensure the safety of your command center. Xiao Ye, wielding a prepared monocular, observed the swift mobilization of Vuyit's forces as they responded to Yunfei Rujan's orders via Sin's distant communication. Various inconsequential departments were dimmed, their lights extinguished one by one. Under the direction of the command center, ninjas, except those surrounding the Vajrabol clan, were rapidly deployed to fend off the incursions from Yuntin's subordinates. Chapter 23. The collaboration concludes Xiao Ye back from the rooftop to the corridor, keeping a low profile. He noticed Yunfei Rujan and Truchen Tanzong dashing between buildings towards the Vajrabol clan stronghold. This choice slightly surpassed Xiao Ye's expectations. The aged Yunfei Rujan still possessed such tenacity. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Yunfei Do ascending from below, clad in tactical attire. Xiao Ye waved her over, and she tossed several scrolls of ninjutsu to him. Her voice icy as she said, here are the items you requested. Our accounts are settled. Good. May your journey be safe. Xiao Ye accepted the scrolls into his ninjutsu pouch, nodding to Yusou Shi Hongdo, acknowledging the conclusion of their brief alliance. The opportunity to eliminate Dafuan was merely the premise of their collaboration. After Xiao Ye had informed Yu of the battlefield he had preordained for the she became fervently eager to resolve the Tenjian issue, effectively binding herself to their cause. Not only was Dalan lured for Do, but also the Yunshun ninjas outside Wuyit, including Feng, Dongwan, Doyo, Zhuojing, Yojing, and even Dashuan S vessels like Xingyu and Kalen, were prompted to launch an assault on Wuyit through the permissions granted by Dalan and the connections forged by the curse marks. The Tenjuzhou Ying was far more potent than portrayed in the anime. While it did not match the convenience of Sanzhongli Eshinjan Sun Drisu for direct communication, Do could still activate the curse marks on other afflicted individuals, signaling an attack through warmth and retreat through pain. Originally, Do's strategy was for Dashuan to confront Udrbo while awakening the slumbering Udrbo clan members, inciting chaos. Meanwhile, Yunshun would divert the majority of Wuyit's forces. Subsequently, during Wuyit's internal turmoil, Do and another insider, Yao Shido, unknown to Do, would exploit the village's vulnerabilities to incite further chaos. However, this final step was non-existent in Xiao Ye and Do's plans. Dashuan was merely their sacrificial pawn. With the current state of disorder within Wuyit, their escape was assured. With her formidable strength surpassing that of a special Jonin, Do could easily flee amidst the chaos. For Xiao Ye, the daunting presence of Unfei Rujan heightened the difficulty of his departure. Nevertheless, he had contingency plans. Let us find your mentor, Hayuka. This connection was crucial, and once Xiao Ye led Udrbo away from the Udrbo clan stronghold, the mission assigned to him by Hayuka was deemed successful. The judgment of the paradise indicated that Udrbo's blood-soaked night operation had failed. The moment the Udrbo clan was disturbed by chaos, the covert slaughter was rendered impossible. Consequently, Xiao Ye's task was automatically accomplished, with the reward from Hayuka providing protection for him and his brother Udrbo for 13 days. This was ample time. As they sought out Hayuka, Xiao Ye and Ilan encountered several ninjas hastily deployed from the Udrbo clan stronghold and various guard posts to defend the perimeter of Wuyit. Yet, everyone appeared hurried, with many, like Xiao Ye and Udrbo, blindly navigating the streets amidst the turmoil, thus evading attention. At this juncture, Wuyit had drawn away even those required to maintain order within the village. Hayuka's residence was nearby, conveniently situated near the core of Wuyit for his duties as a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Upon arriving, Xiao Ye found Hayuka busy organizing his ninja gear. As a chunin in the village and a public school teacher, he was summoned to the front lines amidst the war state in Konoha, tasked with reinforcing the insufficient manpower to fend off the large-scale assault from Sunagakure. Xiao Ye knocked on the door of Irika's home. Upon seeing the white bandage on his younger brother Uchiha's eyes, Irika's eyelids involuntarily twitched. "What is this?" Xiao Ye gently tousled Uchiha's hair and replied, "This is the price we must pay to survive." Irika looked at Uchiha's eyes with a hint of bitterness. Indeed, is the root of all this strife tied to the eyes of the Uchiha clan? Not a fool. He had long speculated on these matters due to his extensive exposure to information. Rising, he addressed Xiao Ye, "I need to provide support on the village's outskirts. Other ninja villages are invading. You and can stay here. It should be safe." Yet, Xiao Ye shook his head, saying, "Irika-sensei, we shall accompany you." Seeing the confusion in Irika's expression, Xiao Ye continued, "Irika-sensei, if the village's operations are compromised, the Uchiha clan will inevitably erupt in conflict. At that point, would Konoha and the Uchiha not become adversaries? Would you still be able to protect us then? Let us join you. Although this choice may contradict village rules, it is for survival." Obito, do you truly not remember old ties? Kakashi Hatake had just exerted all his strength using Kamui to counter Obito Uchiha space manipulation, saving Yamato from certain death. Kakashi, Yamato, and Sai found themselves in a dire predicament. Sai had been severely injured by Obito's initial assault, while Yamato's wood prison technique failed to restrain the phasing abilities of Obito. Only Kakashi, the mightiest among them, managed to launch a few attacks under Obito's leniency. Old ties. Kakashi pointed to his own eye, fixing his gaze on Obito's remaining eye. What of this eye? Moreover, you were once determined to become Hokage. Obito's expression turned cold. Feelings? If Konoha truly possessed warmth, Rin would not have perished. His eyes radiated boundless fury and hatred. Kamui. This time, Obito spared no effort. Kakashi was ensnared in a violent spatial attack, his jonin attire becoming riddled with tears, red streaks, and pain stimulating his nerves. Utilizing Kamui, Kakashi attempted to counter Obito's lethal strike, but his transplanted power was no match for the original, He could only mitigate, not halt, the spiraling force of Obito's Kimui. After exhausting his chakra, Kakashi found himself incapable of extricating himself from the vortex of Obito's Kimui. Just as his life hung in the balance, a pair of nunchaku, propelled by a fierce wind, struck from behind Obito's head. Obito flinched, phasing through the attack, while Might Guy's nunchaku passed harmlessly through his form. Simultaneously, Obito evaded Guy's sweeping kick, and Guy swiftly regained his weapon to strike again. Sonic Fong. The nearly invisible nunchaku pierced through Obito once more. Yet he remained unscathed due to his phasing ability. A chain ensnared Might Guy, flinging him away. Although Guy's attack was thwarted, it forced Obito to abandon his relentless assault, saving Kakashi's life. Kakashi, aided by Yamato, struggled to rise. Guy, what brings you here? Kakashi, did you not summon me? Kakashi fell silent. Piecing together the note left by Xiao Ye, he realized he had been ensnared in a trap. Perhaps a mysterious hand was manipulating everyone, including him, Guy, Obito, and even the entire Uchiha clan and Konoha. But now was not the time for contemplation. Kakashi gazed at Obito, fist-bumping with Might Guy, vowing to resolve the imminent crisis. Guy, together, assist me. I cannot afford to lose this battle. He was determined to defeat Obito and capture him for answers. Let him witness our bond. 8 gates release. Open. A deep green aura erupted from Might Guy, illuminating the night like a verdant sun, the tempest of energy palpable enough for Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha to perceive. However, Itachi had no time to spare for the complications arising from Obito. He was preoccupied with a colossal challenge conjured by Orochimaru. The formidable life force of Orochimaru, undeterred by decapitation, opened Itachi's eyes to new possibilities. Yet, Orochimaru did not immediately attack Itachi, but instead transformed into the form of the 8-headed serpent, enhancing his strength and, more importantly, his resistance to Itachi's Jinjutsu. What truly moved Itachi was the sight of 3 wooden coffins, each marked with the numbers 1, 2, and 4, rising from the ground after 2 of the serpent's heads struck the earth. Edo Tensei. As the first coffin's lid opened, the figure within stirred, compelling Itachi to abandon his composure. Clad in red samurai armor, the visage was unmistakable to any child born in Konoha. The first Hokage, Senzu Hashirama. Before Itachi could collect himself from the shock, the second coffin opened to reveal Senju Tobirama. The half-helmet and blue-silver armor triggered an ominous premonition within Itachi. Amaterasu. As black flames erupted from the third coffin inscribed with the character for 4, Itachi's apprehensions deepened. If the first coffin housed the first Hokage, and the second contained the second, then the third must belong to the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. The flames blazed, Amaterasu's flames possessing an unquenchable nature, burning until their target was completely consumed. Fortunately, the third coffin had yet to open, and the flames of Amaterasu had not yet reached the fourth coffin summoned through Edo Tensei. Even a heart as steadfast as Itachi's could not suppress a sigh of relief. If the first Hokage was a numerical anomaly, the second could unleash an endless array of techniques. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, represented a mechanism that no one could counter. In terms of sheer strength, the fourth Hokage might still lag behind the legendary figures of the first Hokage. However, the unsolvable nature of the Linjidru and the necessity for survival, coupled with the efficiency of slaughter, left Uchiha Itachi devoid of any potential solutions. Yet, despite this, Orochimaru's summoning of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama exceeded his capabilities. Uchiha Itachi yearned to retreat, but before he could make a move, he discovered himself ensnared by an ominous presence. Following the source of this aura, he found Senju Tobirama, whose eyes had opened, revealing intricate cracks of impure earth on his visage, as he regarded Itachi with a cold, disdainful expression. The wicked scion of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama, harboring a profound aversion towards the Uchiha family, awakened upon sensing the flames of Amaterasu and promptly locked onto Uchiha Itachi, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. A pale blue chakra rippled like water around Senju Tobirama as he slowly emerged from the coffin. The chakra surrounding him flowed ceaselessly, yet only the likes of Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru could faintly perceive the tumultuous power concealed beneath the surface of Senju Tobirama's undulating waves. Casting a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, Senju Tobirama sensed their connection. He attempted to break free from the constraints of the impure world reincarnation, but after a failed attempt, he ceased his efforts. So, it is the impure world reincarnation technique. It seems you are my summoner. Senju Tobirama drew his blade and turned his attention back to Uchiha Itachi, expressing his dissatisfaction. Although this current state is rather unsatisfactory, I find myself somewhat intrigued in dealing with this scion of the Uchiha clan. Once more, Senju Tobarama released his chakra, creating a dense domain of water-style chakra around him. With the battlefield set, his eyes sharpened with focus. Combat is not a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama also opened his eyes, but he did not engage in the imminent conflict between Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Itachi. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, taking in the members of the Uchiha clan and the Konoha ninjas who had already arrived. The sight of enemies ignited a fierce resentment among the Uchiha clan members, who had long recognized the eradication of their kin at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, an utter annihilation of their clan. The long-standing grievances erupted all at once, shattering Konoha's schemes and Uchiha Itachi's extermination measures. Both sides plunged into a deadly struggle. Chapter 25. The bewildered Uchiha clan members for Senju Hashirama. His approach toward the Uchiha clan diverged from that of Senju Tobarama. While Senju Tobarama adopted a strategy of integration among the clans of Konoha, the current carnage tightened Senju Hashirama's brow, revealing a hint of malice. A chakra power, more formidable than that of Senju Tobarama, surged within him. Sensing the violent upheaval of the control seal from the impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru's heart raced once more. Fortunately, the materials he used to summon the first and second Hokage were merely the bodies of lowly genin. Although this significantly diminished the reincarnated strength of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru felt a sense of relief. Had he possessed lesser strength himself and employed more potent and precious materials, these two might have truly escaped his grasp. Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Itachi had already exchanged blows multiple times, with Senju Tobarama's Shunshin no Jutsu applying immense pressure on Uchiha Itachi, nearly wounding him on several occasions. Damn it! Utilizing this feeble body as a material for impure world reincarnation, I can't even unleash half of my fighting capacity. Before Senju Tobarama could finish his complaints, Hashirama's broad hand landed heavily on his shoulder, his deep voice resonating nearby. Tobarama, look at the mess you've created. I warned you that your reckless experiments with these forbidden techniques would lead to their misuse by future generations. Now, even in death, one cannot rest in peace. Chastised by his elder brother, cold sweat trickled down Senju Tobarama's forehead. Fortunately, several clusters of chakra flames ignited from the sky, descending like shooting stars, effectively rescuing Senju Tobarama from his predicament. Arriving were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader of the Uchiha family, who was being escorted by his kin from the depths of the Uchiha territory. On this blood-red night, Uchiha Fugaku was initially aware of the situation and had prepared himself to face death at the hands of his son. However, he could no longer feign death. As the tide of his clan swept him along, he gazed upon his blade-wielding son, his expression complex. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama, revealed joy after an initial shock. Tobarama-sensei. As for Shimura Danzo, upon realizing that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama had been summoned through the impure world reincarnation, his expression darkened. For this ambitious schemer, while he respected his teacher, he wished for fewer authorities and powerful figures overshadowing him. Ah, it's the monkey, and Danzo too. Senju Tobarama remarked. You two have aged considerably. It seems time has slipped by so swiftly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face lit up with surprise as he looked at Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama, then at the Uchiha clan members. At that moment, no feigned words were needed. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly implored Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama, Masters, please assist me in suppressing the Uchiha clan's rebellion. This utterance caused the faces of every Uchiha clan member to shift dramatically. Such was the deterrent power of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. None dared to disregard the god of shinobi. Monkey, that may not be possible. Senju Tobarama gestured towards the nearby Yamada no Orochi, stating, my brother and I have been summoned through the impure world reincarnation technique. While our intent is indeed to confront this malevolent scion of the Uchiha clan, I would not oppose quelling the troubles posed by these Uchiha members. However, aside from this wicked child, I also sense my summoner's malice towards you through my impure world seal. It appears we might also be enemies. Senju Tobarama's words caused Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression to shift slightly. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen turn his gaze towards the grotesque form of Yamada no Orochi. Hehe, teacher, do you not even recognize me? Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Besides Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru posed a significant threat. How could he possibly be here? Moreover, it was likely that the first and second Hokage had been summoned by Orochimaru's use of the impure world reincarnation technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. Shimura Danzo, filled with rage, bellowed, Orochimaru, do you dare return to Konoha? You vile creature, how dare you privately learn and employ the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, especially on the first and second Hokage? Are you determined to persist in your folly? One of the heads of the white Yamada no Orochi opened its mouth, and Orochimaru's slimy head emerged from the serpent's maw. Ha, today is truly lively. Jitsu and Tuanzang, before you speak of me, perhaps you should first contemplate your own malevolent heart. I may have engaged in forbidden experiments, yet does that render you innocent? It is essential to recognize that some inhumane experiments are also your doing. Silence. Dashawan, today I shall cleanse Konoha and Sarutobi Hiruzen of your presence. Jitsu and Tuanzang's gaze flickered as he halted Dashawan's words, gripping a specially crafted kunai. He unleashed the wind release, vacuum blade technique, channeling wind chakra into the kunai, forming a sharp sword that he thrust towards Dashawan's body, which had transformed into the monstrous Orochimaru. With a soft chuckle, Dashawan submerged back into the belly of the Orochimaru, and the beast charged unhesitatingly at Jitsu and Tuanzang. Nearby, Senzu Hashirama cast a sideways glance at Jitsu and Tuanzang, sensing a familiar wood-style energy emanating from him. However, he chose to remain silent. Senju Tobarama also faintly detected traces of the malevolent Uchiha chakra within Tuanzang, furrowing his brow, yet refrained from questioning as Tuanzang was ultimately one of his own disciples. Witnessing Hashirama and Tobarama openly declare their enmity towards Konoha, Dashawan, and Jitsu and Tuanzang clashed once more, leaving the members of the Uchiha clan to breathe a sigh of relief. Fearing the unity of Konoha's first and second Hokage alongside Dashawan against the Uchiha clan felt a glimmer of hope in the ongoing confrontation. An Uchiha clan member called out to Uchiha Itachi, you have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Come quickly. Let us together overthrow the rule of Konoha and reclaim the respect and status that rightfully belong to our Uchiha clan. However, to their dismay, the mightiest Uchiha, Itachi, slowly retreated, distancing himself from them and ultimately aligning with the ninja of Konoha, standing alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader and Itachi's father, had anticipated this development, while the other Uchiha clan members looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 26. Multiple Shadow Clones and the 100 Healings Technique. Xiao Ye, hey, I shall escort you only this far. You must leave quickly. In the forest outside Konoha, Kei Irika urged Xiao Ye and Uchiha Hei to depart hastily. Thank you. Teacher Kei Irika, please take care of yourself. As a relatively ordinary chunin with limited combat prowess in Konoha, Irika was assigned to a non-critical position far from the front lines under the command of Nara Shikaku and Yamenka Inoichi. There were virtually no other Konoha ninjas nearby. Nara Shikaku had positioned Irika here primarily to serve as an early warning sentinel. Many ninjas were similarly assigned. And if Irika were to lose contact with Inoichi and the communication team, it would indicate a crisis or imminent danger for the ninjas on that communication line. At that point, reinforcements could be dispatched to provide support as needed. This arrangement allowed Konoha, besieged from within and with a shortage of manpower, to conserve considerable resources and concentrate ninja forces against the enemies already present at the front lines. However, this setup also granted Xiao Ye and Kei Irika a degree of operational freedom. In this designated area, Irika was solely responsible for warning and surveillance. Should Irika choose to let Xiao Ye and Uchiha Hei leave, no one could intervene, and no one would notice. This was the reason Xiao Ye sought Irika's assistance. Under Irika's protection, he felt remarkably secure. As they traversed the forest, moving further away from Konoha, the remaining risks diminished. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye had another task at hand, to rendezvous with Yuzuki Azuki. After several minutes, Xiao Ye arrived at a prearranged meeting spot near a waterfall outside the village, where Yuzuki Azuki had been waiting. Upon seeing Xiao Ye, she immediately complained, "You should have left the village with me. With our combined strength, we could have easily escaped Konoha while the stronger ninjas were preoccupied at the Uchiha headquarters." Xiao Ye shook his head, choosing not to respond to Yuzuki Azuki's grievance. She still regarded him as a formidable Jinjutsu user, yet he alone understood the extent of his own capabilities and recognized that Konoha was far more powerful than anticipated. Traveling with Yuzuki Azuki while accompanied by his already incapacitated brother, Uchiha Hei, posed considerable danger and risked revealing his own inadequacies before her. In such a scenario, it was possible that Yuzuki Azuki could become one of his hazards. Enough of these discussions that cannot be altered. Let us proceed. It is time to bury Dashawan within Konoha. Xiao Ye handed Yuzuki Azuki a piece of clothing, an outfit belonging to Uchiha Shursui from his youth, which he had promised to secure for her. The fabric bore stains of blood, remnants from Shirsue's injuries sustained during a Chunin exam, subsequently collected and stored by the Ninja Academy. This garment, steeped in Shirsue's DNA, could serve as material for Yuzuki to later perform the Edo Tensei technique on Uchiha Shirsue. This arrangement was made in anticipation of any eventuality where Dashawan might escape, ensuring Yuzuki possessed a means of counteraction. Xiao Ye informed her that Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami could weave a dream from which Dashawan would never awaken, effectively sealing him in a manner indistinguishable from physical confinement. Handing over the attire to Yuzuki marked a transaction between them. As the elite forces of Konoha were deployed elsewhere and various departments weakened, Yuzuki infiltrated the ninja arts library to pilfer the necessary Edo Tensei technique, as well as several jutsu that Xiao Ye had expressly requested. In exchange, Xiao Ye acquired the outfit for her. Be cautious when utilizing Edo Tensei. The materials shouldn't be excessively potent or precious, lest the resurrected ninja become uncontrollable, he advised kindly. With that, Xiao Ye seated himself on a sheltered slope beside the waterfall, examining the scrolls of ninjutsu that Yuzuki had previously exchanged with him. Yuzuki carefully stowed away the clothing of Uchiha Shirsue, saying nothing further. Instead, she activated the connection of the heavenly curse mark on her shoulder, instigating a painful link with the Sound Ninja attacking Konoha, commanding their retreat. She intended for the Sound Village ninjas and Dashawan's elite followers, engaged in battle with Konoha, to withdraw entirely. With no external threats, Konoha could then focus all its efforts on Dashawan. Xiao Ye and Udai Hongdo are determined to enter Orochimaru in a chosen location. Xiao Ye unfurls several scrolls of ninjutsu before Udai Hongdo. These scrolls do not involve any task acceptance or reward processes, thus lacking the task certification from the Infinite Paradise. Skills that remain uncertified cannot be learned unless Xiao Ye possesses exceptional insight, relying solely on arduous study. Otherwise, he must wait until the conclusion of the dungeon to utilize his certification safety box or expend additional resources to certify them for seamless learning. Among these ninjutsu, one is the forbidden technique of multiple shadow clone jutsu, while the remaining three are medical ninjutsu, healing palm technique, healing wound destruction technique, and Tsunade's unique creation rebirth technique. The formidable nature of the multiple shadow clone jutsu is well acknowledged, while Tsunade's creation rebirth technique, in conjunction with her summoning beast, the slug, nearly grants her an immortal quality. The 8 Gates technique, a physically taxing martial art, poses significant risks to the user. Xiao Ye speculates that mastering the creation rebirth technique may mitigate these adverse effects. As for the healing palm technique and healing wound destruction technique, they are relatively elementary. Any medical ninja would typically possess these skills, rendering them less precious. However, within this cycle of the Reincarnator's game, Xiao Ye is yet to discover items capable of swiftly restoring the lives of reincarnators or healing wounds. These two techniques could serve as convenient medical supplements. Chapter 27. Task Settlement. Ultimately, the decision to certify these techniques hinges on the quantity of certification qualifications Xiao Ye can attain and whether he might acquire more valuable items. In a paradise governed by the core principle of scavenging and retreating, it is customary to discard low-quality resources and return with more precious belongings. Simultaneously, Xiao Ye's main quest has been resolved. At this moment, having settled briefly, he finds the time to review the task completion information from Infinite Paradise. Main quest, Survive the Blood Night. Task status, completed. Task completion evaluation. Perfect main quest completion rewards. Basic task reward. Completion rate 201 Paradise Basic Certification Voucher. Usable in Dungeon Worlds, 1,000 Paradise Coins. 1 free use of Paradise Skill Training Pod, 1,000 Paradise Coins exemption. Perfect Task Evaluation Additional Rewards. 1 Paradise Basic Certification Voucher, 2,000 Paradise Coins. 1 free use of Paradise Basic Attribute Training Pod, 1,000 Paradise Coins exemption. At the conclusion of the Dungeon World, the final world rating is 1. Main quest completed. You may now initiate world settlement at any time, exiting the Dungeon World and returning to Infinite Paradise. Current looted world resources. White Fang Short Knife Replica. Youth Battle Garb, certified. 8 Gates Technique, certified. Snake Vision, certified. Snake Scent, certified. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu, Healing Palm Technique, healing wound destruction, Creation Rebirth Technique. Shadow Snake Hand, Explosive Tags X15, Ordinary Kanai. Konoha Headband, Heilung Shiba Sho is a self-created skill and does not count in the statistics. The certified resources are valued at approximately 200,000 to 600,000 Paradise Coins. The uncertified resources are valued at approximately 4,100,000 to 4,700,000 paradise coins. The total value of resources that the reincarnator can ultimately bring back will impact the final world rating during dungeon settlement. It is advisable to scavenge as many world resources as possible and certify them for return. 1. The scoring weight of certified resources will be double that of uncertified items. 2. Resources stored in the certification safety box are currently in an uncertified state. Current influence exerted in this world is approximately 115. The reincarnator's influence in this world is steadily increasing. The rate of enhancement is high, suggesting that immediate departure from this world is inadvisable. The reincarnator may return at any time. This dungeon may still be lingered in 4, 5 days, 6 hours, and 15 minutes. Upon the expiration of this linger time, the reincarnator will be forcibly transported back to infinite paradise. During this period, the reincarnator may still accept additional side quests, scavenge resources, and generate extra influence to enhance the final world rating. During the Blood Night, Xiao Ye not only successfully escaped Konoha, but also secretly stirred chaos, accomplishing the side quest of rescuing his brother Uchiha Anya while causing the Blood Knight to falter and spiral out of control. Infinite Paradise bestowed upon Xiao Ye an exceptionally high task evaluation as a reward. The rewards are notably generous, including a substantial sum of 3,000 Paradise coins. While Xiao Ye remains uncertain about the functionalities of the Paradise Skill Training Pod and the Paradise Basic Attribute Training Pod, he anticipates they will assist in enhancing his strength, planning to explore them upon his return to Infinite Paradise. However, upon realizing that the combined value of his certified and uncertified resources amounts to an astounding 60 to 70,000 Paradise coins, Xiao Ye's initial thought was not the abundance of resources he had looted, but rather a suspicion regarding the purchasing power of Paradise coins. After some contemplation, Xiao Ye decided to certify Tsunade's Creation Rebirth Technique and Healing Wound Destruction Technique immediately. Both the Creation Rebirth Technique and the 8 Gates Technique are classified as forbidden level skills. The 8 Gates Technique begins as a golden tier, while the Creation Rebirth Technique is slightly lesser, but still holds the same golden legend status. After all, the Creation Rebirth Technique epitomizes the pinnacle of self-healing and energy accumulation depicted in the anime. Its classification as a golden legendary skill is not exaggerated. Golden tier items represent the highest caliber of items Xiao Ye can obtain in this dungeon, and there is no debate. He must pursue the learning and certification of this technique. The Healing Wound Destruction Technique is an A-grade medical ninjutsu, classified as a tier of item previously unattained by Xiao Ye within Infinite Paradise's evaluations. Healing Wound Destruction Technique, purple name skill level. As a healing skill, the Healing Wound Destruction Technique bears similarities to the Creation Rebirth Technique, serving as a lower-tier alternative. Their healing effects operate seamlessly within combat, requiring no withdrawal from battle or additional techniques to manifest their restorative capacities. The Creation Rebirth Technique relies on chakra reserves within the core to administer healing. Once the Corzine seal is entirely liberated, it not only enhances and augments the user's strength, but also serves as a source of mana to activate other chakra-consuming skills. Its primary function is to facilitate continuous, seamless physical regeneration without hand seals. When damaged, the prepared chakra automatically stimulates proteins, promoting cell division and regeneration, thus rapidly healing wounds to achieve an effect of self-recovery without gaps. Tsunade, even after being pierced multiple times by Uchiha Madara's Susanoo while in her Creation Rebirth state, was still able to recover. In contrast, the Healing Wound Destruction Technique requires the practitioner to possess prior knowledge of the enemy's attack points and perform healing before the enemy strikes, thereby minimizing inflicted damage. This technique necessitates the ability to accurately predict attacks, make instantaneous judgments, and achieve a high degree of recovery capability, allowing for swift healing of injuries, resulting in an appearance of having sustained minimal harm despite being attacked. The restorative ninjutsu capable of maintaining peak performance in battle is particularly exemplified by the Healing Destruction Technique, which necessitates a degree of foresight from the user during its execution. Xiao Ye has authenticated this technique through a notarized item, thereby granting its usability within instances. The significance of Healing Destruction lies not only in its practicality, but also in its association with another renowned aspect of the Naruto universe, the mobile game, which has garnered immense popularity. In the game, this ninjutsu possesses an additional formidable function, the battering body. It stands as the sole summoning technique of its kind, endowing the user with an impressive indomitable effect. During the battering body phase, Conventional control effects such as knockdowns, stuns, or repulsions are rendered ineffective against the target. In Chapter 28, titled Poor Taste, Xiao Ye opts to have Yusho Washi Akane retrieve this ninjutsu. The reasons for this choice extend beyond the practicality of healing destruction and the convenience of having all 3 medical ninjutsu stored collectively within the limited time frame. Yusho Washi Akane can conveniently extract it alongside the 100 Heroes technique, while also harboring curiosity about whether this ninjutsu would exhibit the same battering body effect as in the game. It appears that it does, albeit for a fleeting duration. Healing destruction technique, purple name skill level. Utilizing this technique allows for healing prior to enemy attacks, thereby minimizing sustained damage. Skill effects include 1. Each use of the healing destruction technique immediately restores 35 health points, followed by a gradual recovery of an additional 35 health points. 2. During the skill's execution, a boost of 10 to 15 physical defense is granted to the affected body part, dependent on the injured area, along with rapid repair of external injuries. 3. The technique confers an 0.8-second battering body effect, with the duration and efficacy diminishing with successive uses in combat. This battering body is not absolute and can be disrupted by a formidable opponent whose power far exceeds that of the user. Skill consumption. The mana cost is contingent upon the extent of health restoration and injury repair. With a minimum consumption of 1 of total mana and a maximum of 3, the maximum does not imply full recovery, but rather the limit of restoration for that particular skill usage. As Xiao Ye anticipated, the battering body effect is indeed present, albeit for a mere 0.8 seconds, which starkly contrasts with the initial 8 seconds of terror experienced in the game. It remains uncertain whether further enhancements to the skill's effects may arise in the future. Nevertheless, the noble battering body effect, even if only for a brief moment, secures healing destruction's esteemed position among purple name skills. As for the fact that this battering body is not absolute, Xiao Ye chooses to overlook it entirely. Given that the enemy's strength far surpasses his own, the distinction between having or lacking the 0.8-second battering body is inconsequential. It merely translates to standing to die or lying down to die. The skill's consumption is modest. With Xiao Ye's current mana level, employing the healing destruction technique may cost him a maximum of 3 to 5 mana points. Of course, as Xiao Ye's strength increases, it is anticipated that this consumption will also change. He wishes to take another look at the recently notarized 100 Heroes technique when Yusho Washi Akane approaches him. She informs Xiao Ye that she has used the Heavenly Curse Seal to notify the ninjas of Inrin Village to retreat. She expresses uncertainty about whether Orochimaru will be buried within Konoha as planned and states her intention to find a suitable hiding place, while also preparing to summon Uchiha Shursui through impure world reincarnation, in case Orochimaru yet lives, thereby ensuring a measure of resistance. Xiao Ye observes Yusho Washi Akane with a hint of confusion. If she intends to leave, then she should simply depart. Their relationship is merely one of collaboration, and now that their objectives have been fulfilled, it is time to part ways. However, Yusho Washi Akane tugs at Xiao Ye's clothing and praises his intellect in orchestrating such a grand scheme. Yet, after a brief pause, she candidly remarks that he should consider changing his attire, as the green bodysuit he wears reflects poor taste. Xiao Ye is taken aback. Yusho Washi Akane bursts into laughter, having felt like a mere pawn manipulated by Xiao Ye since their encounter. Her frustrations now find release through her comments on his fashion sense. With that, she departs swiftly, seemingly eager to avoid any further complications, offering a casual wave as a farewell. In Konoha, Kakashi reflects on his intelligence in the face of a cunning adversary whose spatial abilities evade his strikes. Might Guy's nunchaku whirl in the air, yet they fail to connect with Obito, leaving him feeling somewhat thwarted. Meanwhile, Sai and Yamato have long since withdrawn from the fray, their abilities insufficient to influence the battle's outcome. They can only assist the newly arrived Konoha ninjas in suppressing the Uchiha clan members near the police office, striving to prevent any interference in Kakashi and Might Guy's confrontation. However, the situation at the police office remains dire, with both Yamato and Kakashi facing formidable opposition from the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Wounded, particularly Sai, has nearly lost his fighting capacity. The remaining Ink Eagle and Ink Tiger have been swiftly dispatched by Obito's Kamui. Despite the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha, they cannot match the prowess of Sai and Yamato, resulting in casualties among Konoha's ranks, which only intensifies Might Guy's urgency. Kakashi wipes away the blood trickling from the corner of his eye, a side effect of overexerting his Sharingan. His vision blurs, and his chakra reserves dwindle dangerously low. Ultimately, these are not his eyes. And using Obito's Kimui consumes chakra at a rate several times greater than his own, exacerbating his already meager reserves. Yet, Kakashi seizes upon a glimmer of possibility. He locks eyes with Obito and, addressing Might Guy, declares that Obito's intangibility is not absolute. Rather, it is simply that his phasing exceeds their attack speed. Kakashi expresses his trust in Guy, promising to create an opportunity for him to unleash his true capabilities. As Kakashi's Sharingan begins to swirl, he reflects on the lengthy battle against Obito and realizes he has gleaned valuable insights. "Hey, that's reliable." Guy responds with a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent, Kakashi. Let us show our bond to our opponent." With determination, he opens the first gate, igniting a deeper green flame that illuminates the night sky. Before Obito can react, Guy vanishes from sight. It's astonishingly swift, almost imperceptible even to the discerning eye of the Sharingan. Uchiha Obito instinctively became intangible, but at that moment, Hatake Kakashi also employed his last chakra to activate the Kimui Sharingan. Chapter 29, Faster Than Intangibility. The Kamui space, a realm of isolation, belonged exclusively to Obito, resembling a personal dimension. The principle behind his intangibility lay in the ability to fold and transfer the part of his body that was about to be attacked into the Kamui space before the impact. The main space and the Kamui space were not on the same layer, making it impossible for others to harm Obito with their space-time ninjutsu, as their attacks could not reach his true form. The key to accessing the Kimui space was the Kimui Sharingan, with Obito being the primary user. However, as the possessor of the other eye, Kakashi held a secondary authority over the Kimui space. In an unexpected turn of events, Kakashi activated the Kimui Sharingan, swiftly sealing off the Kamui space, preventing anything from entering. Bang! Might Guy delivered a swift and ferocious kick. Although Obito immediately used his primary authority to break Kakashi's seal, it was only a moment too late, and Guy's foot struck his head. Obito was sent flying. The tiger-striped mask shattered with a crack, and the force of the blow distorted the surrounding space. Simultaneously, a corner of Obito's skull collapsed. Fortunately, just as Guy was about to crush his skull, Obito regained control over the Kimui space, folding and transferring his vulnerable brain to safety within it, narrowly escaping a dire fate. With the mask shattered, Obito's face was revealed, his gaze filled with complexity and hatred directed towards Kakashi. Guy was poised to kick again, having roughly gauged the time interval needed for Obito's intangibility. He was confident that, powered by the 8 gates, he could surpass Obito's intangibility speed. To Guy, Obito was no longer an invincible foe. However, as the space around Obito rapidly shifted, the Kimui vortex unfolded. While utilizing Hashirama's cells to hastily heal himself, Obito fixed his gaze on Kakashi, and with the ripples of space smoothing out, he vanished completely. Guy's strength made Obito realize that Konoha was filled with hidden talents. Acknowledging his defeat and the futility of the Blood Knight, Obito chose to withdraw. Confirming that the figure before him was indeed Obito, Kakashi fell silent. He pondered why Obito, presumed dead, did not return to Konoha and instead chose to oppose it. Kakashi, he shouldn't appear again, right? After several tense seconds, as Obito's figure failed to materialize, Guy relaxed slightly and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, focusing his thoughts, nodded. Yes, he should not return. My chakra is depleted. You go assist in suppressing the uprising. I am weary and need to rest. Understood. Guy refrained from offering further words of comfort. He had heard of Obito and knew parts of his story with Kakashi. Their bond had once been deep, akin to his own connection with Kakashi. Yet, Guy felt a pang of bitterness. Disappearing from sight, Guy surged forth with a speed rivaling that of his earlier assault on Obito, instantly breaking the arms of 2 Uchiha clan members. On the battlefield with Yamato and Sai, chaos erupted. Kakashi collapsed heavily to the ground, weary from battling his once closest friend. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A hand suddenly appeared before Kakashi, fingers curling to swiftly pluck out his eye. Kakashi. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Uchiha clan, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Uchiha Itachi had summoned Susanoo, while the 3rd Hokage unleashed all 5 elemental ninjutsu with all his might. Orochimaru had entangled himself with the Uchiha clan, intensifying the conflict. 2 days later, Konoha was in disarray. The Uchiha clan faced near annihilation, Orochimaru was sealed away, and the mysterious Akatsuki organization revealed a glimpse of its power. The 3rd Hokage had fallen in battle, leaving the position of Hokage vacant. Shimura Danzo seized control of Konoha with ruthless efficiency. News of the chaos and upheaval in Konoha reverberated across the 5 great nations, stirring unrest and a looming sense of war. Internally, Konoha grappled with selecting a new fifth Hokage amidst tumultuous conditions. Although Danzo temporarily wielded considerable power, his reputation within Konoha was far from favorable. Few supported his claim to the position of Hokage, which contributed to the vacancy. However, finding a suitable successor proved exceedingly difficult, plunging Konoha into further disarray. The selection of a Hokage, the mourning and burial of those lost during the Blood Night, and the need to reassure and explain to the populace, alongside the diplomatic negotiations necessitated by other nations stirring with ambition, all demanded attention and were fraught with complexity. In a desolate woodland outside Konoha, a clearing had been created, where mounds of earth lay scattered. These mounds were not mere heaps, they were the graves of Uchiha clan members. As the most violent of the insurrectionists, who had caused the death of the third Hokage and conspired with Orochimaru, the Uchiha clan faced a fate more tragic than depicted in the original anime. In the anime, the Uchiha clan was slaughtered but at least retained their status as Konoha members in death. They were ultimately interred in their family cemetery in Konoha's designated burial ground. However, this time, the Uchiha clan had brought immense loss and trouble to Konoha, not being discarded in the wilderness or thrown into a mass grave, but provided with these mounds, was a testament to the kindness of Konoha's ninjas. Yet, even so, Konoha ninjas who had lost loved ones in battle occasionally came to hurl rotten eggs at the graves. Under the cover of night, a rustling sound emerged as Xiao Ye stealthily approached the site. Armed with a shovel, he began to dig earnestly. He hoped that Shimura Danzo had not yet stolen the pair of Sharingan, as he was currently preoccupied with the struggle for the Hokage position and unlikely to have time for grave robbing. Chapter 30. Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Xiao Ye held great admiration for Uchiha Fugaku. This man, for the sake of his son, had witnessed his clansmen perish in battle without once activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. According to intelligence Xiao Ye had covertly gathered, Orochimaru had been thoroughly sealed away by Uchiha Itachi, just as Xiao Ye and Mitarashi Anko had orchestrated. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to seal Orochimaru with the Shiki Fujin technique, but he only managed to imprison two serpent heads of Orochimaru in his Yamada no Orochi form. Ultimately, it was Uchiha Itachi who intervened, summoning Susanoo and employing the divine sword Tatsuka to successfully seal Orochimaru. Deprived of Orochimaru's and the first and second Hokage's assistance, the Uchiha clan faced a catastrophic defeat under the siege of Konohagakure, with only a handful of Uchiha members managing to escape. They now found themselves on the run, wanted by the village. Although the blood-red night ended in failure, the power of the Uchiha clan was nearly annihilated. After resolving the issue posed by the Uchiha clan and following Sarutobi Hiruzen's sacrifice, Shimura Danzo sought to eliminate any remaining threats by preemptively dealing with Uchiha Itachi. However, amid the encirclement of numerous Konohagakure ninjas, Uchiha Obito's Kemui space manifested unexpectedly, allowing him to pull Uchiha Itachi into his dimension and effortlessly escape from the village's clutches. The battlefield in Konoha was left in disarray, suffering significant losses of elite shinobi. Aside from neutralizing Orochimaru, which rendered the Uchiha clan incapable of rising again, there seemed to be little benefit gained. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku had not revealed that he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, which provided a glimmer of opportunity for Koya. Unaware of Uchiha Fugaku's true ocular powers, Shimura Danzo did not regard the theft and transplantation of the Uchiha clan Sharingan with sufficient seriousness. He believed that the Uchiha Sharingan would remain where it was, waiting for him to attain the position of Hokage. Of course, Danzo had secretly arranged for root members to intercept several corpses of Uchiha clan members, sending them to his laboratory, merely awaiting the final transplantation. However, he did not touch Uchiha Fugaku's body. As the clan leader, Fugaku's identity was significant and closely monitored, making it difficult to capture him discreetly. With many Uchiha eyes awakening their Sharingan, Danzo's plan of transplanting a few would suffice, as he had an abundance of materials. Unless it was a Mangekyo Sharingan like Itachi's, there was no need for him to fixate on Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Danzo had already reserved the eyes he intended to use, to the extent that he did not even place root members to surveil the area, deeming it unnecessary. Koya found Uchiha Fugaku's grave and began to dig downwards from the mound, without feeling any discomfort. He adapted well to surviving within this realm. Before long, Koya's shovel came into contact with something soft. It was Uchiha Fugaku's corpse. The once great clan leader of the Uchiha family ended up without even a coffin. It was indeed a tragic fate. Yet, Koya merely reflected on this without sympathy. He proceeded with deftness, using a kunai to extract Uchiha Fugaku's eyes completely, placing them into a pre-prepared vial. Mission accomplished. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Koya marveled at the Mangekyo Sharingan, one of the most precious artifacts in the world of Hokage. He raised the vial, and in the moonlight, one could see that Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, while closed, appeared as ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, indistinguishable from any regular Sharingan. However, within the semi-digital display of the Infinite Paradise, it was undeniably a powerful golden-grade item. Mangekyo Sharingan, Golden Legend, unverified. Originating from Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan, this is a straight-bar Sharingan, capable of amplifying all attributes of the user comprehensively. Possessors of the straight-bar Sharingan wield tremendous power. Representative figure of the straight-bar Sharingan, Uchiha Madara. The straight-bar Sharingan excels in offensive power, whereas the curved-bar Sharingan specializes in illusionary techniques. Firstly, you may transplant this item into your body, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of your strength, a slight elevation in mental illusion aptitude, and awakening corresponding abilities of the Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan ability. I enter hell, summoning Susanoo. I enter hell, 1. Forces enemies into a Genjutsu, weaving and launching attacks while simultaneously causing unquenchable hellfire to manifest upon them in reality, executing a dual attack of illusion and reality. However, using the I enter hell ability inflicts the same level of illusory pain upon oneself. 2. While in the I enter hell state, any damage and suffering inflicted upon oneself will double the damage and suffering experienced by the opponent. Secondly, you may seek to convert this item into a bloodline item certificate. Forcibly transplanting this item may incur certain side effects, increased consumption, diminished efficacy, rapid vision decline, etc. Items transformed through the Paradise's bloodline process can mitigate or even perfectly resolve these side effects. Thirdly, you may craft it into a weapon or other item. As a prominently featured Mangekyo Sharingan in the world of Hokage, it begins as a golden legend grade item, surpassing even the quality of the 8 gates and the 100 healings technique. Compared to ninjutsu that requires arduous training, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a means to instantaneously elevate one's power if one dares to implant it. Possessing it allows one to leap to the status of a top-tier shinobi in the world of Hokage. This straight-bar Sharingan is extraordinarily overpowered. Its ability mechanism is remarkably robust, inflicting doubled pain upon the enemy, then experiencing the same before reflecting back double the damage, and suffering results in a total effect of tripled impact on the enemy. The damage dealt is also doubled. Koya stored these eyes away, not intending to simply transplant them, mindful of the cautionary tale of Hitaki Kakashi, who suffered from a lack of chakra. The side effects might be far more severe than the Paradise's understated description. Whether to convert it into a bloodline item certificate or craft it into equipment or another item, Koya currently had no solid plans. His understanding of the Infinite Paradise was still rather limited. He decided to have it verified before taking it outside, with its golden legend quality. Such an item would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Chapter 31. The 100 Healings Technique alleviates side effects. Koya placed the Mangekyo Sharingan into his backpack designated for reincarnators, showing little interest in the ordinary Sharingan of other Uchiha clan members. The disparity in grade between regular Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan was as vast as heaven and earth. He had already seen the 3-tomo Sharingan of his younger brother Uchiha, which was merely a blue-grade item. The gap was significant, especially since some individuals possessed fewer tomo than his brother. Koya was not an excessively greedy individual. Had it not been for the immense value of Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and the general ignorance of others, he would not have risked venturing here. Under the hurried nightfall, Koya swiftly departed. However, just a few hundred meters away, he suddenly noticed someone appearing directly in front of him. Koya attempted to evade this individual, but through his chemical perception, he realized that every time he shifted his direction, the person would correspondingly adjust their position to block his path. Despite multiple attempts to evade, he understood that this person was coming for him. Resolutely, Xiao Ye no longer evaded and charged straight towards his opponent. He was eager to discern the identity of the individual obstructing his path. Both parties surged toward each other, and the distance between Xiao Ye and his adversary diminished rapidly. 300 meters was merely a matter of 10 seconds for them, and as he drew closer, Xiao Ye gained a clearer understanding of his opponent, feeling a mix of recognition and surprise. The pure white eyes, the Byakugan. It was no wonder the sensory range surpassed his own. The members of the Hyuga clan could observe distant enemies through solid objects and even perceive the energy fluctuations within their bodies. Yet, why was a member of the Hyuga family present here? Fortunately, the adversary was not the formidable Hinata Hizashi or Hinata Hayashi. The opponent's stance and readiness were rife with flaws, and his expression bore signs of tension. This was not an exceptionally powerful ninja, Xiao Ye concluded internally. However, he remained cautious, as the possibility of a ruse could not be dismissed. As Xiao Ye pondered the intentions of his opponent, the latter boldly extended his hand, demanding, "Hand over the Sharingan you just stole." The tension in Hyuga Murakumo's gaze was palpable. Xiao Ye surveyed his surroundings once more, employing his snake-like sensory perception and infrared detection to confirm that beyond Hyuga Murakumo, there were no other presences within 300 meters. He regarded Hyuga Murakumo with interest, aware that while there might be hidden adversaries lurking beyond that distance, 300 meters was ample time for an ordinary ninja to traverse in 10 to 20 seconds. Even if there were foes in ambush, what made Hyuga Murakumo believe he could withstand Xiao Ye's assault for that duration? In their previous sprint, they had covered around 250 to 60 meters in 11 to 12 seconds, with their speeds nearly equal, the latter merely a tad faster. If this represented the true extent of Murakumo's abilities, then his foundational strength was comparable to Xiao Ye's. Xiao Ye quickly assessed the situation in his mind. He feigned rummaging through his ninja tool pouch, discreetly retrieving a vial containing Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan, which he held aloft as he cautiously approached his opponent. A glimmer of greed flickered in Hyuga Murakumo's eyes, yet he remained vigilant. Throughout Xiao Ye's approach, Murakumo's Byakugan was fully activated, continuously monitoring the flow of energy within Xiao Ye. Like Xiao Ye, Murakumo calculated in his mind. He believed his foundational capabilities to be superior, bolstered by his powerful Byakugan, leaving no reason for defeat at Xiao Ye's hands. Seize the Sharingan, then eliminate him. The secret of the Sharingan must not be exposed. The three-tomo Sharingan was but a step away from the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan. The stronger the acquired eyes, the greater the likelihood of success as chronicled in ancient texts. 50 meters, 40 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Just as the vial containing the Sharingan was about to be thrust before Hyuga Murakumo's eyes, both combatants erupted with fervor. Murakumo extended his fingers, striking like lightning toward Xiao Ye's vital points. In response, Xiao Ye unleashed a ferocious assault akin to a lion's roar. For the first time, the azure steam of the 8th gate manifested before anyone other than Xiao Ye and Might Guy. 8th gate, rest gate, open. Black Dragon 18 palms. First form, Azure Dragon Prowling Claw. Creation Rebirth, 100 Healing Technique, open. In an instant, the chakra that had flowed from Xiao Ye like a gentle stream suddenly surged dramatically in Murakumo's Byakugan's sight. Xiao Ye extended his hand into a claw, the wind howling as if the roar of dragons and tigers resonated through the air. What was more alarming was that the chakra previously perceived by Murakumo as modest now emanated from multiple sources. A small black diamond on Xiao Ye's forehead had unfurled, intertwining to form a complete 100 healing mark upon his face. A significant amount of chakra, previously stored, surged forth from Xiao Ye's brow. The 8th gate had opened both the opening and rest gates, causing an explosive release of Xiao Ye's latent strength. It was too late for Hyuga Murakumo to change tactics, as Xiao Ye's dragon claw struck mercilessly at Murakumo's hand. The palm that had aimed to strike was instantly stripped of flesh, leaving only a fractured bone. With a claw shaped into a fist, Xiao Ye delivered a powerful blow to Murakumo's chest, causing his eyes to bulge and blood to flow from his mouth and nose. Unhesitatingly, Xiao Ye followed with a knee strike that rendered Murakumo gasping for breath. Defeating this inexplicably appearing member of the Hyuga clan proved even simpler than Xiao Ye had anticipated. Over the past few days, he had mastered the confirmed 100 healing technique and healing wound destruction technique. As expected, when releasing the 100 healing mark and employing the 100 healing technique, its potent healing properties significantly mitigated the side effects of the 8th gate. Now, while utilizing the 100 healing technique, Xiao Ye could safely open the 8th gate up to the 2nd level of the rest gate without harm. The augmentation from the 2nd level of the 8th gate, combined with Xiao Ye's combat prowess when executing the Black Dragon 18 palms, elevated his strength beyond the standard threshold for Chunin, placing him above the lower ranks of Chunin. In the initial 3 gates, opening a layer of the 8th gate nearly enhanced foundational abilities by approximately 30%. Although the 100 healing technique could only be activated once, its amplification was fearsome. Even at its basic state, it offered a 100% increase in all attributes. 2 layers of the 8th gate represented a 69% enhancement, and when combined with the 100 healing technique, Xiao Ye's dual skills allowed him to eliminate the side effects of the 8th gate while boosting nearly all attributes by 169%. Such a forceful strike was beyond the capacity of Hyuga Murakumo, who was merely on par with Xiao Ye in a non-explosive state. Seizing the opportunity before Hyuga Murakumo succumbed, Xiao Ye swiftly executed a living extraction of the eyes, his fingers deftly removing Murakumo's Byakugan and promptly placing the eyes into the vial containing Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. He immediately stored them within his paradise space, severing their connection to this world, before delivering the final blow to Hyuga Murakumo. The Byakugan was indeed a valuable asset. Its portrayal in the Naruto anime fell short of its true potential, seeming to lack any extraordinary effects beyond its enhanced perception, insight, and remarkable range. Although it was already formidable, it appeared to pale in comparison to the Sharingan within the same ecological niche. Yet, Xiao Ye understood that the Byakugan was not inferior to the ordinary Sharingan. At its peak, the Byakugan possessed abilities such as Jinjutsu, phasing, space-time ninjutsu, and even the capacity to glimpse into others' destinies. The oppressive presence of Otsutsuki Kage's Byakugan, its Jinjutsu, mind-reading, and the space-time phasing of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, along with Otsutsuki Momoshiki's fate alteration, were merely manifestations of the Hyuga clan's inability to awaken the perfect Byakugan and fully develop its capabilities. The Byakugan ability of the Hinata clan has never been perfectly developed, or rather, they have never actively pursued its advancement. However, the Byakugan is innately powerful, unlike the Sharingan, which requires a constant supply of hatred and pain to thrive. The Byakugan is an inherent gift for every member of the Hinata clan. Aside from slight variations in visual range and the penetrating ability of the Byakugan, as well as minor differences in visual blind spots, the capabilities are quite uniform among them. The differences are minimal. For instance, due to the degradation of the caged bird curse mark, Hinata Niji's Byakugan possesses a mere 1-degree blind spot within a 360-degree field of vision. The disparity is negligible. It does not exhibit the pronounced tiers found in the Sharingan, such as the 3, 6, or 9 tomo distinctions, resulting in the Byakugan's quality remaining consistently stable, even at its lowest. Perhaps only when reaching the Otsutsuki clan. With the Byakugan reverting to its ancestral form and achieving its utmost potential, would its quality rival that of the one currently held by Xiao Ye. The Byakugan in Xiao Ye's possession is of considerable quality, boasting a purple hue, classified as a prestigious artifact level, akin to the renown of famed techniques. In terms of development, the Byakugan indeed falls short when compared to the top-tier Sharingan. Xiao Ye estimates that the perfect Byakugan of the Hinata clan likely corresponds to a golden legendary level, devoid of any suffixes. This aligns well with the Hinata clan's prowess and representation within the world of Naruto. The reason the Hinata clan holds a reputation on par with the Uchiha clan is not solely due to their shared lineage as descendants of Otsutsuki Kage, but also because the Byakugan is more abundant and easily accessible compared to the elusive Sharingan. Furthermore, the high baseline of the Byakugan quickly enhances the strength of Hinata ninjas. The abilities of insight and perspective grant lower-tier ninjas an almost cheat-like advantage, creating a feeling of helplessness against such omniscient scrutiny, arguably more persuasive than the Uchiha clan Sharingan. While the Byakugan is challenging to evolve, its remarkably high baseline leads Xiao Ye to believe that even the flawed Byakugan from the branch family surpasses the 2-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The perfect Byakugan of the main family exceeds that of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Its capabilities should ideally match that of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. However, aside from their ancestor Otsutsuki Yumura, the Hinata clan has not achieved such heights. Consequently, the abilities of the main family's Byakugan typically reside between the 3-tomo Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan is notoriously difficult, and not everyone can awaken a standard Sharingan, resulting in a significant disparity in the power levels within the Uchiha clan. While the Hinata clan possesses a multitude of mid-level to upper-tier ninjas, this dynamic is a key reason for the two clans' comparable standings in the ninja world. However, in recent years, the Uchiha clan has experienced a surge of talent, with prodigious ninjas emerging one after another, such as Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi, causing their reputation to overshadow that of the Hinata clan. Otherwise, without these exceptional talents, considering Uchiha Fugaku's silence regarding his Mangekyo Sharingan, the other clan members being merely standard Sharingan users, the Hinata clan might even surpass the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the long-standing close ties between the Hinata clan and Konoha contribute to the perception of the Hinata clan as more affluent and prestigious. As Xiao Ye stowed away the containers holding the Byakugan and Sharingan, he found himself particularly fond of the ninjas from both the Uchiha and Hinata clans compared to others in the Naruto universe. The drop rate is remarkably high. Simply defeating one and extracting their 2 eyes yields either a purple or gold artifact. Additionally, a green treasure chest appeared beside Hinata Muramasa, Upon grasping it, Xiao Ye instantly understood its purpose. This treasure was a drop from defeating enemies in the Paradise instance. Selecting to use it would grant direct access to random rewards, all of which would be certified items and equipment recognized by the Infinite Paradise. Hinata Muramasa was the first enemy Xiao Ye vanquished in the instance, and he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the Infinite Paradise, now partially data-driven, operated similarly to a game, where defeating NPCs resulted in item drops. Xiao Ye's luck was fortuitous, as the very first enemy he defeated yielded a treasure chest. Upon opening the treasure chest, Xiao Ye was delighted. Though the green chest contained only an exquisite item of modest quality, and he did not harbor high expectations for exceptional loot. Upon opening the exquisite chest, he received Hinata Muramasa's research notes and 100 Paradise coins. Though the 100 coins were of little significance, Xiao Ye, driven by curiosity, examined Hinata Muramasa's research notes. Naturally, he first made a hasty exit from the vicinity. Although no one had come to his aid in the moments following his attack, Xiao Ye confirmed that this individual, Hinata Muramasa, was acting independently. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant and quickly departed, for Konoha is a perilous place, and he dared not linger there. Once he found a secure location, he settled down to study the notes. Hinata Muramasa's research notes reveal that as a member of the branch family, his ancestors were once mainline members of the Hinata clan. However, due to being part of the second house, they were compelled to separate. Even as a branch family, Hinata Muramasa's lineage is steeped in heritage. His great-grandfather, upon departing from the main house, took many ancient texts with him. These books contained vital secrets about the Hinata clan and even ancient times, which were serendipitously discovered by Hinata Muramasa, igniting a flame of ambition within him. Chapter 33. The possibility of fusion evolution. Uchiha Muramasa discovered records within his clan indicating that the roots of the Hinata clan trace back to the shared lineage with the Uchiha clan, originating from Otsutsuki Kage. Kage's two sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, inherited her Rinnegan and Sage body, which later diverged into his two descendants, Ashura and Indra. Indra inherited the ocular powers of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, while Ashura's descendants could awaken the Sharingan, even evolving into the Rinnegan. Ashura's lineage retained Hagoromo's Sage body, possessing immense physical energy and vitality, with vast chakra reserves, superhuman strength, and mastery of exquisite taijutsu. They are the progenitors of the Uchiha and Senzu clans. The Hinata clan, on the other hand, descends from Kage's second son, Otsutsuki Yumura, and possesses the bloodline limit known as the Byakugan. The Byakugan of the Hinata clan derives from this lineage. Furthermore, the records of the Hinata clan subtly allude to the existence of the Rinnegan. However, in Hinata Muramasa's notes, the term Rinnegan is written several times, only to be heavily crossed out repeatedly. The flawed Byakugan of the branch family, the perfect Byakugan of the main family, the Byakugan developed to its utmost potential. And the Rinnegan, this evolutionary process presents no hope for Hinata Muramasa, a descendant of the Hinata clan's branch family. After extensive research and contemplation of historical records, Hinata Murakami has formulated a hypothesis, a potential shortcut. Given that the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan share a common ancestry, he speculates that if one could acquire a powerful Sharingan from the Uchiha clan and transplant it into oneself, the combination of Byakugan and Sharingan might yield extraordinary transformations. Could it result in the legendary Kumengikyo Sharingan, or perhaps an advanced Byakugan, or even a shared evolutionary path for both, allowing them to coexist? These thoughts stem from Hinata Murakami's insights. Both Byakugan and Sharingan trace their origins back to the long-lost Otsutsuki Kage, and merging these two forms might well lead to a return to ancestral evolution. To Hinata Murakami, the current Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan are merely inferior versions, having devolved and differentiated from their original source, Otsutsuki Kage. Such a fusion could undoubtedly enhance power. This is precisely why Hinata Murakami encountered Xiao Ye. After all, this is an exceedingly rare opportunity for him to obtain a Sharingan. As for why Hinata Murakami has no role in the original narrative, Xiao Ye hypothesizes that someone lacking talent, strength, and the protective aura of a protagonist is likely to meet an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps he was discovered during some experimental endeavor and dealt with internally by the Hyuga clan, or while attempting to excavate the Uchiha clan's graves. He was apprehended since the Uchiha cemetery is located within Konoha. Alternatively, he might have been thwarted by Shimura Danzo, who was the first to arrive to steal the eyes. Any scenario is plausible. Regardless, even with Xiao Ye's butterfly effect altering many outcomes, Hinata Murakami could not escape his fate. Ultimately, Xiao Ye perceives that in Hinata Murakami's heart, this experiment is imperfect. If he could acquire the power of the Senzu clan, specifically the cells of the legendary first Hokage, Senzu Hashirama, it would be the epitome of perfection. The combined powers of Byakugan, Sharingan, and Sage Mode, all derived from the descendants of Otsutsuki Kage, would significantly increase the chances of success and produce even greater strength. Unfortunately, Senzu Hashirama has long since perished, and the Senzu clan has no notable descendants, save for Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 Sannin, who remains elusive. He lacks the opportunity to meet her or the capacity to obtain the Senzu clan's potent regenerative cells from such a legendary ninja. Xiao Ye tucked the notebook away, reflecting on the peculiarities of Konoha, a place rife with scientists and various enigmatic figures. Individuals like Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo, and Kabuto Yakushi, along with the relatively obscure Hinata Murakami, all harbor intense ambitions, devising a plethora of bizarre yet remarkably effective inventions. Although these concepts did not appear in the anime he had watched, Xiao Ye finds merit in Hinata Murakami's hypotheses. Bloodlines indeed play a crucial role in the ninja world, and as descendants of Otsutsuki Kage, the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans possess potential for merging their powers. However, as he examined the vial containing the eyes, he pondered that while Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan might serve as suitable fusion material, the flawed Byakugan from Hinata Murakami's branch family would likely be inadequate. This presents a promising avenue. With both Sharingan and Byakugan in his possession, he might eventually gather the coveted Hashirama cells that Hinata Murakami desires. Currently, Xiao Ye remains largely unaware of the infinite paradise and has yet to devise a plan to seamlessly integrate these 2 pairs of eyes into his combat prowess. Hinata Murakami's idea is indeed intriguing and may prove useful in the future. Regrettably, he wished he had inquired with Yamatsu Azuki about the locations of Orochimaru's secret laboratories for experiments beforehand and sought her assistance. After all, Orochimaru has dealt with the Hashirama cells, and it is possible that some remnants are stored in one of his concealed labs. Yet, Xiao Ye had not anticipated encountering Hinata Murakami's notebook and the unexpected acquisition of a Sharingan, so he did not consider requesting this information from Yamatsu Azuki. The possibilities that might lurk in Orochimaru's undisclosed laboratories are unpredictable. With Orochimaru absent, those unmonitored locations could pose even greater dangers. Individuals like Yugo and Suigetsu have previously been imprisoned by Orochimaru. Should he encounter them and provoke hostility, given Xiao Ye's current capabilities, his life would be at stake. He is acutely aware that Yugo and Suigetsu are not to be trifled with, unlike the comparatively weak Hinata Murakami. "Brother, you're back," Uchiha murmured, lifting his head from his meditations on the snake techniques, sensing Xiao Ye's infrared heat signature and unable to suppress his greeting. Chapter 34, Land of Rice Fields. Sound Ninja Village Uchiha and possesses remarkable talent, although he may not rival the clan's most elite members. Xiao Ye believes his brother's aptitude is on par with the less clumsy Uchiha Sasuke. In just 3 days, Uchiha has nearly mastered the snake vision and snake scent techniques, achieving a semblance of external perception. Xiao Ye affectionately ruffled Uchiha's soft hair, lamenting that in the original story, this brother likely met an unfortunate fate among the nameless during the fateful night. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have become a formidable ninja. In a peaceful world, Uchiha would surely have led the Uchiha clan alongside the 12 strongest, rather than Sasuke. Xiao Ye chuckled at the thought of Uchiha Sasuke, who, after losing his parents, awakened a single Tomo Sharingan. How amusing. Uchiha Sasuke's life experience, inheriting the clan's fire techniques and Sharingan bloodline, being trained by Kakashi, acquiring lightning release, being lured by Orochimaru to become a vessel, enduring the torment of Uchiha Itachi, who sacrificed his life for his brother, and ultimately awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with the assistance of Obito. Finally, he even had the Sage of 6 Paths intervene. With such nurturing resources, one could say that even a pig could ascend to the heavens if fed ginseng fruit. A simple comparison reveals that Obito, at the same age, only experienced 2 significant emotional upheavals before awakening his dual Tomo Sharingan, progressing to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and ultimately becoming the Sage of 6 Paths Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, too. Awakened their Mangekyo without facing any formidable challenges. Even Uchiha, at the age when Sasuke first awakened his single Tomo, had already activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan due to the pain of eye extraction. If Uchiha were to fade into obscurity, it would be a tremendous loss. Xiao Ye distributed 1 Sharingan and 1 Byakugan to Uchiha brother. What is this? Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan and a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. This Xiao Ye gently patted Uchiha's shoulder and remarked, "Do not dwell too much on this matter." Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, possessed formidable Mangekyo Sharingan and unparalleled strength. Yet, he chose to forsake his family and meet his demise at the hands of Uchiha Itachi, which in itself signifies a betrayal of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, while Itachi has taken one of your eyes, I have claimed one from his father. Thus, I bear no burden in my heart. As for the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, it was he who sought it out, and we need not be polite. Collect them well. Should we find exceptional medical ninjas in the future, we can transplant them onto ourselves. For now, we shall make do. And if an opportunity arises to reclaim our eyes from Uchiha Itachi, that would be even better. Xiao Ye divided the eyes, bestowing half upon his brother. As for the prospect of transplanting another's eyes, he dismissed any concerns regarding rejection. Within the world of Hokage, such special eyes were designed for easy installation, and there had never been any issues with eye transplantation. The most remarkable case was Uchiha Madara, who, after obtaining Hashirama's cells, could install eyes merely by inserting them into the eye socket, eliminating the need for surgery and showcasing the pinnacle of convenience. Xiao Ye felt no reluctance in gifting half of the eyes to Uchiha and setting aside the bond of brotherhood. The mere act of bestowing this pair of eyes upon Uchiha and instantly amplified Xiao Ye's influence within the Hokage universe by 50%. He had already recouped much of his losses. With these two eyes, Uchiha was likely to gain significant weight in the world of Hokage, potentially causing considerable repercussions. The impact of a reincarnator would be assessed both in the present and the future, with current influence accounting for 70% and future influence 30%. Thus, if Uchiha's current influence was nearly zero, it implied that he would indeed become a formidable ninja in the future. Xiao Ye pinched Uchiha's cheek, reminding him, "Remember the humiliation of the blood-red night when you had to abandon your eyes. You will undoubtedly become a powerful ninja in the future." In the land of rice, at the Sound Ninja Village, as Orochimaru ambushed Uchiha Itachi, the main force responsible for attracting the armed forces of Konoha Corps found themselves in disbelief after Orochimaru was sealed away. However, many Sound Ninja who had been enhanced by Orochimaru's heavenly curse mark had to accept the reality when the marks disappeared. With Orochimaru sealed, the fury of Konoha Corps surged, and many elite ninjas experienced a decline in strength after losing the enhancement of the curse marks. In this turbulent situation, it was evident that the Sound Ninja Village was awaiting the inevitable wrath of Konoha Corps once they regained their footing. Konoha Corps needed to assert its authority, to exemplify a harsh warning to others and stabilize its prestige among the 5 great nations. In truth, the Sound Ninja Village was not particularly strong. Founded and controlled by Orochimaru, it had a short history, with talented ninjas present but few true powerhouses, lacking the deep-rooted history and accumulation of the 5 great ninja villages. They had not yet had the time to cultivate top-tier combatants. Moreover, a significant number of Sound Ninjas relied on Orochimaru's heavenly curse mark for their strength. Now that Orochimaru was sealed, their power diminished, and should Konoha Corps decide to attack, the future of the Sound Ninja Village looked bleak. Under such circumstances, the best course of action for the Sound Ninja Village would be to disband, allowing the name of the village to vanish from the annals of ninja history. It was likely that the Land of Rice considered them a liability and would not provide any support or protection. As Xiao Ye held Uchiha's hand while walking through the streets of the Sound Ninja Village, he noticed that although the ninjas appeared hurried and tense, each donned an array of ninja tools and armor, the flow of people on the streets was not insignificant. Xiao Ye had been observing for a while. Some Sound Ninjas returned from outside, yet there were almost no signs of people hastily packing up to leave. They were preparing for battle. Despite the absence of Orochimaru's control through the heavenly curse mark, these ninjas remained surprisingly loyal to him. A Sound Ninja, noticing that Xiao Ye and Uchiha were not locals, kindly advised them, "Outsiders, a war is about to erupt here. You should leave quickly and take care not to get caught in the crossfire." The robust Jirobo, upon seeing Xiao Ye and Uchiha, offered his earnest counsel. "It is unwise to roam about our village at this time. Were it not for your escorting this blind child, you would likely be apprehended as spies from Konoha Corps." Chapter 35. The Legacy of the Sound Ninja. Xiao Ye scrutinized Jirobo with a serious gaze. The Sound Ninjas did not appear as monstrous as depicted in the anime. "If war is imminent, why do you not leave? Orochimaru has been sealed. The Sound Ninja Village cannot withstand an assault from Konoha Corps," Xiao Ye queried, intrigued. For a ninja village, so recently formed, it should not be a source of attachment for them. Hearing Xiao Ye's question, Jirobo's expression shifted subtly. He realized that in the face of the impending conflict, Xiao Ye's calm demeanor and his ability to ask such detailed questions indicated that he was no ordinary ninja. The information regarding Orochimaru's sealing was relatively obscure, so it could not have spread so swiftly. Xiao Ye must possess an extraordinary background. Yet, sensing no malice from him, Jirobo explained, though Lord Orochimaru is sealed, he has shown us kindness and even gave us new life. How could we betray him? Furthermore, even though we were not born in the Sound Ninja village, over the years, Lord Orochimaru has gathered us here, giving roots to those of us who were once orphans and outcasts from all corners of the world. Although the village was founded recently, it has long been our home. Jirobo spoke with fervor, his loyalty to Orochimaru unwavering. Witnessing Jirobo's fervent loyalty, Xiao Ye could not help but reflect on the dichotomy of perspectives. To some, Orochimaru was a foe, while to others, he was a hero. Xiao Ye had no intention of involving himself in the Sound Ninja village's affairs, but he did seek something from the ninjas there. After some contemplation, he decided to be forthright in his negotiation with Jirobo. Your steadfast resistance is futile. You will only lead this village to ruin. It would be a self-imposed demise. Xiao Ye produced 2 bamboo tubes, which were, in fact, rockets, yes. The kind that pierced through the clouds, calling forth armies. These were not his possessions, but Uchiha, having awakened his Sharingan, was entitled to wield them to signal for aid in times of danger. Upon firing, the rockets could summon Uchiha clan members from several kilometers away, and under the cover of night, they could reach even further. Xiao Ye handed them to Jirobo, stating, "Take these. They may help you find some capable allies." Although the Uchiha clan has been nearly obliterated, there are still survivors who may provide mutual support in these trying times. Perhaps, together with them, you of Inrin village may yet survive this calamity. Xiao Ye does not merely dismiss Ci Lang Fong. The Uchiha clan is an extraordinary lineage. Hatred, suffering, and intense emotional fluctuations serve as nourishment that enables their abilities to escalate dramatically. On that blood-soaked night, the Uchiha clan suffered devastating losses, and it is likely that less than 30% of the Uchiha clansmen who managed to break free survived. The remainder are now being hunted by Konoha and the Land of Fire. However, Xiao Ye believes that if the existing Uchiha clansmen can be gathered, the combined strength, excluding the Sharingan's Mangekyo count, may not be significantly weaker than that of the Uchiha clan at its zenith. The vendetta of clan extermination, on that very night. Amidst blood and vengeance, countless ordinary clansmen awakened their Sharingan, and it remains uncertain how many of them achieved evolution. Whether someone awakened a new Mangekyo Sharingan from hatred is also unknown. Xiao Ye feels that the fragmented Uchiha clan possesses even greater potential. Ci Lang Fong graciously accepted the 2 cloud-piercing arrows Xiao Ye handed him, and, with a sense of gratitude, inquired, "I have accepted your offerings. What do you require in return?" Without pretense, Xiao Ye replied, "Your village of Inrin must possess ninjutsu that perceives through sound, correct? I require a copy of it. Additionally, should an opportunity arise in the future, I hope you can look after my younger brother when you encounter him." Xiao Ye is uncertain what the Infinite Paradise's instance world truly is, whether it is a genuine parallel realm or a mere simulated dimensional shadow, but such considerations are of little consequence. His brother Uchiha is obedient, and everything Xiao Ye has witnessed in this world feels sufficiently real. He does not hesitate to secure greater advantages for himself while paving the way for his brother Uchiha, and before his departure. Ci Lang Fong cast a knowing glance at Uchiha, realizing that the sound-based perception ninjutsu Xiao Ye sought was intended for him. Although it is a treasured technique of their village, Xiao Ye has offered due compensation. Very well, we shall retain our ninjutsu to prevent it from falling into Konoha's hands. It is better to offer it to a friend in need. Ci Lang Fong readily agreed, signaling to the distance where Tuasi stood, "Hey, Tuasi, come here and bring your sound ninjutsu to gift this friend." Upon learning of Xiao Ye's assistance, Tuasi was quite enthusiastic. When Xiao Ye departed from Inrin village, he not only acquired the sound-based perception ninjutsu he desired, but also received a complete set of other sound ninjutsu along with several modified tools commonly used by sound ninjas. As Tuasi remarked, since your brother is prepared to use sound as his eyes, learning to perceive sound means he has already entered the realm of sound ninjutsu. Consequently, mastering the corresponding systematic sound ninjutsu will yield exceptional results. Xiao Ye, accompanied by his brother Uchiha, exited Inrin village and glanced back at the modestly prosperous ninja village. To be candid, he could be considered a catalyst for the disaster that befell Inrin village. However, after stirring the winds of fate, the future trajectory of such a village remains uncertain. Yet, in the narrative of the anime, even without Xiao Ye's involvement, the ultimate fate of Inrin village would likely have been one of destruction. As of now, the outcome remains to be seen. In the following day, Xiao Ye sought nothing further, merely observing the countdown to the return of paradise, witnessing the continuous rise of his influence in the data-driven instance world, and feeling the repercussions of his actions fermenting into new consequences. Until, unexpectedly, two uninvited guests familiar to Xiao Ye appeared before him, Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi. Xiao Ye's actions, after all, were not without flaw, especially concerning the segment of the plan shared between Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi. Once the blood-soaked night concluded, a brief reconciliation revealed the influence Xiao Ye had exerted throughout these events. Chapter 36. A world without brothers holds no meaning by the stream. Xiao Ye placed a freshly caught plump fish into a bamboo basket, straightened up, and turned to face Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi, who approached along the riverbank. Hitaki Kakashi's eye was wrapped in a bandage, confirming the rumors that he had indeed lost his Kimui Sharingan to Uchiha Obito. Might Guy bore a countenance of profound anger, his expression grave and heavy. Xiao, why would you do this? Why betray Konoha and bring harm upon it? Might Guy's voice was laden with weight, growing increasingly agitated. Xiao, you once told me your conviction was to protect. Were those words mere lies? Xiao Ye cast a sidelong glance at Might Guy, then at Hitaki Kakashi, before responding, Guy, I have not betrayed the beliefs I shared with you. My sole desire to protect is my younger brother, and I have succeeded in that. You are aware of my strength, Guy. In that situation, I could not prevent the clash between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. The profound discord could not be reconciled, and this calamity was unavoidable. Xiao Ye regarded Might Guy. If you wish, you may inquire with Kakashi. He understands Konoha's actions against the Uchiha clan better than I do. Konoha sought the death of all Uchiha members, while I merely wished to survive with my brother. It is as simple as that. Even without my involvement, bloodshed was inevitable. Might Guy instinctively turned to Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi, is this true? Kakashi silently nodded, observing Might Guy's conflicted expression, which betrayed his internal struggle between justice and the desire to protect. Might Guy's rigid personality and values would lead him to participate in the blood-soaked night. Yet such an experience would inevitably leave a rift in his heart. It is no wonder that, despite being one of Konoha's strongest ninjas, he was not assigned any task during the surveillance of the Uchiha clan on that fateful night. Nonetheless, he was ultimately summoned by Xiao Ye for assistance, which led to his awareness of these events. Kakashi took a deep breath and spoke. Indeed, Guy, even without Uchiha Zhao's influence, the blood-soaked night would still have transpired. However, the likely outcome would have been the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan, with Konoha remaining unscathed. Zhao's involvement forced Konoha to bear greater losses. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sai's injury, alongside the moonlight wind, weighed heavily on Might Guy's conscience. He found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of how to proceed. He recognized the validity of Xiao Ye's words. Xiao Ye was indeed acting in self-preservation to protect both himself and Uchiha. While Konoha's role in this matter was far from righteous, yet Konoha had undeniably suffered tremendous losses. At this moment, Guy, still young and obstinate, found himself ensnared by inner turmoil. Hitaki Kakashi stepped forward, adjusting the bandage on his face. Enough, I will address this matter. Though Guy was not inherently indecisive, he lacked the experience Kakashi possessed, having been involved with Umbu, the Hokage's protection detail, and the turmoil of the ninja world. Thus, he had seen little of the darkness that lurked within. In Might Guy's heart, he likely still regarded the Uchiha clan as allies of Konoha. The conflict within him was palpable. Chimu Kakashi extended his hand to caress the bandage before his eyes, feeling the hollow depression around his eye socket. His remaining eye gazed at Xiao Ye, devoid of overt hostility, yet his stance was resolute. You may possess your own reasoning, yet I too uphold my position. Xiao Ye smiled, acknowledging, indeed, we merely stand on opposing grounds. Such distinctions lack substantial justification. However, he shifted his gaze towards Chimu Kakashi. You must recognize that I did not deceive you regarding Uchiha Dato. You owe me a favor. Moreover, if you do not personally seek out Uchiha Dato to verify his identity, his operations within the police bureau will remain concealed, allowing his assassination endeavors to persist. Without your impulsiveness, the Uchiha clan would have retained half of its elite forces within the police bureau, resulting in significantly fewer casualties in Konoha. So I would not have suffered the loss of his arm, nor would your eye have been rendered useless. Do you truly believe that I am the one at fault? Oh, and had it not been for my urging of Mato Guy to rescue you, you would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. Thus, you owe me yet another life. Xiao Ye's verbal onslaught further chilled Chimu Kakashi's gaze. He understood that there might be a semblance of truth in Xiao Ye's assertions. Yet his own stance required no justification. Sophistry. Chimu Kakashi's palm erupted with blue-white lightning, striking like a bolt from the blue towards Xiao Ye's heart. In that moment, Xiao Ye distinctly sensed the chasm between himself and a top-tier ninja. In the face of Chimu Kakashi's assault, he could only keep pace with his thoughts. His body failed to respond in kind. He lowered his gaze to his chest. The hand of Chimu Kakashi, crackling with blue-white electricity, had completely pierced through Xiao Ye's chest, emerging directly from his back. Amidst the sharp, buzzing sound, Chimu Kakashi stood momentarily dumbfounded. For within his perspective and tactile perception, he beheld no blood flowing from Xiao Ye, nor did he feel any contact with Xiao Ye's body. This sensation was reminiscent of when he had penetrated Dato's phantasm with his kamui at the police bureau. Xiao Ye's back was also dampened with a hint of cold sweat. Although the rules of the Infinite Paradise stated that upon completing all primary tasks, reincarnators could depart freely from the world without disturbance, the trepidation of this initial perilous endeavor quickened his heartbeat. Chimu Kakashi's pupils contracted as he watched Xiao Ye's figure gradually fade, ultimately dissolving into a shower of light. What ninjutsu is this? Does he possess spatial abilities as well? Chimu Kakashi's mind raced with contemplation. Mato Guy rushed over, searching for Xiao Ye's presence in the vicinity. Not far away, in the dense forest approximately 100 meters from the shore, Uchiha gripped a gnarled branch with a fierce expression, tears of bitterness streaming from his eyes. His brother had gone fishing for lunch, instructing him to remain hidden in this refuge. This was precisely within the sensory range of the snake scent ninjutsu he had recently mastered. Uchiha bit down hard, acutely sensing the aura of Chimu Kakashi using Raiden Chidori to pierce through Xiao Ye's chest. The overwhelming energy radiating from the blue-white lightning was potent enough to exceed the basic detection range of his snake vision. Uchiha's tears flowed. He meticulously memorized the distinct sense of Chimu Kakashi and Mato Guy. Understanding dawned upon him. Konoha ninjas, was it? I shall avenge my brother. He recalled the tales Xiao Ye had narrated to him over the past few days. With visions of the infinite Tsukuyami plan to control the world through the chakra tree and create a perpetual dream. A world without his brother held no meaning. Thus, let this world perish. Even if his brother claimed that the infinite Tsukuyami was merely a fleeting dream, and that ultimately all would perish within it, he was determined to forge an everlasting world with his brother, even if it meant using the entire world's populace as sustenance for this dream. Uchiha's heart turned to ice with hatred, yet he steeled himself, concealing his presence near Mato Guy and Chimu Kakashi. Simultaneously, Itachi, who had recently been recruited by Dato into the Akatsuki organization, sensed a fierce fluctuation of chakra within himself. He searched his person, ultimately retrieving the pair of dark Sharingan gifted to him by Xiao Ye. Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Uchiha's eyes suddenly transform, all awakening into the Uchiha clan's most prized Mangekyo Sharingan. Though this awakening was brief, it soon fell into silence once more. Unbeknownst to these events, Xiao Ye had already been transported back to the Infinite Paradise. He did not directly return to his paradise room. Rather, his consciousness and body lingered in a void, listening to the world's settlement of the Infinite Paradise. Reincarnator number 1302587, World Settlement complete. Commencing World Reward Settlement. Naruto Subworld, the eve of the Blood Red Night. World Difficulty, LV5. Potential World Influence, for 30. Konoha Village 40, Akatsuki Organization 25, Sound Ninja Village 25, Land of Fire 15, Cloud Hidden Village 15. Task Completion Status. Main Task 1, Perfect Score, World Evaluation 1, Side Task 2. Comprehensive Evaluation, SSS Rank, SS1. World Evaluation Complete, World Influence Collection and Reward Statistics commencing. Rewards obtained. Resource Notarization Box Expansion Card, 1 slot. 1. Free notarization rights, 5 times. Perfect Evaluation for Main Task 1, World Settlement A grade or above. Each increase in level grants an additional notarization right. Gained 4 points of basic attribute free enhancement quota for the Paradise's Attribute Training Chamber. Gained 4 levels of skill rank free enhancement quota for the Paradise's Skill Training Chamber. Received World Rating Treasure Chest LV5. SSS level, 5,000 Paradise coins. 1 Paradise right. Reincarnator's brand level has been elevated from LV1 to LV5, 2. The speed of brand level elevation is determined by the Reincarnator's world evaluation. For every level of evaluation above a grade, the brand level increases by 1. If below a grade, the brand level increases by at least 1. Should a Reincarnator fail to achieve a grade evaluation for 2 consecutive times, they will be eradicated. SSS level world evaluation grants a fixed reward of 1 Paradise right. and Reincarnator 1302587 self-created skill Black Dragon 18 hands has been incorporated into the Infinite Paradise, granting 1 paradise right. Current Reincarnator possesses LV5 Reincarnator brand, allowing the exercise of LV7 Reincarnator privileges. Reincarnator reward settlement complete. Note: all Reincarnators first entering a subworld operate in single-player mode, constituting a trial for newcomers. Subsequently, all world subquests will transform into multiplayer unrestricted slaughter worlds, entering a true reincarnation mode. To survive longer, Reincarnators must utilize all resources during the intermissions between worlds to enhance their strength as much as possible. Current Reincarnators may choose to place acquired resources from the world into the notarization safe box or utilize notarization rights to begin notarization. For resources lacking notarization rights, the Infinite Paradise can provide a paid notarization service for the Reincarnators. The remaining unverified resources will be recovered by Wuxian Liyuan at a valuation of 10%. Upon witnessing the generous rewards offered by Wuxian Liyuan, Xiao Ye felt that everything was worthwhile. Indeed, Wuxian Liyuan serves as a shortcut for Reincarnators to grow stronger. Having witnessed the immense power within the world of Naruto, Xiao Ye yearned for strength. He checked his Reincarnator seal and found that his verification safe had been permanently upgraded to 3 slots. Moreover, the verification rights were instantaneously effective, allowing immediate use. The cost of paid verification in Wuxian Liyuan increased with the number of verifications. The base fee for the first verification was 100 Liyuan coins, corresponding to the level of his Reincarnator seal upon entering the instance. The fee doubled for the second verification, and the third increased again based on the second, continuing in this manner. Naturally, this was merely the base fee for Reincarnators at their current low-level authority. As Xiao Ye's Reincarnator level increased, and he could bring back superior resources, the cost would rise accordingly. The paid verification price refreshed each time a new world was entered. With his verification safe now consisting of 3 slots and 5 verification rights, he could verify 8 items free of charge. Xiao Ye first examined the items in his possession. Aside from the skills he had already learned, the only tangible item he held was the Youth Battle Garb, an exceptional quality equipment obtained through a quest, which did not require further verification. Among the remaining items were the multiple shadow clone technique, Sharingan, Byakugan, explosive tags, and the Konoha headband. After careful selection, he chose 8 items. The most expensive items, the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, were essential choices. Additionally, the multiple shadow clone technique, a purple-level ninjutsu scroll, was included. This A-rank forbidden technique surpassed the quality of healing wound destruction technique, reaching the purple name technique level with an added enhancement. Xiao Ye placed these 3 items into the verification safe. For the 5 additional verifications, he thoughtfully selected the White Fang Short Blade, replica, the healing technique of the Sage, the Bat Sound Perception technique, 15 explosive tags, and the ninjutsu, summoning of the Gate of Life. Xiao Ye had seldom used the White Fang Short Blade, as he had primarily relied on his intellect during this instance, with little opportunity for physical confrontation. When he faced his only enemy, Hyuga Muramasa, Xiao Ye opted for unarmed combat to ensure a surprise attack. The Bat Sound Perception technique was acquired by Xiao Ye for his brother Uchiha and from the Sound Ninja Village. After assisting Uchiha and in memorizing all the information from the scroll, Xiao Ye had planned to verify and learn it. In Xiao Ye's view, perception skills were always valuable. As a seasoned special operations soldier frequently engaged in unique combat missions within the Golden Triangle, he understood the importance of reconnaissance capability. Anticipating the enemy's movements provided a strategic advantage, a principle well documented in military texts. The ninjutsu, summoning of the Gate of Life, also originated from the Sound Ninja Village. Xiao Ye was particularly covetous of Orochimaru's Triple Gate of Life and Hashirama Senju's Quintuple Gate of Life, but he had no opportunity to acquire those. However, this single Gate of Life ninjutsu scroll was obtained from a nearby source in the Sound Ninja Village and was considered a decent addition, helping to compensate for Xiao Ye's defensive shortcomings. Although the Naruto saga had concluded, there would be a second journey. As for the remaining items, Xiao Ye had little to choose from and thus opted for the more expensive options. The healing technique of the Sage, as a medical skill, held considerable value. At the very least, Xiao Ye had not found any useful medicines in the world of Naruto. The 15 explosive tags were remnants from his previous endeavors, similar ores, materials, and items like explosive tags could be stacked in his seal bag, with a maximum stacking limit of 999 for a single slot. Thus, this stack required only 1 verification right to process. Among the remaining items, Xiao Ye found nothing of significant value.
so he verified the most abundant explosive tags. He then reviewed his finances. The world settlement provided him with 10,000 Liyuan coins, with the main quest base and additional rewards totaling 3,000 Liyuan coins. A chest reward from defeating Hyuga Muramasa that yielded 100 coins, and an additional 2,000 Liyuan coins for uploading skills to Wuxian Liyuan's Black Dragon 18 hands. In total, he possessed a staggering 1,500 Liyuan coins. After consideration, Xiao Ye chose to redeem 3 paid verification opportunities from Wuxian Liyuan, expending a total of 700 coins. He then exchanged the 3 formations of relatively higher value from Wuxian Liyuan, the 4 Black Mist formation, the 4 Purple Sun formation, and the Barrier formation. These were all acquired from the Sound Ninja Village, and their formation strength was notably high, ranging from excellent to superior quality. However, these formations required at least 4 people to activate, which is why Xiao Ye did not prioritize verifying them initially. After a final examination of the remaining items and the acquisition of C and D rank ninjutsu, he found nothing worthy of verification. The 4th paid verification required 800 Liyuan coins, while the 5th demanded 600. Xiao Ye assessed Wuxian Liyuan's valuation of the items he possessed. White, ordinary grade equipment, and items generally held values ranging from several dozen to just over 100 Liyuan coins. Green, superior grade equipment and items were valued around 100 to 500 Liyuan coins, while excellent grade items approached the range of 1,000 to several thousand coins. Purple name techniques and golden legends were valued in the thousands and tens of thousands. Yet, among the unverified items in Xiao Ye's possession, the highest value was merely 700 Liyuan coins for a niche B-rank ninjutsu. If verified, it would not even cover the cost of a single verification. Thus, Xiao Ye decided to consolidate and return all of these items to Wuxian Liyuan's recovery space. Although individually they held little value, collectively they amounted to a significant quantity. Ultimately, these items returned to Xiao Ye a total of 540 Liyuan coins. After calculating, he found that he still possessed a commendable sum of 14,960 Liyuan coins. This verification has been completed. The Reincarnator is beginning to return. The Reincarnator has returned. You will have 7 days of rest and preparation time. Next world exploration countdown. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. In an instant, the scene transformed, and Xiao Ye was teleported from the settlement space back to the room where he had initially arrived at Wuxian Liyuan. This private domain belonged to Reincarnators, serving as their designated resting quarters. The room had expanded slightly since Xiao Ye's departure. What was once approximately 10 square meters had nearly doubled in size. The size of the room was linked to Xiao Ye's Reincarnator authority level. Initially, the room measured 11 square meters, and with Xiao Ye's current Reincarnator authority at level 7, its dimensions had increased to 17 square meters. Besides the exceedingly simple bed, the room now contained an additional single sofa, a nightstand, and a narrow single bathroom. There were 2 ways to enlarge the room, either by enhancing the Reincarnator's authority or by purchasing expansion space with Liyuan coins from Wuxian Liyuan. Currently, a level 1 authority could only expand the living space by 1 square meter, while higher levels would allow for even greater expansions. In the future, it is not impossible to possess a private estate within this boundless paradise. The furnishings can be upgraded in accordance with one's permissions, either through trade with the paradise or by acquiring items oneself to enhance the decor of this personal space. Sitting leisurely on the sofa, Xiao Ye perused the plethora of complementary information accessible with his 7th level authority, as well as the regulations governing all Reincarnators. He increasingly recognized that this was indeed a world where power reigns supreme. The greater the strength of a Reincarnator, the higher their authority level, which in turn grants them access to more resources and luxurious services. Ultimately, the most crucial aspect remains the enhancement of one's own strength. Furthermore, Xiao Ye possessed an SSS-grade world-rated treasure chest as a reward from the world settlement. Rubbing his hands in anticipation, he eagerly retrieved it. Unlike the chests obtained from defeated foes, this treasure chest exuded an air of nobility. Adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, its surface shimmered with a glassy brilliance. The front of the chest bore 3 gilded letters, SSS, prominently displayed, radiating an aura of extravagance. Xiao Ye was filled with anticipation for the treasures it might contain. The quality of the chest assured him that the items within would possess considerable value. Any item from the Naruto instances could potentially emerge. With eager hands, Xiao Ye gently pressed down on the chest, and with a satisfying click, it opened. A brilliant red light instantly illuminated the room, gradually receding after a moment. What could it be? Xiao Ye hastily retrieved the contents of the chest. Raiden armor, red epic. The Raiden technique enhances the user's physical form, enveloping them in a cloak of lightning to bolster their defense. The third Raikage Raiden defense could withstand even Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken, and the Eight Tails Tail Beast Bomb without a scratch, earning it the title of the strongest shield. The fourth Raikage Raiden defense, however, emphasizes speed, allowing the user to evade Sasuke's Amaterasu. If one lacks formidable armor, their hard-earned physique becomes their greatest protection. This is the ultimate technique of the Raikage from Kumogakure, the Raiden armor, among Kumogakure's most powerful legacies. Aside from the secret technique requiring 2 practitioners to execute, the Raiden armor stands as the most formidable. It serves not only as a defensive ninjutsu, but also as an explosive secret technique and a method for tempering the body with lightning. After the initial shock, Xiao Ye acknowledged that this secret technique from Kumogakure indeed deserved its epic rating. Chapter 39. The commercial district. The 5 great ninja villages have endured in the ninja world because they possess significant assets. This embodies the absolute foundation of Kumogakure. While the explosive potential of the Raiden armor may not surpass the absolute limits of Konoha's 8 Gates technique, it also lacks the dire side effects associated with the 8 Gates. Those who open the Death Gate often face dire consequences, as seen with Might Guy's leg injury being the best possible outcome. Moreover, not everyone can open the 8th Gate, even Rock Lee. With his exceptional talent in taijutsu among the Konoha 12, achieved only the 6th Gate, despite his unparalleled effort and resilience, which often surpassed that of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. The 8 Gates offer a higher fatal threshold, yet most individuals lack the qualifications to unlock them. Conversely, the cultivation of the Raiden armor, while requiring accumulation through lightning, presents a more stable range of limits compared to the 8 Gates. In terms of physical prowess, Xiao Ye believed that the Raikage's ability surpassed that of Guy at the 7th Gate, even if only slightly. Furthermore, the Raikage's secret technique boasts unparalleled defensive capabilities, with the 3rd Raikage Raiden defense effortlessly absorbing Naruto's wind release, Raisin Shuriken, and the Eight Tails Tail Beast Bomb. The 3rd Raikage is renowned as the strongest shield and spear. In terms of speed, the 4th Raikage's explosive velocity, relying solely on physical capabilities, can rival the instantaneous movement of the Flying Thunder God technique. The term Blue Lightning aptly describes the 4th Raikage. Additionally, the Raiden armor incorporates the ability to temper the body with lightning. This technique serves as a method of cultivation, and compared to the 8 Gates technique, mastering the Raiden armor is considerably swifter, allowing for gradual enhancement of a ninja's taijutsu prowess over the years. The red epic Raiden armor certainly lives up to its reputation. Xiao Ye did not immediately learn this ninjutsu, nor did he pursue the multiple shadow clone technique he possessed. Within the Boundless Paradise, dedicated facilities for ninjutsu training exist, significantly enhancing the success rate of learning techniques compared to directly using scrolls. This also minimizes the adverse effects and backlash associated with acquiring new skills that may not align with one's capabilities. Upon returning to the paradise and reviewing the rules, Xiao Ye realized the audacity of his previous attempts to learn the 8 Gates and the 100 Heal technique. The successful acquisition of those techniques was indeed a stroke of luck. Once all rewards had been calculated and drawn, Xiao Ye felt it was time to venture out and explore the various means available within the Boundless Paradise to enhance himself. Pushing open the door to his room, Xiao Ye stepped outside and was astonished to find himself amidst a starry expanse. Beneath him lay an immense paradise continent, the extent of which was unfathomable, constructed from an unknown material. Perhaps due to his limited permissions and his recent arrival in the paradise, Xiao Ye's residence was situated on the periphery of this vast realm, allowing him to witness such a breathtaking sight. A mere glance outward revealed the profound void beyond. Between him and the void lay a thin membrane of pale blue, which Xiao Ye suspected might be a barrier or some form of defensive array. The entirety of this immeasurable paradise was enveloped within this mystical bubble. The expanse of the paradise seemed endless. Even in this area devoid of functional structures, numerous reincarnators traversed about. However, they all appeared to be in a hurry. With little interaction, even those passing by Xiao Ye merely cast a cursory glance before swiftly entering nearby teleportation arrays, vanishing in an instant. Teleportation arrays are ubiquitous throughout the paradise due to its vastness, necessitating their use for Xiao Ye to reach other locations. The paradise is divided into various zones, including low, medium, high, and core residential districts, as well as commercial areas, enhancement zones, training areas, and forging streets. In addition to these, there are places Xiao Ye has yet to unlock for teleportation access. When he inquired about these locations,
the boundless paradise bluntly informed him that his permissions were insufficient. Xiao Ye decided to first visit the commercial district. He had some items to sell and wished to see if there were any useful props he could acquire. With approximately 15,000 paradise coins and 3 useless array maps in his possession, Xiao Ye needed to investigate the commercial district to ascertain the actual purchasing power of paradise coins within the boundless paradise. As he walked, he reminded himself not to miss any opportunities to observe and explore. Recently, I emerged from the MT world with a splendid silver scale chest plate, available for a mere 300 yuan coins each. Are there any friends who have yet to acquire skills? I have a copy of the crow flying on a plane skill from the Qinglong Adventures dungeon, which I am selling at a bargain price. As I stepped out of the teleportation array, the lively atmosphere instantly enveloped me, capturing my attention. Despite the numerous shops lining the commercial street, only a handful were genuinely in operation. Most individuals sat cross-legged on the ground, spreading clean cloths before them, having rented temporary stalls from the park, and displaying items they had brought from various worlds that they no longer needed. The array of equipment and items available was astonishing, ranging from ordinary to exquisite, with prices varying widely. However, the majority of prices exceeded my expectations. My arrival also drew the attention of other reincarnators. Each newcomer to the commercial street was a potential esteemed customer. One vendor greeted me directly. "Hey, brother, just returned from a dungeon, right? What kind of equipment or items are you looking for? I have an extraordinary sword from the Three Kingdoms Kill World. Why not take a look?" Before I could respond, another customer, who had just been approached by the vendor, scoffed dismissively. "Come on, that ancient ingot sword looks decent," claiming to deal double damage to unarmored enemies. But honestly, who among those who have cleared the first dungeon isn't already equipped with at least 2 pieces of gear? The vendor retorted, "Hey, if you don't want to buy, at least don't interfere with my business. And who said my sword isn't good? Regardless of its special effects, this ancient ingot sword is still a blue quality item." Chapter 40. Almost everyone knows that superior level equipment comes with at least 13 special attributes or skill tags, with a very low chance of possessing equipment skills. Yet, your shabby gear has just 1 special skill, and it's practically useless. This ancient ingot sword, claimed to be of superior quality, is worth even less than some finely crafted green gear with better attributes. The tension between the vendor and the customer escalated, prompting me to quickly distance myself. I had no interest in getting involved in their quarrels. However, their exchange made me realize that my youth battle garb was undoubtedly among the finest blue gear of its kind. With 3 special effects and 1 equipment skill, it represented the pinnacle of what blue gear could achieve. Although its hard defense was somewhat lacking due to being cloth armor, its soft defense was commendable, offering extra protection against sharp weapon attacks like guns and swords. However, its defense against blunt weapons, heavy armaments, and slicing damage was rather average. Observing the bustling marketplace, I quickly understood that my 15,000 yuan coins was a substantial fortune, compared to the typical prices of merely a few hundred yuan coins for most items. I felt remarkably affluent, as I could resell any gear I purchased that remained undamaged. I decided to acquire a piece of light armor to complement my youth battle garb and bolster my hard defense. I approached the stall with the loudest sales pitch, where the silver scale chest plate was being hawked. Before I arrived, the vendor greeted me warmly. "Brother, would you like a silver scale chest plate? Only 300 yuan coins, requiring just 5 strength and 5 endurance to equip, suitable for lower levels." As I squatted down to inspect the items on display, I noticed that there were 5 or 6 silver scale chest plates available. Clearly, the vendor was operating on a wholesale basis. "What a deal. Have you come here to sell in bulk?" I picked up one of the silver scale chest plates, noting its impressive attributes: an increase of 3 points to constitution, 1 point to strength, 11 points to defense, and an additional 5 points to hard defense. It was indeed among the superior offerings in the refined equipment category. To be honest, I just returned from the MT world, where I labored for a week in the blacksmith shop, crafting several hundred silver scale chest plates, all of which are my wages and quest rewards. I hardly received any other type of reward. Thankfully, most of these silver scale chest plates were obtained through quest channels, so I won't incur excessive notarization fees. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant loss from this dungeon run. I'm counting on selling these silver scale chest plates to recover my expenses and maybe even indulge in some other items at different stalls. The vendor, appearing somewhat glum, engaged me in conversation, perhaps due to the lackluster sales of the silver scale chest plates. However, I placed the chest plate down and shook my head, saying, "Boss, this equipment is quite good, but isn't the price a bit steep?" Refined equipment is generally valued at around 50 to 150 yuan coins, with only a select few exceptional items warranting a price of 200 to 300 yuan coins each.
While your silver scale chestplate is of decent quality, it does not reach the pinnacle of its class. Selling it for 300 yuan coins seems excessive. The vendor scrutinized me from head to toe, not appearing offended, and responded with a smile. Brother, you must have just cleared your first dungeon and entered the Infinite Park, right? Oh, how did you know? I inquired, curious. He pointed at the silver scale chestplate in my hand and remarked, just by the price of this equipment. It's clear you're a novice with no experience in the commercial district. I assure you, I'm not trying to cheat you or sell you inferior goods. This is the actual price. You haven't factored in the notarization fees from the park. The park's guide price is merely a reference, and as business people, we can't afford to incur losses. The term notarization itself carries a cost. Just because I don't need to pay for notarization doesn't mean I shouldn't charge for that portion of the cost. For refined equipment, the customary notarization fee is around 200 yuan, a rule that has developed from the long-term operation of the park's market. It's an established norm. Otherwise, if everyone sold gear without accounting for the park's notarization fees, it would be hard to say whether such prices are fair. But the market for equipment and items in the commercial district would undoubtedly shrink significantly. If the profits cannot cover the park's notarization fees, people will be disinclined to pay for notarization on more gear and items, leading to a direct reduction of around 40 in the items sold here. Low profits and reluctance to sell can cause market stagnation, which is certainly not a good thing for any of us reincarnators. In fact, it could be disastrous. I nodded in understanding. He comprehended that if the trading market within the commercial zone languished and the inventory of items dwindled, it would be exceedingly challenging for the reincarnators to exchange for gear and tools suitable for themselves. In such circumstances, the overall potential of the reincarnators would be inadvertently diminished, thereby increasing the difficulty of enhancing their own capabilities and directly reducing their survival rates in the realm of Lu Yuan. Considering this, after deducting the notarization fee of 200 Sierra Leonean Leones Yuan coins, the silver scale breastplate, priced at only 100 Sierra Leonean Leones Yuan coins, was quite reasonable. Moreover, when he no longer required it, if it remained undamaged, he could resell it and transfer this portion of notarization costs anew. What do you think? Shall we proceed with the purchase? Observing Xiao Ye contemplating over his silver-scaled breastplate, the shopkeeper felt optimistic about closing this deal. Brother, this silver-scaled breastplate is truly exceptional. You won't regret buying it. However, Xiao Ye shook his head, placing the silver-scaled breastplate back on the stall, and replied nonchalantly, almost. Almost. Are you dissatisfied with the price? How about this, brother? I'll lower the price by 10 Sierra Leonean Leones Yuan coins. No, 20 Sierra Leonean Leones Yuan coins. How does 280 sound? I've been here for 2 hours. Give me a break. Xiao Ye merely shook his head, stating, it's not the price. I mean the quality of this equipment is lacking. Chapter 41. Golden Scaled Breastplate. Upon hearing Xiao Ye's words, the shopkeeper was instantly filled with respect. Nearby, several stall owners who had gathered to watch the spectacle also became fervently interested, hinting at their desire to attract the customer. This was a significant patron. The shopkeeper took a closer look at Xiao Ye, realizing that ordinary low-level reincarnators, after completing a world process, typically returned with material goods worth no more than 5,000 Lu Yuan coins, with 3,000 to 4,000 being the norm. Having 2,000 Lu Yuan coins on hand was considered quite substantial. After all, the difficulty of the mainline tasks, the final task completion scores, and the world difficulty all varied, leading to different reward amounts. Given Xiao Ye's grandiloquent demeanor, the surrounding reincarnators began to speculate on how many Lu Yuan coins he possessed upon his return. Brother, if you say that, I truly have an excellent item. The shopkeeper gazed at Xiao Ye for a few seconds, realizing he was not jesting. Gritting his teeth, albeit with some reluctance, he retrieved a new piece of equipment. This was a golden chestplate, clearly a more refined version of the previous silver-scaled breastplate, with exquisite craftsmanship and intricate relief designs. Golden-scaled breastplate, blue excellent. An upgraded version of the standard silver-scaled breastplate, crafted by a true master artisan. It is superior to the silver-scaled breastplate in strength and value. Attributes: Constitution 3, Strength 2, Defense 26. Special effects: 1. Sturdy. This equipment is forged from a blend of precious metals and meteorite iron, providing a hard defense against blunt and cutting attacks, of 11. 2. Heart guard. This equipment features a heart guard armor embedded in the left chest area, reducing the chance of a lethal strike to the heart by 15 and mitigating lethal damage by 30. Equipment requirements: Strength 10, Constitution 10. Overall rating: 64, golden scaled breastplate. 50 gold each. This item has been notarized. High defense attributes, with 2 special effects.
This qualifies as a remarkable piece among excellent level equipment. As the shopkeeper displayed the attributes of this equipment at the stall, the number of reincarnators surrounding the booth noticeably increased. Many expressed interest in purchasing such fine equipment. In world dungeons, only a select few could acquire high-level items. The drop rate for high-level items in low-level worlds was inherently low. In the front area of this commercial street, designated for newcomers to set up stalls and select purchases, the reincarnators here truly could not boast of having one piece of excellent level equipment each. What do you think of this equipment? The shopkeeper said somewhat reluctantly to Xiao Ye. Brother, to be honest, this golden scale breastplate was originally reserved for my personal use. My work in the crafting workshop of the MT world focuses specifically on forging light armor, and all task rewards are these breastplates, so I am in dire need of an excellent weapon. To be truthful, if it weren't for my urgent need for funds to purchase a superior weapon, and although I have a slightly inferior golden scale breastplate as a substitute, I would never have parted with this golden scaled breastplate. This golden scale breastplate is quite impressive. To prevent other reincarnators from encroaching on the deal, Xiao Ye directly took the golden scaled breastplate and began negotiating the price. He was quite satisfied with this item. Brother, if you are genuinely interested in buying, I won't beat around the bush. For 1,300 Sierra Leone's yuan coins, you can take this golden scaled breastplate. This price was somewhat steep, but did not breach Xiao Ye's psychological threshold. Previously, he had learned that, unlike fine-grade equipment, the notarization cost for excellent-grade equipment was 400 Sierra Leone's yuan coins, double that of fine-grade equipment. The higher the quality, the greater the notarization cost required. Similar to the paid notarization of Lu Yuan, the notarization fee for any additional equipment increased exponentially. Thus, the transaction costs also doubled with each grade increment. Fine grade 200, excellent grade 400, and legendary grade 800, and so forth. Therefore, the actual selling price of this golden scaled breastplate amounted to 900 Sierra Leone's yuan coins. Excellent grade equipment typically ranged between 300 to 1,200 Sierra Leone's yuan coins. But special cases of particularly poor or exceptional quality could deviate from this range. For instance, the ancient ingot knife, which was the source of the dispute at the teleportation portal, and Xiao Ye's own youthful battle attire, each fell below and above the average value, respectively. The price of 1,300 was reasonably fair. Seeing the shopkeeper's expression of hesitation and reluctance to sell the golden scale breastplate, Xiao Ye, concerned that bargaining might lead to the seller retracting the offer, decided to accept the price since it was reasonable and did not exploit him. All right, let's settle on this price. I will buy it. Having made his decision, Xiao Ye promptly extracted 1,300 Sierra Leone's yuan coins from his reincarnator imprint and completed the transaction. After the payment was finalized, the golden scaled breastplate lost its protection and became Xiao Ye's property. Upon acquiring the golden scaled breastplate, Xiao Ye immediately donned it over his youthful battle attire. Although both belonged to the clothing category, their overlapping positions did not hinder their functionality. In Lu Yuan, the equipment for reincarnators was not subject to particularly stringent restrictions or requirements. Reincarnators possessed a total of 12 equipment slots, although the guidelines suggested helmet, necklace, clothing, wrist guards, belt, pants, shoes, cloak, weapon, offhand weapon armor, and 2 rings, comprising a total of 12 equipment slots. The 12 positions are not set in stone. Indeed, if the reincarnators so wish, they may don layer upon layer, wearing 12 pieces of armor, provided they can fit into them. However, this requirement is not rigidly enforced. The guidance provided by the Paradise is merely that, a suggestion, a reasonable configuration for the average individual. Consequently, it is not uncommon to encounter reincarnators sporting peculiar equipment combinations within the Paradise. For instance, some abandon weapons entirely, focusing solely on defense. Wielding a shield in each hand while clad in heavy armor like a bastion, others adorn themselves with 10 rings, resembling a Lord of the Rings. And there are those who adorn every possible piercing, earrings, lip rings, nose rings, tongue studs, and navel piercings, filling every slot. As long as the attributes and effects of the equipment are effective, any combination is permissible, embracing a philosophy of boundless experimentation. Chapter 42. Attribute Rules. The coveted golden scaled chestplate was purchased by Xiao Ye, leaving many surrounding the stall enviously eyeing the prized armor as they departed disheartened. A few reincarnators opted instead for a lesser alternative to the golden scaled chestplate. The silver scaled chestplate also saw several sales, bringing joy to the vendor. If this trend continues, he might be able to trade for 2 excellent grade pieces of equipment. In high spirits, the vendor grasped Xiao Ye's arm as he prepared to leave and said, "Brother, I am in dire need of this paradise currency. You have truly alleviated my immediate predicament. However, heed my advice. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from spending your currency on equipment in the early stages, especially for those of ordinary or fine quality, unless you have surplus funds. The cost-effectiveness is quite low. Oh, what do you mean? Xiao Ye halted, eager to absorb the wisdom of a more seasoned individual. The vendor tapped the golden-scaled chestplate that Xiao Ye had just donned and remarked, as a newcomer, "You have spent a considerable amount of currency on my golden-scaled chestplate, suggesting that your score from the first paradise world is quite high. And you have accrued a significant amount of currency? If that is the case, I recommend you first explore the attribute training facilities and skill training facilities in the training area. Investing sufficient currency there will yield substantial improvements. Compared to acquiring a set of transitional gear early on, allocating more resources to enhance your own capabilities is far more cost-effective. To speak frankly, there exists a certain type of reincarnator among us, colloquially referred to as knife runners. They allocate over 80% of their resources upon exiting the paradise world to enhance their attributes and skill proficiency. They invest solely in one exceptionally fine weapon and one excellent piece of armor, while the remainder of their equipment is sourced from various worlds as temporary solutions. Although unverified equipment cannot be brought back from the paradise world, it remains functional within the current world, enhancing the attributes and effects of their gear. These individuals face a higher mortality rate, yet those who survive experience a rapid enhancement of their personal strength. While we need not adopt such extreme measures, if your resources are particularly abundant in the early stages, prioritize self-improvement before considering equipment upgrades. Only those reincarnators who fail to achieve an A-grade score in the paradise twice, driven by an urgent need to bolster their strength, would contemplate full equipment upgrades early on. After all, the attributes of equipment do not simply add to personal attributes. Rather, they are calculated through a separate formula. The enhancement from a set of ordinary equipment may not even surpass an increase of 1 or 2 in personal comprehensive attributes. The vendor's words were sincere, and Xiao Ye felt the earnestness behind them, nodding in acknowledgement. The vendor's reasoning resonated. Indeed, there was no rush to augment his current equipment. Additionally, after his experiences in the Naruto world, Xiao Ye had developed a discerning taste, finding anything below excellent grade unworthy of consideration. If it were indeed true that the training area's facilities could enhance attributes through the expenditure of currency, prioritizing personal attribute enhancement would certainly be more cost-effective. Of course, this excludes the possibility of encountering rare and exceptional equipment. In the paradise, a reincarnator's personal attributes do not simply increase in a linear fashion. For example, a reincarnator with 10 points of strength does not merely surpass one with 8 points by a simple margin of 25%. The disparity in ratios can be far more pronounced. Furthermore, the 4 attributes, strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility, interact with one another. Should a reincarnator possess 10 points in all 4 attributes while encountering another with an average of only 8 points and an imbalanced distribution of those attributes, the disparity in overall strength could indeed reach 1 or even twofold. In terms of sheer strength, one might easily overpower the other. Thus, within the infinite paradise, all seasoned reincarnators opt for a balanced allocation of points, as this has long been regarded as the optimal choice for sustained success in the paradise. It represents the most effective and cost-efficient strategy for enhancing overall strength, without exception. Personal specialization, on the other hand, manifests through skills, equipment, and other avenues. As for the attributes of equipment, they do not simply add to an individual's attributes. A reincarnator with 8 points of strength does not become a bastion of might merely by donning equipment that adds 2 points to their strength, thus achieving a total of 10 points. The attributes of the equipment are calculated independently from personal attributes. If a reincarnator possesses 10 points in strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility, and their entire set of equipment collectively adds 40 points to their base attributes, 10 points each, then this reincarnator would effectively gain the total strength of another reincarnator whose attributes are also 10 across the board. Conversely, if the total enhancement from equipment amounts to 5 points per attribute, that reincarnator would receive the total attributes of another whose attributes are 5 points each. Compared to a reincarnator's personal attributes, it might suffice to increase each attribute by just 1 or 2 points to achieve a doubling of personal strength. However, to achieve a similar effect through equipment exchange, the total enhancement from the equipment must equal the reincarnator's own full attributes to attain a commensurate effect. Xiao Ye calculated that the golden-scaled chestplate he purchased enhanced his 4 base attributes by 3 in constitution and 2 in strength, totaling 5 points. His personal base attributes were as follows: Strength 8, Intelligence 7, Constitution 9, and Agility 8, amounting to 32 points in total. To double his overall strength through equipment, he would need to acquire at least 7 pieces of armor of the same quality as the golden scaled chest plate, at a cost of 300 paradise currency each. That would total 100. Even disregarding secondary attribute effects, special traits, and equipment skills, procuring lesser excellent grade equipment would likely require 3,000 to 4,000 paradise currency. This indeed represents a significant expenditure. Thus, as the vendor suggested, under ordinary circumstances, early-stage reincarnators facing resource constraints should focus on acquiring a single excellent weapon, ensuring it possesses high secondary attributes such as slicing and piercing that only affect the equipment, along with 1 or 2 sturdy defensive pieces capable of shielding as many vital areas as possible. This would suffice for navigating the realms of the paradise. Effects such as piercing and cutting apply solely to weapons. It cannot be said that once a reincarnator dons a particular weapon, their fingers will possess the same piercing capabilities. Attributes like defense and sturdiness enhance equipment while simultaneously diminishing the reincarnator's own abilities. Attributes such as resilience and charm apply exclusively to the reincarnator. Chapter 43, Training Zone. Attribute Enhancement. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ye departed and proceeded towards a nearby teleportation array. He had no intention of selling the 3 array diagrams he temporarily did not need, due to the unique resting times and world instances each reincarnator experiences. Coupled with the multitude of realms within the paradise, the vast majority of reincarnators tend to be lone wolves. The 4 Xiang array and 4 Qiang array, which require multiple practitioners, are challenging to match with demand and thus lack a market. Xiao Ye decided against selling them. After all, one never knows when they might be needed. Upon vanishing from the teleportation array, Xiao Ye arrived at the training zone, a place with a distinctly different ambience. Compared to the commercial district, the atmosphere here was much more subdued. Were it not for the occasional sight of another reincarnator, Xiao Ye might have found the desolation somewhat eerie. Upon arrival, the first thing that caught his eye was an endless expanse of metallic coffins densely arranged across a metallic plaza. These metallic coffins were of 2 varieties: the attribute training pods designed to enhance the reincarnator's attributes, and the skill training pods intended for skill level improvement. Each metallic coffin was tilted at a 30-degree angle, secured on metal supports affixed to the ground. The attribute training pods occupied the left side of the plaza and appeared to outnumber the skill training pods. Cloaked in a matte black-gray hue, their design exuded a sense of solidity and weight. Consequently, 2/3 of the training plaza was dominated by these attribute training pods. Opaque and semi-transparent metallic conduits intricately connected to these pods continuously delivered an unknown greenish-blue solution. In contrast, the skill training pods shimmered with a silvery sheen, their streamlined design making them appear particularly compact and exquisite when compared to the bulkier attribute training pods. Even the conduits leading into the skill training pods were more slender, and the liquid they transported was a nebulous sky blue. As for the apparent emptiness, the number of reincarnators here was by no means less than that in the commercial district. The stillness was merely superficial. Most reincarnators present were reclining within these training pods, enhancing their attributes or skills. The paradise was teeming with reincarnators, and it seemed there was scarcely a pod without an occupant. Xiao Ye first approached a light screen facility, a machine capable of automatically checking which training pods were currently unoccupied and allowing for reservations using the reincarnator's exclusive imprint. This streamlined the process, sparing the reincarnators from the hassle of checking each pod individually, thus saving valuable time. In terms of efficiency, the infinite paradise proved quite considerate. Xiao Ye reserved a spot for himself in the C-Zone, number 13 attribute training pod, conveniently located nearby. Without needing to take an airport-style moving walkway, he took a couple of steps to the left and soon found the machine he had reserved. Lifting the cover of the semi-transparent training pod, crafted from a special material, he found that the exterior was metallic in appearance, obscuring the interior view. Following the machine's voice instructions, he lay down inside, and the cover closed automatically, allowing him to see clearly everything outside. As multiple patches swiftly adhered to his limbs and neck, Xiao Ye had anticipated the sensation of needles piercing his skin, akin to scenes from films where special liquids are injected. However, no such occurrence transpired. Instead, a panel displaying his bare statistics appeared before him. Name: Xiao Ye ID, 1302587 level, LV 52 health points, 103 maximum health points, 157 mana points, 84 stamina, 9 agility, 8 charm. For the current physical attributes of the reincarnator were approximately 270 of that of a standard adult male. After removing the equipment bonuses, Xiao Ye's health and mana attributes had slightly diminished, nearly remaining unchanged. The light screen then prompted him to confirm whether he wished to utilize the attribute training pod to enhance his personal attributes. Each of his 4 attributes was accompanied by a plus sign. When he clicked the plus sign, the numbers increased by 1 with each click, representing the pre-enhancement options. Next to it was a confirmation option, indicating that Xiao Ye had a total of 11,000 paradise coins for free basic attribute training, which allowed for unconditional enhancement of 4 attributes, alongside an additional 13,660 paradise coins of his own. For each attribute point beyond 110 points, the cost was 1,000 paradise coins. Once an attribute exceeded 10 points, it would transition to the next stage, requiring even more paradise coins. Xiao Ye calculated that he needed an additional 7 points to elevate all 4 attributes to 10 points. Naturally, the free enhancement of 4 points was best utilized later, as the prices for higher attributes escalated. Thus, he opted to pay 6,000 paradise coins to enhance his attributes, supplemented by the 1,000 paradise coins from his free allowance, perfectly covering the cost for 7 points. He allocated these points to the respective attributes and clicked Confirm. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain and itchiness surged through Xiao Ye's entire being. Contrary to his expectation of merely closing his eyes and awakening with enhanced attributes after a brief slumber, he was engulfed in a cloud of faintly glowing green mist that burst forth from dozens of circular openings around him. The mist enveloped his body, simultaneously enhancing and repairing it. The pain of enhancement and the itch of repair assailed every nerve in Xiao Ye's body. However, the nourishing substance intended to elevate his intelligence heightened his mental acuity, amplifying his sensory perceptions. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Ye writhed as if enduring a torturous trial. Yet, this was merely the Paradise's attribute training pod, which, after scanning Xiao Ye's physique, accelerated the enhancement process at an astonishing rate. The sudden increase of 7 base attribute points was akin to a dramatic surge in overall capabilities for a reincarnator. The profound internal shifts that accompanied such a transformation justified the intense sensations of pain and itchiness. Fortunately, within this private domain, Xiao Ye need not concern himself with appearances, for the space within the training pod was ample. The expansive construction of the attribute training chamber is designed to preemptively counter such scenarios. Within the training chamber, Xiao Ye rolls vigorously, attempting to divert his attention, striving to convince himself that the pain will not render him unconscious. Chapter 44. Attribute Traits. This agony entails a prolonged waiting period. A miniature display screen atop the training chamber counts down the minutes. The 7-minute countdown ticks away, each second stretching interminably in Xiao Ye's perception. However, it must be acknowledged that amidst this excruciating torment, he can distinctly sense the enhancement of his strength. His muscle mass slightly increases, becoming more elastic and resilient, while the fascia throughout his body grows increasingly robust and firm. His mind sharpens, and his breathing becomes deeper and more powerful. After 7 minutes, Xiao Ye, still haunted by the experience, ceases his rolling within the chamber. His physique has become marginally more muscular, but the increase in strength has not led to an overtly developed musculature. He has grown a couple of centimeters taller. His calves taut and curvaceous, the streamlined shape concealing explosive power. His body possesses an unimaginable flexibility. The balanced adjustment of attributes has subtly altered Xiao Ye's physique without distorting it. He can feel the improvement in strength even outside the training chamber, as if the vast inflation of attributes has imbued him with an illusory sense of invincibility, a reminder of the tangible power he has acquired in those fleeting minutes. Congratulations, Reincarnator 1302587. Your foundational strength attribute has reached 10 points, attaining the first stage limit. You must now select one from the options below to gain an additional strength trait. 1. Rapid Growth. Choosing this grants you an immediate 1 point in strength attribute, and for every subsequent 10 points gained in strength, you will receive an additional 1 point of strength correction. 2. Weightlifting. This trait reduces the equipment's attribute requirements to 15 for gear and 30 for strength. 3. Hidden Energy. This trait ensures that your attacks always convey hidden energy. If you have already learned to utilize abilities of this nature, or will learn such skills in the future, this trait will convert into an independently calculated hidden energy attack of 15. 4. Shatter. This trait adds an additional 515 points of shattering damage to your attacks, dependent on weapon type, weight, and the strength disparity between the reincarnator and their adversary, with a chance to directly diminish the durability of the enemy's equipment. Faced with these 4 choices, Xiao Ye deliberated for a considerable time. The first option, Rapid Growth. is the most straightforward. With each increment of 10 points in strength, one would receive an additional point of strength correction. Should his strength reach 100 or even 1,000 points in the future, Xiao Ye could potentially acquire 10 or even 100 points of free additional attributes. This trait offers significant late-game benefits. The longer a reincarnator survives, the greater their power and the steeper the curve of benefits. Naturally, even in the early stages, an incremental boost of attribute points is not negligible. Furthermore, it is cost-effective. Should Xiao Ye choose this option now, he would save 2,000 paradise coins. The second option, weightlifting, resembles a simplified attribute from a game he once played, Dream of the West. This trait lowers the equipment requirements, enabling him to don superior gear even at lower levels and capabilities. Previously, in the Naruto instance, Xiao Ye had equipped a makeshift set of subpar ninja gear and a high-quality short blade. Yet the combined attributes failed to meet the full activation requirements of his youth battle attire. Consequently, he could only utilize a fraction of its potential. The Golden Scales chest plate he purchased recently faced a similar fate. Upon exiting the Naruto instance, he left behind the inferior white-quality gear. As his foundational attributes just reached an average of 10 points, he could finally activate both pieces of equipment fully. However, after pondering, Xiao Ye decided to forego both traits. While rapid growth is enticing, after experiencing an instance, he is confident in his ability to acquire sufficient resources in the infinite paradise, negating the need to conserve resources or select traits that do not enhance his combat prowess. Likewise, with weightlifting, he believes that as his strength increases, the equipment requirements will no longer pose a challenge. The remaining options, Hidden Energy and Shatter, genuinely promise to augment Xiao Ye's combat effectiveness through enhanced attack effects and bonuses. The individual specialization of each reincarnator's attributes plays a significant role in the diverse styles and abilities they exhibit, especially as most choose to distribute their points evenly. When each reincarnator's attributes meet the required thresholds, a random selection of traits emerges, differing for each individual. This opportunity to choose traits is not limited to a single instance. The combination of choices among these traits further leads to a myriad of distinct results and configurations, ultimately resulting in the unique styles and tendencies of each reincarnator. After careful consideration, Xiao Ye selected the Hidden Energy trait. This option is more versatile than Shatter, offering stable application and a more consistent value increase. While Shatter is not without merit, the additional 515 shattering damage is largely contingent upon the disparity in weight between light and heavy weapons. Only heavy weapons can fully exploit this trait's potential. At present, Xiao Ye possesses only a light-quality short blade for transitional use. He doubts that utilizing the short blade against equally matched or stronger opponents would yield reliable results for the shatter effect. Reality diverges from the realm of games. While the reincarnators in Paradise experience a semi-digitized existence, the enhancements from skills and traits are not fixed or universally applicable. In confrontations with formidable foes, or when facing countermeasures or insufficient activation conditions, the effects of various abilities may indeed fail to meet minimum thresholds or even become entirely ineffective. The Paradise-provided data merely reflects a composite of statistical figures, relying solely on these figures amounts to mere theoretical discourse. Taking all factors into account, Xiao Ye ultimately chose the more universally applicable and conditionally straightforward trait of Hidden Energy. Chapter 45, Life Resistance. Congratulations on acquiring the Hidden Energy trait. Your body has undergone remarkable transformations. Following his selection, Xiao Ye sensed an influx of esoteric knowledge and unique muscle memory. Although he has yet to manifest the Hidden Energy trait, contemplating it conjures an instinctive familiarity. Yet, Xiao Ye's journey of enhancement is far from over. The four fundamental attributes of Li, Ji, Ti, and Mean extend beyond mere strength. The others, intelligence, vitality, and agility, have all reached the threshold of 10 points, each contributing to one's capabilities. Congratulations, Reincarnator number 13025887. Your intelligence attribute has attained a score of 10, reaching the limit of the first stage. You must select one option from below to gain an additional intelligence trait. 1. Mana Flow. By choosing this option, your mana growth will increase by 20, and the natural recovery speed of your mana will enhance by 50. 2. Inspiration. Opting for this will raise your success rate for learning and mastering skills by 10, while reducing the probability of risk by 20 and lowering the requirements for skill upgrades by 5. 3. Enchantment. Selecting this will allow your physical attacks to inflict additional spell damage based on your intelligence attribute of 10. 4. Mental Barrier. By choosing this option, your intelligence attribute will provide specialized protection to your spiritual form, granting you a resistance of 10 against mental attacks,
and an additional advantage of 5 against mental control effects. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye declared his choice of the fourth option, mental barrier. There was no cause for indecision. While the enchantment trait may have offered superior offensive output through physical and magical damage integration, the mental barrier represented noble mental defense. It additionally provided a 5-point advantage against mental control effects. Mental attacks and control could be insidious and formidable. Individuals skilled in mental attacks and control were rare, and those possessing mental defensive capabilities were even scarcer. In Xiao Ye's previous world, within the realm of the Naruto replica, the Uchiha clan excelled in illusion techniques, with each member being a master of the mental arts. However, among this clan, not a single individual possessed true mental defense capabilities. Their defense relied solely on their robust mental fortitude. A clan boasting hundreds of ninjas skilled in mental illusions, yet devoid of any with actual mental defense techniques, relied entirely on their high mental attributes and the innate properties bestowed by their Sharingan. In contrast, the mental defense capabilities were alarmingly low, translating to a mere fraction among ordinary ninjas. The mental barrier, with its invaluable resistance capabilities, was indeed a rare asset. Although early encounters with mental adversaries might be scarce, the foresight in selecting this ability was undeniably prudent. There may not be another opportunity to choose it again, and when the time came to utilize it, it would prove to be a life-saving skill. As for inspiration and mana flow, the latter was not particularly urgent for Xiao Ye at present. His 8 gates technique consumed vitality rather than mana, and his 100 treasures technique drew from the power accumulated in his core without depleting his mana reserves. It acted as an external mana replenishment source. Of course, outside of combat, the 100 treasures technique would continuously absorb a minute amount of Xiao Ye's mana for sustained accumulation. But this process was limited to non-combat situations and yielded minimal absorption. The consumption was merely a result of his natural recovery overflow. During battles, he would not face a shortage of mana that would hinder his abilities. The combined consumption of his passive skills, Shi Hua and Shi Tan, amounted to a mere 2 mana points per hour, an inconsequential amount. Xiao Ye could effortlessly maintain both skills active for 24 hours. The only significant mana-consuming abilities he possessed were the Black Dragon 18 Hands and the Yin Healing Destruction technique, yet neither were particularly burdensome in terms of mana consumption. Naturally, Xiao Ye planned to learn other skills, such as the Multiple Shadow Clone technique, Lightning Release Armor, and the Immortal Art of Living, which might have higher mana demands. Nevertheless, in his view, a growth of 20 mana points was merely adequate. He would still be unable to shoulder any excessive consumption. Presently, he believed he could manage 2 or 3 high-consumption skills without issue. After reaching 10 points in intelligence, his total mana and natural recovery rate had more than doubled compared to when his intelligence was at 7 points. Originally possessing 84 points of bare mana, he now boasted a substantial 245 points of base mana. For the foreseeable future, he would not face a scenario in which insufficient mana would impede his skill execution. As for inspiration, Xiao Ye felt the risks associated with learning skills were manageable, in contrast to the unpredictable threats posed by mental adversaries. The priority of selecting the mental barrier remained higher. In the subsequent selection pertaining to vitality traits, Xiao Ye opted for a characteristic known as life resistance. The effect was straightforward. It would reduce the attribute penalties, critical injuries, and thresholds for near-death states incurred from low health by 5 points. In essence, the thresholds for health statuses, originally set at 50 for normal, 30 for critical, and 20 for near-death, would now transform to 45, 25, and 15, respectively. While life resistance did not directly enhance Xiao Ye's combat prowess, its impact on sustaining prolonged combat engagement was significant, particularly concerning critical and near-death states. One faced the constant threat of negative buffs, while the other directly diminished combat effectiveness. Lowering these 2 critical thresholds was of paramount importance, indeed, a matter of life and death. In the realm of agility, Xiao Ye chose a trait called lightness. This effect mitigated the influence of his own weight while running or moving, achieving an effect akin to lightness techniques, significantly enhancing his speed and increasing his body's flexibility, enabling him to perform unconventional physical maneuvers. The reduction in weight influence fluctuated within a range of 10 to 30, with specific values affected by individual conditions. Meanwhile, the enhancement in bodily flexibility added a fixed increase of 18. To illustrate, a person who once required assistance to bend backward could now perform the motion independently. Such an improvement was indeed promising. Although not directly reflected in numerical values, this qualitative enhancement could yield extraordinary benefits to overall strength. Having selected traits for his strength, intelligence, vitality, and agility, Xiao Ye anticipated that his enhancements had concluded. However,
Unexpectedly, a new prompt from the paradise materialized before him. Congratulations, reincarnator number 1302587. Your strength, intelligence, vitality, and agility attributes have all reached 10 points, and you have completed the selection of all traits, fulfilling the requirements to awaken your personal comprehensive specialty. Please proceed to choose your specialty. There is more. Chapter 46, Template Specialty. Please select the template specialty you desire from the following options. 1. Shanxi, with strength that can move mountains and a presence that commands the world. By selecting this template specialty, your strength will increase as you complete main and side quests, the world rating, your reincarnator authority level, and the number of worlds explored. For each main quest completed, your strength will receive an additional increase of 2 to its base attribute. For each side quest completed, your strength will receive an additional increase of 1 to its base attribute. For every A-grade world settlement rating, your strength will receive an additional increase of 1 to its base attribute, while S-grade increases will add 2, SS grade will add 3, and SSS grade will add 5. Your reincarnator authority level will contribute an additional point of strength for each level attained. To delve into each world, one must remain in that realm for no less than 3 days. During this duration, your body will instinctively absorb the essence of the domain, gaining the support of its intrinsic power, thus receiving an enhancement in strength. The extent of this enhancement is contingent upon the time spent in the world and the intensity of its domain level. This particular template specialty also possesses a foundational strength attribute of 10. Should you opt for this template specialty, your current strength attribute may be elevated by 32. The second feature, Magic Source Crystal, serves as a reserve energy source. Upon activation, any excess magical energy you recover will not be wasted, but rather condensed and stored as additional magical crystals within crucial meridians of your body. During combat, these crystals can be summoned to assist you by providing accumulated magical energy. Due to their storage and vital points, which are significant nodes for the flow of magical energy, you may also release all magical cores simultaneously, entering a state of magical overload. This will forcibly accelerate the flow of magic within you and enhance the output of your skills, thereby amplifying your overall power and increasing your skill potency. Additionally, you can utilize the reserve magic crystals as explosive devices, unleashing tremendous power upon activation. The number of magical crystals that can be condensed within a reincarnator's body is determined by their capabilities. Currently, you can condense 2 magical crystals. The first requires 100 points of your magical energy, the second 200, and the third 300, and so forth. The third feature, Reflection, allows for a counterattack upon reaching critical health thresholds. When your health first drops to a reduced state, severe injury, or the brink of death, you will receive a restorative effect. Each triggering instance will restore 10, 20, or 30 health points respectively, while simultaneously enhancing all resistances by 5, 10, or 15. Furthermore, each occurrence will activate an enhancement, granting a bonus of 10 to both physical and magical attacks. This effect resets every 24 hours. The fourth feature, Bullet Time, enhances your neural reaction speed by 10 to 20 times. You may choose to unleash an explosive increase of 150 to further augment your reaction capabilities. However, this ability can only be activated 3 times within an hour, with a total duration not exceeding 3 seconds. Each time you increase your agility by 10 points, this ability automatically upgrades. Each upgrade enhances the upper and lower limits of the neural reaction speed bonus by 1, increases the explosive reaction speed during bullet time by 10, and adds 1 additional use of bullet time, extending its duration by 1 second. The final feature, Hexagon, allows you to acquire the benefits of all the aforementioned template specialties, albeit with each effect's values and growth rates fixed at 20 of their original capabilities. Reincarnators are prompted to select one of the above template specialties for their awakening. It has been detected that the reincarnator has experienced an SSS-ranked world evaluation, with 1 prior SSS evaluation recorded before this awakening. According to the rules, reincarnator number 1302587 will have an additional opportunity to select a template during this awakening. You may currently choose 2 specialties from the options presented. Oh, the SSS-ranked world evaluation offers such benefits? A look of delight spread across Xiao Ye's face, marking this as an unexpected surprise. This template specialty is significantly more potent than previous traits, representing a higher tier of ability. Naturally, the more, the better. It appears that I must strive to garner more SSS-ranked evaluations in the future. 1 SSS rank means 1 specialty, and gradually accumulating these will create a formidable gap between reincarnators who frequently earn SSS evaluations and those who do not. Xiao Ye is determined not to be among the lowest tier of reincarnators. Having already perished once,
Arriving in a place like the infinite paradise necessitates striving to become stronger. The strongest. Among the 4 template specialties, there is little room for contemplation. The first and foremost choice is the physical template specialty, reflection, which is indispensable. Similar to the prior selections of life resistance and mental barrier, the ability to survive is paramount. In a world like infinite paradise, where only the strong prevail and death is ever present, growing stronger is vital, yet surviving to grow stronger is even more crucial, even with limited power. Prolonging one's existence equates to enhancing one's strength with each world traversed. The vast majority of the powerful experience rapid advancement, yet among the strong reincarnators, some rely on surviving through numerous worlds to refine their abilities. Though such reincarnators may seem like mere ants among the strong, as long as they can endure and reach that level, all beneath them will have to look up. While Xiao Ye aspires to be at the pinnacle, he does not harbor the blind arrogance of believing he is invulnerable. Survival is essential, especially since the reflection template not only ensures safety, but also enhances combat effectiveness. This makes it the most valuable option among the templates. Thus, Xiao Ye selects this as his first choice. Conversely, he dismisses the second option, Magic Source Crystal, for no particular reason other than the fact that it overlaps in capacity with his existing abilities. Then, he finds himself torn between the choices of Mountain Shi and Bullet Time. Both are exceptional templates he desires. He laments having only experienced one world instance, preventing him from acquiring both SSS-ranked evaluations and securing these 2 templates. As for the final template, Hexagon, Xiao Ye does not even cast at a glance. He finds it unworthy. Despite the allure of acquiring all, the reality is that it offers insufficient value. A base value of 20 is simply too low. A brief calculation reveals that this template's strength trades off for multiple mechanisms with diminished efficacy. While it may seem appealing to exchange a base value of 20 for 3 distinct mechanisms, a closer examination reveals a lack of true excellence. An 8-point strength enhancement, 2 crystals capable of storing only 20 magical points each, 3 instances of reflection yielding a total restoration of merely 12 health points, and a mere increase of 6 in dual resistances and dual attacks. Bullet Time offers a constant enhancement of 24 to neural reaction speed, with an explosive state increase of only 30. Such values, even when paired with notable mechanisms, ultimately fall short. Ultimately, Xiao Ye chooses Mountain Shi, the template specialty that enhances strength. In his prior selections, he opted for Dark Force, Mental Barrier, Life Resistance, and Agility, along with Reflection. He has chosen numerous secondary attributes and mechanisms thus far, and now he seeks to select attributes with substantial value. He no longer desires the combination of secondary attributes and mechanisms offered by Bullet Time. Regardless of the numerical values and mechanisms, one must possess exceptional offensive capabilities to vanquish adversaries, opt for numerical advantages to obliterate foes. Presently, a strength enhancement of 32 is attainable, and with each round of the dungeon, a further increase of 22 can be achieved. This reflects not only Xiao Ye's prowess, but also the remarkable growth potential of this template specialization. In contrast to the innate potential of Bullet Time, the dynamic potential of Shanxi operates under the principle that the greater the storm, the larger the fish. Xiao Ye harbors immense confidence in his abilities. Compared to traits, the template specialization, which is inherently challenging to master fully, allows for a greater differentiation in the abilities and styles of each reincarnator, highlighting their unique characteristics. Currently, Xiao Ye leans towards the physical and body cultivation paths. With each selection of traits and awakening of template specializations, he senses a profound enhancement that transcends mere attributes. It is a subtle sensation that transforms his strength significantly. It is no wonder that the vendor has persistently urged him to prioritize investing resources in himself. Nor is it surprising that those reincarnators who wield blades can continue to survive. Investment in attributes, especially at critical points of trait and specialization awakenings, is paramount. Unlike the necessity of accumulating a powerful set of equipment to surpass one's limits, this breakthrough allows reincarnators to genuinely experience a qualitative shift in strength. Xiao Ye reflects that this enhancement tempts him to become a blade-wielding reincarnator. However, this is merely a fleeting thought, for he firmly believes in the necessity of maintaining a balanced approach to power. Achieving 10 points in each attribute represents a threshold akin to the maximum limits attainable by mortals and novels. Although some extraordinary beings may exceed this lower limit in specific attributes, surpassing it leads into the realm of the truly extraordinary. Advancing beyond this point typically requires entry into the first tier of reincarnators. There are no significant barriers to formally entering the first tier. One merely needs to reach the requisite attribute points for a self-initiated breakthrough. However,
Once one has entered this tier, elevating attribute points via training chambers becomes increasingly costly. Each attribute point raised from 10 to 11 necessitates a doubling of costs, amounting to a staggering 2,000 paradise coins. The cost for increasing points from 11 to 12 is 2,100 paradise coins, and from 12 to 13, it rises to 2,200 paradise coins, continuing in this manner. Once all attributes reach 20 points, the reincarnator's strength attains the boundary of the second tier, at which point they must select new traits and template specializations. Furthermore, should the reincarnator wish to enhance their strength further, new requirements will arise. While reclining in the attribute training chamber, Xiao Ye allocates his final 4 free attribute points evenly and confirms the enhancement. He does not intend to utilize the remaining 7,000 paradise coins to boost his attributes. Aside from the attribute training chamber, he has yet to experience the adjacent skill training chamber and must reserve some funds for skill enhancement. Theoretically, the later one uses the 4 free attribute training allocations, the more advantageous it becomes. Currently, each attribute point is valued at 2,000 paradise coins, and in the later stages of attribute training, each point may well be worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of paradise coins. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye promptly employs all 4 of his free training allocations. In this perilous game of life and death, even a hint of greed is inadmissible. Transforming every resource into personal strength as swiftly as possible embodies the essence of survival wisdom. The machinery whirred to life once more. This time, the anguish was no less potent than before, yet Xiao Ye's struggles felt somewhat lighter. It appears he has grown accustomed to the experience. As he staggered slightly, emerging from the attribute training chamber with unsteady steps, he had become a first-tier reincarnator with all attributes reaching 11 points. A remarkable accomplishment. Having crossed tiers and enhanced his attributes by 11 points, an achievement that is unimaginable among novice reincarnators. However, Xiao Ye does not harbor grand aspirations at this moment. He is eager to reach the skill training chamber, to book a session, and lie down to allow his aching body some much-needed rest. Although he is adapting somewhat, the pain persists. 3 minutes later, Xiao Ye locates his reserved skill training chamber. Upon lying down, he finds the internal space slightly more confined than that of the attribute training chamber, but otherwise, there are no significant differences. Notably, a silver metallic helmet envelopes his head. With a touch of familiarity, he activates the interactive screen within the skill training chamber that connects to his reincarnator imprint. Indeed, the functionality of the skill training chamber mirrors that of the attribute training chamber. Xiao Ye begins to explore his skills and the functionalities offered by the skill training chamber. The skill training chamber provides 2 primary functions. The first is skill learning assistance, which can enhance the success rate of skill acquisition, mitigate risks associated with learning, and aid reincarnators in bodily repair during learning backlash. The base cost for each use of the learning assistance is 100 paradise coins. Should the learning difficulty be excessive, additional fees will be incurred. If a reincarnator suffers backlash during skill learning, Paradise will assist with basic repairs. However, if these repairs prove insufficient, the reincarnator must cover the additional costs themselves. This system resembles insurance, offering a certain coverage limit, beyond which further payment is required. The same applies to life-threatening situations, where risk reduction does not entirely eliminate the possibility of fatal backlash. It merely minimizes the risk associated with learning skills that are ill-suited or perilous. Generally, problems are rare, provided one promptly abandons learning in the face of danger and does not persist stubbornly. The second function of the skill training chamber, its primary purpose, is to enhance skill levels, thereby augmenting the effectiveness of the reincarnator's skills. Upon reviewing the costs, Xiao Ye finds them quite steep, not significantly lower than the price for elevating personal attributes. He contemplates the skills he must learn, which include the purple grade technique of shadow clone jutsu, the excellent grade sensory skill of bat sound echo, the fine grade ninjutsu of Rashomon, the fine grade technique of living spirit, and the monumental red epic technique of lightning release, lightning armor. The costs for assisting in learning these skills vary. For skills not exceeding excellent grade, Rashomon and living spirit require only 100 paradise coins. The excellent grade bat sound echo necessitates 150 paradise coins, while the purple grade shadow clone jutsu costs 400 paradise coins. The assistance for the most formidable technique, lightning release, lightning armor, astonishingly amounts to 1,200 paradise coins. The cumulative cost to learn these skills totals a staggering 1950 paradise coins. Upon seeing this sum, Xiao Ye cannot help but feel a pang of regret. This is no trifling amount, and he must carefully consider such a significant expenditure of resources. In truth, the predicament of Xiao Ye can be classified as a joyful annoyance. The world of Huaing is renowned as a mid-tier dungeon realm. celebrated for its abundant production of high-quality ninjutsu skills. Much like the proprietor of the silver-scaled chest armor who ventured into the MT world, where the environment was rich in equipment, whether through monster farming, forging, or various tasks, the world was replete with resources. This exemplifies a specialty dungeon realm. Xiao Ye's fortune and actions within the Huoying dungeon have been exceptionally remarkable, garnering resources far exceeding those typically obtainable by others. Not to mention the several volumes of ninjutsu he possesses, merely due to the exorbitant notarization fees. He has sold various snake techniques and sound ninjutsu to Wuxian Liyuan at a bargain, accumulating no less than 10 books. Should other reincarnators learn of Xiao Ye's extravagant wastefulness, coupled with his worries over the high costs of auxiliary skill acquisition, they would likely be consumed by envy. Determined to test the waters, Xiao Ye opted to pay for the cheapest skill initially, curious about the effects the skill training chamber would yield during the learning process. After some contemplation, he retrieved the bowing Huygen technique, an essential sensory skill for him. Upon completing a few operations on the training chamber's interface, he proceeded with the payment. Shortly thereafter, the machine activated, and an azure liquid began to flow swiftly into the silver helmet adorning Xiao Ye's head, hidden from his view. Almost instantaneously, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. Upon awakening, he found himself no longer within the skill training chamber. What was happening? Was this an illusion? Or something else entirely? As he attempted to move and ascertain his surroundings, he discovered he could not control this body. It was then that he realized this was not his own body, but rather that of a sound ninja he had encountered in the Huoying world, Toosijin. In the sound ninja village, he was arguably the most proficient in sound-based ninjutsu. Unable to act, Xiao Ye decided to be a spectator, eager to witness the unfolding events. He observed Toosi as he undertook the learning process of the bowing Huygen technique, clumsily attempting to generate ultrasonic waves, repeatedly trying to emit these waves. Then, he endeavored to receive and perceive the returning echoes, striving to analyze the information reflected back. Ultimately, he sought to integrate this information, forming a three-dimensional spatial model in his mind that could monitor spatial movements in real time. Xiao Ye experienced this entire process from Toosi's perspective, accompanying him throughout the 3 months it took to master the technique. Eventually, Xiao Ye's consciousness transitioned to a new environment. This time, he was no longer inhabiting another's body, but instead a version of himself, generated by the skill training chamber, within a relatively ordinary forest setting. His task now was to replicate the skill he had just experienced. Despite the differences in physical conditions between himself and Toosi, Xiao Ye succeeded in the replication with little difficulty, encountering no adverse side effects. At that moment, he awakened within the skill training chamber. The bowing Huygen technique successfully imprinted on his skill panel. He instinctively glanced at his skill panel, and to his astonishment, the skill level for bowing Huygen was not the initial LV1, but rather boldly displayed as LV4. This was unprecedented for self-study. Upon inspecting the number of Wuxian Liyuan coins required to enhance the bowing Huygen technique, he calculated that the base cost for upgrading from LV1 to LV10 increased by 100 coins for each level, culminating in a total of 900 coins. Thus, having invested 100 coins for the skill acquisition, he had saved a remarkable 600 coins. In fact, Xiao Ye had profited by 500 coins. This unexpected benefit left him in disbelief. Without further ado, he decided to pay for all skills and learn them. After a brief examination of the skill's effects, he noted that the sensory range of the bowing Huygen technique far surpassed that of the snake's sense of smell and sight. Even at LV4, it boasted a detection range of 390 meters. With a bit of calculation, if this skill were to reach the same level as the snake's sense of smell, it could potentially achieve a range of 600 meters, given its growth rate. This ultrasonic positioning ability is divided into a general area and a core precision detection zone, delineated by a boundary of 60 meters. Although not exceedingly vast, within that 60-meter radius, even an object as minuscule as a mosquito could be discerned with clarity. The general area of ultrasonic perception, due to the wide propagation of sound waves, experiences attenuation with distance, resulting in less precision compared to the core detection zone. Nevertheless, the extensive sensory range compensates for the lack of detail. Currently, the bowing Huygen technique is at level 4, with a maximum detection span of 390 meters and a core precision zone of 39 meters. Unlike the snake's sense of smell and sight, this technique is not passive but active, requiring minimal consumption. The use of the technique necessitates merely emitting a small ultrasonic wave, with a total consumption of only 2 points of mana, 1 point to release and another to capture the echo. The skill's consumption is minimal. with the primary challenge in learning this technique lying in the practitioner's skill and analytical ability. The entry difficulty represents the skill's foremost requirement. Subsequently, Xiao Ye also learned the techniques of Zhang Xianhua, Luo Shengmen, Duo Chongming Finshan, and Leiduan Leidian Kage. Each skill demanded varying durations of simulated immersion: 7 days for Zhang Xianhua, 6 days for Luo Shengmen, 25 days for Duo Chongming Finshan, and up to 5 months for Leiduan Leidian Kage. The mastery of Zhang Xianhua was the swiftest. However, it resulted in the lowest level, only reaching LV3. The skill's effects were nebulous, as the description indicated that the healing efficacy depended upon the intelligence attribute of the caster, the vitality attribute of the recipient, and the amount of mana expended during the casting. No specific numerical values were provided. It merely offered a healing coefficient that, assuming Xiao Ye's intelligence and the recipient's vitality were equal, would yield a healing rate of 25 hit points per second at a mana cost of 1 point. The effect is not linearly scalable. As higher mana outputs are used, the healing efficiency diminishes due to diminishing returns. Currently, the maximum output is 3 points of mana per second, resulting in a healing effect of 4 hit points per second. This skill enhances the restoration of its fundamental value by 1 point of mana for every 5 levels, facilitating the rapid healing of minor injuries and wounds. It also possesses a certain capacity to mitigate the exacerbation of moderate injuries, providing a slight healing effect. While the healing efficacy may not be particularly outstanding, it is important to note that this is a low-level healing skill, and given the relatively low overall health attributes in the early stages, this level of healing is commendable. Its primary function is as a transitional skill for the initial phases. The Beidou technique and the Yin healing destruction technique require either the consumption of one's own accumulation or involve significant resource expenditure upon usage. The Yin healing destruction technique is designed for combat scenarios, allowing for simultaneous healing while engaging in battle without necessitating additional actions, which is a rare advantage. However, in conventional healing contexts, its mana consumption proves to be less cost-effective. Thus, the Zhang Xianhua technique occupies its own ecological niche in non-combat, routine healing situations. It is not merely a subordinate substitute or a replacement. The ninjutsu, Rashomon, requires no further elaboration. The skill effect entails utilizing 5 mana points to summon a Rashomon possessing 21 points of basic defense, while its durability is equivalent to 77 of the user's health. This is purely a defensive metric. After training the Rashomon skill in the simulation chamber, Xiao Ye achieved the same skill level of LV4 as that of the Fuyin Huiguan technique, resulting in a slight enhancement of the skill effect. The Rashomon's basic defense escalated to 24 points, reflecting Xiao Ye's doubled physical defense, while its durability increased from 77 to 83 health points. The basic defense rises by 1 point per level, and durability increases by 2 points per level, which is a considerable improvement. It is no wonder that Orochimaru and Hashirama Senju's multiple Rashomon can even rival the tailed beast balls. With Orochimaru and Senju Hashirama's personal attributes and skill levels, the effectiveness of the Rashomon technique would only be heightened. Next is the multi-shadow clone technique. This is the least restrictive of forbidden techniques in the world of Naruto, rated as A level and widely accessible. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto is the most proficient user, having mastered it to the extent that it truly reflects the value of a forbidden technique. However, compared to Naruto's ability to create hundreds or even thousands of clones effortlessly, others' attempts at the multi-shadow clone technique seem somewhat lackluster. For instance, Uchiha Sasuke, even by the second part of Naruto, could only manifest up to 8 clones despite being a peak combatant at the time. Boruto, Naruto's son, did not inherit this talent, initially being limited to 4 clones. Conversely, Xiao Ye appears to possess a slightly superior aptitude compared to Uchiha Sasuke. During a virtual simulation, he astonishingly managed to create 9 shadow clones. Including his original self, he can exist as a total of 10 Xiao Yes. Furthermore, his level in the multi-shadow clone technique has ascended to LV5. It seems I possess a modicum of talent prior to mastering the multi-shadow clone technique. Xiao Ye feels that this number of clones is quite appropriate. Too few clones would indicate a mismatch between Xiao Ye and the skill, potentially hindering its future growth due to his personal talent. Conversely, creating too many clones would overwhelm him. Most importantly, when employing the multi-shadow clone technique, the chakra, or mana, is evenly distributed among the original and the clones, with an intelligence score of 11 and a mana pool fluctuating around 345 points. Each of the 9 clones would receive approximately 35 points of mana. This allocation ensures that both Xiao Ye and each clone maintain a baseline of combat capability. If there were more clones, Xiao Ye would struggle with his mana,
rendering him unable to utilize several conventional skills. Thus, this number of clones is indeed fitting. Xiao Ye found success in learning the initial ninjutsu skills. However, he did not anticipate encountering the greatest life and death crisis since becoming an infinite paradise reincarnator while studying lightning release, lightning armor. It was not that Xiao Ye was incompatible with this skill, resulting in a strong adverse reaction. Rather, he was caught off guard by the inherent dangers of the skill's learning process. During the simulation, in the era of the third and fourth Reikage, there was no advanced electrical technology. Practitioners stood in thunderstorms, using specialized tools to attract natural lightning, bracing themselves for the strikes. Many perished, and few survived to qualify for training in lightning release, lightning armor. It seems that only those who could endure the natural lightning would be deemed worthy of becoming the Reikage. In the midst of the frequent ninja wars, the elimination and selection of ninjas were brutally competitive. Compared to the necessity of going into battle, this was relatively mild. When the first surge of natural electricity coursed through them, certain traits conducive to learning lightning release, lightning armor were activated within the Reikage, enabling the use of lightning-based chakra in the practice of this ninjutsu. The training of this technique is invariably accompanied by pain. Throughout Xiao Ye's 4 months of observation and study, he witnessed the third and fourth Reikage frequently push themselves to the brink of severe injury. It is thanks to Kumogakure's commitment to cultivating successors for the Reikage that they enlisted several of the best medical ninjas of that era, allowing for swift recovery from their injuries. The repeated stimulation of electricity revitalizes their cells. It serves not only to enhance their physical bodies and amplify their lightning chakra, but also to purge the weaker elements and impurities from their flesh. Each injury and subsequent healing process effectively eliminates weaker tissue, representing a method of refining their capabilities. However, this process is excruciatingly painful. Yet, what is lost is often gained. This method of training through suffering serves as a shortcut, significantly reducing the arduous path traditionally traveled by physical enhancement ninjas such as Kage. Before simulating the experience of being struck by lightning with his virtual body, Xiao Ye was first alerted by the infinite paradise. Warning: detection indicates that training in this skill carries substantial risks, with a 65 probability of direct death, a 20 chance of severe injury, a 15 chance of moderate injury, and a 0 chance of light injury or safety. Attention: due to the special learning requirement of this skill, natural lightning baptism, being a necessary entry condition, the simulation must be integrated with the reincarnator's bodily transformation. In this context, this skill poses a significant risk of severe injury to the reincarnator. Through the protective mechanisms of the skill training chamber, the danger probability has been mitigated. Current probabilities are 45 chance of direct death, 30 chance of severe injury, 20 chance of moderate injury, 4 chance of light injury, and 1 chance of safety. Please confirm your choice, reincarnator. Will you proceed with the learning of the skill? A lengthy message inundated him, detailing the dangers of learning lightning release, lightning armor, while being struck by lightning, while also indicating that the infinite paradise indeed delivers results. The death rate associated with lightning strikes can be reduced by 20, which is quite impressive. However, the remaining 45 risk of death was a cold splash of water for Xiao Ye. If I utilize the Yin healing technique to bolster my defenses and provide myself with restorative capabilities while under attack, could it potentially decrease my chances of death? The soul red skill, Xiao Ye, is reluctant to relinquish. The opinion of the reincarnator has been adopted. Calculating. Calculation completed. This method is viable and can slightly reduce the death probability during the learning of Raidon's lightning armor to 40. The response from the infinite paradise was cold and rational. Yet, Xiao Ye perceived a glimmer of hope. What if I employed the more potent skill, by how technique? To maximize my self-repair abilities? Calculating. Calculation completed. The death probability for practicing this skill has been reduced to 25. This probability has fallen below the risk alert line established by the paradise. Does the reincarnator wish to continue learning this skill? Is it indeed below the risk alert line? Xiao Ye felt somewhat astonished. The training methods of infinite paradise for reincarnators are exceedingly harsh. A death rate of 25 is rather inhumane. In ancient times, forced conscription at most reached a 1 in 6 chance. Embarrassed, Xiao Ye resolved to take responsibility for his own life. He immersed himself in reviewing his abilities, striving to uncover any skills that might be of use. Suddenly, a realization struck him. How could I have forgotten this? The newly learned skill had slipped from his memory. Xiao Ye gazed at his recently acquired multi-shadow clone technique and felt a sense of assurance. Paradise, my multi-shadow clone technique. When the clones are destroyed, possesses the ability to transmit the chakra and accumulated experience back to the original body. If I allow my shadow clones to perish, retaining the sensations and experiences of being struck by lightning, and then synchronously transfer the residual natural lightning energy back to my body, even if a single clone's remaining natural lightning energy is insufficient. Could utilizing multiple clones to fragment and transmit in small doses improve my success rate in learning Raidan's lightning armor? Excited, Xiao Ye felt as though he had discovered an extraordinary ability. The multi-shadow clone technique seemed to be a divine skill for mastering these fatal techniques. Not to mention, if he were to use the multi-shadow clone technique to execute the 8th gate's death gate in the future, the vision was so beautiful that Xiao Ye dared not contemplate it. Meanwhile, the skill training chamber's screen displayed garbled calculations. It resembled an animated cartoon made of stick figures. In the animation, stick figures stood in an open field, taking a couple of steps before being struck down, endlessly looping until a few stick figures survived the lightning, joyfully bouncing around before vanishing in a puff. In the distance, a stick figure, presumably representing his original self, suddenly radiated a dense aura of electric energy, resembling a super scion. This time, the skill training chamber's computation took a while. After nearly 2 minutes, the screen displayed new text, but the animation led Xiao Ye to speculate that this was a success. Indeed, through this method, the reincarnator will only suffer multiple minor injuries that can be rapidly repaired, along with fatigue accumulated from the destruction of the clones. After improving this method, as long as the reincarnator continuously employs the multi-shadow clone technique to substitute for death and accumulate natural lightning energy and experience in small batches, the final calculated success rate will be 100. Splendid. It truly works. Were it not for lying in the skill training chamber, Xiao Ye would have leapt with joy. However, this method will consume more lightning energy than the original learning plan, and the extra expenditure must be borne by the reincarnator. Xiao Ye understood clearly. Paradise intended to charge more. His thoughts racing, he suddenly declared loudly within the training chamber, "I disagree. The price for auxiliary learning of Raidan's lightning armor was established from the outset, and I have already paid the full amount of 1,200 paradise coins. According to the rules, during the learning process, only expenses exceeding the designated protection limits for additional injury repair and life preservation should be borne by me. The simulation of natural lightning during skill learning does not fall under this category. Until my death or the completion of skill learning, these should be considered necessary auxiliary expenditures for learning this skill, and I believe that Paradise itself should cover these costs. This is akin to raising the price arbitrarily, and I feel that Paradise has violated the contract we established and the rules it formulated. I demand that Paradise reassess whether these resources should be my responsibility." After uttering these words, Xiao Ye felt a sheen of sweat on his back. This attempt to gauge whether Infinite Paradise held absolute authority within its domain or possessed limitations within its rules was a reckless move. Even he felt a tinge of madness after speaking. A chapter will be posted later today. I wrote for over an hour with a slight fever and am feeling faint. If there are typos, please leave a comment so I can rectify them later. I won't review this chapter myself as I have a headache and need rest. This chapter will be posted at a set time. By the time you read this, I should already be asleep. Good night, and happy National Day holiday to everyone. Chapter 51, The Strongest Shield. After a prolonged silence, the text from Paradise began to reappear. The request for a reassessment of the Paradise rules by Reincarnator 130-2587 has been received. Beginning to reassess the operational regulations of Paradise. Regulation 13882. The operations of Paradise must not violate its own rules. However, if there are loopholes, Paradise may propose a rule amendment procedure to the Paradise Council for reassessment and propose modifications. The final judgment will be made by the Star Sea Heart, and results generated before the new rules take effect shall not be pursued or altered for the Reincarnator or others. Upon review, the request of Reincarnator 130-2587 is deemed reasonable. This additional expenditure shall be borne by Infinite Paradise. You may now continue the process of skill learning. Xiao Ye gazed at the lines of text on the screen. The information revealed was even more terrifying than he had anticipated. Firstly, Infinite Paradise indeed cannot violate its established operational rules. Clearly, the rules form the foundational logic for Paradise's operation, and its authority exists solely within these regulations. Naturally, within those rules, Infinite Paradise still possesses absolute authority. Furthermore, Paradise disclosed 2 other significant pieces of information. The first being that there is not just one Paradise. Infinite Paradise is not the sole entity. There exist other factions of Paradise. This implies that the number of reincarnators is likely greater than Xiao Ye had imagined. Moreover, It remains uncertain whether these paradises are collaborators or competitors. Additionally, all paradises are governed under a unified entity known as the Star Sea Heart, which holds the utmost authority, surpassing even the operational rules of paradise. The proposal reintroduced by the so-called Lu Yuan Yi Hui must receive the consent of the Xing Hai Jie Xian before it can take effect. Xiao Ye's thoughts were in a whirl. It seemed highly necessary to draft a set of rules to memorize. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The most profitable endeavors in the world are inscribed in the law, while the second most lucrative opportunities naturally lie within the loopholes of those regulations. Although the information disclosed by Lu Yuan suggests that these loopholes will eventually be addressed, the mere success of exploiting them even once is enticing, especially since Lu Yuan will not pursue matters that transpired prior to the rectification of these gaps. Holding this thought close to his heart, Xiao Ye resumed his skill training. In the virtual realm, Xiao Ye unleashed the newly acquired technique of multiple shadow clones. 8 identical clones materialized beside him. With a 25 mortality rate for the clones, 6 managed to survive. With a crack, a bolt of lightning struck, resulting in the demise of 2 clones. The first clone fell victim to misfortune, vanishing in a puff of ash. Instantly, the mana dissipated from the clone, alongside the sensations and experiences of being struck by lightning, returned to Xiao Ye's body. A low growl escaped his lips as he experienced the phantom pain from the clone's demise. Indeed, he felt a genuine sting as the natural lightning energy coursed through him. The destruction of the clone resulted in a return of energy that had intertwined with Xiao Ye's mana. This portion of natural lightning energy was precisely what Xiao Ye sought. To master the technique of Lei Dun, lightning release, and the armor of lightning, one must endure sufficient natural lightning to undergo the necessary physical transformation for training. 5 seconds later, the tingling sensation subsided slightly. Another clone, having activated the Bai Hao technique and the Yin Yu Shuang Ye technique, even employing the Ba Min Dun Jia technique to enhance resistance, took a step forward. With another crack, this clone also dissipated. Xiao Ye once again felt the searing pain of lightning. One by one, the clones advanced, and one by one, they were severely wounded or obliterated, each dissipating into a wisp of white smoke, providing Xiao Ye with a manageable amount of natural lightning. Simultaneously, within the skill training chamber, Xiao Ye's body underwent corresponding transformations alongside his virtual self. This process was brief, lasting no more than 3 minutes. While the experience was not particularly delightful, upon exiting the virtual simulation and observing the words, Lei Dun Lei Dian Jia Jia LV6, on his skill panel, Xiao Ye felt that all was worthwhile. Lei Dun Lei Dian Jia Jia LV6, the renowned technique of the Rakage from Yunin village, classified as a secret ninjutsu of significant heritage, once mastered, one can steadily ascend to greatness. Skill effects. 1. Lightning armor, the strongest shield upon activation. The user is enveloped in blue lightning energy, which permeates not only the surface but also the flesh, greatly enhancing overall defense. It boosts all attributes of defense by 62, with the energy shield's defensive coefficient being the sum of intelligence and physical strength, totaling 130, alongside an armor health of 260 based on total mana. 2. Lightning armor, the strongest spear concentrating vast energy in the arms. The sharpness and rigidity of the lightning energy reach their zenith, enabling piercing attacks. This assault possesses a penetration and armor-breaking attribute of 62, with an attack power coefficient of 160, derived from the sum of physical and intelligence strength, also providing an additional attack speed boost of 160 based on agility. 3. Lightning armor. Blue lightning continuous activation of lightning endows the body with a unique sensitivity to lightning, granting astonishing speed. When dashing, one appears as a deep blue streak of lightning to others. Upon activation, lightning will invigorate the cells, enhancing tolerance and providing a consistent speed boost of 62, along with an explosive acceleration of 130 to 160 based on agility. The lightning armor is formidable indeed. This skill encompasses offense, defense, and speed across 3 dimensions. There are no complex mechanisms, merely statistics. The defensive coefficient of the strongest shield is the sum of intelligence and physical strength, totaling 130. Though intelligence and physicality cannot be directly equated, the synergy of both attributes cannot be simplified to a mere sum. However, even if calculated as 2, multiplied by 130, the lightning armor offers an astounding 26-fold defense, coupled with an additional 62 in all attribute defense, and with an armor health of 260 based on Xiao Ye's mana. The total armor value reaches an impressive 900. If the enemy lacks penetration or armor-breaking capabilities, This translates to an additional health pool exceeding 3 times Xiao Ye's defense. Should the outer layer of energy be breached, the defense will further amplify, compounded by Xiao Ye's innate defense. Chapter 52. Strengthening the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Not to mention the strongest spear and blue lightning. This singular skill effectively serves as 3 top-tier techniques, showcasing the value of a red epic skill. Additionally, the skill description includes the potential for daily training through the continuous use of lightning chakra to stimulate and enhance physical attributes. Though this training requires considerable time, at least 3 to 5 months for minimal gains. Given the frequency with which the reincarnator explores various worlds, typically every week or fortnight, this capability seems somewhat superfluous. Nonetheless, Xiao Ye remains committed to training, for even the smallest effort may yield additional benefits. Finally, Xiao Ye glanced at the mana consumption of the lightning armor. Currently, it is the most mana-intensive skill he possesses, without exception. When activated, it consumes 5 mana per minute, directly proportional to usage, and during the execution of the strongest spear or blue lightning, additional mana is required to gather more energy and stimulate explosive movement. During such bursts, the consumption may reach an additional 1 mana. Consequently, the maximum combat duration while utilizing the lightning armor should not exceed 15 minutes. And likely not even 10 minutes, considering Xiao Ye's need to employ other skills. However, compared to the might of the lightning armor, this mana expenditure is undoubtedly acceptable. Furthermore, with the Bai Hao technique available to augment his mana pool, he may extend his combat endurance even further. Upon mastering the technique of Lei Dun Thunder Armor, it can be said that Xiao Ye has thoroughly completed the skills he needed to acquire. With only 5,710 paradise coins remaining in his possession, he finds himself in a precarious situation. The upcoming skill level enhancements are likely insufficient. Thus, the decisions regarding which skills to enhance and to what extent require careful consideration. Currently, Xiao Ye possesses the following skills: Lei Dun Thunder Armor LV6, Multi-Shadow Clone Technique LV5, Ninjutsu, Rashomon LV4, Resonant Feedback Technique LV4, Palm of the Immortal LV3, Snake Vision LV11, Snake Scent LV11, 8 Gates of Duanjia LV311, Healing Destruction Technique LV2, 100 Heroes Technique LV2, and Black Dragon 18 Hands LV6. Xiao Ye has acquired numerous skills. Yet apart from consuming a manual on the Yashuxi Hongdo Snake Technique and the inherent experience he possesses in the Black Dragon 18 Hands, the other skills, which were not cultivated through the training facility, exhibit relatively low levels. It is precisely due to the ability to enhance experience levels through self-training that he does not possess any LV1 skills. Among these, the 100 Heroes Technique, Healing Destruction Technique, and Black Dragon 18 Hands have each been raised by 1 level, while the 8 Gates of Duanjia has advanced by 2 levels. Notably, the 8 Gates of Duanjia possesses a unique characteristic, reflected in the number 11 that accompanies the plus sign after LV3. The number of gates that can be opened is determined by the skill level and the average of the 4 core attributes: strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility. The 11 signifies the average of Xiao Ye's foundational attributes. The skill level combined with this average value, calculated in layers of 10, indicates how many gates can be opened. Presently, with a total capability of LV311, Xiao Ye can typically open 2 gates. To access the 3rd gate, however, significant sacrifices and costs must be made. For instance, Might Guy can frequently open the 3rd gate in the anime, but he has seldom utilized higher gates. This implies that Might Guy's training in the 8 Gates of Duanjia is likely at the 6th gate level, while the 7th and 8th gates denote explosive, high-risk openings. Thus, it can be inferred that Might Guy's average attribute value combined with his 8 gates skill level falls between 50 and 60, with the possibility of being closer to 55 or 60 due to the manageable costs associated with opening the 7th gate. This is indeed a formidable figure, especially considering that Might Guy possesses no chakra and his intelligence attribute is primarily reflected in his resistance to Genjutsu, indicating it is not particularly high. His other 3 attributes are exceptionally strong. Xiao Ye's attributes have now reached 11 points, and with the aid of the 100 Heroes Technique, he contemplates the possibility of further elevating the 8 Gates of Duanjia to LV10. Achieving this level would allow him to access the 3rd gate and potentially unleash even greater power. He decides to invest in upgrading his 8 Gates of Duanjia by 7 levels to LV10. Reincarnator Xiao Ye. Upgrading your 8 Gates of Duanjia from LV3 to LV10 will require a total of 4,200 paradise coins. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? This substantial expenditure is somewhat alleviated by the fact that the paradise offers support for new reincarnators, the cost for upgrading skills,
whether of green quality or golden legendary quality, remain uniform from LV1 to LV10. The base cost is 100 paradise coins, with each subsequent level requiring an additional 100 coins. The 4,200 coins represent the majority of Xiao Ye's remaining assets, yet he resolutely chooses to enhance the level of his combat skills without hesitation. Learning to unlock the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia means that each gate increases his overall strength by 30 and his mental resilience by 50. With 3 gates opened, his overall attributes would multiply by 2197, along with a 3,375-fold increase in mental resistance. This is pure numerical beauty. It is important to note that this pertains to all comprehensive attributes. With a pure numerical enhancement of 22 times, Xiao Ye could potentially defeat 5 opponents without any attribute enhancements in a wheel battle, and perhaps even 3 in a direct confrontation. Furthermore, unlocking the 3 gates opens the possibility for him to forcefully access the 4th gate. The enhancements for the 4th and 5th gates surpass the previous multiplier of 30, reaching an impressive 50, while mental resistance sees an increase to 70. In the realm of infinite flow, when it comes to enhancing strength and discussing various benefits, the narrative must be elaborated upon, occupying considerable space. However, the conclusion is near, as skill enhancement leads directly to the second dungeon. And one might ponder what that dungeon could be. Having established the necessary context, it is anticipated that the first volume will conclude around chapters 54 or 55, paving the way for the next volume. Chapter 53 will focus on the breakthrough of the 8 gates of Duanjia, achieving golden status. With a 33-fold increase in overall strength and a 57-fold increase in mental resistance. Even if one could only maintain the 4th gate for half a minute at the cost of one's life, it would be worth it. Simultaneously, Xiao Ye reaches another milestone. Upon elevating the 8 gates of Duanjia to LV10, a button labeled Skill Breakthrough appears beside it. Once a skill reaches LV10, it attains its peak unless a breakthrough is performed. Without breaking through, further upgrades are impossible. Xiao Ye glances at the conditions for a skill breakthrough. One skill must reach LV10 as the primary skill to be upgraded, alongside an auxiliary skill of any level to facilitate the breakthrough. The method of skill breakthrough involves a fusion breakthrough, or, more aptly, assimilation. The primary skill absorbs the characteristics of the auxiliary skill, fulfilling the conditions for a skill breakthrough while gaining new attributes and traits. If the absorbed auxiliary skill is of a higher level, it can also enhance the primary skill's experience. The first breakthrough is without thresholds, requiring no additional resources. What more is there to discuss? A breakthrough is imperative. Xiao Ye indeed feels that his skill pool is overly abundant and requires consolidation. He surveys his skill pool. According to his earlier intentions, the 8 gates of Duanjia, 100 Heroes Technique, and Healing Destruction Technique are meant to be used in conjunction. The goal is to mitigate the self-harming side effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia during its utilization. Given the Paradise's description of skill breakthroughs allowing the primary skill to absorb the characteristics of auxiliary skills, merging them as breakthrough materials for the 8 gates of Duanjia should be feasible. Instead of combining multiple skills, it would be more effective to eliminate the shortcomings of the 8 gates of Duanjia from the root. Certainly, to enhance the potency of Beiman Duanjia, there exists another avenue, the direct amalgamation with offensive skills for a breakthrough. However, Xiao Ye's limited offensive skills present a challenge. He still requires Heilong Shiba Shou as a standard means of attack, while the Lei Duan Lei Dian Kai Jia, being a red skill, would be excessively wasteful to merge with a golden skill. Nevertheless, the combination of Lei Duan Lei Dian Kai Jia and Beiman Duanjia could yield a dual explosion, as one consumes vitality while the other depletes mana. The synergy of Lei Duan Lei Dian Kai Jia's protective energy with the corporeal essence could mitigate the harm inflicted by Beiman Duanjia. Thus, the possibility of their integration is indeed feasible, though it shall not be considered for the time being, serving instead as a potential option for subsequent skill breakthroughs. Ultimately, Xiao Ye opted for Yin Yushang Ye Jishu as the primary material for the fusion breakthrough of Beiman Duanjia. The Baihao Jishu has become second nature to him, providing both health and mana recovery while augmenting his prowess, an uncommon skill worthy of preservation for future enhancements. Furthermore, the prospect of further refining Baihao Jishu to integrate into Beiman Duanjia may yield even superior results. At this juncture, Xiao Ye has only cultivated Beiman Duanjia to the 3rd gate, Shengmen, where bodily harm is yet to reach alarming levels. Thus, the integration of Yin Yushang Ye Jishu's healing capabilities should suffice. Upon solidifying this thought, Xiao Ye pressed the breakthrough button within the skill training chamber. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge and experience flooded his mind.
As the training methodologies and mastery associated with both Beiman Duanjia and Yin Yushang Niezhishu fervently integrated and reorganized within his consciousness. With the aid of the Paradise's derivation, a novel iteration of Beiman Duanjia began to materialize. After a brief period of disorientation lasting over 10 minutes, Xiao Ye emerged from the experience. The newly conceived Beiman Duanjia appeared on his skill panel, remarkably evolving from a golden legendary level to a state augmented by 2 additional plus signs, mere steps away from attaining a red epic skill. The skill level also ascended by 1. Beiman Duanjia, golden legendary, LV11. The refined Beiman Duanjia, now infused with the new characteristics of Yin Yushang Niezhishu, boasts superior combat efficacy and sustained explosive potential. The enhancement parameters of Beiman Duanjia are as follows: opening, resting, and birth gates each augment all attributes by 30 and mental resistance by 50. The birth and injury gates each enhance all attributes by 50 and mental resistance by 70. The scene gate boosts all attributes by 70 and mental resistance by 100. The surprise gate increases all attributes by 100 and mental resistance by 150. And the death gate amplifies all attributes by 150 and mental resistance by 200. Newly acquired attributes post-fusion. While Beiman Duanjia remains activated, it inflicts 12 damage upon oneself, yet recovers 11 health every 10 seconds or generates an additional 11 vigor. The dominant state, inherited from Yin Yushang Niezhishu. When you engage in an attack and collide with an adversary, you may enter a dominant state upon desire, rendering you immovable. This dominance can be shattered by foes of significantly superior strength. Similar to the awakening traits and template specialties of reincarnators, the skill level fusion breakthrough signifies an advancement. However, the original attributes of Beiman Duanjia remain unchanged. The transformation lies in the newly integrated capabilities of Yin Yushang Niezhishu. The reduction of Beiman Duanjia's side effects, diminished damage, and enhanced recovery were all anticipated by Xiao Ye. With a recovery of 11 health every 10 seconds, he could feasibly maintain the first gate open for 24 hours, establishing a norm. In dire circumstances, he could even convert this health into the vital force during Beiman Duanjia's explosive moments, thereby augmenting his attacks temporarily. The inheritance of the dominance effect from Yin Yushang Niezhishu was the most delightful surprise for Xiao Ye. He even speculated that the ascent of Beiman Duanjia to a golden legendary skill was primarily due to this fleeting dominance effect, which perfectly complements Beiman Duanjia. Although the new dominance effect may be more ephemeral and restricted to when Xiao Ye initiates an attack, its practicality cannot be understated. When engaging in a confrontation, the absence of retreat during contact is a skill Xiao Ye would refer to as the wrestling mastery. In critical moments, particularly during decisive blows, a slight decrease in force could lead to impending doom. This transient dominance effectively addresses that predicament, though fleeting. The difference between retreating and holding one's ground can spell life or death. Enduring just a moment longer can yield hope and unforeseen outcomes. Since such explosive maneuvers are often ephemeral, enduring the moment can unveil opportunities. Chapter 54. Enhancement concludes. Volume 1 completed. Xiao Ye's capability for breakthrough fusions extends beyond merely Beiman Duanjia. Although Shishio and Shishir have both reached LV11, their skill effects are still reflective of LV10 data. The skill effects remain at level 10 because they have yet to undergo a skill breakthrough. The level display shows LV11 due to the substantial experience gained from Yoshitai Hongdo's notes on snake techniques, which has contributed significantly to these skills. While the skills have not been broken through, the accumulated experience remains intact, hence the peculiar case of Shishio and Shishir. After contemplation, Xiao Ye decided to seize the opportunity for a comprehensive integration of all perception-based skills. With an abundance of skills consuming considerable resources, consolidating them into a singular entity is indeed advantageous. He first utilized Shishio to absorb Fu In Hui Ganji Shu, successfully achieving the skill breakthrough. Subsequently, he employed the Shishir skill to absorb the completed Shishio skill, culminating in a second breakthrough. Through these two breakthroughs, Xiao Ye successfully merged all three perception-based skills into one. Pondering further, he bestowed a new name upon the newly fused skill. Dua Shengwu Leda, Blue Excellent, LV16. This skill has integrated chemical perception, infrared perception, and ultrasonic echo perception into a reconnaissance capability. The infrared perception range of this skill extends to 54 meters, with a base of 22 meters at LV1, increasing by 2 meters per level. The chemical perception range reaches 540 meters, with a base of 220 meters at LV1, increasing by 20 meters per level.
The ultrasonic echo perception range covers 960 meters, with a base of 320 meters at LV1, increasing by 40 meters per level. The newly generated Dua Shengwu Leda skill has been rated as excellent, encompassing all three methods of perception while simultaneously enhancing the strength of each skill, increasing their effective range by 1/3. The farthest range of ultrasonic reconnaissance is now nearly approaching 1 kilometer. Xiao Ye glanced into his pocket. With the enhancement of Beiman Duanjia complete, he possessed 15 10 paradise coins. This sum is insufficient for any substantial further improvements. He possesses various formidable techniques, including the multiple shadow clone technique, the palm of immortality, the 100 treasures technique, the lightning release armor, the ninja art, Rashomon, and the black dragon 18 palms, which remain unenhanced. Among these, the multiple shadow clone technique is effective as it allows for 8 clones. Thus, there is no urgency for enhancement. The palm of immortality is not worth upgrading as it is destined to be devoured as a subskill. The ninja art, Rashomon, serves merely as a transitional skill with a low cost-effectiveness for enhancement. The black dragon 18 palms, being a unique skill created by Xiao Ye himself and submitted to the paradise, holds a special status, even without expending resources for its enhancement. Its experience can be rapidly gained through daily practice. Ultimately, the decision lies between enhancing the 100 treasures technique and the lightning release armor. In the end, Xiao Ye chose to enhance the 100 treasures technique. This choice stemmed from the realization that using 1,500 paradise coins to elevate the LV6 lightning release armor would only increase its skill level by 2, whereas enhancing the LV200 treasures technique would provide a substantial 4-level increase. As a reincarnator, Xiao Ye requires greater combat prowess, and the 4-level enhancement of the 100 treasures technique yields a more significant improvement than the 2-level reinforcement of the lightning release armor. Creation and rebirth, 100 treasures technique, golden legend, LV6, is an exceptionally comprehensive skill, which accumulates mana in the core of the 100 treasures during ordinary times, within the Yin seal, and releases it during combat to enhance battle power, endurance, and recovery capabilities. The skill effects are as follows. 1. Yin seal. The accumulation rate and quantity of mana in the 100 treasures core are determined by the reincarnator, with the current maximum accumulation being 6 times the caster's own mana. 2. 100 treasures unseal. Upon unsealing the 100 treasures technique, it can be utilized as an external mana source. 3. Super regeneration. In the unsealed state, should the caster sustain damage, the mana within the Yin seal automatically stimulates protein to induce rapid cellular division and regeneration, enabling instantaneous wound healing, achieving a self-healing effect with no lag, ceasing only when the injury is completely healed. The current rate of super healing is approximately 200 times faster than the caster's natural healing rate. 4. Super strength. Unleashing the 100 treasures technique greatly enhances the caster's strength and physical prowess, raising strength and constitution by 130 each. The potency of the 100 treasures technique requires no further elaboration. The accumulation of mana, external mana source, and amplification of strength are all secondary to the notion of super regeneration, which boasts a healing speed 200 times greater than natural recovery. The saying it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone does not apply to Xiao Ye as a first-tier reincarnator. He inherently possesses superior self-healing capabilities compared to ordinary individuals. Coupled with this 200-fold super healing, even severe injuries such as broken legs would heal in mere moments. Unless faced with particularly troublesome injuries like shattering fractures, which may require several more minutes, ordinary flesh wounds would heal instantaneously. This encapsulates the formidable core of the 100 treasures technique. After enhancing the 100 treasures technique, Xiao Ye's skills were sufficiently refined and elevated, leaving him with only 110 paradise coins, insufficient for any further enhancements. With a push, he opened the skill training chamber and stepped out. At this moment, Xiao Ye's strength had transformed dramatically since he arrived in the training area. Name: Xiao Ye, ID 1302587, level LV 52 health points, 105 current health points, 377 mana points, 345 basic attributes, strength 11 4, intelligence 11, constitution 11 5, agility 11 1. Equipped gear: white fang short knife, green excellent. Youth battle attire, blue excellent. Golden scales armor, blue excellent. Skills acquired: lightning release armor, red epic, LV6. 100 treasures technique, golden legend, LV6. Multi-species radar, blue excellent, LV16. 8 gates technique, golden legend, LV11.
Black Dragon 18 Palms, self-created, LV6, Palm of Immortality, Green Excellent, LV3. Ninja Art, Rashomon, Blue Excellent, LV4. Activated traits, Dark Energy, Mental Barrier, Life Resistance, Lightweight, Awakened Template Specialization, Reflection of Light. Mountain Shi. The enhancement of strength during the intermission of the dungeon has concluded, and the next chapter will commence the second volume. Beginning a new dungeon. Chapter 55. A New World, Armor Warriors. 7 days may not seem excessively long. Within Xiao Ye's personal space, 9 versions of himself diligently practiced the Black Dragon 18 Palms. Noticing that there remained only half an hour until the paradise entered the next dungeon world, Xiao Ye concluded his martial arts practice, stood up, and clapped his hands to gather the attention of all his clones. All right, brothers, a new adventure is about to begin. Everyone return. As Xiao Ye canceled the skill, the 8 clones transformed into wisps of white smoke, and the accumulated experience of 8-fold enhancement surged into Xiao Ye's mind. Along with the 100 treasures power accumulated by the clones over these days, all converging into the 100 treasures mark of his main body. The most precious function of the multiple shadow clone technique was not lost on Xiao Ye. With all 8 shadow clones returning to his main body, his Black Dragon 18 Palms immediately surged from LV6 to LV10. This allowed him to break through to the next tier. Even though Xiao Ye possessed exceptional talent and self-created bonuses for the enhancement of the Black Dragon 18 Palms, such a rate of improvement was still astonishing. However, lacking any skills comparable to the Black Dragon 18 Palms for fusion, this breakthrough would have to be temporarily set aside, awaiting the opportunity to find suitable resources in the new dungeon. Xiao Ye's continuously accumulated 100 treasures technique also elevated by 1 level, reaching LV7 and nearing the next level's experience. The Palm of Immortality rose from LV3 to LV5, while the multiple shadow clone technique progressed from LV5 to LV6, also on the verge of another level up. As for the multi-species radar, its level was too high to enhance, and lightning release armor and ninja art, Rashomon, could not be practiced within the confines of Xiao Ye's modest personal space, resulting in no training for these 2 skills. Xiao Ye's strength had incrementally advanced, and he was now adequately prepared for departure. 0001. Reincarnator 130-2587. Your resting period in the paradise has concluded, and you shall commence a new mission. You will now be randomly matched with a world suitable for your paradise level. Matching in progress. Matching complete. The result is the Armor Warriors world. Teleportation commencing. In an instant, an irresistible dizziness assailed Xiao Ye's mind. A sensation of weightlessness reminiscent of the high-G training he underwent during his time in the training camp. Regrettably, he had never succeeded in qualifying as a fighter pilot. Moments later, as clarity returned to his vision and he restrained the urge to vomit, Xiao Ye began to observe his surroundings. Concurrently, notifications and quests from the Infinite Paradise began to be issued. Armored Warriors World LV5 LV17. This is an ordinary and fragile realm among numerous worlds, where the vast majority of its inhabitants are mere mortals, boasting technologies that cannot even transcend their own star system. Yet, this world harbors extraordinary powers that defy the mundane. 65 million years ago, a meteorite from the dead black star collided with Earth, unleashing the Zongbao virus that took carnivorous dinosaurs as hosts. Subsequently, the 4 elemental energies of Earth led to the extinction of these monstrous beings, laying the groundwork for the future resurgence of the Zongbao virus. Over 10,000 years ago, Liu Fa assisted King Pier in seizing the energy crystals of the galaxy, with King Pier ascending to become the ruler of the galaxy and instituting the Aries calendar. A millennium ago, the Dark Ancestors sought to obliterate human civilization, prompting King Pier to dispatch the Hunter Armor troops to Earth to hunt down evil spirits, with the 4 Hunter Armors defeating the evil spirits before succumbing to slumber. Several millennia ago, Yan Xing developed the Azura, Xing Tian, Fei Ying, and King Kong armors, leading King Pier to send Liu Fa to attack Yan Xing, where Liu Fa captured the Flame Emperor and presented the 4 sets of armors to King Pier. In 2990 B.C., the Shadow Emperor commanded the Shadow 5 Guardians to invade Earth with 50 magic spirit stones, while the Sun launched 5 light shadow stones, igniting the First Light Shadow War, resulting in mutual devastation. In the year 10, Liu Fa, falsely accused by King Pier, led 24 forbidden troops to defect from Aries, stealing the Azura armor and Gung Jia King Kong staff to establish the Underworld Legion. Liu Fa's ambition was to seize over half of the galaxy's energy crystals to dominate the entire galaxy. In 564 A.D., the Second Light Shadow War erupted, where 5 divine warriors united to summon the Emperor Hero, defeating and sealing away 55 extraordinary beasts within the demon sealing box. In 999, the Underworld Legion arrived in the solar system, capturing the Mars energy crystal. In the year 1000, the Underworld Legion acquired and detonated the Shadow Star energy crystal, reaching Earth, where the Gorifa squad intervened and eliminated 20 underworld demons along with the 3 captains of the Underworld Legion, ultimately resulting in Lu Fei's demise at the hands of Liu Ge's ancestor wielding the Gung Jia King Kong staff. In 1994, Dr. Karen unlocked the demon sealing box, liberating the magic spirit stones. In 2008 to 2009, the ERP organization was established, uncovering the secrets of the light shadow stones and light armors, which led to the outbreak of the Third Light Shadow War. The armored warriors summoned the Emperor Armor, sealing away 52 magic spirit stones. In 2010, the ERP organization went public, with Li Xiang becoming the Emperor Hero, sealing the Demon 10 and utterly dismantling the Shadow Forces. The summoners of the 5 elements armors and Emperor Armor subsequently withdrew from the limelight. In 2013, Ma Tian collaborated with Li Xiaoqiu, causing the immature Zongbao virus to spread, transforming humanity into a Keese. This period marked the era of the armored warrior Nawa, with Duan Mu Yin and others summoning Nawa armor, Xin Nami armor, Tuana Duo armor, and Ku Lei Fu armor, thwarting the Tian Tian Hao group's establishment of an Akis world. Similar to the first generation of 5 elements armored warriors, Duan Mu Yin and the other armor summoners returned to their lives after fulfilling their missions. In the year 2020, the world faces a new crisis as Lu Fei's will revives, resurrecting his underworld demon legion, intending to command them to commit heinous acts to amplify negative energy for his rebirth and to complete the unfinished plans of a millennium prior. Concurrently, new summoners for the Xing Tian armor, Fei Ying armor, and King Kong armor emerge. Current world stay time, 1 month. Main quest optional. 1. Completely eliminate Lu Fei or a similarly ranked boss entity. 2. Participate in the extermination of more than 10 underworld demons, extraordinary beasts, or Akis. Additional rewards will be granted based on the number killed. 3. Eliminate at least 3 armored warriors. More kills will yield extra rewards based on the count. 4. Acquire at least 5 armored warrior summoners or obtain a top-tier armored warrior summoner, Azura armor, Emperor armor, Yutari's armor. 5. Defeat in Mishio, Xiao Shifei, or Ku Fenxi, the 3 captains of the underworld, or 2 similarly ranked boss entities. Completing any of the 5 tasks will count as completing the main quest, while other tasks will be downgraded to side quests, with rewards unchanged. I was helping my family with farming during the day, which is why I just finished Chapter 3. Tomorrow's update will likely be in the afternoon or evening, so please do not wait up late. This timeline encompasses the convergence of 3 generations of armored warriors, with this instance centered around the Xing Tian armor, though elements from the other 2 generations will also appear. Chapter 56, Captain Ziming, Xiao Shifei. Failure to complete the main quest will lead to immediate eradication by the Paradise. Current side quest. 1. Eliminate the underworld demon Captain Ziming, Xiao Shifei, to save his master from committing an irreparable error while also vanquishing the invading underworld demons. Optional task completion rewards. 1. After defeating Xiao Shifei, you will gain substantial goodwill from the Armored Warriors faction, and your deeds in slaying the monsters will be widely celebrated, granting you immense prestige within human society. However, you will incur the absolute enmity of nearly all underworld demons and their leader, Lu Fei. You will acquire significant influence in the world. Additionally, you will obtain the power to wield Fei Ying armor. Item reward. Random resource box, X1. 2. By saving Xiao Shifei's barber master, you will earn his gratitude and gain favor from certain underworld demons. Simultaneously, you will face hostility from the underworld leader Lu Fei and some underworld demons. You will acquire a small amount of world influence. Item reward. Random resource box, X1. Paradise coins, X500. Paradise is bestowing a temporary identity upon the reincarnator in this world. End of bestowal. Current identity of the reincarnator, Underworld Demon Yi. As the world begins, the reincarnator must complete the main quest within the designated time frame while striving to enhance the world settlement score. The message from Paradise concluded, and from the main and side quests, Xiao Ye gleaned much useful information. Firstly, this is a world where all 3 generations of armored warriors coexist. The first 2 generations have retired, yet their powers have reached their respective zeniths, akin to hidden boss entities in this world, unlikely to emerge, but not to be underestimated. Only the summoners of the Xing Tian armor generation have yet to fully mature and possess slightly lesser strength. Secondly, the boss of the Xing Tian armor, Lu Fa, has begun plotting against his subordinate, the underworld demon captain Xiao Ye, in his quest for resurrection. Thirdly, the tasks, combined with Xiao Ye's knowledge of the Xing Tian armor narrative, suggest that a faction of underworld demons are absolutely loyal to Lu Fa, while others are weary of slaughter and have grown fond of human life, desiring a peaceful existence like Xiao Ye. Moreover, this segment of underworld demons may exhibit greater loyalty to their captain than to Lu Fa. Otherwise, disrupting Lu Fa's scheme would not result in merely hostility from Lu Fa and a portion of underworld demons, but also garner interest from some. Interestingly, the killing of Xiao Ye would provoke absolute enmity from the entire underworld faction. This indicates that Xiao Ye possesses a close-knit following among the underworld demons, accounting for such a disparity. Fourthly, Xiao Ye has been endowed with the identity of an underworld demon. After traversing the initial novice realm, Xiao Ye would encounter other reincarnators in the world of Kai Jia Yongshi and subsequent realms, where unlimited skirmishes awaited. Bestowed with such an identity, it stood to reason that other reincarnators would possess the same potential. Thus, the number of Yuming Mo within the Kai Jia Yongshi world may well exceed 25. With reincarnators granted the identity of Yuming Mo, rendering the current count of these entities an enigma. Furthermore, if the infinite paradise can endow reincarnators with the identity of Yuming Mo, could it not also grant them the role of Kaijia summoners? At the very least, bestowing the identity of a Mishioja or Shushioja would not pose a significant challenge. Through a careful comprehension of the information provided by the paradise, Xiao Ye had gained clarity in his mind. The main quest bore high requirements, whereas the side quests were of immediate concern. Successfully accomplishing the side quests would greatly facilitate the undertaking of the main quests later on. Presently, Xiao Ye faced two choices. One was the most straightforward, to eliminate the Yuming Mo captain, Xiao Ye. This act would yield substantial world influence and immense human prestige, ensuring a commendable score upon the world's conclusion. Moreover, it would directly fulfill half of the main quest that required the defeat of 2 out of the 3 Yuming Mo captains. Should he succeed in vanquishing Xiao Ye, he would effectively complete 50% of the task on the very day he arrived in the Kai Jia Yongshi world. It is crucial to note that Xiao Ye was not the only reincarnator present. He surmised that defeating a boss of Xiao Ye's caliber would be a race among many. Everyone was compelled to undertake the main quest, and a target of Xiao Ye's stature would undoubtedly be a matter of who seized the opportunity first. Even if each reincarnator's main quest varied slightly, Xiao Ye would likely remain a common objective. However, should Xiao Ye eliminate Xiao Ye, it would likely cement his allegiance to the human Kai Jia Yongshi faction, effectively closing the door to the Yuming Mo Legion. Joining the Kai Jia Yongshi faction as a Yuming Mo was not inherently problematic, as some Yuming Mo harbored complex emotions and stances, with certain individuals leaning toward benevolence and peace. In the earlier stages, many Yuming Mo had maintained amicable relations with the Kai Jia summoners. Unfortunately, this camaraderie had deteriorated later due to the machinations of their leader, Lu Fa, who incited a rift with the Kai Jia Yongshi. For instance, Xiao Ye's impending fatal encounter with his barber was a scheme orchestrated by Lu Fa. Xiao Ye glanced at his surroundings, finding himself on the sidewalk adjacent to a park, a location that felt familiar. It was likely the site where Xiao Ye would soon clash with his barber. To his dismay, he spotted Xiao Ye, characterized by distinct features, alongside a furious middle-aged man in a white short-sleeved shirt, advancing toward Xiao Ye, who stood nervously by the roadside. This elderly man, deceived by Yuming Mo Shaf and Ta, believed Xiao Ye to be the perpetrator responsible for his son's demise. A dispute was unavoidable, prompting Xiao Ye to approach the scene. As he moved closer, Xiao Ye casually surveyed the shaded pathways of the park. "You return my Xiaodong. You return my Xiaodong," the barber shouted, his voice filled with anguish. "Master, what are you saying? You murderer. I treated you so well, yet you killed my child. I demand retribution." The conflict erupted, with the bewildered Xiao Ye being grasped by the barber around the neck, forcefully pinned against the wall. Xiao Ye quickly advanced a few steps, witnessing the barber's thumbs digging into Xiao Ye's throat, pushing him into a life-threatening situation. Xiao Ye's eyes began to turn purple, on the verge of transforming into a Yuming Mo. With a sudden burst, Xiao Ye dashed forward, forcefully pulling the barber away, delivering a powerful blow to the just transformed Xiao Ye, sending him crashing into the courtyard wall, shattering the sturdy firebricks. Chapter 57. Fierce Battle with Shaf and Ta. encountering reincarnators in the Kage world. After being struck, Xiao Ye regained his composure. The barber, having briefly lost his mind, froze in terror upon witnessing Xiao Ye's grotesque Yuming Mo form. Monster! Monster! Help! Help! There's a beast! The elderly man stammered. Stumbling away, his hatred and anger insignificant in the face of such primal violence. Xiao Ye, rejuvenated by Xiao Ye's intervention, reverted to his human guise, his eyes widening in recognition, likely due to the influence of the infinite paradise. Ye, how come you are here? He inquired. Xiao Ye retorted, had I not been here, you would have made a grave mistake, leaving yourself utterly vulnerable. With that, a surge of deep blue lightning erupted from him, transforming him into a blur as he shielded the fleeing barber. However, Xiao Ye had no intention of harming Xiao Ye's master. Channeling the power of the Lei Dun Lei Dianjia, Xiao Ye raised his arms to absorb the attack from Yuming Mo Sha Fenta, the demon's howling orb. Sparks flew, yet he remained unscathed. Swiftly, Xiao Ye drew his weapon, the Baiya short blade, ready to counter Sha Fenta's attack. The sound of the attack rendered the barber unconscious. Ye, step aside. Do not interfere. Sha Fenta bellowed angrily. Damn it. Lu Fa had entrusted him with a rejoining mission, and everything had been proceeding smoothly until Xiao Ye's unexpected arrival disrupted the plan. According to Lu Fa's strategy, he should not have appeared now. The elder's demise, alongside the ensuing police pursuit, was meant to coerce Xiao Ye into compliance. Now, Sha Fenta had no choice but to engage personally, leveraging his position as the captain of the Hui Ming team to eliminate the old man and frame the unwilling captain and Mi Xiu for the act. However, this deviation left unnecessary vulnerabilities in an otherwise meticulous plan. More critically, the presence of this Yuming Mo Yi posed a significant challenge. Yi, how could his strength be so formidable? After several clashes, Sha Fenta realized he could not penetrate Xiao Ye's defense. Through repeated encounters, Xiao Ye discerned his own level of power. Unlike in the world of Naruto, where he had been hesitant due to weakness, in the Kai Jia Yongshi world, merely activating the Lei Dun Lei Dianjia allowed him to spar with Yuming Mo Sha Fenta. His earlier strike against Xiao Ye had capitalized on the latter's momentary disorientation as he transformed back into his Yuming Mo form. However, Sha Fenta stood as the third-ranked figure within and Mi Xiu's Hui Ming team, placing him among the top ranks in the Yuming Mo hierarchy, just below the vice-captains, captains, and the ultimate boss, Lu Fa. Although the goals ahead seemed formidable, particularly the three Yaming demons, the current Xiao Ye appears to possess considerable fighting prowess. He steadfastly guards the unconscious Master Xiao Ye behind him. Naturally, Master Xiao Ye holds no relation to Xiao Ye, nor does Xiao Ye care for his life. However, safeguarding this individual and garnering favor from Xiao Ye is a spontaneous component of Xiao Ye's plan. The side quest of eliminating Xiao Ye offers even greater rewards, yet Xiao Ye perceives a more significant possibility. Xuezi, Guoba, what are you waiting for? Hurry and make your move. At this moment, Fenta is becoming increasingly anxious. Unable to subdue Xiao Ye after a prolonged struggle, Fenta angrily calls out to his companions on either side. Damn it! Lord Lufa clearly dispatched 2 additional Yaming demons for this operation, yet they remain utterly inactive. Little do they know, the 2 Yaming demons in Fenta's side are utterly astonished. What in the world? This is indeed a reincarnator? What power is this? Able to engage in a back and forth with the Yaming demon Fenta? Such strength must surely indicate that his attribute points have surpassed 10 in every aspect, perhaps averaging at least 12. With average attributes exceeding 12 points, why would he not venture into a dungeon of level 10 or above? What is the level of his paradise? Due to the overwhelming bonuses provided by the Thunder Escape Thunder Armor, the reincarnators Xuezi and Guoba have already come to regard Xiao Ye as a reincarnator with average base attributes exceeding 12 points. Moreover, aside from the first time, each subsequent exploration of the world entails a minimum entry level linked to the reincarnator's level. From their perspective, someone of Xiao Ye's caliber should possess a reincarnator level of around 11 or 12. How could he possibly appear in a world of armored warriors at levels 5 to 17? Isn't this a bloodbath for their novice village? Had they known, the fire-flavored Guoba had only just reached an average of 9 points across all attributes, and this was already his third world. Xuezi, with slightly superior strength, has only achieved a base attribute of 10 in power and speed, unlocking 2 traits. Witnessing such an imposing Xiao Ye, they are somewhat hesitant to confront him. While the rewards of the side quest are tempting, their lives hold greater importance. The competition among reincarnators is exceedingly brutal. If they were to engage NPCs within the world dungeon,
They might survive for various reasons, yet the battles between reincarnators are often a matter of life and death. Fire-flavored guoba and milky white Xiao may appear to be collaborating peacefully for the sake of a side quest, yet after the mission, their next encounter could very well turn fatal. Shall we give it a try? Fire-flavored guoba gazes wide-eyed at milky white Xiao. Are you insane? Let us sneak around. After all, our mission is merely to eliminate that ordinary person. It shouldn't be difficult to quietly kill someone who is already unconscious, right? Milky white Xiao responds. All right, I'll follow your lead. Fire-flavored guoba is swayed by milky white Xiao's words. Reincarnators are inherently a bold and reckless group, having already gambled their lives. Any chance, however slight, serves as their rationale to take risks. Xiao Ye's multi-species radar has long revealed the presence of milky white Xiao and fire-flavored guoba. However, Xiao Ye intends to first deal with the Yaming demon Shafinta before addressing them. Though they too are reincarnators, they have been endowed with the identities of Yaming demons by Paradise. It stands to reason that eliminating them would also advance the main quest of defeating over 10 Yaming demons. Chapter 58, Blood Crystal. Shafinta does not call out to them, and their sneaky demeanor cannot escape Xiao Ye's notice. Observing their furtive movements as they attempt to circle behind him, a hint of coldness flickers across Xiao Ye's face. If they seek death, he bears no burden in taking action against other reincarnators. Seeing his two subordinates sprint around to Xiao Ye's rear, Shafinta intensifies his relentless assault. Although he looks down upon Guoba and Xiao, their assistance in completing the task is still welcome. If they can hold Xiao Ye back while the two eliminate Master Qiao Shifei, he can then withdraw. After this prolonged engagement, Shafinta has exhibited nearly all his tactics. Yet Xiao Ye remains unfazed, exuding an air of confidence. Meanwhile, Qiao Shifei, momentarily dazed by the sudden turn of events, regains his composure and aims to transform once more to aid Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye realizes this cannot be allowed. With a powerful punch, he repels Shafinta. Time is pressing. It seems impossible to accumulate a small victory to achieve a greater one and steadily defeat the Yaming demon Shafinta. What level of strength does Qiao Shifei possess? He is the captain of the Yaming demon Zimming squad. Moreover, among the 3 captains of the Yaming demon divisions, Qiao Shifei is most likely the strongest. If he intervenes, it would be disastrous. Each Yaming demon serves as nourishment for his main quest. Qiao Shifei shall not claim any kills. 8 gates of Duanjiao, open. A green light ignites around Xiao Ye, and milky white Xiao and fire-flavored guoba hear a name that sends chills down their spines. What? 8 gates of Duanjiao. The level range of the Naruto World Dungeon is vast, accommodating reincarnators from newly entered Infinite Paradise to those in mid-stage. The 8 gates of Duanjiao technique is among the most renowned and difficult skills to produce within this realm. Across Infinite Paradise, the total number of practitioners may not exceed the fingers of both hands. The sudden rise to fame of the 8 gates of Duanjiao stems from a 20-something level reincarnator, who, in a desperate state, opened the death gate and kicked a 30-something level reincarnator with paradise privileges to death. That reincarnator ultimately survived, becoming a formidable figure within Infinite Paradise with a current level exceeding 70. How could the 8 gates of Duanjiao appear here? What kind of prodigy is this? Xiao Ye's overall attributes surge by 30 points as he swiftly disarms Shafinta's Ghost Howl Blade with his white-toothed dagger. Without hesitation, he then sweeps around, severing the head of the astonished fire-flavored guoba. Milky white Xiao's eyes widen, yet he reacts quickly, kneeling in the next moment. Spare me, brother, spare me. We merely wish to complete a side quest, and do not intend to become your enemies. I will withdraw now immediately. Milky white Xiao holds a sharp triangular military dagger in his right hand, poised to strike desperately. Yet he could never have anticipated Xiao Ye's decisiveness, disregarding his pleas. The white tooth pierces through his skull. How noisy! Xiao Ye casts a glance at the short dagger clutched in milky white Xiao's hand. Not only had Xiao Ye intended to use him to fulfill his main quest, but even if he hadn't, as an adversary, he could never show mercy. Excluding any potential risks was an indispensable part of his earlier special missions abroad. At that moment, even if the enemy lay lifeless, he felt compelled to fire another shot, just to be prudent. How much more so for an enemy still wielding a weapon? Xiao Ye cast a glance at his task panel, and indeed, the specter known as Yu Ming Mo, played by a reincarnator, counted towards the main quest's kill tally. The task of slaying 10 Yu Ming Mos had progressed from 0 to 210. Furthermore, the pale snow child and the turkey-flavored guoba had dropped items upon their demise. This marked Xiao Ye's first kill of a reincarnator. To his surprise, the drop was not a treasure chest, but a blood-red octahedral crystal. Each individual received one, dubbed Killing Blood Crystal.
This item allowed reincarnators to randomly draw 3 items, skills, or paradise coins possessed by the slain reincarnator. This was also a significant source of circulating goods in the commercial district of Infinite Paradise, apart from paid notarization. As for the remaining items within the Killing Blood Crystal, Xiao Ye could only speculate that Infinite Paradise had rightfully claimed them. He stowed the 2 Killing Blood Crystals in his backpack, ignoring the astonished Xiao Shifei, and swiftly executed a ninja technique, the Rashomon. The peculiar Rashomon burst through the concrete ground, towering high, effectively blocking the retreat of Shifinta, who had been startled into abandoning his mission by Xiao Ye's sudden display of strength. Caught off guard by this imposing barrier, Shifinta momentarily faltered. In that fleeting hesitation, Xiao Ye, moving with the speed of blue lightning, had already pursued him from behind. With a swift stroke of his white fang dagger, sparks of dark purple energy erupted from Shifinta's back as he staggered, ultimately collapsing in front of the Rashomon. Ah, Ye, as a Yuming Mo, you slaughter the warriors of the Yuming Legion. By killing me, do you intend to betray the Yuming Legion? You are betraying Lord Lufa, and he will not spare you. Shifinta's protests were cut short as Xiao Ye severed his neck with a single slash, calmly stating, "Though I harbor no allegiance to the Yuming Legion, it is not I who have betrayed the Legion and Lord Lufa, but rather Lufa and your kind who have strayed from the Legion's original purpose, leading you further astray." Xiao Ye smirked. Why do I speak such melodramatic words to a corpse? Not to mention the Yuming Legion, Xiao Ye's own stance was hardly righteous. The death of Shifinta marked the first official demise of a Yuming Mo in the world of armored beings. After slaying Shifinta, Xiao Ye's task progress incremented once more. Simultaneously, Shifinta dropped a gray treasure chest, which could yield random equipment, skills, or items, with a 70% chance that the rewards would be related to Shifinta. Ye, have you killed them all? Xiao Shifei stammered, pointing at the 3 corpses, yearning for a peaceful human existence. He had not taken a life in a millennium and had long adapted to human laws and mores. Killing was a crime, and Xiao Shifei found himself momentarily disoriented. He paced anxiously, one hand gripping the other in a futile attempt to steady himself, his face etched with worry. What shall I do? What shall I do? Chapter 59. Xiao Ye's ambition. Xiao Ye looked at Xiao Shifei with exasperation. No wonder Xiao Shifei, after mistakenly killing his master, could humbly pick up discarded meals from trash bins. After a millennium, he had truly been assimilated into the human world, were it not for Lufa's coercion. Reigniting his latent fierceness, this once mighty leader of the Yuming Legion might have become utterly ineffectual. Observing Xiao Shifei's frantic loss of composure, Xiao Ye approached and delivered a sharp slap. You, what is this? Have you squandered your role as the commander of the Yuming Legion for thousands of years? Where is your military acumen? A millennium of slaughter has led you to this pathetic state, living like a dog for thousands of years. The resounding slap and Xiao Ye's unrelenting inquiry, bordering on humiliation, ignited Xiao Shifei's anger, yet somehow brought him back to his senses. But what could be done? This mess? Oh dear. Xiao Shifei struck the wall with his fist, his thoughts still not fully realigned. Suddenly, a white sedan pulled up at the roadside, and Xiao, who had come to retrieve Xiao Shifei's forgotten phone, stepped out in shock and confusion. He rushed over without even closing the car door. What on earth happened? Xiao surveyed the battlefield, eventually crouching before his fallen comrade, Shifinta, cradling the body as he looked up at Xiao Shifei. How did Shifinta, the snow child, and Guoba die? Why were they killed? Xiao's gaze fixed intently on Xiao Shifei, convinced that only he, fellow captain of the Yuming Mo, possessed the strength to have slain 3 of his kind in succession, sharing the same desire for tranquility and opposing the return to battle. Despite some differences with Lufa and his subordinates, Xiao felt a surge of emotion at Shifinta's demise, his eyes flickering with purple hues, indicating his power was gradually awakening. It's all a misunderstanding. Xiao, let me explain. Xiao Shifei attempted to clarify. I killed them all, Xiao Ye's calm voice interjected, his grip tightening around the white fang dagger. Xiao Ye contemplated whether to intervene. Xiao Shifei was the captain of the Yuming Mo's Ziming team, while Xiao was the captain of the Gray Ming division. The main quest required the elimination of 2 out of the 3 Yuming Mo captains, referring to them. The objective was right before him. By slaying them, Xiao Ye could not only fulfill this segment of the main quest, but also complete half of the task of killing 10 Yuming Mo. Both tasks could be accomplished simultaneously. Moreover, currently, while Xiao Shifei was undeniably powerful, Xiao was in a weakened state, possibly unable to even manifest his Yuming Mo form. This was the peak opportunity to strike them both down. Xiao Ye calculated in his mind. With dagger in hand, he stepped before Xiao.
The menacing aura emanating from him compelled even Xiao to divert his focus. Yet, as he approached the two captains, Xiao Ye's malevolence dissipated like snow melting in the sun, ultimately choosing to forego the immediate temptation, rather than indulge in this ripe fruit. Xiao Ye had already begun to devise a grander scheme. Although this plan was merely in its nascent stage, Xiao Ye's ambitions demanded more than mere trifles. He yearned for a lavish banquet, an infinite paradise, during world settlement. How could one maximize rewards? Surely, by acquiring immense world influence. Merely slaying Qiao Shifei and Mi Xiu is insufficient. Even the complete eradication of the Yu Ming Mo would yield little consequence. Everything remains largely on its original trajectory, and thus the influence gained cannot surpass its limits. However, should Xiao Ye manage to invert the truth, subvert order, and drag the preceding generations of armored warriors into chaos, he would elevate Mi Xiu. You two have been tainted by the comfort of time, which has dulled your sensitivity to the truth. Xiao Ye pointed at the corpse of Sha Fenta and declared, Lu Fa is on the verge of resurrection. He requires your return to his ranks to assist him and provide the malevolent power necessary for his revival. You are also needed as instruments to thwart the new generation of armored warriors. And so what? What does that have to do with your killing of Sha Fenta? Amicio retorted, if Lu Fa does not orchestrate the return of you captain-level individuals, he will soon find himself without allies. Nearly 10 members of the Yu Ming Mo from the third team are dead. Amicio, you have some ties with the armored warriors. You know they now possess the strength to slay ordinary Yu Ming Mo. If Lu Fa does not summon the three of you back, he will have no one capable of resisting the progressively stronger 3 armored warriors. Sha Fenta was merely the instrument to implement the plan for your return and to provoke you, reigniting your powers. However, the process of this plot is anything but pleasant. Lu Fa's first target was Qiao Shifei. He initially dispatched someone to exploit the situation, resulting in the deaths of the barber's son, Xiao Dong, and his girlfriend, Li Li, who had already been entangled in conflict with Qiao Shifei. Before Xiao Ye could finish, Qiao Shifei's emotions surged once more. What did you say? Xiao Dong and Li Li are dead. Was it Lu Fa's doing? Although Xiao Dong and Li Li had previously conspired against him, Qiao Shifei harbored no desire to kill. He was even tormented by the possibility of having inadvertently taken a life. Yet, he had not anticipated that all of this was orchestrated by General Lu Fa. Xiao Ye forcefully pushed Qiao Shifei's hands away and gazed at him, saying, Do you still harbor doubts? Lu Fa not only ordered the deaths of Xiao Dong and Li Li, but also had Sha Fenta manipulate Xiao Dong's corpse to call your master, framing you for Xiao Dong's demise. This is why your master has come to confront you. Xiao Ye pointed at the unconscious figure of Qiao Shifei's master on the ground and admonished, If you still doubt, consider your barber. Had I not arrived in time, he would have perished at your hands. At that point, you would attribute the deaths of Xiao Dong, Li Li, and him to yourself, drowning in anguish and guilt. The laws of humanity would not absolve you. When that time comes, what choice will you have but to rejoin the Yu Ming Legion and serve Lu Fa? Chapter 60. Unmasking and Enticement. Indeed, in the original narrative, Qiao Shifei did not find the motivation to fight until another Yu Ming Mo, Sha Bin, was slain by the captain of the Qi Ming division, Ku Fenxi, while protecting him. It was through this hatred that his character and powers were fully awakened. Consequently, seeking revenge, he formally returned to Lu Fa's faction. Sha Fenta was merely Lu Fa's contingency, since Qiao Shifei could not be incited to kill his master. The task fell to him. As a member of the Hui Ming squad, and Mi Xiu, it was inevitable that Qiao Shifei would become your adversary. Currently, you two are adrift outside the Yu Ming Legion, even possessing some relations with the armored warriors. It is not difficult to foresee that Qiao Shifei, in dealing with you, might also return to the Yu Ming Legion. Both Qiao Shifei and Mi Xiu were taken aback. Although they had heard that the extraneous Yu Ming Mo, who had actively or passively joined the Legion over the millennia, possessed considerable strength, Xiao Ye's abilities were remarkably formidable. He had dissected Lu Fa's conspiracy and the entirety of the situation with precision. Do you two believe this? Qiao Shifei and Mi Xiu nodded. Well then, it is fortunate you are not obstinate. If you have doubts, envision that Sha Fenta and the other 2 Yu Ming Mo had no pressing need to act against an ordinary person like your barber. This is the most significant flaw in this matter. Xiao Ye handed over the residual genetic code from Sha Fenta to Mi Xiu. It resembled a silvery, rotating cube. Moreover, I have not completely eradicated Sha Fenta's genetic code. His death serves as a lesson. I entrust this to you. He still has the potential for resurrection, but I advise against attempting to revive him at this juncture. Bringing Sha Fenta back in this era would only invite trouble. Although Xiao Ye had slain Sha Fenta, he had not destroyed the genetic code. Xiao Ye aimed to win Mishio's allegiance. For Sha Fenta had been a member of his Hui Ming squad, and such a favor must be repaid. Xiao Ye looked at them earnestly and said, Xiao Shifei, and Mishio, this is no longer 1,000 years ago. Most of the resurrected Yu Ming Mo have adapted to living as humans. Aside from Lu Fa and a few others, conflict is likely not what anyone desires. Xiao Shifei and Mishio instinctively nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. Thus, do not return to the Yu Ming Legion. 1,000 years ago, you followed blindly and perished once for Lu Fa. You have already demonstrated your loyalty. The current Lu Fa, who incites the Yu Ming Mo to wreak havoc and gather negative energy for his resurrection, has long strayed from the original purpose of maintaining cosmic peace that the Yu Ming Legion was established to uphold. Now, he directly plots against you, harming comrades. Such behavior warrants a military tribunal. A commander who treats his soldiers thus is unworthy of loyalty. Xiao Ye then addressed Mishio. And Mishio, I am aware you have been actively opposing Lu Fa. Our goals align closely. Why not cooperate with me? Do not hastily dismiss the idea. You may believe that collaborating with the armored warriors can protect your comrades, but you are mistaken. The conflict between the armored warriors and Lu Fa will reduce you to ashes in the war. As a vulnerable third party, under scrutiny from both sides, you cannot remain unscathed. Lu Fa will see you as a thorn in his side, seeking ways to exploit you. The armored warriors will also keep a watchful eye on you. You and your subordinates cannot afford to commit even the slightest misdeed, even under duress. For any semblance of a peaceful alliance will swiftly turn to enmity. If the day comes when you truly step into a deep pit, be wary that the armored warriors may bury you within it. Xiao Ye was not exaggerating. In the original narrative, Mishio's subordinates met a grim fate at Lu Fa's hands, only to be collected by the summoner Xiao Tian of the Xing Tian armor. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say sealed away. Although Xiao Tian was not the true perpetrator of Mishio's misconceptions, the danger remained palpable. However, while effortlessly sealing the two defeated Yu Ming demons Basadi and Sha Luku with the lethal fire palm, the actions of the summoner of the Xing Tian armor were swift, exhibiting no mercy whatsoever. Moreover, unlike Xiao Ye, who returned the genetic code of Shafinta to Mishio, he did not restore the genetic codes of Basadi and Sha Luku to Mishio. The deceased Basadi and Sha Luku had no possibility of resurrection apart from the breaking of their seals. Ultimately, while Mishio shared a bond with the armor warriors, they did not belong to the same faction. If a fellow armor warrior were to die and genuinely had a chance of revival, then Xiao Tian and the others would undoubtedly strive desperately to bring their own back to life. Yet, Mishio clearly did not fall within their ranks. Regardless of the apparent deep connection and mutual struggle between Mishio and Xiao Tian, the summoner of the Xing Tian armor, which had garnered the affection of many viewers, their actions and performances indicated that they merely sought to exploit Mishio's power, with all sentiments stemming solely from Mishio's one-sided devotion. Otherwise, not only would they have revived Basadi and Sha Luku, but after defeating Lu Fa in the finale, they also chose not to resurrect Mishio. Of course, judging by Mishio's current demeanor, he was still in the throes of a close relationship with the armor warriors. Xiao Ye's words merely planted a seed, which had yet to sway him. However, sowing that seed was already sufficient. Xiao Ye refrained from further urging, remarking to Mishio that should he ever see through the truth of the world's conflicts and find merit in his words, he could come seek him out. Conflict is inescapable, yet I possess a way to transform you and your kind from mere pawns to the players of the game. By taking on the role of a third-party chess player, one can extricate oneself from both factions. Furthermore, I can provide you and the other Yu Ming demons with a legitimate identity that allows for a sustainable and reasonable existence within human society. Xiao Ye patted Mishio's shoulder, stating that whenever he was ready, he could come find him. As for Xiao Shifei, Xiao Ye directly pulled him up from the ground with a commanding demeanor, declaring that he would now follow him. This time, he saved him from making a grave mistake and also helped him thwart Lu Fa's plot. Thus, he owed Xiao Ye two significant favors. My plans require manpower, so you shall accompany me now, Xiao Ye asserted without room for dissent. Compared to Mishio, who had a retinue he needed to appease and cultivate, Xiao Ye was less accommodating towards the currently solitary Xiao Shifei. Chapter 61. The existence of the Shura armor, unforeseen variables. Compared to the power held by Mishio's subordinates, the unwavering loyalty of the Yu Ming demons towards Xiao Shifei was scarce, rendering Xiao Ye's approach to him less conciliatory. With Xiao Shifei's currently somewhat timid demeanor, it sufficed to directly compel him to assist with his tasks. And Mishio departed, leaving behind a mess. What shall we do with this chaos? Xiao Ye surveyed the debris-laden street, scattered corpses, a shattered wall, and a scene reminiscent of the Rashomon. No need to worry. Someone will come to clean up after us, Xiao Ye retorted indifferently. As for your relationship with your master, it is beyond repair. Henceforth, distance yourself from his world. You owe him nothing. As for his son Xiao Dong and that Lily, a pair of scoundrels, they are hardly worth your sorrow. Forget them. Your sole task now is to gather the Yuming demons who are loyal to you or have befriended you, and who are accustomed to human life, and then contact me. You may present what I said as a means to strategize a legitimate and sustainable identity for everyone in human society as a persuasive argument. All right. Xiao Ye assigned the task to Xiao Ye, who instinctively acquiesced. The strength, capability, and grand vision exhibited by Xiao Ye had already begun to influence Xiao Ye. Unbeknownst to him, as the leader of the Ziming division, he saw no issue in heeding the words of an external Yuming demon. Oh, and please keep an eye on the situation of the Qi Ming division leader Qifensi. If there are any developments in his relationship with his girlfriend, inform me promptly. Be vigilant. I have intel suggesting that Lu Fa may target Qifensi's girlfriend. Having failed in his schemes against you and in Muxio, he will likely accelerate his plans regarding Qifensi. That will be all. You may leave now. Xiao Ye urged Xiao Ye to depart. I will pay more attention. Xiao Ye's response indicated that he was now aligned with Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye had also planted a seed of thought within Muxio. Although he did not eliminate Xiao Ye and Muxio to fulfill his objectives, the influence stemming from their change had already reached 85. This encompassed the transformations of both Xiao Ye and Muxio, his impact on the Yuming demon faction, and Lu Fa's hostility, among other factors. Coupled with the demise of Shifinta, Xiao Ye had amassed 100 influence points within a mere 15 minutes since his arrival in the Armor Warrior's realm. Moreover, the ensuing events would further escalate, along with Xiao Ye's yet-to-begin plans. Recruiting Xiao Ye and Muxio was merely a necessary condition for initiating his grand scheme, hardly even a preliminary course. After Xiao Ye departed, Xiao Ye did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered in place, awaiting developments. Perhaps sensing that Xiao Ye had noticed him, a presence adorned in the Shura armor, characterized by hues of gold, silver, and black, with faint red and dark purple patterns, soon materialized. The Shura armor. Xiao Ye's pupils narrowed. He had sensed a formidable presence while contending with Shifinta. Thus, he had exercised caution during their confrontation, striving to conceal his own abilities. It was only when the milky white snow and the turkey-flavored pot stickers engaged that he was compelled to reveal his full strength, unveiling another layer of his prowess. This was due to his concern and wariness of this ambiguous foe. In his infrared perception, this individual exuded an immense energy level. Yet their heat signature was notably absent, appearing instead as a chilling deep blue, bordering on black. This was abnormal. Xiao Ye had heightened his vigilance to the utmost. Yet he had underestimated his opponent, who was clad in the strongest armor of this generation, the Shura armor. At this juncture, the Shura armor should not have appeared. Who is this individual wearing the Shura armor? Who are you? What are your intentions? Why have I never encountered you before? You should not exist in this world. No, neither you nor they should exist. Before Xiao Ye could voice his inquiries, the other party uttered words that left him even more astounded. What do you mean by stating that Xiao Ye and they should not exist? Thoughts whirled within Xiao Ye's mind. From a certain perspective, the statement held some truth. His identity as a Yuming demon was a facade specially bestowed by the paradise for reincarnators, and with the abilities of the paradise, their identities should not possess any loopholes. The indigenous beings of this world had not pierced through their capabilities. How could this be? Unless Xiao Ye considered a possibility. The other party was also not a being that should exist in this world. Who could they be? Before Xiao Ye could continue his contemplation, a fist clad in silver gauntlets had already struck toward him. Regardless of who you are or what your purpose may be, entities like you should simply be eradicated entirely. Lightning release, thunder armor, 8 gates, rest gate. Xiao Ye could not afford to be careless. This was the mightiest Shura armor, incomparable to any Shifinta. A moment's negligence could be fatal. Yet, Xiao Ye was still sent flying by a single punch. He quickly regained his footing. It seemed that fighting for his life was now unavoidable. Xiao Ye had not anticipated that upon his arrival in the world of the Armor Warriors, he would encounter such a challenge. The Shura armor was already a final boss-level existence in this realm. Who embarks on an adventure only to confront the ultimate boss at the outset? The world's power levels were categorized as LV5 and LV17, and the LV17 likely referred to him. Warning: sudden emergency situation. A violation of variables has occurred in this instance. As it is a native of this world,
In accordance with Paradise Rule 1663, to protect the potential diversity of the Star Sea's future, Paradise cannot forcibly interfere with the memories and existence of derivative variables. During countless resets of each instance, there exists a 1 in a million chance to generate a brand new uncertain future and give birth to new variables. A mandatory mission is hereby issued to all reincarnators. Eliminate the variable. Completion rewards. Hunting treasure chest. Random manipulation of destiny item. X1. World settlement score X1. Unconditional completion of the main mission. Failure penalties. None. Mission restrictions. The main mission cannot be completed until 70 of all reincarnators in this world are deceased, and no reincarnators may depart from this realm. Should all reincarnators fail the mission, Infinite Paradise will dispatch more, stronger reincarnators to this world to eliminate the variable. Xiao Ye received the news. The Paradise notification further underscored the uniqueness of the Shura armor before him. However, the notion of eliminating variables was easier said than done, for the opponent vastly surpassed him in strength. The 100 Treasures Technique. Release. 8 Gates. Injury Gate. Forcibly opened. Chapter 62. We shall meet again. The mysterious Shura armor delivered a kick that sent Xiao Ye flying. Unbeknownst to him, their misfortune had befallen a formidable enemy. Xiao Ye's body careened sideways, causing the exterior wall of a quaint villa to collapse further. Instinctively, he assessed his condition. The armor value of the lightning release, Thunder armor, had plummeted by over 100 points in an instant. This was without the Shura armor wielding a weapon. In the next moment, the master of the Shura armor slowly peeled back a layer of armor on his arm, revealing an equipment resembling a flip phone. After pressing a few buttons on the Shura armor, a long blade, predominantly dark purple, materialized in his grasp. Shura Purgatory Blade. The Shura armor leisurely stepped over the shattered bricks, his gaze sweeping the vicinity in search of Xiao Ye's whereabouts. At that moment, from a blind spot to the left of the crumbled courtyard wall, Xiao Ye gathered his strength and launched a fierce kick toward the Shura armor, retaliating. Boom. The Shura armor was sent flying at a slightly faster speed than Xiao Ye, emitting smoke. You dare kick me? With the 4th gate of the 8 gates and the 100 treasures technique, I unleashed 5 to 6 times the power. You must be feeling the pain. An eye for an eye, a foot for a foot. Xiao Ye rolled up the cuffs of his battle attire, gently wiping away the blood splatters from ruptured veins. The 100 treasures technique rapidly took effect, almost instantly healing the wounds, growing new tissue, scabbing over, and then shedding. With that kick, Xiao Ye had sent sparks flying from the components of the Shura armor, its left shoulder crackling and smoking, though Xiao Ye himself did not emerge unscathed. He had lost nearly 10% of his health. Such blood loss could not be mitigated by the armor value of the lightning release, Thunder armor. Forcibly opening the 8 gates often resulted in self-harm. Given Xiao Ye's current strength, engaging in battle with the 2nd gate was feasible. Forcibly opening the 3rd gate bore a similar cost to that of Might Guy's opening of the 6th gate, directly activating the 4th gate of the 8 gates. Xiao Ye could not only mount an attack, but even standing still would see his health deplete. Without the 100 treasures technique to mend his injuries, he could last no more than 5 exchanges in combat while using the 4th gate. Xiao Ye positioned his by a short blade before him. With the 100 treasures technique, he could manage around 15 exchanges, which represented his limit. Observing the green blaze of energy rushing toward him, the master of the Shura armor could no longer maintain his composure. The power Xiao Ye unleashed exceeded his expectations by far. This was not the strength of mere vice-captains of the underworld. The intensity of that moment surpassed even the strongest foes he had previously encountered. The rush of Xiao Ye's foot, imbued with heated energy, ignited smoke from the opposite shoulder of the Shura armor, while simultaneously costing Xiao Ye 15 points of health. Transforming into a green phantom, Xiao Ye ascended above his opponent, gripping the Bai's short blade with both hands and thrusting downward toward the enemy's chest. However, a wave of dark light rippled forth, akin to water undulating, causing Xiao Ye's blade to briefly connect with the Shura Purgatory blade before losing contact. The blade tip passing through without resistance. This moment bore a striking resemblance to witnessing Uchiha Obito's Kimui space distortion. The expression behind the mask of the Shura armor remained inscrutable. A voice, laden with hostility and confidence, emanated from beneath the mask. I have discovered your weakness. Your frail body cannot sustain such an explosion of power. We shall meet again. The voice faded, and the ripples dissipated, leaving the Shura armor's wielder vanished from sight beneath Xiao Ye's blade. Huh, is my body frail? You, clad in the protective Shura armor, dare to label me weak? Meanwhile, the mysterious figure distanced himself, pained as he removed the Shura armor, furrowing his brow. Such underworld demons should not exist in this world. Next time, I will kill you. I will not allow anyone to thwart my plans. The summoner of the Shura armor tightened his grip on the armor summoning device. The swelling on his shoulder and the intermittent crackling sounds from the device reminding him that he required time to recover before he could fight at full strength again. Humph. It matters not. The adversary can only fight for a brief period. However, my power will continue to surge. As long as I generate more negative energy, I can become even stronger. Hiss. This move truly resembles the 7 injuries fist. Xiao Ye clutched his fractured leg, awaiting its restoration. After a minute, he fully recovered his health and injuries before deactivating the 100 treasures technique. The accumulation of 100 treasures energy is arduous. Every little bit counts. Yet, the Shura armor is indeed formidable. Simply donning it elevates a person's strength to such heights. Xiao Ye felt a pang of envy, wondering if defeating the armor warrior's world would reward him with such a set of armor. Having engaged in a preliminary confrontation with the Shura armor, Xiao Ye had gained insight into his approximate standing within this realm. The Shura armor, the Thunder Yutaries, and the Emperor armor may manage to exchange a dozen or so blows, perhaps even slightly suppressing the opponent during this brief encounter, but eventually, one's body would begin to falter. Without resorting to the 8 gates of Duanjia, merely utilizing the lightning release and thunder armor reflects the prowess of an elite Yaming demon. Upon opening one gate, one would possess the strength akin to that of a Yaming demon's vice captain, or perhaps slightly beyond that. With 2 gates unlocked, one would likely attain the might of a Yaming demon captain. However, should the captain in question be the formidable Xiao Ye, it may require Xiao Ye to open the 3rd gate to contend with him. Generally, when Xiao Ye opens the 3rd gate, he would simultaneously invoke the 100 treasures technique, thereby rendering him significantly more powerful than Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye glanced at the nearby camera without evasion, even waving at it before departing unperturbed. He was aware that the chaos left behind would be managed by others who would step forward to handle the aftermath. Once beyond the camera's range, 8 shadows emerged from behind him, each darting in different directions, scattering to the 4 corners of the world. For the next few days, Xiao Ye remained vigilant, anticipating the swift reappearance of the Shura armor, as he had mentioned. Yet, it seemed as though it had vanished entirely, for he had not caught sight of any trace of it in the past couple of days. During this time, Xiao Ye had summoned his loyal followers, including the Yaming demon Banalas from his Ziming squad and the vice captain of the Huiming squad, Shaban. Indeed, Shaban hailed from the Huiming squad and was noted for not associating with a Mixin, instead spending his days entangled with Xiao Ye, whose charm was difficult to comprehend. Their bond was not easily assessed, and even in the original narrative, Shaban was portrayed as a Yaming demon willing to sacrifice himself for Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye had complete faith in Xiao Ye's assertion of Shaban's loyalty. As for Banalas, he had also saved Xiao Ye's life, indicating that Xiao Ye possessed a discerning eye for allies. After dismissing Shaban and Banalas, Xiao Ye focused on the 3rd Yaming demon brought forth by Xiao Ye, or rather, more accurately, a reincarnator. He scrutinized the individual before him, whimsically named chocolate-flavored shit I must taste. The absurdity of the name caused Xiao Ye's gaze to twitch. While reincarnators could adopt nicknames, like Xiao Ye's casual moniker, this particular appellation was undeniably avant-garde. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye did not allow such trivialities to distract him. He regarded the newcomer with utmost scrutiny, pondering whether this voluntary approach was a sign of treachery or theft, contemplating whether to eliminate her on the spot. As if sensing Xiao Ye's thoughts, chocolate-flavored shit I must taste gazed at him with starry eyes and implored, "Boss, embrace my leg. I seek to be carried." The glint of a silver blade rendered her face pale. Xiao Ye's expression turned cold as he demanded, "Speak plainly. Reveal all your intentions and schemes." Among reincarnators, especially those who had traversed multiple worlds, such naivety was inconceivable. Individuals like her were often better off eliminated. Wait, I will speak. Boss, it is like this. Those irregular variables we reincarnators refer to as anomalies are typically formidable. The Paradise has issued a task stating that if over 70 of reincarnators perish in this world, the mission to eliminate the irregulars will fail. This indicates that the Paradise predicts a high fatality rate for us, exceeding the usual risks associated with world ventures. I could very well be among that 70. Furthermore, there is something even more dreadful. If the task to eliminate the irregular variables fails, the Infinite Paradise will dispatch a new batch of reincarnators to handle the situation. After they cleanse the anomalies, they won't leave immediately. They will receive numerous new tasks and rewards for their extended stay. At that time, a host of far more powerful experts will linger here, creating chaos.
We would not only struggle to complete our missions and compete for resources with these formidable reincarnators, we might find ourselves hunted as weak prey by them. Your impressive display of power in that video has spread across the internet. It was no easy feat for me to connect with Xiao Ye and stand before you. I truly seek your protection. Being near a strong boss like you guarantees my safety. I do not wish to become one of those 70 marked for demise by the paradise. I seek refuge beneath your great tree, and if you have tasks requiring capable hands, I shall gladly serve as your vanguard. Is that so? Xiao Ye inquired, his expression softening as he regarded her. Chocolate-flavored shit I must taste exhibited the courage and intellect to present herself. For the sake of potential advantage and a willingness to gamble, she dared to approach without fear of death, demonstrating remarkable initiative. If managed well, she could prove to be a highly valuable asset. Xiao Ye offered her a glass of water. Very well, then. Remain by my side for the time being. In a few days, I will entrust you with certain tasks. If executed well, you will reap significant rewards. Xiao Ye's tone was nonchalant. As for the justifications presented by chocolate-flavored shit I must taste, they might indeed hold some truth. But her motives undoubtedly extended beyond that. Xiao Ye chose not to press further. As she had stated, she was willing to work for him, and in his plans. There were indeed matters he preferred to delegate to a capable hand. Furthermore, since she was brought by Xiao Ye, who had earned his trust, Xiao Ye felt it prudent to extend some favor in the absence of a compelling reason for violence. Should chocolate-flavored shit I must taste prove sufficiently trustworthy, he would not hesitate to shield her from the impending peril. After concluding his conversation with chocolate-flavored shit I must taste, Xiao Ye allowed her the freedom to occupy herself in the room while he delved into the comprehensive regulations of the paradise, which he had exchanged 10 paradise coins to obtain. The multitude of obscure rules within the text left Xiao Ye uncertain of how long he would need to read. Chocolate-flavored Baba curiously glanced over. Upon seeing the densely packed words in the book, she instantly felt her mind spinning. When she looked again at the title, she stifled her urge to scoff and, with a peculiar expression, inquired of Xiao Ye, "Master, is this book worth reading? Is it useful? What does it discuss?" Without lifting his gaze, Xiao Ye merely raised an eyebrow at her, then returned his focus to the book, speaking softly. "This book, in truth, lacks substantial content. It merely elaborates on the concepts of the paradise and the reincarnators, yet as I peruse it repeatedly, I find that the underlying rule is succinctly encapsulated in 2 words, consuming others. I, the chocolate-flavored lowly, observe that the paradise devours the reincarnators. The reincarnators feast upon the natives of the world, and they in turn consume one another, layer upon layer, each becoming sustenance for the other," Xiao Ye stated calmly. "However, this gives me an opportunity to take a bite out of the paradise." He clapped his hands over the regulations in his grasp, already formulating a plan in his mind. Yet, confronted with chocolate-flavored's inquisitive gaze, he promptly fell silent. Just as chocolate-flavored was privately fidgeting with excitement, the door burst open, and Xiao Ye rushed in, breathless. "Yeah, the Kyufins you asked me to pay attention to has just made plans with his girlfriend. He is now heading to the park to meet her parents." Chapter 64. The unfortunate Yoming demon faction Kyufins is the captain of the Yoming Ma Chi Ming division, embodying the vice of anger within the trifecta of greed, anger, and ignorance. Let us proceed. My goal is to gather all 3 captains of the Yoming Ma to my side. An event that will alter Kyufin's mindset is about to unfold, making this the perfect opportunity to win him over. "What are we doing?" Chocolate-flavored looked up at Xiao Ye, still clueless about his intentions. "Not we, but I and Xiao Ye will go. Your main battlefield is not here. You have another task. You need to establish contact with Lu Fa. After all, you originated from there. This task should not be difficult for you. First, open the channel for information delivery, and when you return, I will have a genuine mission for you. Moreover, your communication with Lu Fa should be conducted in your own name." Xiao Ye instructed chocolate-flavored. He had no qualms about utilizing those who offered themselves up for service. As for her willingness to partake in his core plans, that was out of the question. Whether chocolate-flavored was inclined to fulfill this task or not mattered little. Before Xiao Ye's return, this was her last chance to leave. Having issued his orders, Xiao Ye hurried out with the awaiting Xiao Ye. In the bustling park, Xiao Ye's ex-girlfriend, presumably named Yue, had previously been mistaken. It was actually Kyufin's girlfriend, Lily, who sat with her parents on a bench, eagerly anticipating Kyufin's arrival. Lily's face radiated happiness as her parents discussed what kind of person Kyufin's was, although her father exhibited a hint of caution in his demeanor and words. Lily, glancing at her watch, grew somewhat anxious. "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" "Huh. It seems your boyfriend has quite the ego," her father teased. "But, Dad, the time hasn't even come yet." Lily pouted playfully in response. The family engaged in light banter, unaware of the sudden appearance of 3 Yoming-ma in the park. Gamu of the Ziming division, accompanied by 2 other reincarnators from the Yoming-ma, appeared unrestrained, emboldened by Xiao Shifei's absence. A monster. The panic within the park finally jolted the Li family from their blissful anticipation of Kyufin's. In the distance, Xiao Shifei's expression darkened. Gamu. Damn it. He struck a nearby tree trunk in frustration. Gamu was part of his Ziming team, holding the 3rd position, subordinate only to him and the vice-captain Balu. Yet here he was, instigating discord and aiming to harm his own comrade while endangering Lili's family, setting up Kyufin's to take the fall. Xiao Shifei felt a surge of shame and fury, though his demeanor had softened over time. Faced with the betrayal of his subordinate, he now summoned the strength of his leadership. As his right fist struck the tree, Xiao Shifei transformed into his Yoming-ma form. He was determined to cleanse his ranks. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye was quicker to act than Xiao Shifei. Having revealed his prowess previously, there was no longer a need for concealment. The first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia had been opened, unleashing lightning speed. While Xiao Shifei was still fuming, Xiao Ye had already reached Gamu and his companions. The 2 reincarnators accompanying Gamu were left dumbfounded. They had anticipated encountering someone of Xiao Ye's notorious strength, yet they found his presence ever looming during their tasks. Logically, as members of the Yoming-ma faction, they should have been collaborating to strengthen their ranks before overpowering the Kage Yongshi faction. Instead, Xiao Ye had thrown the Yoming-ma into chaos. The formidable talents, Xiao Shifei, On Mishio, Kyufin's, all strayed from the team, accompanied by many elite Yoming-ma who refused to return to the faction. With the Kage Yongshi faction's NPCs and reincarnators wreaking havoc, the Yoming-ma's reincarnators faced dire misfortune. In the midst of this, the 2 found themselves again confronted by Xiao Ye, the harbinger of disaster. Given Xiao Ye's formidable abilities, the 2 reincarnators exhibited no loyalty. They abandoned Gamu and fled without a second thought. Survival took precedence over any mission. However, Xiao Ye would not allow his targets to escape. With a swift motion, he unleashed a series of devastating strikes upon the slower of the 2 reincarnators, sending him crashing to the ground. Following that, a dual hook maneuver delivered a fierce 3-hit combination, leaving the opponent dazed. Drawing forth a short dagger, he swiftly slashed across the other's neck. There was no need to consider defense or health points. The fatal blow had been dealt. Another Yoming-ma had fallen. As for the other fleeing individual, he too was intercepted by Xiao Shifei, who delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing into Xiao Ye's vicinity. Xiao Shifei then advanced toward Gamu. His eyes burned with fury as he delivered another kick, sending Gamu tumbling into a flower bed. Xiao Shifei's powerful kick awakened within Gamu the long-buried fear of his captain's once unquestioned authority. After so many years, he had nearly forgotten the intimidation Xiao Shifei was supposed to command. You scoundrel! Have you forgotten the honor and belief that belong to our Yoming Legion? Betraying your comrades. I, Xiao Shifei, will not tolerate such a soldier under my command. Xiao Shifei unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Bao, each strike landing with palpable force. It was evident that Xiao Shifei harbored lethal intentions towards Bao. With both hands poised, a pair of black and purple short blades materialized in his grasp. The Doomsday Twin Blades. Xiao Shifei was truly prepared to go all out. Captain, Bao, cease your involvement in this conflict. I shall grant you a reprieve, allowing you to slumber for another millennium. I will not shatter your genetic code. And once this turmoil concludes, I will devise a means to resurrect you. This, too, is the punishment you deserve. As he wielded the Doomsday Twin Blades, he relentlessly struck at Bao, the devouring shadow slash. Just as Xiao Shifei aimed to unleash his ultimate attack to send Bao into eternal slumber once more, Xiao Ye's white-toothed dagger interposed itself before Xiao Shifei. He halted, perplexed, gazing at Xiao Ye. Having prepared himself for a righteous betrayal, why did Xiao Ye choose to obstruct him now? Xiao Ye turned to Xiao Shifei, speaking with resolute righteousness. This is your comrade. The bloodshed between you is a matter of mutual consequence. I am merely an outsider, not part of the Yomingdintan's ranks. Matters that could tarnish your reputation and standing should be left to me. Chapter 65. The Exquisite Gentle Catgirl. The gravity of Xiao Ye's words resonated deeply within Xiao Ye, filling his eyes with gratitude. This fellow was indeed remarkably considerate. Moved, Xiao Shifei relinquished his position, allowing Xiao Ye to take charge. Meanwhile, Bao's emotions were a tumultuous ride, decidedly unpleasant. With Xiao Ye's dagger poised against his throat, Bao contemplated resisting once more, but ultimately succumbed to the oppressive gaze of Xiao Shifei, closing his eyes in resignation. Xiao Ye acted swiftly, plunging the white-toothed dagger into Bao's throat. Another Nuzu Mingbaoshang fell, and he felt relief that he had intervened to prevent Xiao Shi's fight from claiming this head. It was truly vexing that this individual constantly sought to seize the lives of his own comrades. After transferring Bao's genetic code to Xiao Shi's fight, Xiao Ye collected Bao's spoils, which included two Shaolu Shijing from the other two reincarnators. The second reincarnator was certainly not escaping Xiao Ye's grasp. At that moment, from the fleeing crowd, Senzu hurriedly approached upon hearing the commotion. He first spotted Xiao Shi, then noticed Xiao Ye and the lifeless form of Bao, along with the two deceased reincarnators, leaving him momentarily stunned, particularly astonished. However, he was disguised as a human and with many witnesses around, so Senzu refrained from drawing near. Xiao Ye gestured to Xiao Shi to signal Kage, indicating he need not approach and should first attend to his girlfriend and her family. They could discuss matters later when convenient. Senzu cast a deep glance at Xiao Ye and Zhang Fei, nodding subtly before hastening to seek out his girlfriend Li Li and her parents. After concluding their tasks, Xiao Ye and Xiao Shi had achieved their objectives and decided to depart, awaiting Senzu's return. There was no longer a need for their involvement. Given Senzu's capabilities, unless Lufa himself intervened, he was more than capable of ensuring his girlfriend's safety. They retreated to their secret base, where Chuckliware had already contacted Ufa, as per Xiao Ye's request. Xiao Ye laid out the fruits of his recent endeavors, a Greyming Baoshang obtained from defeating Safanda, a Deming Baoshang from vanquishing Bao, and 4 Shaolu Shijing acquired from the reincarnators. Having amassed such treasures, it was time for a grand unveiling. Opening chests and drawing prizes was undeniably one of the most exhilarating activities. Looking upon these items stirred a sense of excitement within Xiao Ye. He first selected the milky white Shaolu Shijing, opting to utilize it. With a sharp crack, the blood-red crystalline shards shattered, yet instead of falling, they coalesced in midair, forming a crimson vortex. Xiao Ye had 3 opportunities to blindly extract items from this swirling abyss. After 3 attempts, the vortex would vanish. As he reached into the blood-red whirlpool, he felt no peculiar sensations. It was akin to delving into a dark lottery box. He attempted to discern the shapes of the items by touch, hoping to identify their categories. However, the defenses of the paradise were indeed robust. Regardless of what he grasped, he merely felt a spherical object. It mattered little. Since the selection was entirely random, Xiao Ye simply drew forth an item. His first draw yielded a transparent barrier sphere containing a miniaturized piece of equipment, easily visible from the outside. Success. The first item he obtained was an unassigned piece of equipment, a pair of silver bracers. Though merely of exquisite quality and lacking extraordinary attributes, it was a welcome addition to his arsenal. A fortuitous beginning. For his second draw, Xiao Ye astonishingly retrieved a mechanical wristwatch, yet another exquisite piece of equipment. Remarkably, this item boasted a skill that enabled it to fire potent anesthetic darts. Mazoi. The effect was such that when the dart struck an ordinary individual with an attribute below 10, it would induce a dazed state for 5 minutes. For every basic attribute exceeding 10, the duration of the anesthesia would decrease by 1 minute. In the realm of the extraordinary, for every point of basic attribute above 10, the anesthesia time would reduce by 5 seconds. Thus, to achieve complete immunity, an average of 13 points across all attributes would be necessary. Moreover, the anesthetic dart had to strike the enemy's flesh unobstructed. Although this equipment was somewhat overpowered and had limitations, it held great potential in the world of armored warriors, where the inherent weaknesses of the warriors themselves were apparent. The Yomu Dorijang, in his untransformed state, likely possessed attributes that did not average 13 points. The efficacy of this anesthetic watch could potentially prove lethal within this realm. However, the slow firing rate of the dart and Xiao Ye's rapid, unexpected bursts of speed could pose a threat. If he were to be struck, it was highly probable he would succumb. Yet, this was not to be taken lightly. The Lei Dung Lei Dang Kaijia and Ba Man Dunjak had significantly bolstered his attributes and hidden resistances. The protective aura of the Lei Dung Lei Dang Kaijia would not be easily breached by such a dart. Of course, this equipment also served as a reminder to Xiao Ye that the skills and equipment of reincarnators were varied and unpredictable. Regardless of the reincarnator, he must approach each with utmost caution to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. Affixing the Mazuri Sobak to his wrist, Xiao Ye prepared for one final draw. Good fortune, however, is always limited. In the third draw, Xiao Ye managed to obtain merely 100 Sierra Leonean Leone's yuan coins, a meager consolation. Following that, he drew the turkey-flavored pot rice's killing blood crystal.
In 3 attempts, he retrieved 50 Sierra Leonean Leone's Yuan coins, another 50 Sierra Leonean Leone's Yuan coins, and a Tender Catgirl Cup. The Tender Catgirl Cup, green quality, a high-end custom item. Priced at $19.98, promising customers the most genuine experience. Upon use, it grants a mental uplift of 1, invigorating the spirit, with mental fluctuations peaking above 75,110 within 5 minutes. However, after 5 minutes, and within a span of 15 minutes, the peaks and troughs of mental power will diminish to levels around 4590. This fluctuation affects mental resistance and the potency of mental attacks, where an average individual's level resides between 70105, while practitioners of mental arts experience a narrower range with higher values. Post-use, the maximum vitality diminishes by 3, 2, and 1 over 3 days. Equipment review. The Paradise refrains from commenting, yet this item may prove exceptionally effective in realms where maintaining sanity is crucial. Chapter 66. New Equipment, Ku Fancy. With a clang, Xiao Ye unceremoniously tossed this item along with its packaging into the trash bin. Though he could not fathom why the turkey-flavored pot rice would spend Lu Yuan coins to authenticate such an item, albeit of fine quality, Xiao Ye felt no desire for it, nor did he respect it. Furthermore, he had no interest in second-hand goods. The turkey-flavored pot rice's Tender Catgirl had imparted a new lesson to Xiao Ye. Reincarnators tend to randomly authenticate and stow away various items in their backpacks. It remained uncertain what peculiar items could be found within the killing blood crystals. Xiao Ye recalled that certain daily necessities could be directly purchased within the Paradise using Lu Yuan coins, such as shampoo, body wash, socks, and casual wear. However, these were relatively costly, socks priced at 1 or 2 Lu Yuan coins a pair, and shampoo or body wash at over 10 Lu Yuan coins per bottle. Essentially, these were market prices one could find in a small supermarket before entering the Paradise, merely converted into Lu Yuan coins. Newcomers like Xiao Ye were reluctant to squander their Lu Yuan coins on items that do not enhance combat abilities. Yet, those powerful reincarnators in the later stages would find Lu Yuan coins abundant, to prevent their equipment from falling into the hands of their enemies and becoming fodder. They might well spend lavishly to stockpile thousands of pairs of socks and body wash in their paradisiacal backpacks, having discarded the limited edition Tender Catgirl from turkey-flavored pot rice. Xiao Ye was fortunate that the subsequent 2 killing blood crystals did not disappoint him. He unearthed 2 more exquisite-grade pieces of equipment. One was an exquisite-grade belt, the Bloodbone belt, made entirely of stark white, rugged bone, which, to be honest, was somewhat uncomfortable to wear. Nevertheless, it remarkably granted an additional 50 points of vitality and 3 points of constitution, a significant attribute boost among exquisite gear. The other was a black necklace that automatically activated, generating a shield with 0 defense, but boasting an impressive 500 points of shield value. It could store up to 3 uses, restoring once a day, serving as an initial alert and protective measure. Named Mystic Guardian Necklace, it turned out to be an excellent blue item. It was the equipment of the second reincarnator Xiao Ye had defeated before taking on Belgium. During the battle, this individual had employed this skill, which Xiao Ye had initially mistaken for a personal ability, only to discover it was the necklace's effect, ultimately benefiting himself. However, the energy stored within the necklace had been depleted and required recharging. Subsequently, the 2 killing blood crystals yielded an additional 200 Sierra Leonean Leone's Yuan coins and a genetic code. Indeed, it was the genetic code of the ghostly demon following its demise. The reincarnators exhibited remarkable initiative, with not only Xiao Ye pursuing the ghostly demon. The ghostly demon Bayubi genetic code. If sufficient positive and negative energy is gathered, along with the statues within the demon tower, it can be resurrected in advance. The use of the Gingshi Vajra pestle can also facilitate its early revival. Despite having lost a kill, Xiao Ye remained composed and unperturbed. His main quest had already reached a completion rate of 610, making him the fastest to progress in this task. Although few authentic ghostly demons remained, gathering 10, including those impersonated by reincarnators, would not pose a challenge. However, Xiao Shifei was indeed unfortunate. Bayubi was one of his subordinates from the Purple Demon Squad. Witnessing the demise of 2 members in a single day, the Purple Demon Squad was nearly decimated. Shaking his head, Xiao Ye placed the genetic codes on the table and turned to the final 2 significant treasures, the Purple Demon Chest and the Gray Demon Chest. He first opened the Purple Demon Chest obtained after defeating Belgium. Gently lifting the lid, a chilling white mist poured forth. Xiao Ye waved his hand vigorously to fully uncover the chest's contents. Purple Demon Frost Star Boots, green exquisite, crafted from the same crystalline material as the ice phosphor blade of the ghostly demon Belgium.
These boots unleash a penetrating chill upon kicking, eroding, and slowing down adversaries. They also incorporate the purple demon's affinity for greed. The ghostly demons of the purple squad excel in agility, and donning these purple demon frost star boots would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. Equipment attributes: Agility 3, Strength 1, Constitution 1. Equipment effects: 1. Frost Star. Each kick against an enemy reduces their agility attribute by 1, stacking up to 15. Followed by a 0. 5-second freeze, which slows by 5 afterward. Naturally, every 5 seconds, the slow effect diminishes by 1 layer. 2. Swift Star. Consumes 10 mana points, granting a sudden burst of speed, achieving a velocity of 20 for 10 seconds. Equipment rating: 35. A fine piece of gear. Xiao Ye promptly equipped it. Finally, he turned to the Grey Demon chest obtained from the Grey Demon squad member, Shafinta. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye opened the chest. This time, a gray light emanated from within. As he retrieved the item, his brow furrowed slightly. The item acquired this time was not equipment, nor did it provide any enhancement to personal strength. However, Xiao Ye was quite satisfied. Grey Demon Mask. Among the Ghostly Legion, the Grey Demon excels in illusion and magical attacks. Compared to magical attacks, their illusionary abilities are their true mastery. Item effects: 1. Wearing this mask allows you to transform into any appearance you can imagine, indistinguishable from reality. This illusion can only be detected or seen through by entities with significantly higher intelligence than yours. 2. It can also be kept hidden in your possession when not worn. It allows for a change of attire, similar to switching costumes in a game. While worn, it occupies an equipment slot. When not worn and used as a costume change item, it does not occupy an equipment slot. Evaluation: Hui Ming Wan Huan. It is indeed a remarkable item, destined to be of use in the future. Xiao Ye tucked it securely against his chest, and his first action was to utilize the transfiguration effect of this equipment to conceal his youthful, verdant battle attire, opting instead for a more casual outfit. Just as Xiao Ye had finished adjusting his new attire, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Enter. He looked up to see Qiao Shifei and Ku Finsi stepping into his room. Ku Finsi, representing Chinzue from the Qiming squad, was a straightforward young man. Despite his irritable nature, he was refreshingly candid. At this moment, he gazed at Xiao Ye with gratitude, evidently aware of the favor Xiao Ye had done for him. Chapter 67. Establishing a faction. To refer to Ku Finsi as merely a boy would do a disservice to his somewhat mature visage. His human form bore a slightly aged appearance, reminiscent of a man approaching his 30s. However, as a representative of Chinzue, Ku Finsi's decisiveness exceeded that of Qiao Shifei and Anmi Xiao. Without requiring any persuasive words from Xiao Ye, Ku Finsi suddenly knelt on one knee. With his hands clasped before his chest, he looked up at Xiao Ye with deep appreciation and proclaimed loudly, "Brother, I have heard from Qiao Shifei about how you saved Xiao Li's family. I owe you 3 lives and a tremendous debt of gratitude. Qiao Shifei also informed me of your intentions to recruit me to assist you, and I have agreed. Beyond this, I am at a loss as to how else I can repay you." Ku Finsi's voice was resonant, his gratitude genuine. "If I were to offer you a means to sever ties with the Yoming Legion permanently, or even to assist in confronting Lu Fa, would you refuse?" Xiao Ye inquired, peering into Ku Finsi's eyes. A profound resentment flickered within Ku Finsi's gaze. "I can no longer coexist with Lu Fa," he nearly screamed, his voice filled with fervor. Compared to Qiao Shifei and Anmi Xiao, Ku Finsi was indeed straightforward. Clenching his fists, he glared at Xiao Ye with indignation, stating, "Since Lu Fa plotted against my loved ones, he has ceased to be my general. If there is an opportunity to confront Lu Fa, entrust it to me. I am willing to take the front line." Whereas Qiao Shifei and Anmi Xiao harbored mixed feelings toward Lu Fa, feeling disappointment and betrayal, Ku Finsi genuinely wished for Lu Fa's demise. "Very well, from this moment onward, you shall be under my command," Xiao Ye declared, stepping forward to assist Ku Finsi to his feet. However, Ku Finsi gazed at him with a heavy heart, revealing his concerns. "Yet, Lu Fa's unscrupulous methods make me fear that if he fails to achieve his goals, he may retaliate against Xiao Li and her family. If I am constantly preoccupied with their protection, it will be challenging for me to assist you in other endeavors. Rest assured, I shall alleviate those worries for you," Xiao Ye replied, patting Ku Finsi on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. "As I promised Qiao Shifei and Anmi Xiao, I will help you secure a legitimate identity and status within human society. I can also guarantee the safety of Xiao Li and her family." With that, Xiao Ye remotely summoned a multitude of shadow clones, displaying one for Ku Finsi's inspection. As Ku Finsi's eyes widened in astonishment, Xiao Ye asked with a grin, "What do you think?" This is my ability. While my clones may possess diminished energy, stamina, and spirit compared to my true self, their power remains unaffected. Yeoming demons below the 3rd rank in your respective squads should not pose a challenge to my clone to slay under my clone's command. Even your vice captains would need to intervene, bringing along 1 or 2 Yeoming demons. If you wish to learn, I could teach you this technique verbally, although it is quite challenging, and you may not succeed. How does that sound? Are you satisfied with this outcome? Ku Finsi nodded vigorously, his gaze ablaze with fervor, embodying the sentiment of a warrior willing to sacrifice for a true friend. Moreover, Xiao Ye turned his back, informing Ku Finsi, I have stated that I will provide everyone with a legitimate identity to integrate into human society, and this promise extends to you and your loyal subordinates. In the future, you will have the opportunity to meet your girlfriend Li Li as your true self without instilling fear. Xiao Ye's words struck like thunder, and tears welled in Ku Finsi's eyes. The robust man knelt once more behind Xiao Ye, solemnly declaring, Yeah, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. Xiao Ye had precisely identified Ku Finsi's anguish. Although Ku Finsi cherished Li Li and was contemplating marriage, he feared that one day she might discover his true identity as a Yeoming demon and realize that the monster she shared a bed with was not human. Such a revelation terrified him, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. However, if Xiao Ye could truly fulfill this promise, Ku Finsi was ready to seize the opportunity. All right, rise. Today, we embark on this mission. Xiao Ye turned to Ku Finsi and Xiao Shifei. Noting the presence of Ku Luan Ke and Ku Liesi Ke from the Qiming squad behind Ku Finsi, and Sha Bin and Ba Na Lei Si standing behind Xiao Shifei. Each of them could only command 2 members from their respective squads. Sha Bin, a supporter of Xiao Shifei, was also the vice captain of On Mi Xiao's Huaming squad, observing the 6 Yeoming demons he had gathered, along with the opposing forces against Lu Fa from On Mi Xiao's side, which had led to the demise of 2 of Lu Fa's subordinates and the acquisition of a genetic code from a Yeoming demon slain by a reincarnator. Xiao Ye pondered the dwindling numbers of genuine Yeoming demons available to Lu Fa. The reincarnators masquerading as Yeoming demons were not easily manipulated, often acting contrary to expectations. Lu Fa, now nearly devoid of reliable allies, would undoubtedly resort to even more ruthless tactics. With over 90% certainty that his plans concerning Lu Fa would succeed, Xiao Ye declared, Let us proceed. You will accompany me to a significant location. He regarded Xiao Shifei and Ku Finsi with a mysterious expression, adding, Not a single one of you shall be left behind. We are headed to a place where everyone can attain a recognized identity. With confidence in the success of his endeavors concerning Lu Fa, it was now time for Xiao Ye to establish his own faction, one that would be fully acknowledged by human society, a paradise, and even by the reincarnators themselves. 2 hours later, at the Anomaly Safety Bureau, after navigating through layers of approvals, Xiao Ye finally met with the head of this unit. The Anomaly Safety Bureau was a mysterious department that emerged during the conflicts between the initial generation of armored warriors and the anomaly beasts. Its mystique stemmed from the fact that it had never appeared in the various series of armored warriors. The armored warriors had always been at the forefront of battles against the anomaly beasts, Aux, and Yeoming demons, with even the ERP Research Institute, responsible for providing logistical support to the armored warriors, having had a greater role in the conflicts against the anomaly beasts than the warriors themselves. The staff of the Yingning Anshuanju Ability Security Bureau consists entirely of ordinary individuals. Although they serve in this department, their contributions are limited to merely observing with binoculars and tidying up the aftermath of chaotic battlegrounds to reduce the shock and impact on the general populace. What more can they accomplish? In Chapter 68, titled The Entry of Yeoming Ma, it becomes evident that they are powerless. The sole initiative undertaken by the Yingning Anshuanju was the establishment of a specialized task force known as the D-Guard, formed in collaboration with law enforcement agencies during the struggle between the Kage Yongshi, armored warriors, of the Nawana generation and Okis. However, its efficacy was limited, and that endeavor dates back to 2013, a full 7 years ago. The joint task force has long been disbanded. The Yingning Anshuanju may well be the most idle department within the official framework. Its continued existence is paradoxically not to prevent new disasters from arising, but rather because the original summoners of the Kage Yongshi and the Nawana generation still exist. The Bureau's purpose is to monitor them, as, in the absence of Yeoming Ma, these summoners represent the only beings possessing extraordinary powers that could wreak havoc on human society. Their task is to remain vigilant regarding the movements of these individuals. To this day, new Kage Yongshi and new Yeoming Ma have emerged, yet the Yingning Anshuanju remains. Aside from occasionally reverting to their roles as observers and cleaners of the battlefield, utterly ineffective. The Bureau's director, Louis, anxiously surveyed Xiao Ye, who sat before him, and the neatly arranged Xiao Shifei and Qufens behind him. As an observer, Louis recognized Xiao Ye's face and could identify Xiao Shifei as well. Xiao Ye had never shied away from the surrounding surveillance networks during their encounters, even greeting Louis on camera while assisting Xiao Shifei and Qufens in defeating Shifinta and Bar Jinmu. Xiao Shifei had transformed into a Yoming Ma under the duress of his mentor's grip around his neck, and Xiao Ye's displayed combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary Yoming Ma. Although Xiao Shifei had only engaged with Bar Jinmu, delivering a sound thrashing, his danger level ranked notably high in the Yining Anshuan Ju's analysis. Louis's forehead glistened with sweat as he glanced at the 7 Yoming Ma behind Xiao Ye. Their identities unmistakable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A total of 7. Louis had never felt such tension in his life. The sheer magnitude of the situation suggested an intent to obliterate the Yining Anshuan Ju. Yet, apart from tidying up the remnants, the Bureau posed no threat to these Yoming Ma. The air thickened with tension. In truth, Xiao Shifei and Qufens were equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Xiao Ye had brought them here. Sitting across from Louis, Xiao Ye offered a congenial smile. Director, there's no need for alarm. We come with no malice this time. Louis cast another glance at the 6 Yoming Ma behind Xiao Ye, pondering their lack of ill intent amidst his mounting pressure. Allow me to be forthright, Director. My brothers and I have one objective. We wish to be incorporated. Incorporated? Louis was taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected direction. He rubbed his nose, awkwardly chuckling. Mr. Xiao Ye, I do not quite grasp your meaning. Quite literally, we aspire to become members of your Yining Anshuan Ju, aiding you in managing extraordinary affairs and resolving supernatural issues. Naturally, we require a degree of autonomy, and the higher our status, the better, for we are not mere ordinary individuals. We seek formal positions, salaries, the highest levels of insurance and pension benefits, and other such provisions. Lu Yi and the Yoming Ma behind Xiao Ye were left speechless. The room fell into an eerie silence, with Louis's gaze darting around. While the Yoming Ma exchanged incredulous glances, the atmosphere more peculiar than before. Finally, Louis cautiously inquired, Mr. Xiao Ye, what significance does this hold for you? Of course, I wholeheartedly support your proposal. However, the matter of incorporation requires considerable maneuvering on my part and will take time. After all, I must report to my superiors for special approval regarding the incorporation you seek. Xiao Ye's dissatisfaction with Louis's bureaucratic processes was evident. I will grant you 3 days to resolve this issue. You must understand that it is your Yining Anshuan Ju that needs extraordinary power capable of decisive action, not us. Xiao Ye continued to exert pressure on Louis. Let me introduce you to these 2 behind me. They are the leaders among the Yoming Ma, representing 2 of the 3 captains within their ranks. Given their strength, they can handle Yoming Ma that the current generation of Kage Yongsher cannot. Among the Yoming Ma, only one surpasses their might. As for the previous generation summoners, it is highly unlikely that any could rival them. Xiao Ye offered a pointed look at Louis. Director Liu, consider this. All extraordinary powers reside outside official control, entirely in the hands of civilians. You are ostensibly the Yining Anshuan Ju, yet your role is limited to serving as observers and cleaners, compiling files on various extraordinary powers. Are you content with this? Can your superiors rest easy? And what significance does our action hold? Xiao Ye replied nonchalantly. If I were to claim we act for justice, it would sound somewhat absurd. Some of my brothers are weary of war. Others have grown accustomed to living peacefully as humans. A few even harbor hopes of presenting a positive image to the public, fully integrating into human society, and leading normal lives without fear. This is the essence of our purpose, a recognized identity within a structured organization. A position at the Yining Anshuan Ju serves as an official endorsement to gain the trust of humanity. We seek mutual benefit, a mere exchange of interests. You require power, and we need an official title. However, let me make this clear, we are independent. Our actions and operations are solely our responsibility. And while I will assist you in handling various issues, I reserve the right to decline any inappropriate requests. Remember, such titles are not exclusive to the Yining Anshuan Ju. The power lies solely in our hands. Xiao Ye's intention has never been to pledge allegiance. Rather, he seeks to utilize the official facade of the Anomaly Security Bureau as a renowned tool for his future endeavors. In Chapter 69, the emergence of the Akis monsters due to the outbreak of the zombie virus unfolds. Lu Yi furrows his brow, echoing Xiao Ye's sentiments. It is the official and the Anomaly Security Bureau that yearn for their own extraordinary power. Can they truly place their trust in the righteous hearts of the armored warriors when it comes to such potent artifacts? Although the armored warriors have consistently leaned towards benevolence, a persistent unease lingers within the upper echelons and the Anomaly Security Bureau. They have always walked the path of justice, yet they do not embody order. Particularly, the original 5 elements armored warriors have a history marred by a prolonged state of chaotic benevolence, casting deep-seated doubts regarding their adherence to order. Furthermore, they lack effective means to counterbalance and restrain external power artifacts. Today, as Xiao Ye arrives, despite harboring myriad suspicions and wariness, Lu Yi has mentally acquiesced to the notion of collaboration. Xiao Ye has struck at the very core of Lu Yi's concerns. Very well, I shall expedite matters as swiftly as possible, Lu Yi promises Xiao Ye. Just then, a staff member from the Anomaly Security Bureau, named Xiao Wan, bursts in, flustered. What is the matter, Xiao Wan? I have guests, Lu Yi remarks, visibly displeased with his subordinate's abruptness. Director, it's dire. Our zombie virus detection apparatus has signaled the emergence of Akis monsters within the city. What? The zombie virus should have been eradicated. All Akis should have been eliminated. Lu Yi exclaims in shock. Akis are creatures from 7 years ago, entirely vanquished by the previous generation of armored warriors. Lu Yi retains a vivid impression of the Akis' formidable nature. Compared to the anomaly beasts faced by the original 5 elements armored warriors and the current underworld demons, the anomaly beasts possessed a modicum of rationality. The advanced anomaly beasts exhibited even higher intelligence. Among the 3, the underworld demons stand as the most exemplary. Having once safeguarded the peace of the galaxy, if they have turned malevolent, they still exemplify order compared to the Akis. The low-level Akis birthed from the zombie virus are devoid of reason, existing solely for violence and destruction. In this moment, Lu Yi musters his utmost resolve and turns to Xiao Ye, declaring, Comrade Xiao Ye, 3 days are unnecessary. I will find every possible means to secure your positions within a day. No, you are already members of the Anomaly Security Bureau. You shall be the director, and I shall serve as the deputy director. I will immediately handle the paperwork for you. Should any issues arise, I will stake my career on it. You will receive the corresponding benefits. You are at the highest tier. If integrating you into the system proves challenging in the short term, I will personally cover your benefits, pensions, and the like. In this moment, Xiao Ye perceives the courage Lu Yi displays. He rises and shakes Lu Yi's hand firmly, stating, Very well. May our collaboration in the future be fruitful. Subsequently, Xiao Ye turns without hesitation to the staff member, Xiao Wan, commanding, Xiao Wan. Please compile a list of all locations where Akis energy has been detected. We shall proceed to address the matter. Xiao Ye observes Xiao Wan exit the office, his gaze flickering as the progress on the chocolate-flavored mission aligns perfectly. In this regard, the chocolate-flavored endeavor has succeeded. The narrative rewinds to when Xiao Ye and Xiao Shifei had rescued Kyufin's girlfriend, Lily, and were waiting for Kyufin to settle his personal affairs. The process of the chocolate-flavored mission connecting with Lufa unfolds smoothly. With no one left to utilize, the chocolate-flavored operative proactively approaches Lufa, quickly establishing communication and reporting back to Xiao Ye. Little did the chocolate-flavored operative anticipate that the next task would arrive so swiftly. Upon receiving the items from Xiao Ye, the chocolate-flavored operative is somewhat taken aback. Deliver this zombie virus to Lufa without much discussion. Also, bring him this gene code from the underworld demon Baobi as a greeting and a token for your assistance. These items are to be given to Lufa, and the extent of benefits the operative can extract from Lufa will be a reward based on their own abilities. In the privacy of their office, Xiao Ye hands the chocolate-flavored operative a test tube brimming with energy molecules, along with the gene code he had procured from the slaughter blood crystal. The chocolate-flavored operative gazes at the Akis virus energy in her hands, puzzled by Xiao Ye's motives. Why undermine the underworld demons while covertly aiding Lufa? Moreover, where does this Akis energy originate? Yet, Xiao Ye's gaze seems to convey a message. Do not inquire further. Suppressing her curiosity, the chocolate-flavored operative nods in agreement, stating, All right. I shall attend to it immediately. With these 2 items entrusted to her, the chocolate-flavored operative anticipates substantial rewards from Lufa, a lucrative endeavor she has no reason to decline. As she departs, Xiao Ye muses to himself, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. There are only so many underworld demons. How can that suffice? To partake in a larger share of the cake, one must first enlarge the cake. The primary task requires the elimination of 10 underworld demons, Akis, or anomaly beasts. If confined to the original 25 underworld demon legion, even with the addition of the underworld demon reincarnators, the size of this cake remains modest. Completing the task would necessitate seizing kills, leaving little room for maneuver. Given Xiao Ye's formidable personal prowess,
The task's demands are stringent, yet the rewards are correspondingly generous. Other reincarnators have lower requirements, but their sheer numbers mean they too will hunt underworld demons, competing for the cake, potentially impacting Xiao Ye's efficiency in completing his task. It would be more prudent to expand the cake itself. By reviving the ukis in this world, the share for the underworld demons would increase, and with Xiao Ye's capabilities, he would undoubtedly be able to hunt more effectively. The task rules stipulate that exceeding the primary task will yield additional rewards based on the number of kills. Moreover, directly orchestrating the revival of the ukis significantly enhances Xiao Ye's influence within this world. In the Demon Suppression Tower, Lufa holds the ukis energy sent by the chocolate-flavored operative, perceiving the ukis monsters he has summoned. Following the failure of his plan to reinstate Kyufin, he finds himself devoid of options, compelled to gather more negative energy to strengthen his revival. In Chapter 70, the ukis underworld demons emerge as Lufa disperses portions of the ukis virus energy throughout the city, generating numerous new ukis. Simultaneously, he summons the underworld demon Shaman, still loyal to him, and hands over a diluted batch of ukis virus energy. Lufa gazed intently at Sharma and commanded, "Sharma, absorb the energy within." Sharma hesitated for a moment, recalling how he had previously assisted Lufa in capturing several humans for experimentation, transforming them into mindless Oshi. This made him wary of the Oshi virus. Yet, confronted with General Lufa's fervent gaze, the loyal Sharma crushed the virus energy vial in his hand, absorbing the Oshi virus energy contained within. Lufa observed with keen interest the transformations occurring in Sharma. The Oshi energy, indifferent to species, had the potential to convert both humans and ancient dinosaurs into Oshi monstrosities. Thus it was reasonable to assume it could affect the Yume demons as well. Amidst pained roars, Sharma's physique underwent considerable change. His already formidable form expanded significantly, and while the predominant hue of the gray Yume demons was brown, Sharma's body became adorned with deeper black stripes. The horns atop his head grew more robust and curved upward, while his visage turned more fearsome, with unsightly tumor-like protrusions appearing on his exposed skin. Even beyond what Lufa could perceive, Sharma, as a gray Yume demon, possessed blue blood and a blue genetic code. However, at this moment, his blood began to taint, with black veins spreading across the concealed square genetic code. Ha ha ha! Lufa laughed triumphantly, dismissing any concerns about the Oshi virus or the tainting of the Yume genetic code. His sole focus was the immense power now emanating from Sharma. "Sharma, how do you feel?" Lufa inquired. "Lord Lufa, I am uncertain, my mind feels somewhat clouded, and I find myself more impulsive, yearning to destroy and wreak havoc, as if a fire smolders within me." "Fear not. This change is akin to the fiery temperament of the Qi Ming squad," Lufa reassured, placing a comforting hand on Sharma's shoulder. He then handed over the majority of the remaining Oshi virus energy, instructing, "Distribute this among our remaining brethren. The backbone of the Yume Legion consists of but a few of you, and I require your strength to grow. Sharma, once I am resurrected and our grand plan is fulfilled, you shall be the new captain of the Gray Squad." Lufa declared, "No, Anmi Shio will likely not return. You are now the captain of the Gray Squad. Recruit those supplementary Yume demons and replenish our ranks. Go." "Yes, General Lufa," Sharma responded eagerly. Lufa was thoroughly pleased with the prospects for Sharma's enhancement. With few capable subordinates at his disposal, utilizing the Oshi virus energy to strengthen them into elite warriors would significantly compensate for the deficiency in high-level personnel. "Xiao Shi Fei, Ami Shio, Ku Fen Si. Since you do not return, I shall cultivate new, more obedient Yume captains." As for the side effects manifested in Sharma from the Oshi virus energy, Lufa was indifferent. If his Yume demons became more impulsive, chaotic, and destructive, it would serve his purpose well. His ultimate goal was to amass sufficient negative energy to resurrect and empower himself, and he had previously felt his subordinates' destructive tendencies were overly restrained. As for the identity of the individual who had sent the Oshi virus via the Chakacube, Lufa was unconcerned. It could merely be remnants of the Tianhao group, which had previously researched and employed the Oshi virus, adversaries of the armored warriors, opportunists seeking to manipulate his Yume Legion, or ambitious individuals. Yet Lufa held unwavering confidence in his own power. He believed he could consume the sugary exterior of the confectionery offered and reject the rest with force. Regarding the possibility of the Cinder being an ally, Lufa had long abandoned trust in collaborations. Since his betrayal by Pierre Wang, who he had supported in ascending to the throne of Ares, he no longer believed in partnerships. He aspired to reign as king and ruler, whoever the Cinder might be. Once his plans bore fruit,
they would either submit or be eliminated. As for Chakacube, neither Lufa nor Xiao Ye trusted her. Nonetheless, Lufa presented her with valuable equipment originally intended for the Yume Legion, rewarding her for her presence. Not only will I reward you, but it shall be a grand reward. Lufa mused, having discerned the nature of these supplementary Yume demons, the reincarnators. As long as tangible benefits were offered, he could easily command them to do his bidding. Idealism, vengeance, and loyalty were irrelevant, for these supplementary Yume demons lacked conviction and heart. Lufa personally handed 2 commendable pieces of equipment to the elated Chakacube. However, he had no faith in her feigned loyalty. Such individuals could turn at any moment. As for how Xiao Ye acquired the Sangbao virus, it was quite simple. The Tianhao group, which studied the Sangbao virus, had merely been sealed off, not entirely erased from existence. Locating the Tianhao group was not a challenge. One could easily find its position on a digital map. The site was sealed, making it inaccessible to the average person. Yet the sealing capabilities of the Ability Security Bureau could not thwart Xiao Ye's multiple shadow clones. They could only prevent ordinary people from approaching. But they could not stop Xiao Ye's numerous clones from infiltrating the Tianhao group's bioweapon research division. Although the area had been sanitized, it remained under long-term lockdown for safety. The personnel tasked with securing the Tianhao group were fearful of residual Sangbao virus contamination and dared not approach the bioweapons research division, making it relatively easy for Xiao Ye to infiltrate. As for how Xiao Ye discovered the Oshi virus energy, it was not merely a matter of stumbling upon the finished product within the Tianhao virus laboratory. The Ability Security Bureau and the armored warriors were not foolish enough to leave such materials unaccounted for. Indeed, a degree of luck played a role in Xiao Ye obtaining the Sangbao virus. Nonetheless, the method he employed to search for it was fundamentally straightforward. He stationed a clone within the Tianhao group's bioweapon laboratory and utilized the chemical sensing ability integrated into the multi-biological radar to detect and discern the various nucleic acids and proteins present. Ultimately, wherever he could detect, Xiao Ye would venture forth. Xiao Ye did not concern himself with discerning whether these protein substances were indeed the Ukis virus. Instead, he focused solely on the process of identifying and absorbing the proteins, allowing his doppelganger to commence its cultivation right at that spot. The protein molecules were naturally absorbed into Xiao Ye's body, along with the impurities of the energy they contained. Thus, as Xiao Ye explored, he absorbed a substantial amount of energy rich in nucleic acids and proteins into himself. As for the presence of the Zongbao virus within, Xiao Ye had always believed it to be inevitable. This virus had erupted in this world since the age of dinosaurs, leading to their extinction, and had survived for over 100 million years, only to be rediscovered and researched by the Tianhao group, ultimately resulting in the emergence of the Ukis monsters. Xiao Ye was convinced that this virus would not simply perish. Its ability to endure for eons suggested that it possessed a mechanism for dormancy. In the absence of a host, it would merely enter a dormant state rather than succumb to death, like some short-lived viruses. Xiao Ye gathered these materials, which potentially contained the Zongbao virus, into his doppelganger. The subsequent steps became rather straightforward. As long as he could breed and extract the Zongbao virus, he would obtain sufficient energy from it. Xiao Ye's method of cultivating the Zongbao virus was audacious. He activated the Baihao technique, allowing its unique energy to serve as nourishment for the virus's proliferation, using his own doppelganger as a nurturing ground for its growth. This approach, though exceedingly reckless, proved to be remarkably effective. Following the virus's massive multiplication, Xiao Ye extracted the energy rich in Zongbao virus from his doppelganger and injected it into specially prepared test tubes within the laboratory. Thus, the Zongbao virus, flavored with chocolate and destined for Lufa, was successfully synthesized. As for the doppelganger, it had to be sacrificed. Xiao Ye disbanded it, refusing to allow the energy it carried to return to his main body, and sent another doppelganger to retrieve the prepared test tubes. This was all part of Xiao Ye's plan, which had succeeded in synthesizing the Zongbao virus energy. Otherwise, he would have had to devise a strategy to confront the sealed supernatural beasts of the first-generation armored warriors. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Ye, there were others who had expressed interest in the sealed supernatural beasts. On the path to dealing with the Ukis, someone was acting even more swiftly than Xiao Ye. After a few days of absence, the Shura armor reappeared. Wielding the Shura Purgatory Blade, he ended the life of a reincarnator with a single stroke. Witnessed in horror by the latter, just as he regarded Xiao Ye as a variable, the Shura armor viewed other reincarnators in the same light. After gathering sufficient negative energy to repair the damaged parts of his armor, he emerged once more and killed a reincarnator from the armored warrior faction who had triggered a mission to deal with the newly birthed Ukis.
The Shura armor showed no mercy to either the Yomi demon faction or the armored warriors. In fact, this was not the first reincarnator he had slain. Apart from Xiao Ye, he had already eliminated 2 others. The Infinite Paradise considered the Shura armor a rogue anomaly, and the Shura armor regarded the reincarnators as variables that should not exist in this world. Especially after witnessing Xiao Ye's drastic changes regarding Xiao Shifei and Mishio and Qufan Si, the Shura armor harbored significant animosity towards the reincarnators. Upon dispatching the reincarnator from the armored warrior faction, the Shura armor turned his gaze towards the Ukis. The lower-tier Ukis were completely controlled by emotions and the Zongbao virus, exhibiting little rationality. Even after the Shura armor demonstrated astonishing strength by ruthlessly dispatching the reincarnator, the Ukis showed no signs of fear or desire to flee. Instead, they boldly drew weapons and launched frenzied attacks against him. The Shura armor calmly stepped back 2 paces, evading several of the Ukis' strikes. With a casual kick, he sent one tumbling to the ground, rolling a considerable distance away. The Shura armor was not angered. It was not worth his ire to engage with such irrational beings. He sheathed his blade, choosing not to eliminate the one who had offended him, but rather developing a sense of intrigue towards it. He could sense that the Ukis were not as formidable as the Yomi demons, neither in strength nor intellect. Yet, they were quite suitable as tools for training and providing negative energy. Moreover, the Yomi demons under Lufa's command were dwindling, making the appearance of these Ukis timely. The Shura armor contemplated that these newly emerged Ukis were likely the result of some unforeseen variables. The Ukis supplemented Lufa's low-tier combat power, but he still lacked a cadre of high-tier, intelligent combatants to compensate for the absence of Xiao Shifei and Mishio and Qufan Si. Following this line of thought, the Shura armor recalled another group of entities, the supernatural beasts sealed by the 5 elements light-shadow armored warriors. The powerful supernatural beasts, possessing both strength and prowess. The Shadow 5 Guardians. The Shura armor was calculating within his mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye was leading Xiao Shifei and Qufan Si in the extermination of the Ukis. Having recently established cooperation with the Anomaly Safety Bureau, they sought to demonstrate their combat effectiveness and value. This time, Xiao Ye allowed the Yomi demons to showcase their capabilities, refraining from claiming all the heads for himself. He personally eliminated 3 Ukis and 1 Yomi demon reincarnator collaborating with the Ukis. The remaining Xiao Shifei, Qufan Si, and Shaban each dispatched 1 Ukis, collectively clearing 6. They proved their worth through tangible battle outcomes. Xiao Ye completed the main quest of slaying 10 Yomi demons, Ukis, or supernatural beasts. The remaining main quest objectives were downgraded to side quests. Chapter 72, The Birth of Xiao Ye's Faction. However, although Xiao Ye completed his main quest, it could not be resolved due to the presence of the rogue anomaly as determined by the Paradise, preventing him from leaving the armored warrior world prematurely. To conclude the world's progression, either 70 reincarnators must perish, or the inexplicably appearing Shura armor must be slain. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye's ambitions extended far beyond this. Even in the absence of the Shura armor anomaly, he would not willingly depart from this world. Xiao Ye's schemes had only just begun, having accomplished less than 1/3 of his plans. Currently, his influence on the Yomi demon faction was unprecedented. Xiao Shifei and Mishio and Qufan Si were also profoundly affected by Xiao Ye's actions. The armored warriors were grappling with the recent developments as well. The number of Yomi demons following Lufa had decreased, yet their tasks had not become any easier. The sudden emergence of Ukis monsters had kept them busily occupied. The appearance of the Ukis even stirred the ancient armored warriors from the era of Nawa, who had been specifically created to eradicate the Ukis virus. Particularly, the sheer number of Ukis that had erupted this time far exceeded the quantity they had previously encountered. This marks the emergence of yet another faction. Although they have yet to reveal themselves to the world, they are on the verge of awakening, spurred by the actions of Ukis. Furthermore, the influence of Xiao Ye and his companions on the Anomaly Safety Bureau cannot be overlooked. Xiao Ye has stirred the tides of fate. His influence in this realm has astonishingly reached an unprecedented 465. It is remarkable to recall that in the previous Naruto world, during the Ultimate Reckoning, his total influence had only just reached 430. Now, in this adventure within the world of armored warriors, they have yet to reach the midpoint. At this moment, Xiao Ye received a phone call from Lu Yi, the deputy director of the Anomaly Safety Bureau. The excitement and satisfaction of task completion were evident in Lu Yi's voice as he spoke to Xiao Ye. Comrade Xiao Ye, fulfilling your expectations. All your requests have been approved. We have officially integrated your team into our official documentation. From this day forward, we are colleagues.
You are the director of the Anomaly Safety Bureau, and I am the deputy director. The others have been assigned to the newly formed Extraordinary Special Team under your direct supervision. Naturally, your benefits will be top tier. After hanging up the phone, and before the nearby Yomi demons could speak, another voice echoed in Xiao Ye's ears. The power you have cultivated is now sufficiently formidable and recognized, establishing a new faction in this world. As a result, the world has undergone new changes. You have received rewards for establishing a faction, World Influence 100, Faction Chest X1. With the previous influence already at 465, an additional 100 has been granted. Xiao Ye felt a sense of satisfaction, and Xiao Shifei and others were equally elated. They had not anticipated that Xiao Ye's grand vision would materialize so swiftly. Although battles still lay ahead, they had indeed received official endorsement and a legitimate identity. Xiao Shifei and Qufan Si were already whispering amongst themselves about how to spend their anticipated salaries. Xiao Shifei contemplated secretly gifting their barber a set of professional tools. While Qufan Si considered that with such a high salary, he finally had the means and status to propose to his girlfriend, Lily. However, he mused that the insurance deductions seemed unnecessary since, as Yomi demons, they rarely fell ill, and their lifespans were considerably long. Qufan Si playfully slapped Sabin on the back, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? We've lived for thousands of years. Not to mention, after paying for the pension insurance for 15 years, we could enjoy several millennia of leisure." "Oh, indeed. Wouldn't that mean we profit immensely?" Xiao Ye and the 6 Yomi demons strolled back with a light-hearted demeanor. Xiao Ye turned to Sabin and inquired, "Sabin, have you recorded the law enforcement footage I requested?" "Rest assured, Captain Ye, we followed your instructions to the letter, missing nothing." Sabin held up a portable camera for Xiao Ye to see. "Captain, take a look. We've captured everything as you directed, the destruction caused by Okis, our interventions to thwart them, and the rescues, all meticulously documented. We even included the righteous lines you instructed us to deliver." "Excellent. Upon our return, we shall edit these videos and release them online. Remember to emphasize our officially endorsed status and our formal integration, crafting our narrative as those who refuse to collude with Lufa, actively aiding humanity to prevent Lufa from annihilating the Earth. Also, subtly guide the narrative, understood? A good reputation is best shared widely. We need not only official endorsement, but also universal acknowledgement of our status. Furthermore, we aspire to be the most recognized and authoritative force, possessing the power to define good and evil." That evening, Okis wreaked havoc multiple times throughout the day, instilling fear among the populace. Many began to worry about encountering such monstrous beings and the dangers they posed. Moreover, due to the frequent manifestations of Okis, videos depicting their destructive escapades circulated widely online. Authorities found it impossible to suppress this surge of panic, as the sheer volume of videos released by the masses exceeded their ability to contain them. While the public was gripped by fear, they also yearned for someone to emerge as their protector, hoping for sanctuary. Their first thought was of the armored warriors. However, the professional summoners of the first generation of Nawa armored warriors had retreated from the fray, leaving the remaining members scattered and unable to quickly regroup to confront Okis. In fact, on this day, the initial generation of armored warriors was entirely absent in addressing the Okis crisis. They had only just assembled. The original 5-element armored warriors were nowhere to be found. Among the scant footage circulating online of Okis being vanquished, only a few clips featured the armored warriors Xingtian, Fei Ying, and Jing Gang battling Okis. The dissemination of their videos was limited. Xiao Ye requested that the authorities collaborate with the Anomaly Safety Bureau to diminish the positive promotion and glorification of these unofficial organizations, such as the armored warriors. The rationale was that the official narrative should prioritize the positive image of their own extraordinary force, minimizing the influence of grassroots organizations on public sentiment. Reclaiming this influence and retaining it within the Anomaly Safety Bureau was paramount. After careful consideration, the higher-ups agreed and supported the restriction of the circulation of videos related to the armored warriors. This was both a response to Xiao Ye's initial request following their collaboration and aligned with the official intent to regain this influence. Chapter 73, The Storm of Public Opinion. In stark contrast, the extraordinary special team of the Anomaly Safety Bureau, under Xiao Ye's leadership, produced a wealth of videos showcasing their confrontations with Okis. Some were captured by bystanders, others by public surveillance cameras, and these clips spread organically across the internet. However, the majority were meticulously crafted and widely disseminated online as directed by Xiao Ye through Xiao Shifei and Sabin. In these videos, Xiao Shifei and his companions displayed valor and righteousness, often shouting the embarrassing yet spirited slogans imparted by Xiao Ye.
It was precisely these silly and juvenile catchphrases, coupled with their somewhat awkward poses during battles, that resonated with viewers, igniting their fervor and passion. Each viewer harbored a dream of heroism. Everyone had once been an idealistic youth. Such deliberately edited videos possessed a remarkable expressive quality. Xiao Ye had also outfitted Xiao Shifei, Qifensi, and the members of the extraordinary special team with red capes, enhancing their imposing presence while subtly concealing their less appealing features as Yomi demons. This clever disguise aimed to mitigate the aspects of their appearance that might not endear them to the public. Of course, among the group of Yomi demons, Xiao Shifei and Qifensi were relatively handsome. Xiao Shifei's Yumming Mo form resembles an ancient warrior clad in full heavy armor, while Qifen's takes on the guise of a minotaur-like Viking warrior. Coupled with their human forms, they are not unattractive. The most dashing among them, Xiao Shifei, could even pass as a half-idol. The leader, Xiao Ye, exudes enough valor. Thus, the supernatural special forces team does not suffer any detriment in appearance. At this moment, the ruling authorities and the Ability Safety Bureau simultaneously issued a formal announcement. The news, displayed in white text on a blue background, proclaimed that Xiao Ye and his companions refused to aid the Yumming Mo in its malevolent endeavors, opting instead to join the Ability Safety Bureau as members of the official supernatural special forces with the intent to rectify chaos, eliminate enemies, and protect humanity. The announcement was accompanied by commendations from official media regarding Xiao Ye and his team, along with an edited video showcasing their confrontation with Akis, receiving high praise. Additionally, an image was shared featuring the emblem of the Ability Safety Bureau and the Supernatural Special Forces. It was at this juncture that the public realized the significance of the striking sword and shield emblem emblazoned on Xiao Ye's crimson cape. Suddenly, the internet erupted with excitement. Ha ha ha, the authorities are impressive. We finally have our own extraordinary guardians. Indeed, one must appreciate the grand gestures from our official entities. It is clear that the prowess of the supernatural special forces in handling the Akis monsters far surpasses that of the armor warriors. Sisters, Xiao Shifei is so handsome. I wish to encounter an Akis and be saved by him. To the commenter above, clearly, the most dashing is our brother Qifen's, right? The bull warrior will never remove his mask. Qifen's, concerned that his girlfriend Lily would struggle to accept his transformation, was provided with a red mask by Xiao Ye during this operation. The endorsement from the authorities established a positive tone and direction for Xiao Ye and his team's identities and public sentiment. Instantly, praises for Xiao Ye poured in like rain. What once was merely a handful of followers, primarily from the Ability Safety Bureau, rapidly surged. Within 2 hours, the follower count skyrocketed by over 200,000 and continued to escalate. At this moment, a video quietly surfaced online. What kind of armor warrior is this? How can he assist evil? Not all Yumming Mo are villains, and not all armor warriors are virtuous, are they? Infuriatingly, he let that Akis creature go. The released footage was none other than the Shura armor executing the Yumming Mo reincarnator, yet ultimately allowing a lowly Akis to escape, captured on public surveillance. Xiao Ye had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. The enigmatic adversary, Shura armor, re-emerged, providing Xiao Ye with an unexpected opportunity and a compelling excuse to accelerate his plans. The video began to gain traction online. Discussions surrounding the armor warriors turned tumultuous. What sort of armor warrior is this? I have never seen one before. Is it right for the armor warriors to spare Akis monsters? Trending topics included the armor warriors' decision to let the Akis monster go, leading to unsettling implications about their motives. Several trending topics concerning Shura armor surfaced, closely followed by discussions about Xiao Ye and the Ability Safety Bureau, our very own guardians, and the Supernatural Special Forces' victorious debut, all gaining momentum. At night, within the Ability Safety Bureau, for nearly a decade since its establishment, the staff had never experienced overtime until now. The building was brightly lit, and although the number of employees was modest, their bustling presence created an atmosphere akin to a busy thoroughfare. Xiao Ye perused the escalating public sentiment on his phone, taking a sip of coffee before setting the cup down and addressing his personal secretary, the diligent Xiao Wan. The timing is right. Let us release the final announcement. Afterward, the day's work would conclude, with overtime compensated at triple pay, including transportation and late-night meal allowances. Xiao Ye generously utilized his authority to grant benefits, winning the hearts of his team. With a casual move, he solidified his position. Such matters could be effortlessly managed. Opposite him, Xiao Shifei and Qifen's, the two captains, stood guard. Qifen's was already yawning incessantly, while Xiao Shifei was scrolling through a tablet screen, his expression tinged with concern. Hesitantly, Xiao Shifei turned to Xiao Ye, voicing his apprehension. Xiao Ye,
Is what we are doing truly right? Xiao Ye, ready to conclude his day, glanced at the public sentiment displayed on Xiao Shifei's tablet, which was rife with criticisms towards the armor warriors. Without offering a definitive answer, Xiao Ye met Xiao Shifei's gaze and cryptically remarked, "It is best to hold the weapons ourselves. This also enhances our strength." Noticing Xiao Shifei's confusion, Xiao Ye patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not overthink. In a few days, you will come to understand my perspective." He then stood behind Kyufens, placing a hand on his shoulder, adding, "Kyufens, you are the primary beneficiary of this situation. Soon, you will be able to present yourself to your girlfriend in the most flawless manner." After Xiao Ye's departure, an announcement was dispatched from the Ability Safety Bureau's official account. Meanwhile, the online discourse continued, rife with contention. Some criticized the armor warriors, suggesting they harbored ulterior motives, while others pointed out that Shura armor had never appeared in public before, with enthusiasts attempting to distance it from the other armor warriors. Some were already defending Shura armor. But look, hasn't this so-called Shura armor already slain a Yumingamo? The reason he didn't engage the Ukis might simply be due to a lack of energy. Brother, are you joking? Did you not see how he kicked that Ukis a good 2 miles away? Are you saying he lacks energy? He possesses more strength than my Grey Tance Bull. The online arguments intensified. Suddenly, someone began to call attention to a new announcement. Oh no, you all must see this latest announcement. There's more news. The discordant information from the Ability Safety Bureau piqued public interest, prompting many to instinctively click the link leading to the Bureau's latest release. This was no ordinary announcement. It was an official condemnation directed at the armor warriors. To the armor warriors, the warrior known to the public as Shura Armor has, during the recent Ukis catastrophe, killed one member of our supernatural special forces, the Yumingamo, and subsequently released a highly destructive Ukis creature. The actions of Shura Armor have resulted in significant losses for the Ability Safety Bureau and pose an exceedingly high potential security threat to the city by releasing the Ukis back into the wild. We are currently conducting an investigation into all matters concerning Xiao Kage Yongshi. We require all civilian Kage Yongshi organizations to perform relevant self-examinations and provide responses, as well as actively cooperate with our investigation in hopes of preventing such incidents from occurring in the future. The loss of our extraordinary special team members has deeply saddened and angered the Anomaly Safety Bureau and all its members. We reserve the right to hold relevant individuals and organizations accountable. Due to the unparalleled destructive capabilities of the Kage Yongshi and their uncontrollable nature once they stray from the path of righteousness, we are issuing an A-level wanted notice for the summoner of Xiao Kage. If anyone encounters a person associated with the Xiao Kage, please maintain a safe distance and ensure your own safety before contacting our office. This announcement from the Anomaly Safety Bureau has triggered a second wave of public opinion on the internet. The official statement from the Bureau once again clarifies the nature of the actions associated with Xiao Kage. Of course, any mention of the Yinming Demon Reincarnator being a member of the Bureau's extraordinary special team is merely a fabrication, a tale spun by Xiao Ye. Ultimately, the narrative is in his hands. He can say whatever he wishes. If Xiao Ye claims someone is on his side, then they are indeed on his side. He even went so far as to distribute a death compensation to this so-called Yinming Demon Reincarnator, splitting a portion among himself and Xiao Shifei. However, Xiao Ye is neither greedy nor relying solely on public opinion to contend with the re-emergence of the Xiao Kage. It is evident that the Xiao Kage belong to a chaotic and malevolent faction, indifferent to order and devoid of justice. Dealing with such individuals cannot rely on mere rhetoric. It requires decisive action. Nevertheless, rhetoric, especially that which is echoed by the masses, serves as a potent weapon against those who seek to uphold justice. The power of words equipped with the last whisper can expose weaknesses, dismantle defenses, and deliver critical strikes. Xiao Ye's true target is the Kage Yongshi. Xingtian, Jinggang, Feiying, Nawa, and Wuxing Kage may seem minimally affected by this announcement, but under the subtle guidance of its phrasing, and in the absence of the principal figure of the Xiao Kage, all the backlash will ultimately be borne by the summoners and their companions. The collective voice of the masses will inevitably tarnish the reputation of the Kage Yongshi. Xiao Shifei is troubled by this situation. Kufanisi, are we perhaps going too far? He inquired after Xiao Ye departed. Too far. Kufanisi replied nonchalantly. All I know is that Ye has delivered on his promises to us, and he has demonstrated formidable strength, capable of protecting our group. Moreover, he saved Xiaoli's family. I owe him several lives, just as I owed Lu Fa in the past, which is why I served him loyally a millennium ago. Now, I owe Ye my goodwill and my life, so I willingly assist him in all matters, even at the cost of my own life. Kufanisi stated earnestly, Xiao Ye, you need to wake up. A millennium of human existence may have softened your temperament, but it should not render you indecisive or, as the saying goes, sanctimonious. The Kage Yongshi were our adversaries a millennium ago. You are not Ami Xiao. With such connections to the Kage Yongshi, what do you find excessive? After some reflection, Xiao Shifei's mindset began to shift. The accumulated indecision of a millennium gradually dissipated, transforming into resolve, especially after being deceived by his ex-girlfriend Ye and insulted by Xiaodong. The newfound admiration from fans on the internet provided him with a renewed sense of purpose. In the following days, public sentiment evolved precisely as Xiao Ye had anticipated. All criticism aimed at the Shula Kaijiao was redirected towards the various Kaijiao Yongshi organizations. Some voices on the internet even advocated for the notion that the power artifacts should not be privately owned. The extraordinary powers and transformation devices of the Kaijiao Yongshi should be unified and reclaimed by the authorities, entrusted to the Anomaly Safety Bureau for collective management, to prevent abuse by individuals or private organizations. Such sentiments were not even directly orchestrated by Xiao Ye himself. During these days, the Anomaly Safety Bureau refrained from making any public statements, maintaining silence regarding these opinions. Xiao Ye, along with Xiao Shifei and Kufanisi, focused solely on eliminating the Ukisi, enhancing their own task completion and influence. Meanwhile, the Kaijiao Yongshi found themselves in disarray under the relentless pressure of public opinion. In their need to manage the situation, they were compelled to invest greater effort, leading to inevitable oversights and diminished efficiency in their dealings with Ukisi. This starkly contrasted with the swift actions of Xiao Ye's team, whose high efficiency and control over the narrative allowed their encounters with Ukisi to dominate the internet. Without employing any underhanded tactics, the calls for the extraordinary special team grew louder. The topic of reclaiming the extraordinary powers and transformation devices of the Kaijiao Yongshi, supported by tangible actions, became a collective desire. Another chapter to follow. Chapter 75, Justifiable Actions and Truth. The turbulence of public sentiment is not confined to the internet of this world. The reincarnators assigned to the realms of the Yinming demon and Kaijiao Yongshi have also been bewildered by Xiao Ye's series of maneuvers. Is this reincarnator named Yi out of his mind? Does he not fear becoming a target for all? He has distanced himself from the Yinming demon faction while deliberately antagonizing the Kaijiao Yongshi. His self-destruction is inevitable. To bring about someone's downfall, one must first drive them to madness. Let him lose his mind. We shall reap the benefits. Not only the reincarnators, but even Lu Fa within the demon suppression tower cannot help but laugh heartily at the news from other Yinming demons. What a fool. This is a good thing. It presents us with an opportunity. The public outcry renders the Kaijiao Yongshi unable to focus on their own affairs, and due to his actions, along with the prevailing public sentiment, he can no longer collaborate with the Kaijiao Yongshi. At this moment, we have acquired the Ukisi virus. It is the perfect opportunity to harvest negative energy. Xiao Ye is unaware of the thoughts of the reincarnators and Lu Fa. However, even if he were to know, he would merely smile dismissively. The rivalry among reincarnators ultimately relies on brute strength, and he happens to be the one with the greatest power among them, holding the highest influence within the faction and commanding the most elite forces. Do they wish to pit the clam against the snipe and reap the benefits? He is neither the clam nor the snipe. Xiao Ye is the eagle, and his plan is to consume both the clam and the snipe, as well as the fisherman. As for Lu Fa, his excessive delight has caused him to overlook that Xiao Ye and his extraordinary special team have been actively dealing with the Ukisi under his command. Once the energy from the Ukisi virus in his possession is depleted, he will understand the consequences. With a decisive strike from the Black Dragon's 18 techniques, he shattered the skull of the Ukisi before him and accessed his task panel. Main quest. 1. Participate in the elimination of more than 10 Yinming demons, anomaly beasts, or Ukisi. Additional rewards will be granted for exceeding the kill count. Completed. Progress 230. Due to violations, the reincarnators are unable to undertake tasks or conclude the world, thus detaching from it. The remaining main tasks have been demoted to side quests upon the completion of this main task. 1. Completely eliminate Lufa or a boss unit of equivalent rank. 2. Defeat at least 3 armored warriors. Killing more will yield additional rewards based on the number slain. 3. Acquire at least 5 armored warrior summoners, or obtain 1 top-tier armored warrior summoner, Azura armor, Emperor armor, Yatlas armor. 4. Eliminate Anmiyu, Kyo Shefei, and Kyufins, the 3 captains of the Nether Demon, or 2 other bosses of equivalent rank. Although the main quest has been demoted to a side quest, the completion rewards remain unchanged. The main task of slaying the nether demons, supernatural beasts, and auxers has been exceeded with a completion rate of 230, signifying that Xiao Ye himself has personally slain 23 such units, including those killed by Kage Ye and Kyufins. As a result, the task rewards will be multiplied by 23. Moreover, should Xiao Ye account for the heads not collected by his extraordinary special team, their total kill count is approaching 40. Excluding the initial 6 units killed by Xiao Ye himself, there remain over 20 low-level auxers and 5 or 6 unfortunate reincarnators from the nether demons. This level of efficiency surpasses that of several other armored warrior teams, justifying public support for Xiao Ye's team. As for the remaining side quests, Xiao Ye's gaze shifted toward the tasks related to the armored warriors. Having meticulously plotted his strategy, it was now time to reap the rewards. Kage Ye Kyufins. Notify the brothers that today we shall conclude our activities. Let us finish early and rest, for tomorrow holds even greater significance. The following morning, all the nether demons gathered in Xiao Ye's office. What is our task today? Have we discovered any new auxers? Kyufins inquired. Recently, auxers had frequently appeared alongside the nether demons under Lufa's command, fueling their disdain for Lufa, particularly for the hot-tempered Kyufins. His animosity made him even more eager to confront Lufa. However, Xiao Ye shook his head and replied, "Today, we shall not confront the auxers. Instead, we will pay a visit to the armored warriors and procure something from them." Xiao Ye's words evoked memories of the public sentiment online in Kage Ye and Kyufins. Indeed, you are correct. If we wish to deal with Lufa, we must first obtain the armored warrior summoners from their possession. Let us proceed. As Xiao Ye led Kage Ye and Kyufins out of the Supernatural Security Bureau, a new official announcement was released simultaneously from the Bureau's media account and the Guojia account, regarding the lawful recovery and rational allocation of extraordinary powers and items by Guojia, as well as the prohibition of the privatization of extraordinary powers. In light of the public sentiment triggered by the Azura armor incident, we have been closely monitoring the situation. Through extensive collection of public opinions, surveys, and interviews, we have fully grasped the concerns regarding the rampant use of extraordinary powers by civilian organizations, the irregular use by individuals, and the potential uncontrollable harm to ordinary citizens when such powers are misused. Furthermore, we have noted the inefficiencies stemming from civilian extraordinary organizations, resulting in wasted resources. While the extraordinary special teams of the Supernatural Security Bureau enjoy widespread support due to their professionalism and discipline, in response to the public's expressed desire to reclaim extraordinary powers and items for Guojia, we have engaged in multiple discussions and votes. Ultimately, we have resolved to abolish all civilian extraordinary organizations, and from today forth, all extraordinary powers and items shall be reclaimed by Guojia, with their distribution and usage managed appropriately by the Supernatural Security Bureau to maximize the efficacy of extraordinary powers, thereby providing safer protection for the populace. Text omitted. This announcement takes immediate effect, and we urge relevant civilian organizations to cooperate actively. With legitimacy on our side, we shall take action against the armored warriors. It is time to address the main tasks concerning the armored warriors. Chapter 76. The vulnerable King Kong armor. Welcome. Welcome. Calamity has struck. You must come and see. In the team activity base belonging to the Xingtian armored warrior, Wu Gang, the summoner of the King Kong armor, held a tablet with panic in his eyes, urgently presenting the recently released official announcement from the Supernatural Security Bureau to the logistics coordinator responsible for battlefield intelligence and enemy analysis, Huaning. In this chaotic atmosphere, had it not been for the occasional need to confront the newly emerged auxers and nether demons, Wu Gang, along with Xie Tingtian, the summoner of the Flying Eagle armor, had largely remained indoors at Huan Ying's Iron Plate Barbecue restaurant to avoid the storm. Over the past few days, they had faced a barrage of unfounded accusations online, leaving Wu Gang feeling utterly frustrated. And now, the Supernatural Security Bureau and the authorities had issued such a statement? Wu Gang furiously kicked a chair, his expression seething with anger, his short brown hair trembling with his fervor, once sunny demeanor now shadowed with resentment. These fools. This is nothing but slander. What is the meaning of the Supernatural Security Bureau and the authorities? They are merely adding fuel to the fire, attempting to profit from our misfortune. The summoner of the King Kong armor felt betrayed and indignant. He had exerted his utmost to protect these ordinary people, yet they vehemently attacked him online, causing him to question whether these people deserved saving, feeling that their suffering was, in fact, deserved. Huaning, the logistics coordinator, promptly sought to calm the irritable and hot-tempered Wu Gang. All right, perhaps the situation is not as dire as we imagine. Wu Gang's outburst had drawn the attention of others in the restaurant. Xiao Tian,
the summoner of the Xingtian armor, picked up the tablet that Huan Ying had set down, instinctively tensing his grip and furrowing his brow. Xie Tingtian, the summoner of the Flying Eagle armor, bent down to lift the chair that Wu Gang had kicked over. But his concerned gaze revealed that his thoughts were fully consumed by the official announcement regarding the reclamation of extraordinary powers. Behind them, Qing Zizai, the instructor responsible for teaching the 3 armored warrior summoners combat skills, furrowed his brow, sensing their inner dissatisfaction and imbalance, particularly Wu Gang's sentiments, which could lead to extreme reactions. He quickly stepped forward to address them. Just then, the door of Huan Ying's iron plate barbecue restaurant swung open, and several individuals entered in succession. Huan Ying instinctively rose to greet the guests, warmly saying welcome. However, the once welcoming voice of Huan Ying was abruptly silenced, for he discovered that the appearances of the guests entering the shop were identical to those of Xiao Ye, Xiao Shifei, and their companions, as seen on the official website of the Supernatural Security Bureau. Others also took note of Xiao Ye and his companions. Wu Gang, in a fit of anger, seized a nearby stool, his muscles taut and ready for confrontation. Oh, Xiao Ye cast a glance at Wu Gang, but maintained a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, please, do not stand on ceremony. We are quite busy with official matters and do not require seating." With a flourish, Xiao Ye produced a pre-prepared decree, complete with various seals, and presented it to Huan Ying and the others. "I trust you have all seen the official announcement from the Supernatural Security Bureau. We kindly ask for your cooperation in surrendering your armored warrior summoning devices." "That is impossible." Huan Ying's attempt to negotiate was sharply interrupted by Wu Gang, who glared at Xiao Ye with fury. "To demand our summoning devices at such a moment is nothing short of robbery." As he spoke, Wu Gang withdrew the transformation device for his golden armor, preparing to teach Xiao Ye and his companions a lesson. Wu Gang, Xiao Gang. Huan Ying and Xiao Tian hurriedly tried to intervene, but it was too late to restrain the furious Wu Gang. "Golden armor, transform." With a fierce yell, Wu Gang slapped the transformation device against his waist and pressed down firmly. A formidable figure clad in black, yellow, and silver, adorned with a distinctive yellow mask and horn-like decorations, emerged, exuding an aura of power. Wu Gang aimed to intimidate Xiao Ye and his companions with this display. Yet, Xiao Ye merely gestured behind him, and Ku Fin-Si transformed into his spectral demon form, stepping forward. The already confined space of Huan Ying's teppanyaki shop felt even more cramped with their transformations. Ku Fin-Si's transformation into the spectral demon only fueled Wu Gang's anger further. The presence of the spectral demon made Wu Gang feel that all his previous efforts against them had been in vain. At this moment, the official stance was against them, allowing these malevolent spectral demons to take charge. What sort of rule was that? Die! The enraged Wu Gang, now fully charged, summoned his golden green weapon, the dual-headed Blast Thunder Drill, and fiercely thrust it towards Ku Fin-Si, who stood in his way. How fortuitous! Ku Fin-Si exclaimed as he called forth his Dragon's Fury Axe, a heavy double-headed axe of profound black, featuring a spiked edge at its pinnacle. Furious Dragon Eruption. Ku Fin-Si swung the Dragon's Fury Axe with tremendous force, unleashing a barrage of purple fireballs simultaneously. The explosive sound echoed throughout Huan Ying's teppanyaki shop, leaving chaos in its wake. Most notably, Wu Gang's steadfast Blast Thunder Drill was thrust back towards him with even greater force by Ku Fin-Si, resulting in the axe's mark striking heavily against his chest, igniting sparks and sending him crashing into the central bar. The golden armor sustained severe damage and disintegrated instantly. Wu Gang, Xiao Gang, Huan Ying, unable to mourn his shop, rushed to check on Wu Gang's condition along with the sorcerers, Qing Zizi, and others. Xiao Tian, the summoner of the Xingtian armor, and Su Tingfei, the summoner of the Flying Eagle armor, stepped forward to shield their comrade. To leave the golden armor in the hands of someone like you is a disgrace to its name. Your capabilities pale in comparison to the Gorfa team from a millennium ago. Ku Fin-Si scoffed. You, do not come any closer, otherwise, we shall be forced to take action. Facing the formidable Ku Fin-Si, Xiao Tian and Su Tingfei, clutching their respective summoning devices, spoke with trepidation. Chapter 77. Seizing the armored warrior's summoning devices at that moment, Xiao Ye, with a calm demeanor, inquired of Xiaobin. Has the record of the golden armor summoner's use of force, violent resistance to law enforcement, refusal to comply with official decrees, insults, and assaults on members of the extraordinary special team been properly documented? Rest assured, boss, our action recording device has been operational throughout our mission, and the video has been recorded, Xiaobin replied confidently, thumping his chest. As you instructed, all operations must leave a trace, and accountability is paramount. The brothers are well aware.
If you require it, we can commence a live broadcast to the public at this very moment. Xiaobin indicated the equipment tucked under his arm, giving Xiao Ye a thumbs up, assuring him of its readiness. Very well, let us begin the broadcast. Xiao Ye nodded, his tone indifferent. The conversation between Xiao Ye and Xiaobin left Xiao Tian and Su Tingfei visibly pale. In their previous skirmishes against spectral demons, they had never encountered such individuals or this level of intensity. For a moment, Xiao Tian and Su Tingfei hesitated, their fear of repercussions stifling any inclination to act. A conflict with Xiao Ye's extraordinary special team, if broadcast live, would irreparably tarnish their reputation. The outcry from internet users and the public would surely brand them with disgrace. The spectral demons behind Xiao Ye exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound admiration for him. Their leader was truly remarkable. He had effortlessly humbled these arrogant armored warrior summoners, rendering them meek and unwilling to act. Following their leader had indeed imparted valuable lessons. This was the power of standing on the side of righteousness, backed by overwhelming momentum. As their leader had described, at this moment, Xiaobin had already initiated the live broadcast to the entire online community, transforming into a professional host. The room fell silent, save for his voice. Hello, dear netizens, good morning. Can everyone hear us? This is our Supernatural Security Bureau's Extraordinary Special Team's first live mission broadcast. We are currently at the gathering place of the Xingtian, Flying Eagle, and Golden Armor teams, engaging in friendly discussions regarding our recently issued order to collect supernatural powers. Unfortunately, a slight conflict has arisen. It appears the Golden Armor summoners are not as amicable as anticipated. The relevant law enforcement footage has been uploaded to our official account for your viewing pleasure. The purpose of this live broadcast is to ensure transparency. We have not resorted to violence, but have instead sought amicable discussions to facilitate enforcement, allowing everyone to monitor in real time to prevent any negative public opinion or misunderstandings. With each word Xiaobin spoke, Xiao Tian and Su Tingfei's expressions grew darker. Huan Ying instinctively opened his tablet at the back to access Xiaobin's live broadcast. Many netizens flocked to the stream, and the real-time comments were particularly vivid. Humph, I said it all along. The armored warriors are treacherous, wielding supernatural powers with arrogance. Such summoners must be eradicated. In my opinion, the figure writhing in agony on the ground must be the Jin Gang Kai Jiao warrior that Comrade Xiaobin spoke of, who was subdued due to violent resistance against law enforcement. I have also viewed the video uploaded by Xiaobin, and it is evident that this so-called Jin Gang Kai Jiao summoner is utterly powerless. It would be far more prudent to relinquish the Jin Gang Kai Jiao summoning device to someone more capable. What a pitiful excuse for a warrior. It is no wonder that their operational efficiency is abysmally low. He was vanquished in an instant by the formidable warrior Ku Fanxi, showcasing a combat prowess akin to that of a mere fledgling. I concur that in the realm of limited human extraordinary powers, the capable should ascend while the inept should descend. Ah, my esteemed Xiao Shifei, how splendid you are. Go away and fetch your slippers. Aside from a handful of frivolous comments, public opinion online has overwhelmingly turned against the Jin Gang, Kai Jiao Gang, branding him a criminal for violently resisting law enforcement and a symbol of weakness. Ku Fanxi casually brushed aside the small Tian, and Su Tingfei blocking his path. Stepping forward to the fallen Wu Gang, bending down to seize the Jin Gang, Kai Jia summoning device from his grasp. Wu Gang, who had just been defeated with a single blow, stared wide-eyed, yet he dared not make any move in his utter helplessness. Compared to the fully matured Jin Gang Kai Jiao warriors, they are merely at the onset of their development, their strength woefully inadequate. Not only does he pale in comparison to the captain-level Ku Fanxi and Xiao Shifei, but even the vice-captain Xiaobin is beyond his reach. Wu Gang's current abilities have barely reached the level of the 3rd or 4th rank within the small teams of the Yuming Mo, roughly equivalent to the strength of the Balj Mu they previously vanquished. Among the three, the protagonist summoning the Xing Tian Kai Jia, Xiao Tian, likely possesses a bit more strength and could barely contend with someone like Xiaobin. Ku Fanxi took possession of the Jin Gang Kai Jia summoning device and returned it to Xiao Ye. On Xiao Ye's Paradise panel, the task to acquire at least 5 summoning devices had progressed from 1 to 15. Xiao Ye stepped forward, addressing the 2 individuals blocking his path. Xiao Tian and Su Tingfei, inquiring, "What about you? What do you say? Will you entrust the summoning device to me?" With faces drained of color, Xiao Tian and Su Tingfei fixed him with nearly lethal glares, as if they wished to pierce him with their eyes. Yet Xiao Ye, maintaining a smile, regarded them with indifference. What does their anger matter? Although strength may be the definitive answer to any problem, those with good intentions often bind themselves with shackles. They cannot overlook the gaze and opinions of others.
Thus, Xiao Tian and Su Ting Fei dare not act out of line. As for their hostility, had it not been for the necessity of dealing with the other two generations of summoners, Xiao Ye's live broadcast could have hastened their growth into formidable warriors, making them mere tasks on Xiao Ye's Paradise panel. Xiao Ye also harbored a task requiring him to eliminate the summoners of the armored warriors. However, those two generations of armored warriors have already reached full maturity. Transforming Wu Gang and the others into tasks now would only incite the other two generations of armored warriors, making it an inopportune time to breach the established order, thus jeopardizing the momentum Xiao Ye had painstakingly built. Once their hopes for Xiao Ye dissipated, the tactics he employed would lose efficacy. To mitigate the potential increase in task difficulty, Xiao Ye displayed remarkable magnanimity, choosing to disregard the murderous intent in Xiao Tian and Su Ting Fei's eyes, while boldly reaching for the Fei in Kai Jia summoning device in Su Ting Fei's possession. The summoner of the Fei in Kai Jia, Su Ting Fei, twisted his face in distress, clutching the summoning device tightly. Yet, in the face of Xiao Ye's might, his grip on the Fei belt felt increasingly precarious. Su Ting Fei stumbled as his summoning device was wrenched from him. Ultimately, he lacked the courage to resist, fearing social ostracism and judgment. He was, after all, an ordinary person, deeply ingrained with the need to adhere to certain rules. Unlike the reckless Wu Gang, he would not succumb to impulsive actions. With the acquisition of the summoning device, 25, Xiao Ye turned his calm gaze back to Xiao Tian, the summoner of the Xing Tian Kai Jia. Xiao Tian's countenance was troubled. As the protagonist among this generation of armored warriors, his abilities and intellect had developed rapidly and comprehensively. He understood deeply that refusing to hand over the Xing Tian Kai Jia summoning device to Xiao Ye was the most prudent choice. However, should he decline, he would face the scorn of the masses. Moreover, with Wu Gang's Jin Gang Kai Jia and Su Ting Fei's Fei and Kai Jia already firmly in Xiao Ye's hands, the situation was irrevocable. If the summoning devices fell into the hands of Yu Ming Mo, they could be forcibly reclaimed. Yet if they were confiscated by Guijia, demanding their return would be tantamount to courting death. Such a loss was utterly irreversible. What should he do? Stop thinking, you have no options. Xiao Ye unceremoniously snatched the Xing Tian Kai Jia from Li Hao Tian's grasp. In this trap he had laid. Unless Li Hao Tian and his companions possessed peak strength to entirely disregard the rules and public opinion, they had no hope for resolution. If any single criterion were unmet, there would be no possibility of breaking the deadlock. Xiao Ye himself could not conceive of any solution. Having secured all three summoning devices, Xiao Ye patted Ku Fanxi on the shoulder, signaling him to abandon the Yu Ming Mo form. With what he desired now in hand, Xiao Ye and his companions did not linger, leaving the establishment at his behest. Xiao Ye trailed at the rear of the group. As the extraordinary special team exited the warmly welcomed Huan Huan Iron Plate Grill, just as Xiao Ye was about to step out, Li Hao Tian, still clenching his fists, could not suppress his inquiry. Director Xiao Ye, exterminating the Yu Ming Mo is our historical mission. The summoning devices are best suited for our use. Your actions are a grave mistake. Do you not realize this? Moreover, can you truly consider yourselves just in this manner? Xiao Ye paused. Retracting the final half step, he was about to take outside the Huan Huan Iron Plate Grill. He glanced back at Li Hao Tian, casually snagging a wooden plank from the nearby doorframe and shattering the shop's surveillance camera. Regarding Li Hao Tian with interest. Justice? Xiao Ye apathetically pointed to the emblem on his chest, representing the Anomaly Safety Bureau and the Extraordinary Special Team. You may be practicing justice. I do not scorn you. But if you ask for my stance, the interpretation of justice lies with me. We embody justice itself. As Xiao Ye turned away, Li Hao Tian felt as though his very essence was siphoned away by Xiao Ye's final words, staggering back a step, nearly collapsing. Xiao Ye's words delivered a near-catastrophic blow to his worldview. Xiao Tian, welcomed, and Qing Zizai hastily reached out to steady Li Hao Tian from behind. As the figure of Xiao Ye receded into the distance, Huan Ying offered words of solace, asserting that even if they aimed to unify and control the extraordinary powers, what difference would it make? The armored warrior summoners were indeed unique, not something just anyone could invoke. Even if they obtained the summoned devices, what could they achieve if they lacked the ability to utilize them? Ultimately, they would have to return the summoned devices to them, pleading for their continued use of Xingtian, Feiying, and Jing'ang armors. Rest assured, calm your temper. However, before Huan Ying could finish speaking, the live stream on the tablet held by Xu Tingfei revealed the events unfolding. After stepping outside, Xiao Ye casually tossed the Feiying armor's summoned device to Qiao Shifei and the Jing'ang armor's summoned device to Qufen's. Here, you two.
Try transforming into the Jing'ang and Feiying armors. These should align perfectly with your abilities and enhance your strength considerably. As for the Xingtian armor, I'll hold on to it for now. Captain Ye, you were once an external member, so you may not be aware that these three armors were originally defeated and captured from the Yindi by our Yoming-Ma Junshuan, and we replicated them. Before we faced punishment and became Yoming-Ma, we utilized these very armors. Aside from the mightiest Zhuluo armor, these three armors were mass-produced on our Ares planet. However, the three sets of Xingtian, Feiying, and Jing'ang armors from the Guerfa team might be upgraded and customized, significantly stronger than those we had produced en masse. Kyufins unreservedly accepted the Jing'ang armor summon device, fastening it to his waist. He issued a low command, Jing'ang armor, transform. The armor, primarily teal with golden accents, materialized effortlessly, and Kyufins donned it with ease. Xiao Ye nodded in satisfaction. In the original narrative of the Armored Warriors, Kyufins had donned the armors multiple times. He could summon all three armors, Xingtian, Feiying, and Jing'ang. However, as Kyufins belonged to the Qin Yoming Ma and the Jing'ang armor was also of the same nature. Being strength-oriented, the Jing'ang armor was particularly suited for him. Similarly, Xiao Shifei successfully summoned the Feiying armor. His agility surpassed that of the other Yoming Ma captains, making the speed-focused Feiying armor the ideal fit for him. The remaining Xingtian armor would naturally be best wielded by the final captain, on Mishio. Li Haoyan claimed they were most suited for it, yet in reality, the three principal Yoming Ma captains were equally adept, if not superior, in armor compatibility. Xiao Ye generously handed over the Jing'ang and Feiying armors to Kyufins and Xiao Shifei to bolster their capabilities. Many formidable battles lay ahead. With their enhanced strength, Xiao Shifei and Kyufins would likely possess a distinct advantage against the earlier generations of armored warriors, barring a few like Di Huang and Leitang Utalius. The live broadcast showcasing Kyufins and Xiao Shifei clad in their respective armors was transmitted widely. Inside Huan Huan's teppanyaki restaurant, a chilling silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 79. Employing a blade to kill, do you dare to target my prey? Witnessing Xiao Shifei and Kyufins transform into armored warriors, Li Haoyan and Huan could no longer contain themselves and dashed outside. The spectacle was no mere AI, photo manipulation, or special effects. Li Haoyan and Xu Tingfei's voices were parched. Huan, did you not claim that only we could transform into armored warriors? If even the malevolent Yoming Ma can wield the transformation devices, what does that make us, the champions of justice destined to confront them? Where does that leave the boundary between good and evil? If the Yoming Ma can utilize our armors, then what delineates us from them? Justice and evil? What is the threshold for our powers to be invoked? Is it truly, as he stated, that we pursue justice while they, under their official guise, embody justice itself? Compared to Xiao Ye's assertions, the mere fact that Kyufins and Xiao Shifei could access the Jing'ang and Feiying armors shattered their resolve. It was not just Li Haoyan and Xu Tingfei who felt their spirits crumble. The reincarnators of the Armored Warriors faction felt as if the sky had fallen. In the brief span of the live broadcast, the reincarnators bore witness to the disintegration of their faction. Their NPC powers had yet to mature, and before they could evolve into formidable foes, they were categorized as an illegal grassroots organization and confiscated. The Armored Warriors' transformation devices were seized, and Xingtian armor summoner Li Haoyan and Feiying armor summoner Xu Tingfei offered no substantial resistance as their devices were taken. Was it not so? Just moments ago, they had criticized Xiao Ye for his avarice, attempting to confront both the Yoming Ma and Armored Warriors with reckless bravery, creating enemies on all fronts, destined for failure. They merely needed to watch as he would inevitably be overpowered by their combined might. So why, in this moment of fury, did their Armored Warriors concede so easily? The reincarnators of the Armored Warriors faction, due to their relatively orderly nature, had formed a small online community under certain leaders. Currently, the group chat was rife with accusations and blame. Weren't there supposed to be active hands near Huan Huan's barbecue shop? Indeed, you lot were the most enthusiastic in raising the summoner's favor, yet now you remain silent. Exactly. You failed to act when it was crucial. Now what do we do about our main quest? What are you whining about? If you have the capability, go yourself. They're live streaming, you can see where they are. If you're so capable, reclaim the Armored Warriors summon devices instead of berating me. Do you think I'm one of those virtuous souls like Li Haoyan? Who is afraid of whom? Come at me. The tension escalated among the Armored Warriors reincarnators, threatening to fracture completely. Their connections were already tenuous, barely held together by the semblance of order represented by the Armored Warriors and the collective interest in completing their main quest. Now, with the faction in ruins and shared interests evaporated,
The justice they once stood for was dismantled by Xiao Ye. The armored warriors faction teetered on the brink of collapse. The reincarnators, once bound by a code, now revealed their true chaotic nature. Mutual assaults and plundering became commonplace. Some even began to target Li Haoyan, Xu Tingfei, and Wu Gong, seeing them as ripe for exploitation. Since you three have stagnated and your status as protagonists is evident, surely defeating you will yield rich rewards. In the back kitchen of Huan Huan's teppanyaki restaurant, the chef emerged quietly, wielding a kitchen knife. As the store manager, Huan Ying was utterly unaware that the newly hired teppanyaki chef was, in fact, an exceptionally dangerous reincarnator. With a chilling glint in his eyes, the reincarnator stealthily drew forth a dark green dagger, a far cry from the usual kitchen knives. Meanwhile, Huan Ying, Li Haoyan, Su Tingfei, and their companions remained outside, oblivious to the distance that Xiao Ye had already put between them. Wu Gang was still lost in his own agony, entirely unaware of the unfolding threat. Only Qing Zizai, who was tasked with looking after Wu Gang, sensed an unsettling disturbance. As a mentor responsible for imparting combat abilities to the armored warriors, Qing Zizai possessed genuine skills and was the first to catch a whiff of danger. Unable to restrain himself, he turned just in time to see the dark green dagger thrust before him. The reincarnator was no ordinary foe. Qing Zizai barely managed to pull Wu Gang, who lay on the ground, back a step. At that moment, a foot descended from above, knocking the dagger from the reincarnator's hand. Who is it? With a swift motion, Xiao Ye seized the opponent's wrist, leveraging his strength to disarm him. Behind Xiao Ye, Qing Zizai's expression was complex, although he was unsure why Xiao Ye remained. His presence had undoubtedly saved both him and Wu Gang from peril. Was it possible that this director of the Ability Safety Bureau, born of the underworld demon, truly acted from a sense of justice, with their conflicts merely stemming from differing paths? The reincarnator's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this formidable individual still be present? Just as Qing Zizai hesitated, about to speak, Xiao Ye remarked nonchalantly, "I knew you insects would be unable to resist striking from the shadows. But dare you touch my quarry? Quarry?" Before Qing Zizai could comprehend, Xiao Ye reversed the dagger and plunged it into Qing Zizai's neck with alarming swiftness. Following through, he then drew the blade across Wu Gang's body, extinguishing his life as well. With a smile, Xiao Ye returned the dark green dagger to the trembling hands of the reincarnator, who was now frantically searching for an escape route. "Thank you for providing me with a reason to act. As a token of my gratitude, you need not perish this time, but you shall bear the burden of this mess." With that, Xiao Ye's form dissipated into a swirl of smoke. As the reincarnator stood there, bewildered, Li Haoyan, Su Tingfei, and the others sensed the disturbance inside the store. They pulled aside the curtain and re-entered the chaotic scene, their eyes instantly reddening at the sight. They beheld the shocked reincarnator clutching the bloody dagger, while Qing Zizai and Wu Gang lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Chapter 80, Qi Ming Squad Kula. "Who are you?" Li Haoyan and Su Tingfei's eyes widened in horror, while Huan Ying gasped, covering her mouth in terror. Beside them, the quietly present Zhang Xiu's Yuzi stared in disbelief. The reincarnator, gripping the poisoned dagger, wore a ghastly expression as he glanced at the shattered, sparking surveillance cameras. Remnants of Xiao Ye's earlier destruction. With no evidence to prove his innocence, he realized he had been outmaneuvered by Xiao Ye. As Li Haoyan raised a stool and Su Tingfei prepared a nearby wooden stick, the reincarnator could no longer contain himself, laughing maniacally, then die, fueled by reckless audacity. He dismissed the notion that Xiao Ye might still have a clone lurking nearby to thwart his assault. The so-called armored warriors, deprived of their transformation devices, were merely slightly tougher ordinary individuals. Did they truly think they could confront him? With a flourish, the reincarnator lunged at Li Haoyan and Su Tingfei, creating chaos amidst the three. Even though the reincarnator was not particularly powerful, he posed a significant threat to Li Haoyan and Su Tingfei, while Huan Ying and Yuzi remained utterly defenseless. The reincarnator cast a sidelong glance at Yuzi, his malevolence intensifying. He resolved to eliminate at least one victim. Recklessly, he absorbed the blow from Li Haoyan's stool leg and thrust the poisoned dagger toward Yuzi. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye's other clone sat atop the corpse of another reincarnator from the armored warriors faction, hidden within the store's skylight, observing the scene. Upon witnessing the reincarnator's audacity in attacking Yuzi, he couldn't help but facepalm, realizing the foolishness of daring to harm her. It seemed the task of safeguarding prey and eliminating threats would not require his direct intervention. As the reincarnator's poisoned dagger approached Yuzi, a flash of crimson light erupted, revealing the underworld demon Kula, who swiftly crushed the reincarnator's skull with a single claw. The unsuspecting reincarnator let out a horrified scream as Kula, the vice captain of the Qi Ming squad, materialized. Yuzi Yu. Kula cast a disdainful glance at Li Haoyan and Su Tingfei. Her original mission having been to inhabit Yuzi and await the opportunity to assist Lu Fei's resurrection. Yuzi possessed Lu Fei's genes, crucial to the resurrection process. Kula's possession of Yuzi served a dual purpose: to assist Lu Fei in controlling this vital element, and to act as a spy to strike at critical moments, potentially devastating the armored warriors. However, with many armored warriors dead and the survivors stripped of their transformation devices, their value had diminished. With two of the armored warriors unable to transform, Yuzi no longer deemed it necessary to engage them. She pushed past Li Haoyan and Su Tingfei. Recognizing that remaining within the armored warriors' ranks served no purpose, she sought to return to the underworld demon faction and deliver the resurrection genes back to Lu Fei. Without the opposition of the armored warriors, the opportunity to expedite Lu Fei's resurrection was ripe. Yuzi Yu. Kula exited Huaniying's teppanyaki shop. Dismissing the desperate cries behind her as laughable, she was Kula, not merely Yuzi. Li Haoyan and Su Tingfei could not impede Kula, nor could they hope to. The once vibrant shop now lay in silence. The trio of armored warriors, alongside the practitioners, had been reduced to Li Haoyan, Su Tingfei, and Huaniying. Their morale had plummeted to an all-time low. They were too disheartened even to address the grotesque sight of the reincarnator's corpse. Nor did they know how to handle the deaths of Qing Zizai and Wu Gang. It felt as though the sky had caved in. What to do? Was it their responsibility to contact the Ability Safety Bureau to request assistance in dealing with the bodies of Qing Zizai and Wu Gang, as well as the situation surrounding Kula? Su Tingfei sat despondently on the ground, finding it amusing to even suggest calling the personnel from the Anning and Quanju. Above him, Xiao Ye's avatar recorded the entire process of Kula being led out from the Huan teppanyaki restaurant and transforming back into her human form, subsequently sending the relevant footage to Shabin, who was busy editing videos. Xiao Ye's main body glanced at the message received by Shabin and said, "Shabin, Kula has emerged from the teppanyaki restaurant operated by the armored warriors, and her true identity as a Yumingmo is a secretive figure within the armored warriors faction. Upload this online. And I trust you know how to craft the accompanying text. Rest assured, boss, I promise to make the video visually stunning." With the recording device slung over his shoulder, Xiao Ye's avatar remained stationary, while three other avatars had already surrounded Kula from a distance. Accepting such a conveniently presented small boss-level Yumingmo was an opportunity Xiao Ye could not refuse. The other avatars were engaged in eliminating the restless reincarnators of the armored warriors, along with some from the Yumingmo faction as well. The motive was simple: to protect their own interests. Kula halted her steps in an open area, unable to conceal any ambush. Thus, Xiao Ye's three avatars openly surrounded her. Instinctively, Kula summoned her weapon, the Duanhuan Shuangzhan. Having seen Xiao Ye at the teppanyaki restaurant, she felt immense pressure from the presence of the three avatars, even though Xiao Ye had yet to strike. "You have betrayed Lord Lufa and stand against the armored warriors. What is your true intention?" Kula inquired, unable to comprehend Xiao Ye's purpose, much like everyone else in this world. However, Xiao Ye was disinclined to address her question. The strengthening of reincarnators was merely a matter of employing any means necessary. Kill. 8 Gates Duanjia. 100 Treasures Technique. Lightning Release. Thunder Armor. Due to the nature of his avatars, Xiao Ye felt no hesitation in creating more of them. He directly opened the third gate of the 8 Gates Duanjia. Although the Lightning Release, Thunder Armor consumed a significant amount of mana, and each avatar possessed only 1/8 of the main body's mana. The 100 Treasures Technique served as a source of mana, enabling the avatars to unleash the Thunder Armor in rapid succession. In an instant, the three avatars displayed combat prowess that was strikingly comparable to that of Xiao Ye's main body. Facing Kula, the vice captain of the Chimian squad, Xiao Ye showed her the utmost respect. Kula was among the closest in strength to the three major leaders of the Yumingmo, nominally a subordinate of Qifensi, yet fiercely loyal to Lufa. In terms of individual power, she likely surpassed Shabin, the only vice captain within Xiao Ye's elite team. Confronted with the onslaught of Xiao Ye's three avatars, Kula had no desire to engage in battle. In a flash, this Yumingmo renowned for her strength executed a teleportation move typically favored by agile Yumingmo. However, the brief teleportation could not evade Xiao Ye's pursuit. Lightning Release. Thunder Armor. Did she understand the significance of being dubbed the Blue Lightning? Kula's teleportation distance was limited, accompanied by a brief wind-up and follow-through. Despite her comprehensive abilities, she nearly fell victim to the punch of Xiao Ye's first avatar during the teleportation, and upon reappearing, The other two avatars launched simultaneous attacks from above and below. Nothing was unexpected. Kula barely managed to deflect the upper assault with her dual blades, only to be struck in the abdomen by a powerful kick from Xiao Ye's final avatar. She was sent flying. Behind her, the first avatar, which had missed her during the teleportation's wind-up, awaited her arrival. With a rising dragon kick, Xiao Ye propelled Kula into the air. He then whimsically mimicked Naruto's Rasen Shuriken from the Naruto series, as multiple avatars relentlessly attacked in succession, keeping Kula airborne with a continuous barrage of kicks and strikes. Kula coughed up blood in midair, revealing the red genetic code of the Chimian Yumingmo, alongside the dropped treasures of Chimian Kula and secretive Yuzu, which Xiao Ye's avatar secured for later retrieval. Remarkably, Kula alone dropped 2 treasure chests. Individuals of Kula's unique status often bore the potential for exceptional kill rewards. Presently, Kula existed in the form of a Yumingmo. Xiao Ye was genuinely surprised that even Yuzu's treasure could be obtained. To slay one and reap 2 rewards was indeed an unexpected boon. Several hours later, Xiao Ye's main body observed the addition of 2 treasure chests within his paradise space. His accumulated rewards had reached an impressive quantity, in addition to the 2 chests from Kula's defeat. He had also acquired a Technique Practitioner Qing Zizai treasure chest and a Armored Warrior King Kong treasure chest from vanquishing Qing Zizai earlier. These constituted the 4 highest quality rewards. However, the most substantial portion of his bounty stemmed from the slaughter blood crystals obtained from defeating reincarnators. Within Xiao Ye's paradise space, the count of slaughter blood crystals had exceeded 20 and continued to rise. This accumulation included rewards gained from slaying reincarnators encountered alongside the Extraordinary Special Forces team during their confrontations with the Ukis. Yet, the bulk of these crystals had been obtained today. 15 of the slaughter blood crystals were acquired from defeating reincarnators from both factions earlier today. Xiao Ye had long anticipated the intentions of these reincarnators. While self-preservation played a role, he had employed Li Haoyan and his team as bait, ensnaring numerous impatient reincarnators through a strategy akin to encircling the enemy to assist. One could argue that he had collected a form of protection fee for the armored warriors. Although this assertion lacked validity, it was true that Xiao Ye had temporarily safeguarded Li Haoyan and his team. As a shepherd protecting his flock, ensuring their safety was his obligation. However, as time passed, the influx of reincarnators near the Huanhuan Teppanyaki began to dwindle. Xiao Ye's indiscriminate slaughter had drawn attention. The reincarnators were not foolish, and after the initial thrill, they realized that the bounty of summoning the armored warriors was already claimed. It was an unattainable prize. Consequently, aside from those with exceptional confidence in their abilities, most distanced themselves from the area. Moreover, Xiao Ye's mission had achieved considerable success. He had acquired 3 armored warrior summoning devices, needing only 2 more to complete the task, and had already slain 1 armored warrior summoner. Regrettably, Wu Gang had yet to mature. Otherwise, the complete Wu Gang's elimination could have been classified as a boss of equal caliber to Qiao Shifei, Qufeng Si, and Ami Xiao. Qiao Shifei and Qufeng Si were Xiao Ye's allies, and it seemed that to fulfill the objective of defeating boss-level foes of similar strength, he would have to target the 2 fully evolved armored warriors. In Xiao Ye's possession were 3 or 4 sanguine Ukish treasure chests. Xiao Ye had slain a considerable number of Uxors. Yet, the zomboviral entities spawned by him were evidently inferior. Those creatures produced by Lufa were relatively weaker. Compared to the renowned NPC units, the probability of these low-level minions dropping treasure chests was significantly diminished, falling short of 100%. Furthermore, many of Xiao Ye's kills were the result of his extraordinary special team's members claiming the final blows, which further reduced the drop rate. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye was sufficiently satisfied. The near 300 kills of Uxors and the substantial influence he garnered made his efforts worthwhile. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he saw it was an urgent call from Enmi Xiao. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ye answered the call, and Enmi Xiao's anxious voice echoed through. Yi. It's me, Enmi Xiao. Yi, could you do me a favor? You are too impulsive. I'm heading to Huanhuan Iron Plate Grill right now. What? Shura Armor. Who are you? Xiao Tian. Could it be that you and Lufa are truly in cahoots, that you have a secret alliance with him? Enmi Xiao's voice was filled with agitation. Suddenly, a crash resonated through the phone, followed by the sounds of a fierce battle. Something was amiss. Enmi Xiao was in trouble. Xiao Ye heard a beep on his phone, uncertain whether the call had been disconnected or if the device had shattered. He turned off his phone, a somber expression gracing his features. Simultaneously, he sensed that his avatar, which had been stationed above the Tian Tian Iron Plate Grill, had been destroyed. The energy and memories of the avatar returned to him,
revealing the scene of Enmi Xiao combating Shura armor. To put it more aptly, it was Enmi Xiao and his spectral minions being relentlessly overwhelmed by Shura armor. This was dire. Enmi Xiao was in peril. Xiao Ye turned to Xiao Shifei and Ku Fenxi, instructing, "You two, come with me to provide support. Sha Bin, take the others back to the Abilities Security Bureau. Stay calm. There's no need for further discussion. You are aware of Shura armor's formidable power. If you are not strong enough, you cannot assist." Chapter 82, Shura's Double Kill. Enmi Xiao must not perish so easily, for he was Xiao Ye's appointed temporary wielder of the Xing Tian armor. He still needed to accompany Xiao Ye in confronting the other armored warriors. It could be said that Enmi Xiao was indeed unfortunate. He bore the brunt of Shura armor's wrath for Xiao Ye and his team. The uproar on the internet, instigated by Xiao Ye, had left Enmi Xiao deeply concerned for Li Hao Tian and their predicament. Today, the Abilities Security Bureau announced the retrieval of extraordinary powers, along with a live broadcast of Xiao Ye enforcing the law. As a figure well regarded by both the armored warriors and Xiao Ye's faction, Enmi Xiao hastened his way there, intending to act as a mediator, hoping to persuade both sides to unite their efforts against Lu Fa. In Enmi Xiao's view, their goals were aligned, and there was no need for such disgraceful discord. However, Shura armor's fury was indescribable. What others did not realize was that the core of his grand scheme rested entirely upon this generation of armored warriors, including Li Hao Tian and his companions. Previously, Shura armor had been inspired by Xiao Ye's unleashing of the zombo-viral plague through Lu Fa, which allowed the Uxors to resurface. He had then shifted his focus towards the sealed extraordinary beasts of the first generation of 5 elements armored warriors. Secretly, he had been lurking near them, searching for the location of the sealing box containing all the extraordinary beasts. However, during his absence, his primary targets, the current generation of armored warriors, had been stealthily captured by Xiao Ye's Abilities Security Bureau. In the broadcast, the transformation devices for Xing Tian, Fei Ying, and Jin Gang had all been seized by Xiao Ye, rendering Li Hao Tian and his comrades mere mortals. The core of Shura armor's plans had been dismantled unbeknownst to Xiao Ye. His paramount interests lay in ruins. Even if he executed all other matters flawlessly, it would be of no consequence. Indeed, by the time Shura armor received news of the live broadcast, he had already been making haste to return. Yet he narrowly missed Xiao Ye and his team. By sheer coincidence, he encountered the ill-fated Enmi Xiao. As Enmi Xiao, that foolish child, made a phone call while pushing open the door to Huan Huan Iron Plate Grill, he collided directly with Shura armor, who had just dispatched one of Xiao Ye's avatars. This led to the inquiries voiced by Enmi Xiao during his conversation with Xiao Ye. Enmi Xiao witnessed firsthand as Shura armor annihilated Xiao Ye's concealed avatar. He suspected that this enigmatic figure, very likely Lu Fa's Shura armor, was indeed colluding with Li Hao Tian and his comrades. Moreover, the conversation between Enmi Xiao and Xiao Ye inadvertently led Shura armor to mistakenly believe that Enmi Xiao was also one of Xiao Ye's allies, resulting in a web of misunderstandings. Enmi Xiao, your master has fled, and yet you dare to return? Such malice. To launch a counterattack. Even after they had lost their transformation devices, you still refuse to relent. It is clear now, since you are one of his people, Xiao Ye and his extraordinary special team remain in plain sight, while you, Enmi Xiao, lead your shadowy brigade from the shadows, serving as his unwitting accomplice in these unsavory deeds. If so, I shall first eliminate you and your spectral minions, collecting a portion of the interest, making Xiao Ye feel the sting of his betrayal, and teaching him the cost of opposing me. Enmi Xiao, meet your end. Upon hearing Shura armor's words, Enmi Xiao felt an inkling of doubt about his previous assumptions. Yet, Shura armor's rhetoric consistently favored Li Hao Tian and his companions, advocating for them while maintaining a dialogue about plans, schemes, and enemies. This only reinforced Enmi Xiao's conviction that Li Hao Tian had indeed conspired with Shura armor. Enmi Xiao gazed at Li Hao Tian behind Shura armor, his heart aching. How he had once trusted in Li Hao Tian's intentions to cooperate with them, only to discover that Li Hao Tian was allied with Lu Fa. However, there was no time for Enmi Xiao to confront Li Hao Tian, as Shura armor's fierce assault was already upon him, and the spectral minions he had brought. Brothers, be cautious. Enmi Xiao's form shimmered with gray light as he transformed back into his spectral form, utilizing the Apocalypse Rift axe to parry Shura armor's infernal blade. However, he was unable to withstand it. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable, employing a spatial transfer skill far superior to mere shadow shifting. Enmi Xiao deftly dodged Shura armor's direct attack. Yet Shura armor, skilled in the same techniques, swiftly positioned himself before Enmi Xiao once more.
and Mishio's spectral minions attempted to assist, but Shura armor cast a disdainful glance, executing a gravity-infused slash that effortlessly shattered the weapon of the spectral minion Saruk. As Amishio and the other Yuming Mo contemplated offering assistance, the Shura armor deftly flicked its toes upward, effortlessly sending the remnants of the Mieju Ling Huan Dao spiraling into the air. With a swift motion, the Shura armor seized the blade and, utilizing its ability to manipulate space, evaded the onslaught of the surrounding Yuming Mo. It then plunged the Mieju Ling Huan Dao into the heart of its master. Yuming Mo Sha Lu Ku. Be careful, Sha Lu Ku, cried Amishio and the other Yuming Mo, their eyes filled with fury. In that moment, Amishio was consumed by rage. However, anger and hatred could not alter the disparity in strength between Amishio and the Shura armor. The battle between the Shura armor and Amishio's group was not leisurely, but resembled a fish gliding through water amidst them. The ordinary Yuming Mo could hardly touch the Shura armor, let alone inflict any harm. Only Amishio was permitted to engage in brief clashes with the Shura armor. The Shura armor relished the challenge. Unlike the last encounter with Xiao Ye, where they fought desperately and the outcome was swiftly determined, this battle allowed the Shura armor to fully unleash its suppressed attributes. When Xiao Ye, Xiao Shifei, and Ku Fanxi arrived, they witnessed the Shura armor employing the same tactic again, seizing the weapon from Yuming Mo Ba Sa Di and driving it into Ba Sa Di's heart, resulting in his demise. Amishio's eyes blazed crimson. Xiao Ye, Xiao Shifei, and Ku Fanxi exclaimed, "Hurry, save him." Upon witnessing Ba Sa Di's death and the lifeless body of Sha Lu Ku, it became clear why Xiao Ye had not allowed Sha Bin and the others to join them. In the realm of the extraordinary, confronting a top-tier adversary, the interference of the weaker was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 83, The Demise of Gods and Demons. Sha Longxi, retreat. Leave this to us, Xiao Ye commanded as they stepped forward to engage in battle. Ku Fanxi shouted to Amishio's remaining 3 Yuming Mo, Sha Longxi, Ba Ku Lu, and Ku Luan Ku, while simultaneously activating the transformation device of the King Kong armor at his waist, summoning its might. Xiao Ye and Xiao Shifei, possessing heightened agility, engaged the Shura armor directly. Xiao Shifei transformed into the Fei Ying armor, while Xiao Ye opened the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. This time, with Amishio, Xiao Shifei, and Ku Fanxi as allies, Xiao Ye refrained from recklessly exhausting himself as he had done previously. Instead, he discreetly retrieved an item from the paradise space, producing the transformation device for the Xing Tian armor and presenting it to Amishio. Amishio, with this, you can unleash even greater combat prowess. Alright, this time, Amishio united with Xiao Ye in their common goal. Grasping the Xing Tian armor summoning device, Amishio, eager for vengeance, did not hesitate. Xing Tian armor, summon. The fiery red armor enveloped Amishio, eliciting laughter from the Shura armor as it faced off against Xiao Ye and Xiao Shifei. Well, since you have all returned with your summoning devices, it saves me the trouble of searching for each of you. The Shura armor conjured the Shura demon dagger and the Shura purgatory blade, merging them into its ultimate weapon, the Shura purgatory halberd, and unleashed a fierce attack. At that moment, the slowest among them, Ku Fanxi, caught up, armed with the defensive King Kong armor. He wielded the explosive thunder drill to withstand the Shura armor's assault. Xiao Ye and Xiao Shifei flanked the Shura armor, charging in unison. Amishio, unable to penetrate the fray, opted to stay at a distance, transforming his weapon, the fire punishment sword, into the fire punishment handgun for mid-range strikes. For a time, the 5 of them engaged in a fierce and unyielding battle. After donning the armor warrior suits, Xiao Shifei, Amishio, and Ku Fanxi had significantly enhanced their strength, their combined might comparable to Xiao Ye's 3rd gate of Duanjia. With the 4 of them attacking, the Shura armor, despite its formidable prowess, found itself at a disadvantage in the overall battle. Though the Shura armor maintained superiority in individual confrontations, it struggled against the coordinated efforts of its opponents. Despite several attempts to break through the encirclement with sudden teleportation attacks, Amishio's Xing Tian armor matched its capabilities for instant movement. Meanwhile, Xiao Shifei's Fei Ying armor and Xiao Ye's Thunder Escape armor exhibited remarkable speed, with the former possessing an illusionary skill that allowed for position swapping. The only armor that could be ambushed, the King Kong armor, stood resolutely at the forefront, with Ku Fanxi leveraging his strength to restrain the Shura armor. As the Shura armor attempted to assault Ku Fanxi's robust King Kong armor, it proved futile. Just as Ku Fanxi was about to be struck, Xiao Shifei's Fei Ying armor activated its illusionary skill to shift him away. Thus,
While the Shura armor maintained pressure on its adversaries, it could not unleash a massacre due to the distractions posed by Xiao Ye and the others. If they failed to amplify their strength further, they would struggle to harm the Shura armor, but the Shura armor could not afford to be complacent. Its defensive maneuvers were crucial. However, if it neglected vigilance, Xiao Ye's explosive power could indeed inflict severe damage. The Shura armor, fiercely engaged with Koof and C's King Kong armor, remained vigilant. Its focus split between its immediate foe and Xiao Ye, wary of his potential outburst. Yet, this very caution led Xiao Ye to remain patient, aware that their side held the advantage and could steadily pursue victory without haste. The expression beneath the Shura armor's mask darkened as it realized the current situation contradicted its earlier bravado. Cursed be it, the enemy has grown stronger. The Shura armor sensed that, apart from Xiao Shifei, the others had significantly enhanced their strength by donning the armor warrior suits. Xiao Ye, having donned several pieces of equipment in recent days, had also seen a slight increase in his personal attributes. The new gear had augmented his strength by approximately 510, with an overall enhancement of around 26, while the boost in attributes remained inferior to Xiao Ye's average. The nonlinear nature of attribute enhancement rendered the current increase not overly impactful. Nonetheless, for a master like Xiao Ye, even a modest increase of less than 10 could impose pressure on the Shura armor. Of course, the Shura armor had also experienced a rise in strength, and Xiao Ye perceived this as well. Yet, the Shura armor was deeply dissatisfied. Cursed be it, had I been at my peak. How could I be so easily constrained by these few individuals? I must gather more negative energy to restore my ultimate power, to become even stronger than before. In light of this, the Shura armor, apprehensive of Xiao Ye's fourth gate explosion, began contemplating a retreat. However, one must not allow the opponent to bask in the glory of victory. The Shura armor unleashed a powerful surge, executing a swift maneuver. This time, rather than appearing behind someone, it directly stepped out of the battle circle, positioning itself in front of Xiao Ye and his three companions. The Shura armor concentrated its entire essence into the blade, wielding the Shura Hell Glaive with cataclysmic force, unleashing the God Demon Annihilation Slash. Astonishingly, the Shura armor singled out Xiao Ye and his three companions as its targets. Upon witnessing this, Ami Xiao, Xiao Shifei, and Koof and Si resolved to unleash their ultimate techniques in conjunction with Xiao Ye to withstand the oncoming attack. Together, they reasoned that this combined effort should be sufficient to block it. However, enduring such a strike would likely leave Ami Xiao, Xiao Shifei, and Koof and Si severely injured, with at least 3 sets of armor suffering significant damage, requiring a lengthy recovery period. It is essential to understand that an ultimate skill is a different matter entirely compared to standard combat techniques. In the series, the Shura armor's God Demon Annihilation Slash showcased its might most profoundly when the Flame Emperor summoned it to annihilate all soldiers except for Lu Fa with a single stroke. Those soldiers were, in fact, the predecessors of the spectral demon warriors within Lu Fa's legion. Xiao Ye stepped forth. Chapter 84, The Captured Li Hao Tian. The azure flames of the fourth door of the injury gate surged forth, as Xiao Ye maximized the defensive energy of his Thunder Escape Thunder Armor. Additionally, layers of Luo Sheng Men rose before him. Not merely 3 or 5 layers, he would employ this skill multiple times. In the shadows, unbeknownst to the Shura armor, Xiao Ye's clones had arrived, also casting Luo Sheng Men to provide assistance. Remarkably, 8 layers of Luo Sheng Men stood resolutely before Xiao Ye in the blink of an eye. During battle, Xiao Ye could not maintain numerous clones that would siphon his mana and stamina, so he voluntarily dispelled 5 of his multiple shadow clones, retaining only 3 to serve as backup and additional concealed energy sources. At this moment, both Xiao Ye's true form and the 3 clones worked diligently, erecting 8 layers of Luo Sheng Men before the impending God Demon Annihilation Slash struck, marking the limit of their casting speed. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 layers of Luo Sheng Men shattered in succession, culminating in the God Demon Annihilation Slash, descending upon Xiao Ye. He crossed his arms defensively across his chest, and in the astonished gazes of Xiao Shifei, Koof and Si, and the others, one of his arms was cleanly severed, while the other bore a grievous wound that exposed bone. Xiao Ye's health plummeted. The Shura armor's eyes gleamed with excitement. Despite proclaiming a retreat, it was reluctant to withdraw and unleashed its full power. The strike was slightly above its usual capacity. After this blow, it would be unable to execute a second strike for a while. Its objective was to assess whether it could severely wound Xiao Ye and if there remained a chance to turn the tide. If a reversal was possible, retreat would not be an option. A severe injury to Xiao Ye would suffice. Once it regained strength, it could eliminate Xiao Ye and his companions entirely. Xiao Ye had lost an arm. The Shura armor could hardly conceal its thrill. Although it was not the optimal scenario, with Xiao Shifei, Ku Fensi, and Anmi Shio still in good condition, it likely would not succeed in annihilating Xiao Ye in one fell swoop. Patience was required for the next opportunity. Yet, Xiao Ye was incapacitated. The greatest foe was rendered maimed, a considerable boon that left the Shura armor feeling satisfied. Until Xiao Ye, with a swift motion, retrieved his severed limb still descending in the air and brutally pressed it against the wound where his arm had been severed. The healing power of the Bai Hao technique initiated a rapid regeneration of flesh and tissue, although the bone would take time to reconnect. With the restoration of flesh and fascia, Xiao Ye's arm could hardly be considered severed. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow, while the severed arm and the long gash across his body appeared to signify severe injury. In reality, the protection from the 8 layers of Luo Shengmin and the formidable defense of the Thunder Escape Thunder armor had mitigated the damage more than anticipated. He still possessed 46 health points, and the state of lethargy from blood loss had not even manifested. Xiao Ye surveyed his health bar. He picked up the severed blade of his previously broken by a broken blade and, amid the astonished and puzzled gazes of all present, plunged it fiercely into his own body. Xiao Ye calculated his strength precisely, ensuring he lost exactly 11 health points, reducing his current health to below 45. Instantly, as his health dipped below 45, the first tier of his Return of Light template specialization activated. Xiao Ye regained 10 health points. His health surged back to 55, and his condition appeared significantly improved. The sudden influx of vitality began to knit the bones of his severed arm together. With the 4th door of the 8 gates of Duanjia closed, reduced to the 3rd door, the Bai Hao technique was freed from much of the burden of the 8 gates, allowing its healing speed to finally surge. Simultaneously, behind Xiao Ye, his 3 remaining shadow clones revealed themselves. Their hands rested upon his back, collectively occupying the space behind him, each palm radiating a verdant healing glow. 3 clones, tripling the effect of the Shou Xian Huiji technique, were healing Xiao Ye. The Shura armor was caught off guard, observing Xiao Ye's rapid series of actions. In a mere 5 seconds, his health was restored to nearly 70 and continued to rise swiftly. Xiao Ye fixed an intense gaze upon the Shura armor. Realizing that Xiao Ye had restored a significant portion of his combat capability, the Shura armor ceased hesitating, delivering a harsh remark. Very well. It seems I have underestimated you once again. Our battle will not conclude so easily. This must be the zenith of your power, yes? Wait until my strength is fully restored. You 4 cannot remain together at all times. Just you wait. With that, the Shura armor executed a swift maneuver and, as Anmi Shio, Xiao Shifei, and the others braced themselves, preparing to protect Xiao Ye, the Shura armor's figure suddenly appeared beside Li Haotian, who was concealed within the Huan iron plate grill, observing the battle. The Shura armor positioned itself behind Li Haotian. Before the welcome and Su Ting Fei could react, the Shura armor seized Li Haotian's arm, and with another swift maneuver, they both vanished from the small grill restaurant. Anmi Shio wished to teleport after them, but was intercepted by Xiao Ye. Observing the distant, rapidly retreating figure of the Shura armor, Xiao Ye's expression deepened. Let it go. The Xingtian armor's teleportation speed and distance cannot match that of the Shura armor. You will not catch up to him. Moreover, even if you do pursue, without our assistance, you cannot defeat him. Forcing him to retreat is already a commendable outcome. The Shura armor had taken Li Haotian far away, and Li Haotian, caught in its grasp, struggled incessantly. Who are you? Let me go? Where do you intend to take me? You, who are also a Kage Yongshi. Why do you persist in committing malevolent acts, tarnishing the reputation of our Kage Yongshi? Is it all because of you? Thud. The Shiolua Kaijia cast Li Haotian harshly to the ground, looking at him with a hint of pity as he spoke. Because of me? Can you not discern that the Yoming Ma of the Anung and Tsuju are far from benevolent? Do you still cling to that meager shred of kindness within your heart? Ridiculous. As he spoke, the Shiolua Kaijia extracted a mobile phone from Li Haotian's possession, unlocked it, and presented him with the latest video released by the Anung and Tsuju. Take a good look. The online condemnation, the Kaijia Yongshi transformation device, was seized, and Wugong Kingzizai met a tragic end. I am not entirely certain of the circumstances surrounding their demise, but had Wugong's transformation device not been taken, they would not have been defenseless. And then there's Yuzi. Although he was possessed by the Yoming Makula, just observe the latest video released. Yuzi was undeniably slain by their hands. What you ought to contemplate now is not justice, but hatred. Chapter 85. The second Xiangtian Kaijia summoning device. What? Yuzi too? Li Haotian's complexion turned pale, his eyes reddening further.
Yuzi, Wugong, King Zizai, the seeds of vengeance began to sprout. Yet, even so, what purpose does it serve? Li Haoyan struck the ground with his fists in anguish, tears falling to the earth. The Xiangtian Kaijia summoning device has been taken. I have lost my powers and am utterly powerless. Even if you reveal this to me, what significance does it hold to bear hatred? I have become a useless being. Incapable of action, Li Haoyan's tone was steeped in despair, the hatred within him tilting towards despondency. However, since the Xiaolua Kaijiao had abducted him, it surely had its own intentions. The Xiaolua Kaijiao patted its waist and retrieved an object. Li Haoyan stared at the item raised before him, his gaze momentarily vacant. The Xiangtian Kaijiao transformation device. He was all too familiar with it. But had it not been seized by Xiao Ye and the others? How could another exist? Yet, Li Haoyan furrowed his brow. The fiery red Xiangtian Kaijiao transformation device bore swirling black patterns, emanating an unsettling aura of negative energy. What is the meaning of this? How could there be so much negative energy affecting the Xiangtian Kaijia? Furthermore, although the Xiangtian Kaijia transformation device had fallen into On Mishio's hands, where did yours come from? The Xiaolua Kaijia turned away mysteriously, its gaze fixed on the distance, a hint of nostalgia in its eyes. It struck its own Xiaolua Kaijia, the most potent malevolence radiating a black glow. With an insidious tone, the Xiaolua Kaijia spoke. Negative energy? It is merely an adaptive modification for the Xiangtian Kaijia. Fear not to utilize it. With your burden of hatred, the Xiangtian Kaijia, drawing strength from negative energy, is perfectly suited for you. What of negative energy? Power is merely measured in strength, not in morality. If, after all you have endured, you still fail to comprehend this, then you are rather naive. The Xiaolua Kaijia regarded the current Li Haoyan with disdain. In response to the derision of the Xiaolua Kaijia, Li Haoyan clenched his fists tightly, his other hand gripping the Xiangtian Kaijia transformation device firmly. With indignation, he declared, I shall not allow you to look down upon me. Like you and the members of the extraordinary special team, I too shall master power. Li Haoyan fastened the Xiangtian Kaijia belt around his waist. The armor, predominantly red, had transformed the originally silver segments into a shadowy black. A deep crimson glow emanated from the seams of the armor, casting an eerie radiance. Meanwhile, at Huanhuan Taibanshao, the remaining members of the Kaijia Yongshi team, the last of the secret practitioners, Wen Huang and the Xiao Tingfei, the summoner of the Feiying Kaijia, were engulfed in despair and sorrow. The once six-member Kaijia Yongshi team had dwindled, some had perished, some had betrayed, and others had been abducted. Xiao Tingfei had also lost the ability to transform into a Kaijia Yongshi. Only the two of them remained. A bittersweet expression crossed Wen Huang's face. She understood that the so-called Kaijia Yongshi team had effectively disbanded. As for the losses sustained during the numerous battles at Huanhuan Taibanshao, she refrained from speaking of them. Never mind, Tingfei, you should leave as well. The mission of the Kaijia Yongshi summoners is one that our generation will not have the chance to fulfill. Wen Huang's spirit had sunk to its lowest ebb, gesturing for Xiao Tingfei to depart alone. Thus, the Xiangtian Kaijia Yongshi team ceased to exist. As Xiao Tingfei was about to console Wen Huang, several figures appeared before them. Apologies, but due to the Xiaolua Kaijia, you must accompany us. Xiao Ye brought Xiao Tingfei and Wen Huang back to the Anneng and Tsujiu. Furthermore, with the appearance of the Xiaolua Kaijia at Huanhuan Taibanshao, and the fact that Yuzi was eliminated by the Kula Yoming Ma, they were justifiably suspected of collusion with the Yoming Ma and the Xiaolua Kaijia, thus placing them under house arrest. Keeping them at Huanhuan Taibanshao with the freedom to move about was impractical. Should they step outside, Xiao Ye would need to dispatch avatars to monitor them, which was an exhausting endeavor. It would be far more efficient to detain them directly. When the time came to take action, they could strike from an advantageous position or with stealth. As for the rationality of these actions, Xiao Ye embodied reason itself, especially considering that he had led Kulo away from Huanhuan Taibanshao, transformed back into Yuzi, and then eliminated him. The footage of Xiao Ye and his three companions battling the Xiaolua Kaijia, as well as the revelations of Qiao Shifei, Kafensi, and On Mishio transforming into Kaijia Yongshi, and the video of the Xiaolua Kaijia abducting Li Haoyan had all been disseminated online. Xiao Ye's position of righteousness was thus reinforced. It cannot be said that Xiao Ye's actions were entirely justified. Even if there were unreasonable aspects, the internet would inevitably see scholars emerge to defend him. Speaking on behalf of Xiao Ye had now evolved into a form of correctness. Furthermore, regarding the events at Huanhuan Taibanshao, not only the uninformed common folk, but even the two prior generations of Kaijia Yongshi teams, the Hua Kaijia team and the Wuxing Kaijia team, felt that the Xiangtian Kaijia team might indeed be colluding with the current enemies, suggesting internal treachery.
as a similarly aligned organization of Kage Yongshi. They found themselves devoid of any angle from which to support Xiao Ye and his companions. Little did they know, the next target of Xiao Ye's blade would soon fall upon them. The following day, accompanied by Onmishio, Xiao Shifei, and Kafensi, Xiao Ye laid to rest the fallen Sha Longs and Basadi in the cemetery, casualties from the battle against the Hokage. After a simple ritual, Xiao Ye placed a hand on Onmishio's shoulder, gazing at the blue and purple Yoming Majin codes he held, offering consolation. Onmishio, do not grieve excessively. Their gene codes remain intact, thus they are not entirely lost. There will still be opportunities for revival. Once we eliminate Lufa and seize the Gungzong Jingangshu, we can use it to bring them back to life. Indeed, Onmishio, join us. Bring your people into the extraordinary special team. Together, we shall eradicate the Hokage, vanquish Lufa, and ultimately resolve all matters. Xiao Ye gazed at him and spoke, confident that Onmishio would no longer refuse. Indeed, as Xiao Ye anticipated, Onmishio nodded in agreement. Well, I intended to discuss this matter with you today, he continued. The deaths of Sha Long Si and Ba Sa Di have made me realize that the strength of the few brothers I lead is still woefully inadequate. If I encounter the Shura armor again, I will be unable to protect them. Strength in numbers is essential. Furthermore, the alliance of the Shura armor with the armor warriors has made me aware that the armor warriors are not to be underestimated. Only we, as fellow Yuming Mo, are truly akin to each other. Onmishio declared vehemently, filled with hatred and anger. Chapter 86. Ku Fenxi's Engagement, Explosive Diamond. The process of recruiting Onmishio into his ranks was remarkably smooth. Onmishio's misunderstandings regarding Li Hao Tian and the others had provided significant assistance. The following day, Ku Fenxi approached Xiao Ye with a beaming smile. Boss, just as you said, my girlfriend Lili has accepted my identity. After I became a member of the Extraordinary Special Forces and could combat using the diamond armor, Lili not only did not fear my Yuming Mo identity, but also praised my decisions. Even Lili's parents have acknowledged me, stating that my profession brings them great pride. They are holding a ceremony tonight to celebrate our engagement. Boss, I have no relatives in this world, so I wish to invite you and all the brothers to witness this momentous occasion. Ku Fenxi exclaimed exuberantly, his excitement palpable. Xiao Ye rubbed his ear, somewhat taken aback. Congratulations. Don't worry, everyone will finish work an hour early this afternoon, and we'll all head to your place tomorrow evening. Oh yeah, long live the boss. Others cheered, their spirits lifted. Even the Yuming Mo, once burdened by work, began to yearn for a break, eager for more rest. That evening, Xiao Ye and the Yuming Mo attended Ku Fenxi's engagement ceremony. After several rounds of drinks, once Ku Fenxi had settled his girlfriend and her parents for the night, he pulled Xiao Ye aside, a mysterious glint in his eye. Boss, I have a secret to share. What is it? You seem quite secretive, Xiao Ye replied. My diamond armor has evolved. Ku Fenxi patted the diamond belt hanging at his waist. I can now summon the evolved form of the diamond armor, the explosive diamond armor. My strength has significantly increased. Boss, next time we face the Shura armor's devastating attacks, let me take the lead. I assure you, my armor's defensive capabilities are now formidable. Ku Fenxi declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Xing Tian, Fei Ying, and the diamond armor are all capable of evolution. Their evolved forms are War God Xing Tian, Thunderbolt Fei Ying, and Explosive Diamond. The unevolved sets of armor are inferior in strength to the 3 Yuming Mo captains, making it challenging to contend even with Vice Captain level Yuming Mo. However, once the armor warriors' armors complete their evolution, their combat capabilities will rise to match those of Ku Fenxi and the other captains. Yet, the evolution of the 3 sets of armor is no easy feat. The evolution of the armor warriors' armors is intertwined with their personal growth, beliefs, emotions, and willpower. Ku Fenxi's ability to evolve the diamond armor into explosive diamond is indeed fortuitous. As a naturally vengeful Yuming Mo, he is perfectly attuned to the diamond armor. Moreover, during the battle against the Shura armor, Xiao Ye had bravely stepped forward, single-handedly enduring a strike from the Shura armor. Though Ku Fenxi said little at that moment, his emotions reached a peak. It was then that he sensed a hint of evolution within himself. Now, with a successful engagement to his girlfriend Li, he felt a sense of fulfillment. This realization that Xiao Ye's grand aspirations were being realized through him fueled Ku Fenxi's resolve to protect their ideal life at all costs. His beliefs and willpower aligned in that moment. Xiao Ye raised an eyebrow. This is splendid news. You will be the primary force on the front lines against our foes. The power of the explosive diamond armor is comparable to Ku Fenxi's unarmored state, and at its peak, it may surpass him. However, This comparison only holds true for the ordinary summoner Wu Gang when he dons the explosive diamond armor. In contrast, Ku Fanxi's strength in the explosive diamond armor would be exponentially greater than Wu Gang's. As Ku Fanxi donned the explosive diamond armor, it was akin to Xiao Ye fully armored, his strength potentially doubling from his previous capabilities. Originally, Ku Fanxi's strength was on par with Xiao Ye's third gate, though slightly inferior. Now, clad in the explosive diamond armor, his power would rival that of Xiao Ye's eighth gate of Duanjia's fourth door. In terms of actual combat prowess, he might even contend with Liu Fa, who is not wearing the Shura armor. With a chuckle, Ku Fanxi expressed his joy at being able to repay Xiao Ye's kindness and offer assistance. Patting Ku Fanxi on the back, Xiao Ye held his wine glass, but did not return to the table to drink with everyone. Instead, he moved to the window, gazing at the distant moonlight. There, Xiao Ye's multiple shadow clones had just repelled the Shura armor and Li Hao Tian. It was unclear how the Shura armor and Li Hao Tian had learned of Ku Fanxi's engagement celebration, but Xiao Ye's perceptive abilities were sufficiently expansive. His multiple shadow clones formed a radar network, vastly extending their overall detection range. Thus, before the Shura armor and Li Hao Tian could approach the banquet hall, Xiao Ye intercepted them from a great distance. He refrained from calling for reinforcements, wishing to avoid disrupting Ku Fanxi's joyous occasion in front of his girlfriend and her parents. If their battle instilled fear in Li Li's family and jeopardized the celebration, it would be disastrous. Consequently, Xiao Ye's clones simply obstructed Li Hao Tian and his companion. Observing Li Hao Tian, Xiao Ye furrowed his brow at the tainted Xing Tian armor he wore. Were it not for the stored chemical signature in his perception, he would not have recognized Li Hao Tian's true identity beneath the armor's disguise. Upon encountering Xiao Ye, Li Hao Tian summoned the weapon of the Xing Tian armor, the fire punishment sword. However, it seemed that calling it the fire punishment sword was no longer entirely accurate. The red portions of the sword had turned a dark crimson, and black demonic patterns spread across the silver blade. Li Hao Tian intended to attack Xiao Ye. At that moment, the Shura armor restrained Li Hao Tian's shoulder, directing his gaze toward the figure of Xiao Ye standing by the window of the banquet hall. Initially, he intended for Li Hao Yin to seize the opportunity to personally eliminate the family of Ku Fanxi's girlfriend, thereby nurturing the malevolent spirit within him, while simultaneously attempting to see if he could vanquish Ku Fanxi. However, with Xiao Ye and the others present, this plan became unfeasible. The Shura armor was also unwilling to engage in futile endeavors. Yet, Xiao Ye called out to him, stating, "You have come for Ku Fanxi's engagement ceremony, have you not? Retract your thoughts. Remember, Su Tingfei and Huaning remain in my custody. If anything were to happen to Li Li and her parents, it would be a life for a life." Xiao Ye refrained from attacking Li Haoyin and the others, as the occasion was ill-suited for violence, compounded by Xiao Ye's perception that the Shura armor might have grown stronger once more. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye bore no fear. It need not be mentioned that Ku Fanxi had already evolved into the explosive diamond armor, and his team had gained an additional tank. Given Xiao Ye's own enhanced capabilities, he should have surpassed the degree of improvement that the Shura armor had achieved. Earlier, while casually observing from the window, Xiao Ye had been engaged in the appraisal of the treasure chests and slaughter blood crystals acquired through defeating foes. Although he had not opened them all, he had managed to unlock several chests from the slain Akis and had opened over half of the slaughter blood crystals. In doing so, Xiao Ye had gathered a complete set of eclectic equipment. Although the quality of the gear varied, with most being of commendable quality, he had obtained one exceptionally good ring for mana recovery and even a plain white knee guard of ordinary quality. Nonetheless, Xiao Ye had successfully assembled a full set of equipment: 1 youth battle armor, blue, excellent; 2 golden scale chest plate, blue, excellent; 3 silver cloud pattern arm guards, green, fine; 4 anesthetic watch, green, fine; 5 bloodbone belt, green, fine; 6 secret energy guardian necklace, blue, excellent; 7 purple cold star boots, green, fine. These were the 7 pieces of gear previously in Xiao Ye's possession. As for the white-toothed dagger, it had been shattered during the battle with the Shura armor and was thus deemed lost. In fact, both the youth battle armor and the golden scale chest plate had sustained varying degrees of damage. Of course, Xiao Ye did not wear all 7 pieces of equipment simultaneously. The anesthetic watch had been allocated to his doppelganger, who was conducting covert operations. When utilizing the multi-shadow clone technique, the clones could only simulate the appearance of the equipment but could not inherit their attributes, which accounted for the disparity in strength between Xiao Ye's doppelganger and his true self. With 6 empty equipment slots remaining, in addition to the 3 pieces of gear he had already opened, Xiao Ye had acquired an excellent grade cloak, another fine grade ring, And finally, 2 fine-grade weapons, one designated for his doppelganger and the other for his own immediate use. To be frank, of the 12 pieces of equipment, Xiao Ye was only partially satisfied with a few. Either the equipment levels were insufficient, or the excellent grade items were not of the highest quality amongst their peers, sometimes even subpar. However, this was of little consequence. When considering the basic attributes provided by the equipment, the entire set of 12 pieces offered a cumulative enhancement, albeit with some variances in individual attributes. For instance, the strength and constitution attributes had provided 13 and 14 points, respectively, whereas both intelligence and agility had only contributed 9 points each. Nonetheless, their total sum reached a remarkable 45 points in foundational attributes. This implies that, disregarding the necessity for balanced attributes to maximize combat effectiveness, the total attributes provided by the 12 pieces of equipment had exceeded Xiao Ye's previous total by 44 points. According to the rules governing the equipment attributes of reincarnators, these attributes are calculated independently of the reincarnator's inherent abilities. Therefore, the enhancement provided by this set of equipment could effectively double Xiao Ye's fundamental strength, even when accounting for the imbalance among the 4 attributes. The overall enhancement to Xiao Ye's capabilities should exceed 90. The nonlinear enhancement of reincarnator attributes is significantly pronounced. When Xiao Ye donned 6 or 7 pieces of equipment, his overall strength was augmented by 26, resulting in a foundational total of 126. However, upon equipping the complete set of 12 items, his current foundational total soared to an astonishing 190. The difference between 126 and 190 indicates that Xiao Ye's overall capabilities had increased by more than half. With a calm gaze fixed upon the Shura armor, Xiao Ye noted that while all were advancing, he was confident that the Shura armor's rate of growth could not match his own. In response to Xiao Ye's intense scrutiny, Shura armor, uncertain whether it was concerned for Huan Ying and Su Tingfei's fates or affected by Xiao Ye's readiness for confrontation, let out a cold snort. Grasping Li Haoyan's shoulders clad in the Xingtian armor, they vanished from the presence of Xiao Ye's doppelganger through a technique known as spatial shift. The following day, and Mixin approached Xiao Ye with the latest surveillance footage. Captain Xiao Ye, take a look at this. The video depicted the black Xingtian armor executing a decisive strike against a reincarnator engaged in combat with an Akis. This reincarnator was already formidable, albeit not on par with Xiao Ye, surpassing all other reincarnators he had previously encountered. His strength was likely comparable to that of the vice-captain of the underworld demons, Sabin, marking him as one of the strongest reincarnators in this world of armored warriors. In the footage, the Shura armor appeared behind Li Haoyan but refrained from intervening. Instead, the transformed Li Haoyan single-handedly dispatched both the reincarnator and the Akis. Li Haoyan had indeed grown stronger. Although he had yet to reach the level of the 3 captains, he had already surpassed Sabin's rank. And Mixin regarded Xiao Ye with concern as Xiao Ye replayed the footage, subsequently remarking, "I was aware of this matter last night. During Ku Fenxi's engagement banquet yesterday, Li Haoyan and the Shura armor had already made their appearance. However, they were intercepted by my doppelganger at a considerable distance from the banquet hall." And Mixin's brow furrowed deeply, his face a mask of frustration from misplaced trust. Among the armored warriors, my utmost faith resided in Li Haoyan. I never anticipated him to possess such a treacherous heart, contemplating harm against Li Li and her family. I have truly misjudged him. In that moment, and Mixin harbored no further doubts regarding the relationship between Li Haoyan and the Shura armor, fully categorizing Li Haoyan as an adversary. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye scrutinized the footage, recognizing that the Shura armor was cultivating Li Haoyan and rapidly accumulating malevolence to enhance its own power. As the enemy advanced, he could not afford to halt his own plans. After a lengthy period of convergence, the original 5 Elements Armor Warriors organization, known as the 5 Element Armor Summoners, had finally gathered together. The first team of the original 5 Elements Armor Warriors, comprising 5 summoners, Li Xian Nan, Dongshan, Bei Miao, Kuan Zhong, and Shi Zhao, were summoned back to the ERP research laboratory. The ever-reliable Mei Zhun and Feng Ying Xia, who had previously provided intelligence and logistical support at the ERP research laboratory, awaited their arrival. Chapter 88. The second generation of the Emperor's hero, Li Ziang. As the liaison, Mei Zhun greeted the armored summoners Yin Long and He Shi, who were at the forefront, while acknowledging the others who followed. Dongshan also stepped forward to shake hands with Yin Nan and the others, solidifying the deep friendship they had forged over the years as the 5 Elements Armored Summoners. Yin Long, Li Yin Nan, Feng Ying, Dongshan, He Shi, Bei Miao, Di Hu, Kuan Zhong, Shui Ao, Shi Zhao, After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere grew serious. Mei Jun displayed the announcement from the Supernatural Security Bureau on her computer, revealing various videos and information regarding the spectral creatures known as Yuming Mo and their associated special teams. Additionally, intelligence about Yuming Mo, Okusei, Shura armor, Dark Xing Tian armor, and the near annihilation of the Xing Tian armor team was presented. The 5 summoners exchanged solemn glances. Although they were already aware of these developments online, the consolidation of the information laid before them made the recent occurrences feel surreal and astonishing. Let us share our thoughts. Mei Jun inquired. Li Yin then placed his hands on his cheeks, his brow furrowed. The combination of Yuming Mo and Okusei, Mei Jun. I recall that Okusei is an adversary of the generation of natural elemental armor summoners from Nawa. Have you contacted them? Mei Jun nodded in response. Indeed, I reached out to them yesterday. They have reassembled and are already addressing the situation regarding Okusei. Shi Zhao, displaying disdain, pointed at Li Haotian, who had transformed into Dark Xing Tian armor. How can such a person be deemed a hero? And what of that individual harboring the identity of Yuming Mo? Their organization, which is tainted with corrupt heroes, deserves to be dismantled. Hey, why do you look at me like that? Shi Zhao exclaimed, as several individuals rolled their eyes at him. Shi Zhao, you were originally a villain before turning to the light. Black Shui Ao spoke of the Dark Xing Tian. Even the former team of armored warriors had questionable character. Thus, compared to Li Haotian, the initial 5 elements armored summoners understood that donning the armor did not inherently signify justice. Rather, it symbolized power. Li Haotian had acted out of character, seduced by the allure of Shura armor's strength. The 5 elements armored summoners merely perceived that the Xing Tian armor team's protective mechanism for summoner transformation was inadequate. Their organization had failed to revoke the summoner's ability to transform into armor. It must be noted that the second team of the 5 elements armored summoners had their summoning rights forcibly revoked by Mei Jun, a process executed with a mere click. Dongshan pointed at the Yuming Mo on the screen and said, "This is why Mei Jun and I gathered everyone, to tackle this issue. The Nawa armor side has taken on the mission to eliminate Okusei, which is their forte. We are responsible for confronting the Yuming Mo creatures that remain unaddressed due to the disbandment of the Xing Tian armor team and for eliminating the Dark Xing Tian armor to clear the remnants." Observing this, Hu Kuinzhong inquired about the Shura armor. What should we do about the Shura armor? Its divine destruction strike seems insurmountable. Who can handle it? Yin Nan, do you feel confident? Kuinzhong turned to Yin Long, acknowledging him as the strongest among the armored warriors. Yin Nan shook his head, recognizing the Shura armor as a force of another level. He assessed his power to be comparable to that of Qiao Shifei wielding the Fengying armor, slightly superior to those using the common Xing Tian and Jinggang armors. This was likely his limit. To confront the Shura armor, it would require the combined strength of all 5 of them. However, Mei Jun interjected with a reassuring smile, "Rest assured, I have already devised a plan for the Shura armor. Before your arrival, I contacted Ziyang. He is occupied at work today, overseeing a food safety inspection at the restaurant. Hence his delay. Kuinzhong, I have informed Ziyang that you will be heading to his workplace to bring him here." Li Ziyang, the summoner of the Emperor armor. Upon hearing his name, realization dawned upon everyone. With the might of the Emperor armor, confronting the enigmatic Shura armor should pose no trouble. They were all well aware of the combat prowess of the Emperor armor, and with Ziyang involved, they felt a sense of relief. Even Bai Miao, who had yet to voice his concerns, swallowed his questions. He had been worried about the possibility of the so-called Supernatural Security Bureau targeting their ERP organization, just as they had with the Xing Tian armor team. However, with the Emperor hero present, the threat of Xiao Ye's extraordinary team seemed negligible. As the conversation progressed, Mei Jun glanced at her watch and addressed Kuinzhong. At this hour, Ziyang should be wrapping up his duties. Please go fetch him to the research institute. All right, I shall go at once. The joyful fast food restaurant. Li Ziyang retained the name of his mobile food truck from earlier years. After a decade, he was no longer merely the owner of a food truck. He had since become the proprietor of a restaurant, bustling with activity as he warmly attended to customers alongside his staff. Yet, unbeknownst to most, this 35-year-old restaurant owner, a middle-aged gentleman, represented one of the world's strongest forces, the second-generation summoner of the Emperor hero. Years ago, the pure bloodline of the 5 elements had been represented by Xiang Yang, who was too young at merely 11 years old to engage in perilous battles. Thus, Mei Jun had sought him out, providing him with the 5 elements crystal and the Emperor transformation belt, thereby appointing him as the second-generation Emperor hero. Now, as a crisis loomed over the world once more, Mei Jun had summoned him once more. "Welcome. What would you like to order? As the restaurant's doorbell chimed, Li Ziang greeted the customer instinctively, looking up to find his smile growing warmer. Kuan-jong, it's you. Come in. Li Ziang quickly wiped his hands on his apron. Please hold on. I will be right there. Li Ziang had emerged from a cinematic timeline, set 1 year after the TV series, in 2011. Chapter 89, The Clever Theft of the Emperor Belt. Having previously agreed to go to the ERP Research Institute, Li Ziang hastily briefed his staff, washed his hands, and picked up a pre-prepared silver safety box as he exited the kitchen. Kuan-jong, shall we go? Let us converse while we embark on our journey. Li Ziang, filled with delight, embraced Kuan-jong and exclaimed, Ha! Let us go. Have you seen the entrance? Behold my new car. Kuan-jong, equally exhilarated, grasped Li Ziang's arm, and together they stepped outside. As longtime friends, there was no need for formality. Li Ziang settled into the passenger seat, eagerly exploring the car's interior, marveling at every detail. Kuan-gu, where have you found such success lately to afford an A8? Hee, your Kuan-gu is now earning from basketball. Kuan-jong replied. Do you recall when I mentioned that I met Shi Zhao on the basketball court? I encouraged him to leave the film industry and join the ranks of the Armored Warriors. I was quite exceptional in basketball back then. Eventually, I joined a school team, then the city team, the provincial team, and ultimately, I participated in professional basketball games. As an Armored Warrior, my physical prowess in basketball is unparalleled. After retiring, I became a basketball coach and invested in various ventures, including a KTV, a bar, and a small performance theater. With basketball, singing, dancing, and rapping, my enterprises allow me to easily afford an A8. Kuan-jong emphatically pounded the steering wheel, as if suddenly recalling something. He raised his arm, showing Li Ziang his watch. Brother, take a look at this watch of mine. It cost over 200,000. The design is exquisite, and I absolutely adore it. I think you should join me. It would undoubtedly be more profitable than merely running a fast food restaurant. As Kuan-jong flaunted his watch, he flipped open the crystal cover, revealing the intricate design inside. Although Li Ziang felt that Kuan-jong was perhaps a bit ostentatious today, his invitation to join him in making money dispelled any doubts. Perhaps Kuan-ji's display was merely an attempt to persuade himself to be more convincing. Moreover, men are indeed inherently fascinated by cars and watches. It is a nature deeply embedded within them. Few are indifferent to such things. Li Ziang leaned closer to examine the watch's construction seriously. Kuan-gu, what brand is this watch? Its design is quite intriguing. The engravings on the protective cover resemble a sighting scope. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a slender silver needle, infused with anesthetic energy, pierced Li Ziang's brow as he leaned in too close. In such proximity, Li Ziang was caught completely off guard, unable to react, let alone access the troublesome safe to retrieve the Emperor Belt for transformation. His body slumped in the passenger seat, rendered unconscious by the anesthetic. Xiao Ye's doppelganger swiftly closed the watch's cover, then removed the Hui Ming mask from his face, adjusting his appearance. He lifted the safe containing Li Ziang and forcefully opened it, extracting the Emperor Armor Summoning Device. This completed the now downgraded side quest. Originally a main quest, to acquire at least 5 Armored Warrior Summoning Devices or obtain 1 top-tier Armored Warrior Summoning Device, Shura Armor, Emperor Armor, Yatlas Armor. The Emperor Armor is undoubtedly the most superior transformation device among Armored Warriors, possibly unparalleled in this world. By wearing the Hui Ming mask, one can fabricate and transform into any appearance or costume, deceiving Li Ziang. Ultimately, the doppelganger used the anesthetic watch to incapacitate the unsuspecting Li Ziang. Xiao Ye effortlessly seized the most powerful transformation belt. As for how Xiao Ye knew Kuan-jong would come to pick up Li Ziang, if he wielded the official power and convenience, he could monitor and listen in on the ERP Research Institute with various networks, communications, and surveillance methods. If he were unable to accomplish this, then Xiao Ye would indeed be utterly worthless. The doppelganger exited the car with the Emperor Armor Summoning Device. As for Li Ziang, when he donned the Emperor Armor, he would likely be immune to 99 of the anesthetic watch's control. However, in his ordinary human form, he would inevitably succumb to a few minutes of slumber. Exiting the vehicle, Xiao Ye opened the fuel tank cover and tossed in a small device that would create sparks after a delay. He then began counting down, clutching the Emperor Transformation Device. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A violent explosion rang out, triggering alarms in surrounding vehicles as Kuan-jong's A8 erupted into flames. In Xiao Ye's task panel, the main quest now reflected the completion of side quest 1. 1. Completely eliminate Lufa, or an equivalent level boss unit. Undoubtedly, from an identity standpoint, Li Ziang was on par with Lufa, perhaps even stronger. Minutes later,
when the happy Kuinzhong arrived at the fast food restaurant to pick up Li Ziang. He had just parked when he spotted Li Ziang approaching with a smile, holding the Emperor armor summoning device. "Kuingu, I'm over here," he called out cheerfully. Upon their reunion, Kuinzhong did not harbor any suspicion regarding Li Ziang's absence from the restaurant. Setting aside everything else, the genuine Emperor armor summoning device radiating rich elemental energy from Li Ziang's hands could not possibly be counterfeit. Who else but Li Ziang would possess such an authentic Emperor armor summoning device? After exchanging pleasantries, Li Ziang suddenly remarked, "Kuingu, your 5 elements armor transformation devices are much more convenient. Yours merely requires wearing it on the forearm, while mine is a cumbersome belt around my waist. It's terribly inconvenient." With a hint of melancholy, he displayed his Emperor belt to Kuinzhong. "Hey, you brat. With such immense power, you still find fault? You are indeed unaware of the fortune you possess. If I could transform into Emperor Warrior, I would wish for this belt to be even more intricate, more elaborate, and stylish. All right, Kuingu, could you hold on to the Emperor belt for me while I try on your Earth Tiger armor transformation device? Let us swap and have some fun, and I'll return it shortly." Li Ziang tossed the Emperor belt to Kuinzhong and reached out for his Earth Tiger armor transformation device. The affectionate manner in which Kuingu addresses his junior, Kuinzhong, reveals a tender indulgence towards his protege, the Kai Jiayong Shi. Consequently, he retrieves the Di Hu Xia transformation device and hands it over. Upon receiving the Di Hu Xia transformation device, Li Ziyang's tone suddenly shifts to an enigmatic one. "Thank you, Kuingu." As he cradles the device, he abruptly raises his gaze, his eyes and tone devoid of warmth. Kuinzhong finally realizes something amiss. Alarm bells ringing within him. He attempts to transform into Di Hu Xia, summoning the Di Hu armor. However, when he raises his hand, he finds himself holding the Di Huang Xia transformation belt instead. It dawns on Kuinzhong that he has been deceived. The Di Hu Xia transformation device is in the hands of Xiao Ye's doppelganger. Although the Di Huang belt appears formidable, it is utterly useless to Kuinzhong, who possesses only the Tuxing bloodline, preventing him from transforming into Di Huang Xia. In his grasp, the Di Huang belt is nothing more than a useless trinket. At this moment, Xiao Ye's doppelganger reveals his fangs. He extends his hand, gently affixing an explosive talisman, given to him by Xiao Ye, onto Kuinzhong's person. As Kuinzhong gazes on in confusion, Xiao Ye takes a step back, forming a shape with his mouth. Boom! A sound of imitation escapes, followed by a more resounding explosion. Kuinzhong is instantly obliterated, his visage rendered unrecognizable. Xiao Ye has once again acquired a Kai Jiayong Shi transformation device and eliminated a summoner in the process, thus obtaining the corresponding rewards. His doppelganger swiftly departs from the area, having already cleared the surveillance cameras. In the office of the Anomaly Safety Bureau, despite the Nawa Kai Jiayong Shi faction competing with Xiao Ye and his elite team for the task of eliminating Akasa, Xiao Ye remains seated in his office, refraining from further engagement in his task rewards. He awaits news until he receives a message from his doppelganger confirming the successful completion of the plan. Xiao Ye picks up the office telephone and dials the numbers of Qiao Shifei, Ku Fenxi, and An Mishio. "Gather swiftly in my office. We must secure the most threatening Di Huang Kai Jia transformation device, as well as the Di Hu Xia transformation device." In truth, Yanlong Xia can amalgamate the powers of the 5 elements armor to transform into Di Huang Xia. However, at this moment, Xiao Ye has preemptively seized the Di Hu Xia transformation device and the Tuing crystal, thus averting any possibility of Yanlong Xia Xin Nan merging the 5 elements to become Di Huang Xia. The original 5 elements armor now consists of only 4. Its ranks diminished, and the threat of Di Huang Xia has been nullified. Recently, Qiao Shifei, Ku Fenxi, and An Mishio have also acquired Xingtian, Feiying, and Jin Gong Kai Jia, enabling them to transform. With this shift in balance, even if the original 5 elements armor has reached its peak potential, Xiao Ye is confident in his victory. Having sufficiently weakened the original Kai Jiayong Shi, it is now time to seek them out for trouble. Moreover, Xiao Ye's doppelganger has not been recalled, allowing another doppelganger to return with the Di Huang belt and Di Hu transformation device. Meanwhile, this particular doppelganger embarks on another mission. There exists another individual capable of transforming into Di Huang Xia, the first generation Di Huang Xia, Xianyang, the descendant of the 5 elements bloodline. Xianyang possesses a purer lineage than Li Ziyang, enabling him to transform into Di Huang Xia through sheer will, without the need for the Di Huang belt. Xiao Ye is uncertain if this doppelganger's mission will succeed, but it is prudent to attempt it. The doppelganger proceeds to the university where Xianyang is located. After a half hour, another doppelganger returns, bearing the Di Huang belt and Di Hu Xia transformation device. Xiao Ye inspects them momentarily. He promptly removes his own Shuegu belt and hands it to his doppelganger, then dons the Dihuang belt. The Kai Jia Yongshi transformation devices are indeed equipment, albeit with fixed positions and stringent usage requirements. For Xiao Ye, now wearing the Dihuang belt, the conditions to fully unleash its power are quite demanding. Yet, it is worth noting that the Dihuang belt is a golden piece of equipment. Dihuang belt, golden legend. The Dihuang Kai Jia transformation device can only unleash its full potential in the hands of one possessing the 5 elements bloodline or affinity with the 5 elements. Physical strength 5, power 3, intelligence 2, agility 1, defense 44, life 130, 5 elements resistance 20, elemental attack 20. Special effects of the equipment. 1. Dihuang transformation. Wearing this equipment allows transformation accompanied by the Dihuang Xia avatar, granting access to the powers of the Dihuang armor. The purer the user's 5 elements bloodline and the higher their affinity, the more potent the attributes of this Dihuang avatar. The capability of this equipment is currently sealed and awaits unsealing. Unsealing requires a 5 elements bloodline or affinity above 50, or a single category to reach above 75. Ordinary individuals generally have an innate affinity of around 30 for each element, with some exceptional cases exhibiting greater or lesser affinities due to varying talents. 2. 5 elements enhancement. Wearing this equipment increases the wearer's affinity for the 5 elements by 10. 3. 5 elements nurturing. Wearing this equipment subtly enhances the wearer's affinity for the 5 elements over time until it reaches a maximum of 99 for each element, which is the absolute limit for this equipment's nurturing enhancement. 4. Dihuang dread. Wearing this equipment imbues the wearer with the majesty of a sovereign. Any enemy with an intelligence score not exceeding 150 will experience a reduction of 15 across all attributes. 5. Exclusive to the 5 elements Dihuang. This belt can only be used by those possessing the 5 elements bloodline or affinity. Otherwise, the equipment will enter a state of self-sealing, reducing all attributes and skill effects to 50. However, if the user has a 5 elements bloodline and elemental affinity, and the purer the bloodline and affinity, the more power this equipment can unleash, even allowing for its evolution. When both the concentration of the 5 elements bloodline and elemental affinity reach 50, or a single category exceeds 75, the seal will be lifted, allowing the Dihuang Kai Jia to unleash its full power at 100. For every 1 increase in bloodline concentration beyond 50, the equipment's attributes increase by 1 from a base of 100. For every 5 increase in elemental affinity, totaling the 5 elements, the equipment's attributes increase by 1. The maximum attribute enhancement of this equipment is capped at 200. Equipment requirements: 5 elements bloodline concentration 50, 5 elements elemental affinity 50, or a single category reaching 75. Comprehensive equipment rating: 543. Not yet verified. Chapter 91. Elemental affinity. There is no need to scrutinize the other special skill effects of the equipment. An item that can enhance 11 base attributes. If Xiao Ye assembles a complete set of golden gear based on this standard, the augmented attributes can be evenly divided by 4, 1, 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 3. This is also a common standard among reincarnators for assessing the wearability of equipment. For the Dihuang belt, if the seal is lifted, it would be more than sufficient for Xiao Ye to wear it with an average base attribute of 33 without being outdated. Should the Dihuang belt evolve to its theoretical limit of 200, it could even be donned at an average base attribute of 66. Indeed, when assessing the quality of equipment, one must not merely consider its fundamental attributes, but also its skill effects. The various skill effects of this imperial belt are certainly formidable. Although most of them are auxiliary skills, the values provided are quite commendable. The most significant effect is the Wuxing Yang Yuan, which is an ability that continuously enhances the user's capabilities. In the realm of the paradise, such equipment is referred to as diamond gear. This essentially signifies that diamond gear is everlasting, a piece of equipment that is perpetually circulated among reincarnators, never to be discarded, owing to its extraordinary rarity. This singular equipment effect suffices. As long as the diamond gear effect is present, its value can soar to astonishing heights. Furthermore, the skills of the imperial belt may not lack offensive capabilities. The imperial transformation summons the imperial hero avatar, harnessing the power of the imperial hero armor. With the might of the imperial hero, Xiao Ye surmises that this skill might bestow upon him a delightful surprise. Simultaneously, this piece of equipment corroborates a notion. The imperial hero may be far more potent than Xiao Ye initially envisioned. The upper limit of difficulty at LV-17 in dungeons
Does it truly reflect the strength of the imperial hero? Or is it rather indicative of the difficulty posed by the Xingtian armor? Perhaps it parallels the final boss, Liu Fa, of the Yuming demon? Just as Xiao Ye, after completing the previous dungeon in the Naruto world, spent his leisure time in the commercial district engaging in casual discussions with other reincarnators. He learned from them that their novice dungeons were not nearly as challenging. Perhaps it was merely Xiao Ye's own actions that introduced numerous new dynamics into the dungeon, enabling him to encounter such formidable individuals and garner substantial rewards. Xiao Ye had once reflected on the possibility that had he chosen to forsake his brother and seek refuge with the amicable Might Guy, given Might Guy's identity and capabilities, he likely could have been protected for a considerable time. Alternatively, he could have devised a way to incite the Uchiha clan, prolonging the war while himself remaining a non-combatant civilian in the early stages. Such strategies could also have been viable. There were countless possibilities, including befriending the innocent Hinata or the spirited Naruto Uzumaki, leveraging Sarutobi Hiruzen's protective instincts towards Naruto, or even forming alliances with other prominent clans in Konoha. Xiao Ye, an ordinary individual without the Uchiha bloodline, could have ensured his safety as long as he refrained from contacting his brother, Uchiha, and reflecting back. Xiao Ye might have unwittingly activated the hidden difficulty of the dungeon. Now, in the world of the armor warriors, having surpassed the narrative of the Xingtian armor, it appears that the armor warriors such as Nawa and the original Wuxing armor warriors, along with the imperial hero, represent the upper echelons of hidden difficulty in this realm. At the very least, after encountering this equipment, Xiao Ye believes that the imperial hero is indeed a unique entity, surpassing both the Azura armor and the Thunder Yutaris. Nonetheless, Xiao Ye relishes such challenges. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The more arduous the tasks and challenges, the more abundant the rewards. Xiao Ye adorned himself with the imperial belt. He assessed his elemental affinity, which was rather unsatisfactory. Among the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, Xiao Ye found that only his metal affinity reached 59 and his wood affinity 69, while the others, water, fire, and earth, hovered at a standard 30. The heightened metal affinity was due to Xiao Ye's elevated affinity for lightning. The secret technique, lightning release, lightning armor, allowed him to bask in the power of thunder and lightning daily, enhancing his strength while subtly elevating his lightning element affinity. Thus, Xiao Ye's affinity for lightning would continue to rise, as lightning is predominantly associated with metal and wood within the 5 elemental categories. This affinity further spurred the enhancement of those 2 elements. Additionally, the 100 Treasures technique, which is healing in nature, is fundamentally rooted in wood. This technique subtly transformed Xiao Ye's physique. Consequently, his wood affinity became the highest. Furthermore, the imperial belt activated its equipment properties, enhancing each of the 5 elemental affinities by 5. Thus, Xiao Ye's current elemental affinities stand at metal 64, wood 74, with water, fire, and earth at 35 each. Not too shabby, Xiao Ye mused. Although the imperial belt could only exert 50 of its effect, it significantly surpassed the bloodbone belt. The transition to the imperial belt effectively bolstered Xiao Ye's overall equipment attributes by 25. As for the Earth Tiger armor transformation device, it is essentially a single-arm bracer. It does not conflict with wearing the imperial belt. However, due to its purple artifact grade and Xiao Ye's insufficient earth element affinity, it could only manifest half its potential. Thus, it was more prudent to equip his own silver cloud pattern bracer for a greater attribute boost. Consequently, he returned it to his paradise space. Rubbing his chin, Xiao Ye considered trying the Fengying armor from the Wuxing armor series. Although named Fengying, its fundamental attribute is actually wood. Given Xiao Ye's wood affinity, now at 74, he deduced that he only needed to enhance it by 1 to activate the Fengying summoning device, based on the requirements deduced from the Imperial Belt and Earth Tiger Bracer. Regarding the 3 significant armor belts, Xingtian, Fengying, and King Kong, Xiao Ye also noted their grades. Both the Fengying and King Kong armor belts are of purple artifact quality, while the Xingtian armor is of golden legendary quality. After Qufis transformed into the explosive King Kong, the equipment-S grade elevated to golden legendary as well. However, this is only applicable when used by Qufis. Should another individual wield it, the King Kong belt would revert to its purple artifact status. The quality of the Xingtian armor appears superior to the Wuxing armor in certain respects. This is, of course, to be expected. Each summoner of the Xingtian armor possesses character flaws of greed, anger, and ignorance, while the original Wuxing armor draws its strength from bloodline and human conviction. Xiao Ye has always held the original Wuxing armor warriors in high regard. Chapter 92. The mysterious research of beauty, as Xiao Ye pondered. A series of knocks resounded at the door. He looked up to see Xiao Shifei and Qufus, whom he had summoned, returning. You're all back? Come in for a cup of tea, and then we shall depart. Xiao Ye surveyed his formidable team, with his forces robust and ready. He no longer needed to contemplate schemes or conspiracies when confronting the armor warriors. A direct assault would suffice. This encapsulates the purpose of forming a faction, recruiting allies, and assembling his own team. At noon, within the ERP Research Institute, the original Wuxing armor warriors had already recognized that something was amiss with the summoner of the Imperial armor, Li Ziang, and the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, Kuan-Zhong. They established contact with the Happy Takeout restaurant frequented by Li Ziang and ultimately obtained surveillance footage from the establishment. The video confirmed that Li Ziang did indeed leave with Kuan-Zhong. Not long after, 2 explosions occurred in succession near the Happy fast food restaurant. One explosion was reportedly caused by a self-igniting fuel tank of a vehicle, while the cause of the other explosion remains unknown. Furthermore, all nearby surveillance cameras mysteriously malfunctioned and were subsequently destroyed. In addition, the bodies of Li Ziang and Kuan-Zhong have vanished without a trace. No matter what methods we employ, we cannot find any evidence of their existence. It seems we have also become targets. Li Ziang and Kuan-Zhong, I fear, have revealed the unsettling truth that everyone is reluctant to speculate about. But who could be the adversary targeting them? The Yaming Mall? The likelihood is slim. Is it the Shura armor and Li Haoyan? Or perhaps the Anomaly Security Bureau? Mei Zhan. Li Xian gazed intently at the footage of Li Ziang and Kuan-Zhong exiting the store and earnestly advised, Mei Zhan, we should abandon the ERP Research Institute. It is no longer safe here. However, there is no however. Xian interrupted Mei Zhan, continuing, their power is formidable. Whether it be the Anomaly Security Bureau or the Shura armor, we are currently in no position to resist. If they come to us, we will undoubtedly be in danger. What we must do now is contact the Nawa armor and gather with them for mutual support. The Lei Ting Yata Lei Si is a high-end force comparable to the Shura armor. We are not weak ourselves. Through cooperation, we still have a chance to survive or at least not be hindered by our enemies. Then, we should promptly reach out to Xiangyang. If their intention is to confront us, Xiangyang will likely become a target as well. Although that fellow can transform into the Emperor Knight without a transformation device, we should still alert him. Mei Zhan's expression was one of hesitation. If they were to abandon the ERP Research Institute, too many valuable items would remain behind. If that were to happen, her decade-long research would be in vain. This research holds epic-making significance for the inheritance of the 5 elements armor warriors. It is of utmost importance. However, seeing Xian's serious expression, Mei Zhan recognized that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Very well. We shall take as much of this data with us as we can. The remaining materials will be left here. They cannot be descendants of the 5 elements. And without the 5 elements bloodline, this data would hold no significance for them. If we are fortunate enough to return, I can continue my research. All right then, let us proceed in this manner. Dong Shan interjected, preventing the other armor warriors from persuading Mei Zhan to destroy all the data. He had often worked alongside Mei Zhan in their research, and since she was his primary subject, he was acutely aware of the importance of her work. His understanding of the research outcomes even surpassed Mei Zhan's. Very well, time is of the essence. Let us depart swiftly, Xian declared, taking out his phone to contact Xiangyang. Just then, an alarm blared from the Research Institute's computer. Before Mei Zhan and Dong Shan could ascertain the source of the crisis, the tightly secured electronic door of the ERP Research Institute opened automatically. Xiao Ye gestured for the super hacker borrowed from other departments to step back. He, along with Ku Fanxi, Xiao Shifei, and Emi Xiao, entered the ERP laboratory, while the remaining 7 Yaming Ma blocked the exit firmly. Indeed, it was you who targeted Li Ziang and Kuan-Zhong. Xian looked at the leader, Xiao Ye, with an expression of expected realization. Shui Yao Xia Shi Zhao's eyes brimmed with anger. What have you done to Li Ziang and Kuan-Zhong? Where are they? Speak. In a booming voice, Shi Zhao activated his Shui Yao armor, donning the formidable and robust Snow Yao armor, transforming into Shui Yao Xia. The other armor warriors swiftly followed suit. Xian transformed into the mightiest Yin Long Xia. Bei Miao donned the strikingly sleek and powerful He Shi Xia. Dongshan's Feng Ying Xia emphasized agility, adorned in silver and blue. The transformations of the armor warriors were resolute and decisive. Unlike the drawn-out transformations depicted in TV shows, they did not need to pose or take time to don their armor. Once the transformation device was worn, the change was a mere thought. The gesture Shi Zhao made while transforming was, in fact, superfluous. Ku Fanxi,
Xiao Ye, and Xiao executed their transformations with equal swiftness, completing their metamorphosis nearly simultaneously. The ERP laboratory became crowded with armor warriors. Xiao Ye glanced at Mei Zhan, who was shielded behind the armor warriors, and then at the computer, his gaze sharpening. He then smiled and proposed to the armor warriors, "If we are to engage in battle, why not step outside? We cannot fully unleash our abilities here. According to the official documents I possess, this space has already been confiscated by the Anomaly Security Bureau, which means, theoretically, everything here belongs to me. Fighting here and risking damage to my precious equipment would be quite unfortunate. Let us settle this outside. I notice you have a civilian among you. It would not be wise to endanger her in a fight." Pointing at Mei Zhan, he continued, "The outside is spacious. We can determine the victor there. Regardless of the outcome, I assure you all four of her safety. What say you?" Xiao Ye's eyes locked onto Mei Zhan, this research talent, who had unexpectedly surprised him. "I will first publish 2 chapters. I want to watch a CF match before writing the 3rd chapter." Chapter 93, Dong Shan's Transformation. What a powerful Feng Xia. Xiao Ye and the group of armor warriors arrived outside the ERP Research Institute. Despite being adversaries, Li Xian and the others did not refuse Xiao Ye's reasoning, prioritizing Mei Zhan's safety. Shui Yaoxia, wielding his thunder axe, cracked his neck and stepped forward. With his other hand, he pointed at Ku Fanxi, Xiao Ye, and Mi Xiao, and Xiao Ye, as well as the other Yamima behind them. "Who dares to die first? You, or you all? Quite arrogant." Ku Fanxi, utilizing the King Kong armor, summoned his weapon, the Fury Axe. He brandished the oversized weapon, larger than Shi Zhao's thunder axe, pointed it at Shi Zhao, and twirled his hand downward, giving a thumbs up. "Come, let me show you how to wield an axe." With that, Ku Fanxi and Shi Zhao, clad in their respective armors, charged forward like 2 rampaging bulls, their axes clashing together. Meanwhile, Bei Miao, in his Hei Shi armor, and in Mi Xiao, in his Xing Tian armor, found their match. The opposing forces of yin and yang, water and fire, would not melt. The Xing Tian armor, aside from embodying greed, anger, and ignorance, also represented the genius of the 3 talents, heaven, earth, and man, as well as the sun, moon, and stars. However, the fiery weapons and techniques contained within the Xing Tian armor, such as the fire punishment palm and the fire punishment sword, ignited a fierce combat spirit within him as he locked eyes with Bei Miao, who donned the black rhinoceros armor and was associated with the water element. Without needing further words, and Mi Xiao wielded the fire punishment sword while Bei Miao gripped the meteor gun, and they surged into battle together. Xiao Ye, adorned in the wind shadow armor, initially sought to engage in combat with the Wind Eagle Knight Dong Shan, who was similarly adept in speed and bore a somewhat similar armor design. However, Xiao Ye intervened, declaring, "Allow me to take on the Wind Eagle Knight." He harbored thoughts of potentially utilizing the Wind Eagle transformation wristband, flames of azure and blue surging from his being. A spark of electricity burst forth from Xiao Ye's eyes as he challenged, "Let us see whether your Wind Eagle is swifter or my lightning." It appeared that only the 2 of us remained. Li Xian gently pressed the belt of the Flame Dragon armor, summoning a fiery red virtual card before him. With a delicate grasp, the Flame Dragon Knight's weapon, the Flame Blade, materialized in his hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye, wielding the Wind Shadow armor, had already closed in on Flame Dragon Knight Xian with the Swift Shadow Blade. In an instant, 4 pairs of opponents clashed, 7 armors engaged, alongside Xiao Ye. In a chaotic melee, the tumult was akin to thunder clashing with fire, a spectacular display of mayhem. If one were to speak of the most grandiose and ferocious clash, it would undoubtedly be the confrontation between the Snow Mastiff Knight, Shi Zhao, and the King Kong Knight, Ku Fanxi. The 2 behemoths exchanged axe blows, each strike reverberating like thunder. The energy and flames unleashed upon impact soared higher than any other. Among the 5 elements armors, if one were to designate the weakest, it would surely be Kuan-Zhong, who had lost the Earth Tiger Knight transformation device to Xiao Ye, renowned for his prowess as the Yangmi Knight. Who then could be deemed the strongest? That remains a matter of contention. The Snow Mastiff Knight Shi Zhao is undoubtedly a formidable contender, with its robust and powerful design. The Snow Mastiff armor excels in both offense and defense, its sole weakness being speed. However, what elevates the combat effectiveness of the Snow Mastiff armor to near the pinnacle of the 5 elements warriors is the pure lineage of the Snow Mastiff Knight summoner, whose bloodline is the most untainted among the 5 armor summoners. His bloodline concentration is nearly at 100, surpassing the others, Xian, Dongshan, Bei Miao, and Kuan-Zhong, each possessing lower concentrations. A denser 5 elements bloodline grants Shi Zhao greater strength when donning the snow mastiff armor. He stands among the ranks of those, like Xiang Yang, whose bloodline concentration is so potent that they can transform without the need for a summoning device. When Snow Mastiff Knight Shi Zhao collided with Ku Fanxi, his combat power was formidable. As for Bei Miao, clad in the black rhinoceros armor, he epitomized the versatility of a hexagonal warrior. The black rhinoceros armor excels in offense, defense, and speed, with Bei Miao's water attribute bloodline concentration initially at 93, later cultivated to 97. His will and resolve are equally formidable, making him a strong contender among the 5 elements armor warriors. The clash between him and Enmi Xiao indeed bore a resemblance to water engulfing fire. Yet, Enmi Xiao's millennia of battle experience proved extensive. And with the Xingtian armor and his own spectral abilities, he exhibited far richer capabilities than Bei Miao. Bei Miao, employing his cascading water attack, occasionally felt the weight of the struggle. As for Flame Dragon Knight, his prowess is the least contentious. Xian Nan's will is extraordinarily robust. Should one assess his Flame Dragon armor by numerical values, it might not necessarily surpass the others. Furthermore, his fire element bloodline concentration is likely the lowest at 90, akin to Kuan Zhong's Earth Tiger Knight. However, Xian Nan's indomitable spirit ranks him the strongest among all. Despite the logic dictating that his 90 bloodline concentration should preclude him from transforming into an armor warrior without the Flame Dragon transformation device, he has succeeded in doing so before. The probability of his successful transformation this time was a mere 1 in a million. Under his command, the battle power of the Flame Dragon Knight reached its zenith, even allowing him to merge with the other 5 to become the Emperor Knight. Regrettably, however, Li Xian Nan faced Xiao Shifei. Among the 3 captains of the spectral demons, Xiao Shifei is the strongest. Although Li Xian Nan might match Xiao Shifei in rank, the latter, adorned in the Wind Shadow armor, had become significantly more powerful. In the end, the Wind Eagle Knight Dongshan appeared to be the least concerning. While Dongshan is not the weakest, he is only marginally superior to Kuan Zhong, the Earth Tiger Knight. His armor attributes, aside from speed, are rather mediocre. As the summoner of armor, Dongshan's wood element bloodline concentration stands at a mere 91, only slightly higher than Xian Nan and Kuan Zhong, rendering the additional boost to his strength negligible. Xian Nan, Bei Miao, and Shi Zhao were most apprehensive about Dongshan's situation. They were acutely aware that there were still 7 spectral demons on their side, yet to engage, merely observing the fray. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, victory seemed unattainable. However, if Dongshan were to falter swiftly, they would be unable to maintain their current standoff. What Xian Nan, Bei Miao, and Shi Zhao did not anticipate was Dongshan's newfound strength. Having not fought together for nearly a decade, their perceptions and impressions remained rooted in the past. Xiao Ye, testing and verifying certain aspects, had not exerted his full strength. Yet, astonishingly, Dongshan's speed kept pace with Xiao Ye's current exhibition, matching his movements. The attacks from Wind Eagle Knight Dongshan had also grown significantly sharper. It appeared that he had even surpassed Kuan Zhong's Earth Tiger Knight in terms of attack power. To their astonishment, Dongshan had far exceeded the attack power of Kuan Zhong. The energy of the battle felt extraordinary, and his strength was palpable. The speed of Wind Eagle Knight Dongshan could only be matched by Xiao Ye and Xiao Shifei. Dongshan had become remarkably strong. A surge of confidence and hope blossomed within Xian Nan, Bei Miao, and Shi Zhao. Should Dongshan withstand Xiao Ye's assault without succumbing too swiftly? If any among them could secure victory and then strike against the remaining spectral demons before they could react, there would be a flicker of hope yet. Xian Nan, Bei Miao, and Shi Zhao intensified their offensive. Facing the frenzied onslaught of Snow Mastiff Knight Shi Zhao, Ku Fanxi, clad in King Kong armor, absorbed several strikes before suddenly swinging his axe, sending the Snow Mastiff Knight sprawling. Shi Zhao, taken aback by the force, looked up in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, Ku Fanxi's armor had transformed, now donning a more formidable and robust version of the King Kong armor. Wielding a battle axe, Ku Fanxi delivered a devastating blow downward toward the Snow Mastiff armor, nearly dislodging the thunder axe from Shi Zhao's grip. Observing the retreating Snow Mastiff Knight, Ku Fanxi pressed his advantage, delivering relentless strikes upon Shi Zhao, while also expressing his irritation. Do you intend to use me as your breakthrough point? Originally, I sought to indulge in a contest of equal might, yet your insistence on discord has compelled me to expedite your departure. Fury's explosive flame strike. Meanwhile, as the Shui Yao armor erupted with power, Heishi armor Bei Miao unleashed his own ultimate move,
The frenzied cascade strike. The Heishi warrior wielded the meteor lance, rotating the handle at his waist to summon a lethal green talisman. Upon contact with the strike's mark, the lance's tip unfurled, transforming into the ultimate weapon. The ultimate meteor lance. Bei Miao concentrated the talisman's energy at the lance's point, briefly charging before fiercely launching it towards Xiao. Although Bei Miao faced Xiao's overwhelming pressure and fiery onslaught, he still summoned his ultimate technique, determined to fight valiantly. Should he, theoretically matched against Xiao, fail to secure victory, the prospects for others would be even dimmer. The velocity of the frenzied strike was astonishing. Yet Xiao had a different choice. Combat is never a mere matter of unleashing a finishing move while the opponent becomes a stationary target. Bei Miao's frenzied strike was executed with a sense of urgency. Shapeshifting. And Xiao, who had not lost control of his body during the battle, adeptly employed his spatial teleportation, effortlessly sidestepping the trajectory of Bei Miao's cascading strike. Fire Punishment Sword. Fire Punishment Celestial Sword. A blade of fire, rivaling the speed of the frenzied cascade strike, surged from the side, targeting the most vulnerable spot of the Heishi armor. Are you not tempted to unleash your full power? The commotion between Shi Zhao and Bei Miao drew the attention of Qiao Shifei and Xian Nan. A trace of bitterness adorned Xian Nan's face. There were no chances left. Though he was the strongest among the Wu Kai, the pivotal moment never rested upon him. Qiao Shifei was undoubtedly the most formidable among the three captains of the Yu Ming Mo. At their level, had they not donned the Xingtian, Fengying, and Jinggang armors, the armor warriors could likely contend with them for survival. The odds were at least balanced. Xian Nan was likely on par with Qiao Shifei. If he faced the unarmored Xiao and Ku Fun, he would likely emerge victorious. And even against the unarmored Qiao Shifei or Xiao and Ku Fun in their first evolution, he would also have a chance of victory. This exemplifies the might of the strongest summoner of the Yanlong armor. Just as Li Hao Tian surpassed Wu Gang and Su Ting Fei in Xingtian armor warriors. Regrettably, Qiao Shifei had donned the Fengying armor, elevating their relative strength by at least half a tier. Li Xian Nan drew forth his flame blade. Come forth, for there is no reason to be defeated without a fight. Flame blade, demon sealing slash. Qiao Shifei reciprocated the respect due to the Yanlong armor. Wielding the swift shadow blade, his form becoming elusive at high speed. Swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, and inscrutable as shadow. Phantom blade technique. Swift lightning demon breaking slash. Meanwhile, on Xiao Ye's side, he shielded his arm with electric energy, seizing the wind Eagle Knight Dongshan's kick with a firm grip and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Sparks flew as Xiao Ye, shedding his observational demeanor, grew serious, nearly disassembling Dongshan and his wind eagle armor with the impact. My collaboration with Mei truly elevated my 5-element wood bloodline to nearly 100. And I even researched the so-called affinity of attributes. Yet, such advancement seems utterly hopeless. Struck with such a heavy blow, Wind Eagle Knight Dongshan's gaze dimmed. His spirit somewhat diminished. As his resolve waned, Dongshan's combat capability visibly decreased. Xiao Ye, seizing Dongshan's leg, hoisted him up and delivered several fierce lashes until the Wind Eagle armor shattered and fell away. Dongshan lost consciousness. Observing the unconscious Dongshan, Xiao Ye noted that the Wind Eagle Knight had already become quite formidable. His speed had reached the level of Xiao Ye and Qiao Shifei. However, the Wind Eagle Knight's specialization presented a significant flaw. Its strength and defense paled in comparison to Xiao Ye's, a singular attribute. Unless extraordinarily potent to the point of rendering the enemy helpless, typically cannot compete with Xiao Ye's multifaceted prowess. Moreover, the Wind Eagle Knight's greatest strength barely matched Xiao Ye's speed attribute, failing to establish an advantage in its core attributes. The Wind Eagle Knight Dongshan faced defeat. Yet, the gasps and concerned voices of teammates were absent. Xiao Ye removed the Wind Eagle armor summoner from Dongshan's arm and donned it himself, replacing his least effective piece of equipment. Upon inspection, he found that the Wind Eagle armor summoner had slightly lower requirements than the Emperor armor. Without the 5-element bloodline, possessing merely 70 wood element affinity would suffice, a reduction of 5. The Wind Eagle armor summoner also enhanced the wearer's wood element affinity by 5. Regardless, Xiao Ye could equip the Wind Eagle summoning wristband. The purple tier equipment rating surpassed the attributes of every piece of equipment Xiao Ye possessed, aside from the Emperor belt. In the absence of the Emperor armor's restrictive requirements, the attributes provided by the Wind Eagle summoning wristband exceeded even those of the Emperor belt. Centered around agility, it offered a substantial 8 points of base attributes. Furthermore, the Wind Eagle summoning wristband, possessed a skill akin to the Emperor Belt's, granting a temporary increase in movement and attack speed by 35. However, it lacked the Emperor Armor's suppressive skill and the unique evolutionary traits of the 5-element bloodline. With Dongshan's defeat, no one remained capable of concern. Ku Fan simultaneously vanquished Shi Zhao Shui Yao Knight, almost in sync with Xiao Ye. After Xiao Ye received the finishing blow from Ku Fan, he also picked up the Shui Yao Knight's transformation device that had fallen beside Shi Zhao. Xiao Ye's affinity for the gold element still required some improvement, but he could later explore Mei Jun's research on the 5-element armor warriors at the ERP Research Institute, hopeful that she might have a method to rapidly enhance his elemental affinity. As for Bei Miao and Xian Nan, Bei Miao was gravely injured, while Xian Nan experienced a brief surge of will due to his comrade's defeat. In his confrontation with Xiao Shifei's swift lightning demon-breaking slash, he did not falter. Yet, Xiao Ye was not an obstinate individual. His decision not to allow the lurking Yuming MO team members to engage was not rooted in any cowboy-style fair duel or gentlemanly conduct. It was solely because Sabin and his comrades would easily be obliterated by the armor warriors, resulting in unnecessary casualties. Just as in the original story, without Xiao Ye's presence. When Xiao Shifei and Ku Fan experienced a misunderstanding, Ku Fan had obliterated Sabin using the thunder cannon from his former Jingang armor, eliminating him instantly. Sabin was the vice-captain of the Hui Ming team. Had it been another Yuming MO member, the outcome would have been even more devastating. However, with Xiao Ye free to act, his hesitations dissipated. Armed with his weapon, he deftly struck Xian Nan from behind. A brilliant white flame erupting from the back of the Yin Long armor as Xian Nan staggered forward, kneeling heavily before collapsing. Gather the remaining 4 armored warriors summoners, along with the 5 elemental crystals they possess. Xiao Ye instructed Ku Fan and the others to handle the final arrangements before stepping into the ERP research lab. You despicable villain, murderer. Upon entering, he was met with Mei Jun, brandishing a mop in rage, striking towards him. With a swift sidestep, Xiao Ye evaded the cotton mop, raising his palm to deliver a fiery slap that left a crimson mark on Mei Jun's face, rendering her momentarily dazed. I believe you have yet to comprehend the situation. If you still fail to grasp it, I can assist you further, Xiao Ye said nonchalantly. His earlier slap had been restrained, otherwise, it would have shattered her skull. Taking his place at the center of the ERP research laboratory, Xiao Ye rapped on the desk beside him. Now, enlighten me on how Feng Yingxia's powers have evolved over the past decade. What accounts for the enhancement of his 5-element bloodline and elemental affinity? Share with me the fruits of your research over the years. Mei Jun's expression paled as Xiao Ye accurately pinpointed the essence of Dongshan's power augmentation. The crux of her years of experimental research. Impossible. I will never assist you in your wicked endeavors. Mei Jun shook her head vehemently, recalling how Li Xian Nan and Shi Zhao had been eliminated by Xiao Ye's forces. How could she possibly collaborate with him? Very well, Xiao Ye clapped his hands, signaling the hacker expert nearby to take action. There are plenty of scientists in this world besides you. Kindly assist me in cracking and copying everything from this research facility. Understood. Please hold on for a moment. The hacker promptly began his task at Xiao Ye's behest. As for Mei Jun, Xiao Ye had assured Li Xian Nan and the others of her safety. He would not breach his promise for the sake of a mere ordinary NPC with little to offer. Characters like Yu Zi, Qing Zizai, and others were welcomed as cultivators and practitioners with unique and significant identities, capable of dropping valuable loot. However, Mei Jun was merely a researcher. Eliminating her would yield scant rewards. Nonetheless, she should prepare for confinement within the Superpower Safety Bureau. This was the consequence of defying Xiao Ye's will. A trivial asset he intended to leave behind for the extraordinary special forces after his departure from this world. Bringing Mei Jun back and granting the Superpower Safety Bureau control over the ERP satellite equipment would enhance their hardware infrastructure. It must be noted that the Armored Warriors organization within this realm is truly remarkable. They possess their own private satellite, an extraordinary feat with this satellite. Xiao Ye's monitoring of the Yomi demon and Okusei has reached new heights, effectively doubling the intensity of his surveillance over supernatural energies. As for the supernatural beasts, there was no longer a need for monitoring. Xiao Ye examined the Feng Vokla, which contained all 54 Wingshi of supernatural beasts. Though his doppelganger had failed to eliminate the other Imperial Armored Summoner, Xiangyang, he had acquired this valuable item instead. He instructed the newly assigned scientists to continue cracking Mei Jun's research on 5-element bloodlines and elemental affinities, then proceeded to a secret underground chamber within the Superpower Safety Bureau. Once, the Superpower Safety Bureau had dreams of power, and this underground chamber was constructed for the experimentation of high-powered weaponry,
situated 50 meters below ground, with walls composed of 2-meter-thick alloy, offering astonishing defense. Ku Fanxi, Xiao Shifei, and Emi Xiao had long been waiting there, holding the Fenghuo. Xiao Ye addressed them. Are you all prepared? I shall begin. With that, he released the seal on the Fenghuo, using his own energy to break a small opening and releasing the first tincture. A ghostly green light flickered as the first supernatural beast revived within the chamber. Having been sealed for 10 years, the supernatural beast yearned to roar and express its long-suppressed emotions. However, before it could open its mouth, Ku Fanxi's massive fist collided with its jaws. Silence! Do you not understand that noise echoes in this spacious chamber? Ku Fanxi's punch nearly decapitated the supernatural beast. Xiao Shifei followed up with a strike, leaving the creature on the brink of collapse. Compared to the 3 commanders of the Yomi demon, ordinary supernatural beasts, Yomi demon, and Okusei were indeed qualitatively inferior. Xiao Ye stepped forward to deliver the final blow. Continue. He collected the dropped items from the supernatural beast and released another from the Fenghuo, addressing Ku Fanxi and Xiao Shifei. Fenghuo, merely a spawning cage. Chapter 96. The Hammered Shura Armor. Emperor Hero. From the Silver Fenghuo, supernatural beasts were released. The Fenghuo contained a total of 54 Bingshi, enabling the revival of 54 supernatural beasts. The efficiency of summoning supernatural beasts here far surpassed that of combating the Yomi demon and Okusei outside. As for how this Fenghuo came into possession, it was indeed due to the efforts of Xiao Ye's doppelganger. If one were to ponder where the Fenghuo could be most securely stored, it would undoubtedly be with Xiangyang, who could transform into the mightiest emperor hero without the need for a transformation device. The Fenghuo had been taken multiple times, with a history of releasing supernatural beasts. This disillusioned the armored warriors, leading them to trust in strength rather than the notion of absolute safety. Xiangyang, capable of transforming into the emperor hero, was undoubtedly the most reliable and powerful guardian. Over the years, the Fenghuo had been carried daily by Xiangyang. After Xiao Ye's doppelganger defeated Li Ziyang and Kuenzhong, he did not call it back but instead sent it, along with other doppelgangers, to locate Xiangyang, hoping to eliminate this lingering threat. However, Xiao Ye was not the only one targeting Xiangyang. The Shura armor had also set its sights on him, or more accurately, on the Fenghuo in his possession. The Shura armor aimed to unleash the Fe and release supernatural beasts to wreak havoc upon the world, thereby increasing its malevolent energy and enhancing its own power. After extensive reconnaissance and research, it confirmed that the Fenghuo was with Xiangyang. At this moment, Xiao Ye's doppelganger, disguised as Di Hu Xia Kuenzhong, was in contact with Xiangyang. To maintain the ruse, Xiao Ye later sent another doppelganger with Kuenzhong's transformation device. Simultaneously, he ordered the Superpower Safety Bureau to sever all potential notifications from other armored warriors, cutting off all possible channels through which Xiangyang could learn of Di Hu Xia Kuenzhong's demise. 10 years ago, Xiangyang was merely a 10-year-old child. Now, having turned 20, Xiangyang has become a university student at Beifang Shengwu University. He felt a surge of joy when he saw Hu Xia Kuen visiting him. The two exchanged pleasantries, and at first, Xiangyang did not recognize the disguise of Xiao Ye's avatar. As they strolled through the campus side by side, their conversation was lively. However, Xiao Ye's pace was somewhat slow, causing him to lag behind Xiangyang by half a step, shifting from being parallel to Xiangyang to a position slightly behind him. The avatar of Xiao Ye subtly lifted the cover of the anesthetic watch on his wrist. His fingers brushed against the activation mechanism of the anesthetic launcher, waiting for the opportune moment to fall back another half step, fully evading Xiangyang's peripheral vision. Once he was out of Xiangyang's sight, the avatar would act. The opportunity did not take long to present itself. Xiao Ye had raised his hand, but fortuitously, Xiangyang noticed that Xiao Ye was too far away, and he turned his head towards him. Just as Xiao Ye feared his plan was about to fail and suspicion would arise, the Shura armor suddenly materialized, rescuing him from his predicament. The semi-transparent silhouette of the Shura armor appeared ahead and gradually solidified, emerging from an unknown location. The avatar of Xiao Ye sensed the rapid teleportation of the Shura armor several times before it stood before them. As Xiangyang gazed at the Shura armor that had suddenly appeared before him, his pupils contracted slightly. Having often scrolled through short videos, he could not be unfamiliar with the Shura armor that had recently garnered widespread attention online. The Shura armor reached out to seize Xiangyang's throat, demanding to know the whereabouts of the sealed magic box containing all the supernatural beasts. Hand over the sealed box. Yet, upon confronting the enemy, Xiangyang remained remarkably composed. He was no longer the child needing care from others a decade ago. Quick to act. He swiftly felt his chest and retrieved the sealed box just before the Shura armor's massive hand closed in. He then thrust the box towards the avatar of Xiao Ye disguised as Kuinzhong. Kuingu, take the sealed box and flee. This Shura armor is far too powerful for you to handle. Xiao Ye, somewhat befuddled, accepted the sealed box pressed against his chest by Xiangyang. Could it be that the sealed box the Shura armor desperately sought was now in his possession? At that moment, the Shura armor's grip had also tightened around Xiangyang's throat. Casting a glance at the sealed box in Xiao Ye's hand, the Shura armor contemplated killing Xiangyang and seizing the sealed box from him. However, when he exerted force, he found that he could not tighten his grip. A brilliant golden light radiated down, and the potent energy of the 5 elemental bloodlines surged within Xiangyang. A legendary golden figure, far more imposing than the Shura armor, manifested in the space. The ultimate Emperor armor, Emperor Hero. This was the first appearance of Emperor Hero in this world since Xiao Ye arrived in the armor realm. Xiangyang, donning the Emperor armor, looked down upon the Shura armor, which was slightly shorter than himself. He extended his hand, forcibly prying open the fingers of the Shura armor that still clutched his throat. The Shura armor trembled, finding itself unable to resist effectively. In terms of power, both being the ultimate armor, the Shura armor was effortlessly suppressed by the Emperor armor. As an armor warrior notorious for wrongdoing and devoid of justice, how dare it attempt to seize the sealed box from me? Today, you have encountered me, and I shall send you on your way. Xiangyang spoke with utter disdain, his voice laced with anger. He pried apart the fingers of the Shura armor, gripping its hand and preparing to strike. With a powerful punch, the Emperor armor landed a blow on the Shura armor's face, sparks flying. The Shura armor scarcely comprehended the movements of the Emperor armor before being struck, his vision filled with stars. Had it not been for the fact that one of his hands was still held by the Emperor armor, he would have been sent flying by that punch. Damn, how can it be this strong? After delivering several more heavy blows to the Shura armor, Xiangyang cast a worried glance in the direction where Xiao Ye's avatar had fled with the sealed box. To his astonishment, as he turned, his eyes widened in disbelief. The Hu Xiaokuan he had trusted was, in fact, a fake. Upon transforming into Emperor Hero, Xiangyang's innate ability to dispel illusions, derived from his pure elemental bloodline, received a significant enhancement. Coupled with the stark disparity in strength between Xiao Ye's avatar and Xiangyang in his ultimate Emperor Hero form, Xiangyang immediately discerned Xiao Ye's disguise. You demon! Gripping the struggling Shura armor, Xiangyang's gaze shifted towards Xiao Ye's avatar. Momentarily uncertain whether to confront the Shura armor or pursue the sealed box in Xiao Ye's possession. Just then, a square crimson barrier appeared on the playground. 4 purple flame formation. An adjustment was made. There was no longer a need for the 4 crimson sun formation, which required 4 experts possessing chakra levels comparable to the fire shadow to collaborate, a requirement too high for the protagonist's avatar at this stage.